Bam! A copy of Demon Slayer smacked right onto Li Hanfeng's face. The whole class burst into laughter. Tomorrow is the fate-deciding awakening day. Everyone else is desperately meditating to channel energy into their bodies, but look at Li Hanfeng. He is just holding a trashy comic book and grinning like an idiot every single day. He probably lost his mind after his parents were killed in action a few days ago. The former top student of number 1 high school is completely ruined. Hearing the harsh mockery around him, Li Hanfeng removed the comic book from his face and rubbed his reddened nose. His best friend, Fatty Cow, was sweating anxiously beside him. Fengzi, stop reading. If you do not get a good talent in tomorrow's awakening, how are you going to avenge your parents? Li Hanfeng did not argue. He just yawned lazily and reopened the comic book in his hand. Revenge Awakening. He did not care at all what kind of bullshit talent he would awaken tomorrow. Because just now, as he turned a new page, the transparent progress bar on his retina that only he could see finally reached the very end. Ding, anime superpower system integration is at 99%. Please continue reading, host. Once the task is completed, you can extract any ability from the current comic. Looking at the dazzling golden lightning in the comic book, a crazed grin curled the corner of Li Hanfeng's mouth. Tremble World of High Martial Arts. Once I extract thunder breathing, you all will know the meaning of true cruelty. Dragon Country, SH Base City, Extraordinary First High School, Grade 3, Class 1. Morning inside the classroom. On the podium, the homeroom teacher Gyu Quan, wearing a black Zhongshan suit, was giving a booming pre-awakening day pep talk. Tomorrow is the Extraordinary Awakening Day. Extraordinary abilities are roughly divided into 5 major categories: elemental, enhancement, transformation, auxiliary, and special. He suddenly stopped talking, his gaze sweeping toward the young man sitting by the window in the back row. That kid not only made the whole class burst into laughter just now, but he is actually still holding a comic book and giggling silly right now. Li Hanfeng, stand up and answer the question. Li Hanfeng was immersed in the joy of being about to extract the breath of thunder. Hearing his name called, he stood up helplessly. The homeroom teacher looked at the lazy-looking boy wearing a black high-collar windbreaker and asked, "How are the strength levels classified after Extraordinary Awakening?" Li Hanfeng composed himself, wiped the smile off his face, and replied, "Once you awaken your talent, you become an extraordinary. There are 9 tiers of the extraordinary. When you just awaken, it is tier 0. Drawing energy into the body and retaining it in the dancing counts as tier 1. 9 tiers form a realm divided into low, middle, and high with 3 tiers each. This is the classification for the extraordinary realm. I am not sure about anything higher." As for talent ranks from strongest to weakest, they are SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and the legendary God rank. He rubbed his nose, which was still sore from being hit earlier. The homeroom teacher gave him a flat look and continued to press, "Tell us about the origin and development of the extraordinary." Li Hanfeng blurted out, 1,000 years ago, time-space rifts appeared in the sky of the blue planet and foreign races invaded. Human technology collapsed completely in less than 300 years of resistance. Countries disintegrated and merged, eventually forming 3 major countries: the Dragon Country, the Freedom Country, and Great Britain, which formed the Extraordinary United Federation. Along with the invasion of the foreign races came spiritual energy. Humans were baptized by this energy to awaken their abilities and become extraordinaries. Later, the 1 emperor, 2 sovereigns, 4 kings, and 7 peerless emerged out of nowhere to guard all directions, which finally stabilized the human retreat. Mentioning the 1 emperor, 2 sovereigns, 4 kings, and 7 peerless, even Li Hanfeng's lazy expression turned a bit serious. These titles were the ultimate idols for countless extraordinaries. The students in the class were also instantly fired up, and their chatter grew louder. Extraordinary power has been developing for hundreds of years. Sooner or later, we will wipe out all those monsters. Technological weapons are also getting stronger. Sooner or later, we will blow a foreign rift to pieces with a single shot. Tomorrow, I will definitely defy heaven and change my fate, awaken an SSS-ranked talent, and slaughter all the foreign races. Alright, stop dreaming. SSS-ranked talent, just try to get into one of the 7 peerless universities first. Ignoring the surrounding noise, Li Hanfeng looked at the 99% progress bar on his retina and murmured softly, "Almost there. Just wait a bit longer and I will be able to activate my cheat soon." The teacher on the podium suddenly spoke up, "Quiet, you answered well just now. Come to my office after school." Li Hanfeng's excited expression collapsed instantly. After class. Because of the teacher's special attention, Li Hanfeng boredly pulled out the Demon Slayer manga, right at the part where Zenitsu Agatsuma was fighting his senior brother Kaigaku. Thunder-breathing 7th form, Flaming Thunder God. A golden flash of lightning struck and Kaigaku's head was thrown high into the air. I did not see it too fast, and what did he use? Seeing this, Li Hanfeng's gaze hardened, and he made a decision in his heart. Hey, lunatic, what is so good about that trash book? A head suddenly popped up beside him. I got a new set of study materials last night. Interested? Li Hanfeng's face went dark. The speaker was a fat guy who was 1.9 meters tall and weighed over 250 pounds. He stood beside him like a small mountain, wiggling his thick eyebrows with a sleazy expression. Not interested right now, I am only interested in manga. Li Hanfeng glared at him sideways. Fatty, you need to grow up. Do not let your desires control your right hand. Having said that, he looked back down at his book, preparing to rush the final 1% of the progress. The fat guy was named Cao Yumeng, Li Hanfeng's childhood best friend. The two used to share the same bad tastes and loved to study this kind of study materials together. Until 7 days ago, everything changed. 7 days ago on Earth, in order to save a little girl who ran a red light, Li Hanfeng was hit by a truck and sent flying. When he opened his eyes again, he was sitting in this classroom. He had transmigrated. After integrating his memories, he learned that this was a high martial world where foreign races could attack the cities at any time. As a promising young man from a peaceful era, Li Hanfeng was freaking out at the time. Fortunately though, the standard cheat for all transmigrators, the system was here. Ding, the anime superpower system has successfully integrated, now issuing the activation task. Ding, please choose one of the available manga to read. Task requirement, memorize all the abilities, character names, and plot details within it. Task reward, you can choose one ability from your selected manga. As soon as the voice in his head faded, a screen of light floated before Li Hanfeng. Arranged neatly like an electronic bookshelf from his past life, it displayed famous anime such as Naruto, Jujutsu Kaisen, One Piece, Bleach, and Demon Slayer. As a die-hard anime fan, Li Hanfeng's heart raced. Sharing in Devil Fruits, Zanpakuto, any one of them would give him off-the-charts combat power. But he quickly calmed down. He was still just an unawakened weakling, so what he needed most right now was an ability that could quickly boost his combat power and suit his current foundation. Ultra-long series like One Piece and Naruto were ruled out immediately. By the time he finished reading them, he would be long dead. After thinking it over, he set his sights on Demon Slayer. First, it was short and could be finished quickly. Second, the core ability of Demon Slayer, breathing styles, could greatly enhance physical strength through unique breathing techniques. In this extraordinary world filled with spiritual energy, using it to power a breathing style would definitely trigger a qualitative change, turning him into a powerhouse in close combat. By comparison, even if he were given a Sharingan right now, his trash-tier spiritual energy would not even let him summon a Susanoo. No matter how powerful the support, it would be useless. With a clear goal, Li Hanfeng decisively chose Demon Slayer, beginning his days and nights of non-stop manga grinding. Hey Fengzi, tomorrow is Awakening Day. Have you decided which academy to apply to? His desk mate, Cao Yumeng, nudged Li Hanfeng's shoulder with his elbow, pulling his thoughts back to reality. Li Hanfeng turned his head and said earnestly, Fatty, focus. Put away your study materials for now. After awakening our talents tomorrow, try your best to get into the 7 peerless academies. If you can awaken an S-class talent or higher, then go all out for the 4 Kings Academies. College is right around the corner and I heard it is brutal. People actually die. The so-called 4 Kings Academies and 7 Peerless Academies were 11 universities founded under the names of the Dragon Kingdom's top 4 kings and 7 peerless figures, and countless people fought to get into them. Looking at Li Hanfeng's serious face, Cao Yumeng was stunned. He felt his best friend had changed over the past few days, becoming somewhat mature. Got it, Fengzi, I will listen to you, Cao Yumeng nodded. You have to work hard too, let us try to get into the same university. Li Hanfeng smiled slightly. All right, go back to what you were doing, do not disturb my reading. Cao Yumeng was speechless. So much for working hard to get into a top school, this was it. He did not say anything else and silently turned back, his posture looking a bit dejected. The afternoon went on. The entire afternoon passed without incident. During class, Li Hanfeng played a game of wits with his teachers while squeezing in moments to pull out his big treasure for a peek. The Demon Slayer manga, do not get the wrong idea. The current classes mostly covered theoretical knowledge like alien species guides, beast behaviors, and spiritual herb encyclopedias, all of which Li Hanfeng already knew by heart. As a famous straight-A student at number 1 high school, the superhuman teachers on the podium knew exactly that he was slacking off. He got away with it purely because of favoritism. Once his grades slipped, he would immediately experience how cruel those teachers could be. Since tomorrow morning was awakening day, there were no combat classes today and school was soon over. After school in the homeroom teacher's office, the homeroom teacher Guo Quan was flipping through a thick stack of student files. When he reached Li Hanfeng's page, his movements paused and he shook his head with a soft sigh. "Knock knock knock, teacher, it is me." Li Hanfeng's voice came from outside. Guo Quan casually closed the file and said, "Come in." Li Hanfeng pushed the door open and walked in. The middle-aged man before him, dressed in a Zhongshan suit with meticulously styled hair, looked serious and old-fashioned on the outside, but was actually quite the opposite. Guo Quan looked up at him, pointed to the chair in front of his desk, and assumed a lecturing posture. "Take a seat." "Will do." Li Hanfeng did not stand on ceremony either, pulling the chair over and sitting down. Guo Quan fell silent for a moment before getting straight to the point. "The other teachers told me you have been a bit off lately. If you are facing any difficulties, tell me. I know about your family." He cut himself off. The smile on Li Hanfeng's face stiffened for a split second before returning to normal. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Guo Quan quickly tried to make amends. "Let us not talk about that. You are my student. If you have any problems, just speak up. If I can help, I will." Li Hanfeng put on his lazy smile again and said casually, "I know, teach. You know me, right?" At that, his tone suddenly dropped and a look of sadness crossed his face. "But honestly, teach, there is indeed something I need your help with." Seeing this, Guo Quan looked serious. "Go ahead, I will do whatever I can. I would like to take a leave of absence after tomorrow's awakening and only return for the college entrance exams." Li Hanfeng's tone shifted and his signature lazy smile returned. "No problem, it is just a leave." Guo Quan suddenly snapped back to his senses, his face instantly turning dark. Realizing he had been fooled by the kid, he suppressed his rising anger and asked, "What on earth do you need such a long leave for?" "School is too noisy, it gets in the way of my manga reading. I can only focus at home." Li Hanfeng blinked innocently. "Get out!" Guo Quan roared, grabbing the files on his desk and making a motion to throw them. Li Hanfeng slipped away like grease, turning and dashing out of the door, though he did not forget to poke his head back in to yell before closing it. "Thanks, teach, bye, teach." Walking on his way home, Li Hanfeng shook off his usual laziness, a fleeting trace of sorrow flashing deep within his dark eyes. When he transmigrated, he already knew that the original host's parents had sacrificed their lives during an alien invasion, just a week before he arrived. Both of his parents were members of the base city guard. To save a little girl, they teamed up to hold off a peak tier 6 alien. Fighting opponents of a higher tier was already incredibly dangerous and the outcome was predictable. Both were killed in action. There was something fishy about this. 3 alien invasions a year in the base city was already considered highly frequent, let alone the appearance of a peak mid-stage transcendent alien. Usually, when aliens infiltrated, they either sent cannon fodder to gather intel or assassinated genius students. The situation his parents encountered was too rare and too coincidental. Li Hanfeng buried his doubts deep inside. Right now, he lacked the strength and thinking too much was pointless. Perhaps because of this, he was able to transmigrate and merge into this body. Under the influence of the soul fusion, he always felt an indescribable sense of loss. Especially when he was alone, it always felt bad. Thinking of this, Li Hanfeng muttered to himself in a low voice. "Do not worry, I will live on for both of us. Your parents are my parents, I will avenge this." The heavy atmosphere vanished instantly. A razor-sharp glint flashed in his eyes before he reverted to his usual lazy demeanor. He pulled a Demon Slayer manga from his jacket pocket and slowly walked home. Meanwhile, Krieg. Pushing open the door, Li Hanfeng closed it behind him and headed straight to the kitchen. The house was about 150 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. He skillfully boiled some water and cracked 2 eggs into a pan. The entire time his head was down, staring at the Demon Slayer manga in his left hand. The story was at the part where Tanjiro was fighting Muzan one-on-one. Muzan had been drugged by Tamyo, causing his physical functions to plummet, while Tanjiro was unleashing a frenzy of attacks with his sun breathing. Just as the sun was about to rise and victory was in sight, Li Hanfeng suddenly smelled something burning. Is this manga really that realistic? I can even smell something burning. He froze for a moment, then snapped his gaze to the pan. The 2 eggs had already turned into 2 pieces of black charcoal. A dark line appeared on Li Hanfeng's forehead. Damn it! He silently took out 2 instant noodle blocks and threw them into the pot. Plain noodles for dinner tonight. Later, he's back. Oha. It is Tanjiro. Oha. After finishing his plain noodles, Li Hanfeng returned to his room to keep grinding through the manga. The story had already reached the final chapter. As Yushiro tearfully murmured, "Lady Tamyo, it is all over." Ding, the activation task has been completed. System activating, please wait. Ding, system activated successfully. Please claim your reward on the system panel. Just as the cold mechanical voice faded, a screen of light popped up in front of him. The panel was very simple, divided into personal info, item shop, anime abilities, and bookshelf. In the bottom right corner, a stat was displayed: kill points. Li Hanfeng quickly scanned the instructions. Personal info was the status panel, while the item shop and anime abilities were self-explanatory. The core lay in the bookshelf. It stored all kinds of manga, and the one in his hand came from right here. Its function was to unlock anime abilities. For example, in Naruto, if you want the main Manjikayo Sharingan, you have to read to the part of the story where the main Manjikayo Sharingan appears. Once unlocked, you buy them using kill points. Kill points are the system currency, and the same goes for purchasing items. And the source of kill points was very straightforward. Killing aliens, exotic beasts, or even humans would yield them. Quests were issued randomly and could be viewed on the personal panel. This is basically killing monsters to level up in disguise. Li Hanfeng muttered to himself. With a thought, he summoned the panel. Name: Li Hanfeng. Age 17. Race: human. Talent: unawakened. Level: tier 0. Skills: none. Quest system activation completed. Seeing the panel empty, he directly clicked to submit the quest. Ding, please choose one of the following abilities as your reward. Various breathing styles appeared on the light screen. Li Hanfeng had already made up his mind and made his choice without hesitation. Thunder breathing. The fastest and most explosive breathing style in the Demon Slayer world. Aiming for a one-hit kill, it was perfect for someone like him whose sword skills were rusty. Most importantly, it looked incredibly cool. A massive wave of information flooded his mind. Once he finished digesting it, an irrepressible excitement appeared on his usually lazy face. As expected, after the breathing style fused with the spiritual energy of this world, it received an epic buff. Not only could it enhance physical functions during combat, but it could also absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. Once he mastered total concentration constant, his cultivation efficiency would skyrocket. More importantly, what was originally a pure reinforcement type ability had now become a reinforcement type plus element type. Adding the fact that he could cultivate it on his own, it was almost equivalent to a special type. This buff is just ridiculous. Li Hanfeng immediately refreshed his personal panel. Name: Li Hanfeng. Age 17. Race: human. Talent: thunder breathing. Level: tier 0. Skills: none. Quest: none. Since the breathing style was classified as a talent, the 7 forms of thunder breathing naturally counted as skills. The skill slot was empty, meaning he still needed to break through to tier 1 to master them. He immediately sat cross-legged and activated total concentration breathing. When he exhaled, 2 streams of white mist shot out from the corners of his mouth, as if squeezed out by his powerful lungs. When he inhaled, the surrounding spiritual energy poured into his body through his nasal passage. He immediately guided the spiritual energy down to his danshin. Once the spiritual energy condensed into a vortex in his danshin, it could automatically absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Only then would he truly step into the ranks of Tier 1 transcendence. Using total concentration breathing for the first time, Li Hanfeng only lasted half an hour before losing his strength and collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. Hugh, this breathing style is way too strong. He was covered in sweat, but an ecstatic smile was plastered on his face. In just 5 minutes, the vortex had already taken shape. The rest of the time was spent expanding his danshin, and the vortex was now a full size larger than when it first formed. The moment the vortex formed, a new piece of information appeared in his mind. He called up the panel again. Name Li Hanfeng. Age 17. Race human. Talent thunder breathing. Level transcendent tier 1. Skills thunder breathing first form thunderclap and flash. Quest none. It really did awaken, Li Hanfeng grinned. He got up and carefully felt the changes in his body. My strength, coordination, and explosive power have completely skyrocketed. Running the breathing style and enhancing it with spiritual energy makes it a complete transformation. Is this the difference between mortals and transcendents? Li Hanfeng clenched his fists tightly, feeling the power surging in his body. After taking a hot shower, the night was already late. He lay back in bed and began planning in silence. My top priority is to get a blade. A spiritual weapon is my first choice with fast spiritual energy conversion and high power, but it is just too expensive. Next, I need to visit the Tech Martial building to adapt to my current strength as soon as possible. In tomorrow's Transcendent Awakening. Right, I still need to tell the homeroom teacher about taking a leave of absence. After sorting out his plans, the corner of Li Hanfeng's mouth curled up. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. At noon the next day, at the Awakening Plaza of No. 1 High School, SH Base City. Class 2 Wang Dingshan. As the teacher called his name, Wang Dingshan from Class 2 senior year quickly walked up to the awakening stage. His face was filled with excitement and his body trembled slightly. When he stood before the awakening stone, the evaluating teacher said, "Put your hand on the awakening stone, then calm your mind and feel the fluctuations of spiritual energy entering your body. It will trigger your talent." Okay, Wang Dingshan hurriedly placed his hand on the round, watermelon-sized stone in front of him, which glowed with a milky white spiritual light, and then closed his eyes. A moment later, an earthy yellow light suddenly emerged on the awakening stone, which originally emitted a faint milky white glow. As the light grew brighter, Wang Dingshan opened his eyes, and a faint, semi-transparent layer of earthen armor appeared on his body. At the same time, 4 indicator lights lit up on the pillar holding the awakening stone, and there were 8 indicator lights in total. Extraordinary talent, Earth System Earthen Armor, talent grade B grade. As the evaluating teacher finished speaking, Wang Dingshan walked down from the awakening stage with an excited face, and there was quite a stir among the crowd below. Wow, this Wang Dingshan from Class 2 was really holding back. A B-grade elemental talent, I am so jealous. Exactly, you have to realize that B-grade talent is already an excellent combatrity level, and it is even an elemental type. Damn, when it is my turn, I want to awaken at least a B-grade talent too and join the combat unit. Standing in the crowd, a boy in black clothes with a comic book in his left hand and his right hand in his pocket heard these discussions and looked up slightly. Indeed, B-grade was a very good talent. After all, not just any talent could qualify someone for the combat units. Some people awakened talents that were not suitable for the front lines, and they could only transition to the technology department. Only those who awakened a C-grade talent or higher and one that possessed either combat or support capabilities could join the combat units. It could be said that Awakening Day was the day that defined your future path. Only those with a C-grade talent or higher could choose the martial arts exam, the rest could only choose the science exam, contributing to the Blue Stars technology after graduation. Obviously, in this era, people preferred the martial arts exam over the science exam. After all, what hot-blooded youth would not long to slay enemies on the battlefield and defend their homeland? The evaluations on stage continued. Zhang Ziwen, Class 1, C-grade support system, Eye of Perception. Huang Sheng, Class 5, B-grade special system, Air Manipulation. Wang Fei, Class 8, C-grade elemental system, Water Manipulation. At this moment, 2 figures stood on the high platform at the back of the Awakening Plaza. One of them was dressed in a suit, around 40 years old, with slick-back hair and a solemn expression, looking very poised and serious. The man in the suit spoke. "Principal, this year's students seem quite good. The overall quality is much better than last year, is not it?" As he spoke, he looked at the figure beside him wearing a training outfit. The man looked to be in his 50s or 60s, but his hair showed no signs of turning gray. He was high-spirited and showed no signs of aging. The principal replied, "Director Zhang, you are looking at it one-sidedly. Although it is overall better than last year, no top-tier extraordinary talents have appeared. No matter how many B-grade and C-grade talents there are, they cannot become the future pillars of the country." Hearing this, Director Zhang sighed and shook his head, then said, "True, let us keep watching. After all, it is not over yet. We should still hold on to some hope, do not you think?" These two figures were indeed the vice principal of No. 1 High School, Li Xingwu, and the director of instruction, Zhang Yuanfeng. Li Xingwu then said, "True, after all, last year we had at least one A grade. I heard that they are now about 2. Saying this, he suddenly turned to look at the awakening stage, a hint of shock appearing on his face, which made Zhang Yuanfeng quickly turn to look as well. They saw a dazzling blue and white beam of light erupt from the awakening stone, illuminating the entire plaza like a mini sun. However, the surrounding crowd felt no warmth. Instead, a piercing, bone-chilling cold swept over them. This is, Li Xingwu's eyes widened, completely speechless. Beside him, Zhang Yuanfeng was in the same state. Standing in front of the awakening stone was a young girl wearing a purple dress. Her hair fell down to her waist like a waterfall, and her delicate, oval face showed no emotion at all. Her beautiful eyes were as calm as water, radiating an indescribably aloof aura. One of her hands was resting on the awakening stone. At this moment, all 8 indicator lights on the stone pillar had lit up. The ground within a 10-meter radius around her was already covered in a layer of frost, and even half of her face was coated with frost, adding a touch of icy elegance to her aloof figure. The evaluating teacher was also filled with shock and forgot to speak for a moment. It took him quite a while to snap out of it, and he then announced, "Class 7 Murong Qingying, Extraordinary Talent, Ice System Glacial Epoch, Talent Grade, SSS Grade." After speaking, the evaluating teacher swallowed hard, the shock still not fading from his face. "Oh my, No. 1 High School has hit the jackpot." Murong Qingying nodded slightly to the evaluating teacher and then slowly walked down. Her face remained calm, showing not a single unnecessary expression, giving off a vibe of keep away. Below the stage. "Holy crap, today I have truly seen it all. Oh my god, as expected of the aloof goddess, an SSS grade elemental talent, and she is so beautiful, that is just ridiculous. By the way, it seems the aloof goddess only transferred here this semester. Where is she from? Could she be from a prestigious family? Can someone explain what SSS grade means? Any big shots care to enlighten us? As expected of my goddess, go for it, I will be your simp forever." The crowd had completely erupted into an uproar, with people talking and cheering all over. Indeed, how could these students have ever seen such a sight? Were not talents of this grade only found in rumors on the internet and in legends? Yet when the rumor appeared right before their eyes, the feeling in their hearts was truly indescribable. They could only shout and cheer it out. The two on the high platform also snapped out of their daze, their expressions tightening up. They exchanged a look, and Zhang Yuanfeng said, "She seems to be from the Murong family of Magic City, right?" Li Xingwu nodded without saying a word, but a trace of shock was still faintly visible on his face. Below the stage. "Fengzi, it is almost our turn, how do you feel?" Beside Li Hanfeng, Cao Yumeng seemed a bit nervous. He clenched his fists and punched Li Hanfeng's shoulder as he spoke, as if to vent his emotions. This brought a dark line to Li Hanfeng's face, and he rolled his eyes. It made sense. After all, having an SSS grade talent right before them put immense pressure on those who came next. Although it was not that they had to compare themselves to her, the pressure in their hearts was still huge. After all, comparing oneself to others is human nature. Thinking of this, Li Hanfeng pondered for a moment, put the Naruto manga in his pocket, and said, "Fatty, do not feel pressured. There is no need to compare yourself to others, just be yourself. Besides, I believe your talent will not be bad either. Given your build, if you awaken a reinforcement type, it should be at least B grade. Relax, relax." Li Hanfeng's tone was unusually serious. He patted Cao Yumeng's shoulder as he spoke to comfort him. Cao Yumeng was indeed a bit dazed. What was this guy talking about? I asked you how that Murong Qingying looked, so why are you comforting me? Are you warning me not to look at the swan like a toad or what? Dazed for a moment, Cao Yumeng spoke again. Fengzi, I was asking you what you think of Goddess Murong. The expression on Li Hanfeng's face froze instantly. Li Hanfeng expressionlessly lifted the hand he had placed on Cao Yumeng's shoulder. Just as he was about to turn this emotion-manipulating fat boy into a dead one, a voice came from the awakening platform. Senior 3 Class 1, Li Hanfeng. Feeling as if he had just received a royal pardon, Cao Yumeng hurriedly said, Fengzi, it is your turn. You go up first and I will go after you are done. Hearing this, Li Hanfeng, who was about to turn and go up the stage, froze slightly. He turned around, stared at Cao Yumeng and said, This time, you would better be talking about going up the awakening platform. With that, Li Hanfeng turned and left, leaving Cao Yumeng standing there in utter confusion for a long time before he finally managed to squeeze out one word, damn. At this moment, Li Hanfeng, who was walking towards the awakening platform, and Murong Qingying, who had just stepped down, happened to cross paths in the same aisle. Looking at Murong Qingying walking towards him, Li Hanfeng could not help but marvel at her beautiful face, her cold temperament, and her monstrous talent. It was truly daunting. However, the moment they passed each other, both of them paused slightly before resuming their pace in an instant and continuing past. But in that split second, a different thought flashed through both of their minds at the exact same time. So strong. The lazy expression on Li Hanfeng's face suddenly turned serious, and a faint golden arc of electricity could be seen flashing through his eyes. Was that an illusion? Murong Qingying's expressionless face also frowned slightly. She then walked to the side, turned around, and looked at the boy who was about to awaken his talent. Having slowly walked onto the awakening platform, Li Hanfeng looked at the awakening stone in front of him with a hint of anticipation. What rank would thunder-breathing reach in this world? Just then, the testing teacher spoke. Put your hand on the awakening stone when you are ready. All right. Li Hanfeng acknowledged and slowly placed his right hand on the awakening stone. Within moments, a golden yellow light burst from the stone. It was not as blinding as when Murong Qingying awakened, but the sound of crackling electricity could be heard. At this moment, visible golden yellow arcs of electricity danced wildly across Li Hanfeng's body. Each flash was accompanied by a crackling sound of electricity, inspiring awe and fear. However, Li Hanfeng's gaze was fixed on the awakening pillar. It was not until 6 indicator lights lit up on the pillar that all the commotion finally died down. S-rank not bad. A slight smile appeared on Li Hanfeng's face. This awakening stone could probably only test the elemental boost or physical enhancement of thunder breathing. It could not detect that thunder breathing could also absorb spiritual energy and that it was a special 3-in-1 type. All things considered, thunder breathing should be far more than this, at least SS rank. Just then, the testing teacher's voice came. Li Hanfeng, Senior 3, Class 1. Transcendent Talent, Unknown Enhancement Type, Talent Rank, S rank. SSS. As soon as the words fell, a collective gasp rose from the crowd below. The appearance of yet another top-tier talent truly shocked the students. After the shock passed, a wave of applause and cheers erupted. Oh my god, S-rank, another top-tier talent. Our school is really killing it this year. Hey, top student, want a date? My rank is D, water element. Oh my god, the one in front, you would better be talking about your talent rank. Down below, Cao Yumeng yelled at the top of his lungs. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. S-rank, Fengzi, I am following you from now on. I will give you all the study materials I have collected at home, just please carry me. Meanwhile, Guo Quan, standing at the front of the Class 1 queue, was also thrilled. With clenched fists, he kept muttering, good boy, what a great boy, great, fantastic. He kept repeating similar words over and over. It should not be just this, the golden yellow electric arcs dancing on him during the awakening. It should not be an enhancement type, could it be a dual talent? Standing to the side, Murong Qingying was somewhat puzzled, her brow slightly furrowed. She did not have a definitive answer unless she tested it. The moment she passed by that boy earlier, she actually felt a slight sense of danger. She originally thought it was an illusion, but seeing the scene of the boy's awakening, her intuition told her that this person was very strong. Murong Qingying took a deep look at the boy who was slowly walking down the stage, murmuring softly, Li Hanfeng. Immediately she turned and left. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Hanfeng returned to the Class 1 lineup, only to be slapped hard on the shoulder by a hand, followed by a loud laugh in his ear. Good boy, great ahahah. Looking at this student who usually had outstanding grades, Guo Quan grew more and more pleased the more he looked at him. Just then Cao Yumeng also ran over. He was about to speak when a shout came from the stage, Senior 3, Class 1, Cao Yumeng. Helplessly, Cao Yumeng had no choice but to go up and awaken first. Along the way, he turned back and waved at Li Hanfeng. Soon, Cao Yumeng stood before the awakening stone. At this moment he was still somewhat nervous. With the only chance in his life to change his fate, no matter how carefree he was, he could not stay calm. Put your hand on it when you are ready. The testing teacher's voice came. Okay, Cao Yumeng said as he placed his hand on the awakening stone and closed his eyes. A moment later, a brown light burst from the awakening stone and the phantom of a wild bear materialized over Cao Yumeng. The bear's claws were a full 20 centimeters long, gleaming with a metallic luster. Its entire back was slightly humped and covered in thick scales, looking exceptionally fierce. Cao Yumeng, Senior 3, Class 1, Transcendent Talent, Transformation Type Armored Back Ripping Claw Bear, Talent Rank, A rank. Holy crap, the fat boy is actually an A rank. I refuse to accept this, the world is so unfair. Why? How does this dead fatty deserve this? It makes sense for the goddess to be amazing because she is beautiful, and it is understandable for the top student to be amazing because he is a genius. But as for you, fatty, I just will not accept it. Stop whining, he has got an A-rank transcendent talent now. Watch out, he might come looking for trouble with you later. Just like the previous 2 times, the crowd below fell into an uproar. The difference was that the first 2 times were cheers, whereas this time was filled with boos. Meanwhile, on the high platform, I take back my previous words, this batch of students is indeed quite good. Although he said this, the excitement on Li Xingwu's face could not be hidden. Zhang Yuanfang, who was next to him, just chuckled and did not respond directly. Instead, he said with a serious face, that student named Li Hanfeng is not simple. Hearing this, Li Xingwu waved his hand dismissively. No matter, we will naturally see his level when the college entrance examination comes. After saying that, the two smiled at each other and then vanished from the high platform. Ignoring the boos around him, Cao Yumeng ran down the stage to Li Hanfeng and actually dragged him to arm wrestle. Judging by this posture, it looked like he was trying to bend Li Hanfeng. Naturally, Li Hanfeng ignored him. He dragged Guo Quan and slipped away, waving at Cao Yumeng as he left. Leaving Fat Cow bewildered in the wind. What is that supposed to mean? You are not playing with me. After returning to the office with Guo Quan, Li Hanfeng directly said, Homeroom teacher, I am serious about asking for leave. I really have some things to handle. Hearing this, Guo Quan was stunned, but seeing Li Hanfeng's serious expression and serious tone, which did not seem fake, he pondered for a moment and asked, when? Right now would be best, Li Hanfeng replied. Then the upcoming technique transmission meeting. I do not need it, Li Hanfeng interrupted before he could finish. Hearing this, Guo Quan was startled. As the name suggested, the technique transmission meeting was a meeting to impart methods of cultivation. After the students awakened, the homeroom teacher would teach them personally. Because it involved secrets, it was not allowed to be spread in any written form. Thinking of this, Guo Quan looked at Li Hanfeng. It seems you have got your own opportunities, kid. Go ahead, remember to submit the leave slip later and make sure you come back for the college entrance exam. Guo Quan did not ask further, he trusted this student quite a bit. Alright, thanks homeroom teacher, goodbye. With that, Li Hanfeng immediately turned around. He put his left hand in his pocket, pulled out a Naruto manga and walked toward the school cafeteria with his head down. It was already noon and he had not eaten yet. Seeing this, Guo Quan also shook his head with a bitter smile. This kid did not look like he was in a hurry at all. Bay City, in front of Lingbao Pavilion. A teenager in a black windbreaker with a somewhat lazy demeanor was gazing at the grand building ahead. It was a massive guild building. The entrance alone was 10 meters wide, guarded by 2 jade Pixiu statues standing 3 meters tall, looking majestic and imposing. The five-story structure had a golden roof and stone walls painted with various colorful auspicious beasts. Above the tall entrance hung a plaque, upon which three characters Lingbao Pavilion were carved in a sweeping, elegant calligraphy. The entire building was glittering with gold, making four words instantly spring to mind. Outrageously filthy rich. After muttering to himself, Li Hanfeng put away the Naruto manga in his hand, looked up at the three characters of Lingbao Pavilion and then walked forward slowly. Lingbao Pavilion was a guild specializing in buying and selling cultivation resources, weapons, and combat techniques, with its influence spreading across every base city in the Dragon Country. Li Hanfeng's goal was clear: he needed to get a sword first. After all, his current abilities required a blade. Without one, was he supposed to chop monsters with his bare hands? Hello, welcome to Lingbao Pavilion. How may I help you? As soon as he stepped inside, a sweet and pleasant female voice reached his ears. Turning his head, he saw a mature woman walking slowly toward him. She had long, snow-white legs, and her high heels clicked against the floor as she approached with a professional smile on her face. I need a sword, preferably a spiritual energy weapon. Looking at the woman, Li Hanfeng could not help but marvel. As expected of Lingbao Pavilion, even the receptionist was such a beauty. It really oozed class. Understood. What grade of spiritual energy weapon are you looking for? The beautiful receptionist did not show any other emotion, maintaining her professional smile. I would like to look at the low-grade and mid-grade ones first before deciding, Li Hanfeng said after a moment of deliberation. Spiritual energy weapons were crafted from special spiritual metals. These weapons could conduct spiritual energy much better, making them highly favored by the extraordinaries. The grades were divided into low, mid, and high. Li Hanfeng was not very clear about anything above that. The difference between low-grade and mid-grade spiritual energy weapons lay in their hardness, sharpness, toughness, and the efficiency of spiritual energy conversion. And spiritual energy conversion rate, as the name suggested, referred to the efficiency with which the weapon converted spiritual energy. For example, for a slash of the same power infused with spiritual energy, a mid-grade weapon would consume less spiritual energy compared to a low-grade one. In other words, with the same input of spiritual energy, a mid-grade weapon dealt significantly more damage than a low-grade one. Not to mention ordinary alloy weapons whose spiritual energy utilization was pitifully low. As for high-grade spiritual energy weapons, it was said that besides higher energy utilization, they also possessed special abilities, though the specifics remained unknown. Of course, please follow me, sir. The beautiful receptionist made a gesture of invitation and then led Li Hanfeng toward the second floor. The two went up to the second floor and entered a shop filled with combat sabers. The receptionist then called out to a middle-aged man guarding the shop. This gentleman is looking for a spiritual energy combat saber. Please attend to him. After saying this, she smiled slightly at Li Hanfeng, turned around, and slowly walked away with the clicking sound of her high heels. Hello, sir, what style of saber are you looking for? The middle-aged man's voice came at this moment. Can I look around first? As he spoke, Li Hanfeng scanned the various styles of sabers arranged on the nearby racks. Of course, feel free to browse, just let me know if you need anything. After saying this, the middle-aged man stood aside to wait. Li Hanfeng's gaze slowly swept across the various sabers on the racks. It had to be said that Lingbao Pavilion's reputation was well-deserved. The variety of weapons in their collection was incredibly rich. There were single-edged sabers, Pudao, elephant nose sabers, and even great Guandao, representing a wide variety of designs. Suddenly, Li Hanfeng's gaze locked onto a weapon. It was in the style of a straight Tang Dao. It appeared to be about 110 centimeters long, with a blade length of 80 centimeters and a width of about 4 centimeters. The blade was straight with 2 blood grooves. The tip featured a diamond-shaped facet glinting with a cold light that made it look exceptionally sharp. The hilt and scabbard were dark purple, wrapped in a layer of unknown beast hide that provided a better grip. The round, compact guard was crafted with openwork designs, giving it a very aesthetic look. Li Hanfeng walked over quickly and picked up the Tang Dao. It felt slightly heavy, and the beast hide wrapped around the hilt provided excellent friction. It weighed about 5 kilograms, which was just right for his current strength. Looking closely, the blade was carved with patterns, giving it a strong aura of slaughter. Looking at the weapon in his hand, Li Hanfeng liked it very much. He took the scabbard from the rack, sheathed the blade, and immediately asked, "How much is this sword?" "This is a top-tier low-grade super weapon. The original price is 8 million. If you have a membership card, you can get a discount," the middle-aged man replied. "All right, I will take this one," swipe the card. As he spoke, he took out a federal ID card and handed it to the middle-aged man. Although he looked nonchalant on the outside, his heart was bleeding inside from the sheer pain of the cost. His parents, both mid-grade extraordinaries who had worked in the city defense squad for half their lives, had only left him a savings of over 9 million. That was only enough for a top-tier low-grade, not even mid-grade extraordinary weapon. One could only imagine the cost. "Understood, please wait a moment." The middle-aged man turned to check out, but Li Hanfeng called out to him again. "Wait. Is there anything else you need?" The middle-aged man turned and asked. "Get me 10 spirit stones as well, put them on the same tab." "Certainly, please wait a moment." After saying this, the middle-aged man went to fetch the spirit stones. Spirit stones contained a massive amount of spiritual energy that could accelerate an extraordinary's cultivation. They were products of spiritual energy entering the blue star. They were good, but they were quite expensive. One stone cost 100,000 federal credits. With this, the inheritance left by his parents, aside from a house, was down to just 200,000 federal credits. He had to find a way to make money. Otherwise, without cultivation resources, the gap in grade between him and the top geniuses of those great clans would widen. Thinking of this, Li Hanfeng became even more determined about a certain idea in his mind. Moments later, the middle-aged man returned carrying a wooden box. Handing the items to Li Hanfeng, he said, "Here are the spirit stones you wanted and your ID card. Please take them." Li Hanfeng reached out to take the items. After putting away his ID card, he opened the wooden box to find 10 walnut-sized white jade stones. Just looking at them, he could feel the fluctuations of spiritual energy they emitted. He then closed the box. Then he said to the middle-aged man, "Thank you for your assistance. I will take my leave now." "You are very welcome. Take care, Mr. Li." The middle-aged man already knew Li Hanfeng's name from the ID card. Li Hanfeng nodded slightly, then turned and walked downstairs. As soon as he got downstairs, the beautiful receptionist who had attended to him earlier walked over and asked, "Are you leaving now?" Li Hanfeng nodded. "Yes." "Very well, take care. Please visit us again next time." As she spoke, she made a gesture of invitation and escorted Li Hanfeng out of Lingbao Pavilion. After stepping out of Lingbao Pavilion, Li Hanfeng looked up at the sky. Seeing that it was already around 4 in the afternoon, he deliberated slightly before murmuring to himself, "It is a bit too late to go train at the Q building now. I will go home and cultivate tonight, then start tomorrow." As he spoke, he turned and walked toward his home. Once he reached an empty street with a thought, the Tang Dao at his waist and the wooden box in his hand vanished, stored away in his system shop. The system shop had a storage function. He had only discovered this after testing it on his way here when he thought about buying a weapon which perfectly solved his lack of a storage ring. One had to know that storage rings were extremely precious, not something ordinary people could possess. He understood the principle that possessing a treasure could bring trouble, which was why he found a deserted street before putting the items away. Inside the city, although hanging a sword from one's waist would not look too strange in this era, it would still attract some attention. It was better to keep it hidden. Besides, he would not face sudden danger within the city, so there was no need to keep the blade on his waist all the time. On the way, Li Hanfeng found an accessory shop and bought a ring to wear on his finger to conceal the system's existence. After that, he pulled out his Naruto manga, lowered his head, and kept walking home. Walking into his house, Li Hanfeng looked at the wall clock. Because he had been delayed a bit on the way, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Head down, Li Hanfeng walked straight to his bedroom. Once inside, he put away the Naruto manga in his hand, sat cross-legged on the floor, and began to cultivate. With a thought, a wooden box appeared in his hand. Li Hanfeng opened it, took out 2 spirit stones, held one in each hand, and began to practice the total concentration breathing. Within moments, the spiritual energy around him began to gather toward Li Hanfeng. A small portion surged into his body through his pores, but the vast majority was directly inhaled through his mouth and nose, flowing into the spiritual energy cyclone in his danshin. Wisps of white mist began to exhale from both corners of Li Hanfeng's mouth. As he ran the breathing technique, trails of visible spiritual energy were drawn out from the spirit stones in his hands and absorbed directly into his body. The speed at which the cyclone in his dantian expanded was more than several times faster than before. As the breathing technique operated and the spiritual energy poured in, Li Hanfeng could clearly feel his bodily functions strengthening bit by bit, and the spiritual energy cyclone slowly expanding. This feeling excited Li Hanfeng. He loved the sensation of growing stronger. Just like that, until 2 hours later, Li Hanfeng, sitting cross-legged on the floor, suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of golden electricity darted across his eyes. Looking down at the 2 spirit stones in his hands, which were originally as milky white as jade but had now become dim and lusterless, he let out a low sigh. 2 hours of training cost 200,000. I really need to make money, otherwise I will not be able to hold out. Actually, what Li Hanfeng did not know was that the reason his spirit stones were consumed so quickly was entirely because the breathing technique was too overbearing. Others at the first rank would run their cultivation methods to slowly absorb the spiritual energy dissipating from the spirit stones. Those who could consume 1 spirit stone in a night of cultivation were already considered quite talented. But he ran the breathing technique to draw it out and inhale it directly, so how could it not be consumed fast? Of course, the speed of his improvement was also much faster. After slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Li Hanfeng stood up and casually threw the 2 depleted stones into the trash bin. He then felt the changes in his body. The spiritual energy vortex had expanded by more than a third, and now it had reached at least the mid-level of extraordinary rank 1. The changes in his body were also very obvious. His movements became lighter, his muscles firmer and filled with explosive power, his internal organs were strengthened significantly, and even his heartbeat felt much stronger. As expected, no matter which world it is, spending money is the ultimate truth. While thinking this, he was already walking towards the kitchen. There was no other reason he was hungry. Coming to the kitchen, Li Hanfeng started boiling water in a pot, cracked 2 eggs into a frying pan, and then casually pulled out the Naruto manga. During this time, if one observed closely, they would notice that Li Hanfeng's breathing was very long and drawn out, unlike usual. The rise and fall of his chest was also very slow, and he would occasionally make a faint hissing sound. He was already starting to practice total concentration, constant. Originally, Li Hanfeng did not want to be in such a hurry because he had other plans next and did not want to affect his physical condition. Practicing total concentration, constant, was extremely tiring. To make total concentration breathing as natural as daily breathing not only put a burden on the lungs but also required constant control. Turning it into an instinct was also a huge mental drain. Even though Li Hanfeng's bodily functions had improved a lot, it was currently impossible for him to maintain total concentration breathing for 24 hours, let alone overcoming instinct and changing breathing habits, which sounded like something that could not be achieved overnight. Once started, it could not be stopped until it became a habit and replaced instinct. This would have a significant impact on Li Hanfeng's upcoming plans, but there was no other way. The breathing technique absorbed spiritual energy incredibly fast. If he could master total concentration, constant, it would be equivalent to training 24 hours a day, even while sleeping. This would make up for the lack of spirit stones and might even be much faster, if he could get more spirit stones during this time. Thinking of this, Li Hanfeng's breathing became a bit hurried. He quickly gathered his thoughts, continued to control his breathing, and then put 2 instant noodle cakes into the pot. Just as he was about to look down at his book, he seemed to think of something and looked at the frying pan nearby. His breathing began to falter. A moment later, Li Hanfeng casually threw away 2 pieces of black charcoal, picked up a bowl of plain noodles from the table, and walked back to the living room. After finishing dinner, Li Hanfeng took a hot shower and lay back on the bed. He had been maintaining total concentration breathing the entire time, and now he was beginning to feel a slight swelling pain in his lungs. From the time he came home to cultivate until now, he had maintained the breathing technique for about 4 hours. His body was starting to experience slight discomfort. He felt that without fighting or doing strenuous exercise, his limit should be around 6 hours. Li Hanfeng silently noted down this time. Continuing to maintain the total concentration breathing, he slowly closed his eyes. The next morning, Sci-Tech Martial Arts Street. Li Hanfeng walked along the noisy street, still dressed in the same outfit but with a tang sword added to his waist. His eyes were half open, looking at the Naruto manga in his hand with a somewhat unfocused gaze. There were faint dark circles under his eyes, adding a touch of laziness and melancholy to his already somewhat indolent temperament. He had no choice. While sleeping last night, he had maintained total concentration, breathing the whole time. Consuming energy to maintain breathing made it hard to fall asleep in the first place, not to mention the swelling pain in his lungs that came with it. In this way, Li Hanfeng bounced back and forth between sleeping and waking up in pain all night. In any case, whenever he was conscious, he maintained total concentration breathing. As for after he fell asleep, he did not know and had no way of knowing. He could only try his best to control this breathing rhythm to make it an instinct. He had no choice but to endure the discomfort and pain. Lost in thought, Li Hanfeng soon arrived in front of a pavilion. The building was 9 stories high, looking very much like pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li's pagoda, but the whole structure was made of special metals and crystals, looking highly high-tech at a glance. This was precisely the destination of Li Hanfeng's trip, the Sci-Tech Martial Arts Tower. The Sci-Tech Martial Arts Tower was a place that specialized in providing virtual battlefields for various forces and training for extraordinary individuals. Under it, there were also departments for researching and selling Sci-Tech weapons. And the purpose of Li Hanfeng's visit here was, of course, for the virtual battlefield. The virtual battlefield was an epic-making technology developed by the Sci-Tech Martial Arts Tower. Through specialized equipment, it could pull a person's consciousness into a virtual world. It was said that the degree of realism in this virtual world was 99%. Moreover, this virtual world had been loaded with data templates of countless demon beasts and foreign races to help extraordinary individuals conduct actual combat training, making it very popular among them. By this time, Li Hanfeng had already walked into the Sci-Tech Martial Arts Tower and was looking around the lobby. There were barely any people inside, forming a sharp contrast with the bustling street outside. Instead, there were many artificial intelligences standing in various corners of the lobby. As for what these AIs were used for, Li Hanfeng was not sure, as it was his first time visiting this place. "Hello sir, how may I help you?" Just then, a pleasant voice sounded. Li Hanfeng turned his head to look. The newcomer was a lovely young girl with straight black hair tied into a ponytail, blinking a pair of lively, peach blossom eyes on a small and exquisite oval face. Her skin was like carved porcelain, and her entire being looked extremely pure and lovely. She was wearing a white tracksuit with sweat trickling down the side of her cheek, looking as if she had just finished training. Seeing this figure, even someone like Li Hanfeng, who had lived 2 lives and had been exposed to countless internet celebrities and stars in his past life, had a flash of amazement in his eyes, but he quickly recovered. By this time, the girl had already walked up to him. Li Hanfeng had regained his composure, a faint smile gracing his face. "Hello, I would like to train in the virtual battlefield," Li Hanfeng said. Seeing how quickly Li Hanfeng recovered, a flash of surprise also crossed the girl's beautiful eyes. She knew very well how other men usually looked at her, especially hot-blooded boys around 17 or 18. Yet this boy's eyes were clear and he wore a faint smile, which made a hint of curiosity flash in her eyes. "Understood, please follow me, I can take care of this." "Okay, thank you very much." Hearing this, Li Hanfeng could naturally guess that the girl's identity might not be ordinary, so he did not dare to be negligent. "You are welcome," the girl replied with a smile, then led the way toward an AI in the corner. Li Hanfeng also quickly put away his manga and followed her. When they arrived in front of the AI, the girl spoke directly to it. "Zio Qi, open the function options for the extraordinary battlefield. Please place your federal identity card." A synthesized electronic voice came from Zio Qi's mouth, and then it reached out its left hand, which had a circular chip on its palm. The girl did not say anything more but turned to look at Li Hanfeng. Li Hanfeng understood, quickly took out his identity card and placed it on Zio Qi's palm. Then, Zio Qi spoke again. "Federal citizen Li Hanfeng, identity verification complete. After speaking, it opened its right hand and a light screen popped up from its palm. The screen was filled with numerous options along with their corresponding prices, of course. Please select the battle level and target, Xiao Qi's voice sounded again. Li Hanfeng scanned the light screen seriously. Looking at the dozens of pages of foreign races and demon beasts on it, he fell into deep thought. Of course, he was mainly estimating the prices. But very quickly, Li Hanfeng saw two options. One was low-level random foreign race and the other was low-level random demon beast. This meant a random low-level foreign race or demon beast would appear. Starting from rank 1, rank 2 would only appear after killing rank 1, and the highest could reach the peak of rank 3. The prices for both options were the same, 50,000 federal coins per hour. Since Li Hanfeng still had 220,000 in savings, he could fight for 4 hours and still have 20,000 left for food. Sure enough, martial arts is a rich man's game. 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the afternoon. I can do this for 2 days and then go to the extraordinary guild after that, it is decided. Then let us start with the demon beasts, get ready for battle. With this thought, Li Hanfeng clenched his fists, with a hint of anticipation and eagerness showing on his face. Random low-tier demon beast, battle duration 1 hour. Selected, please proceed to battle cabin 17. Let us go, I will take you over. At this moment, the girl at the side looked at Li Hanfeng, who seemed eager to give it a try, and said with a smile. All right, sorry to trouble you, Li Hanfeng replied, immediately noticing the subtle shift in the girl's attitude. If her attitude and tone had been strictly businesslike at first, now they carried a hint of curiosity. She had even switched from the polite form of address to the casual one. A flash of annoyance crossed Li Hanfeng's face. What was that about, giving him the cold shoulder the moment she got paid? Still, he did not say anything, pulled out his card and followed her. Sensing the change in him, the girl paused slightly and a brief look of confusion crossed her pretty face. But it vanished instantly, and without another thought, she continued walking toward the back. The two arrived in front of a metal door. When it opened, they were greeted by rows of battle cabins, each 3 meters long and 1 meter high. They were arranged in perfect order, presenting a futuristic look with a strong visual impact. Led by the girl, Li Hanfeng soon arrived at battle cabin 17. She gestured for him to insert his ID card into the slot on the left. He complied, and with a soft hiss, the cabin door slowly opened and he immediately lay down inside. Once Li Hanfeng put on the mental connection helmet, the cabin door slowly closed again and a series of voice prompts sounded in his mind. Citizen identity, Li Hanfeng confirmed. Connecting you to the virtual battleground. Difficulty level, random low-tier demon beast. Connecting, please wait. Meanwhile, outside the cabin, the girl stared at the slowly closing door, lowering her eyes in deep thought. A moment later, as if she had suddenly thought of something, her beautiful eyes lit up. She turned to look at the door at the far end of the room, which was labeled Administrator Control Room. Just as she was about to head over, an old man suddenly appeared behind her. He showed up so abruptly and silently, it was as if he had not even existed a moment ago. Miss, we still have to go too. I know it is fine, I just want to watch. The girl cut the old man off before he could finish. Although her tone remained calm and she even wore a smile, she exuded an aura that was far too mature for a girl of her age. Yes, the old man replied, saying no more and nodding in agreement. Please join me as well. The girl turned to the old man with a sweet smile. With that, she began walking toward the administrator control room. At the same time, she thought to herself, I will just watch. Once he comes out, I will apologize to him. It should be fine. The old man said nothing. Without hesitation, he quickly caught up with her. Inside the control room, a light screen was projected onto the wall. The footage displayed was Battle Cabin 17, which the girl had accessed using her administrator privileges, showing exactly what Li Hanfeng was facing at this moment. Inside the virtual battleground. At this moment, standing right in front of Li Hanfeng was a demon wolf over 3 meters long, with a crystal horn nearly half a meter long growing from its forehead. Its limbs were incredibly powerful, with claws over 30 centimeters long that gleamed with a faint metallic luster, exuding a lethal sharpness. Its fangs were long and sharp, and it bared its teeth as its narrow beast-like eyes locked onto Li Hanfeng. With its hind legs slightly bent, it looked ready to charge at any moment. Gale Demon Wolf excels in speed. Its primary attack is with its front claws, and the crystal horn on its head is its trump card. Judging by its size, this is a Tier 1 Gale Demon Wolf. The demon beast's information and attack patterns instantly flashed through Li Hanfeng's mind. It had to be said that he truly possessed the fundamental traits of a straight-A student. Meanwhile, Li Hanfeng drew the Tang Dao conjured by the virtual battleground. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he held the blade across his chest, stepping 1 foot forward and bending his knees slightly, ready to spring forward at a moment's notice. Right at that moment, the Gale Demon Wolf kicked off the ground with its hind legs and shot toward Li Hanfeng like a bullet, tearing through the air. So fast. With no time to think, just as the demon wolf lunged in front of him and raised its claws to swipe at his head. Li Hanfeng swiftly slid to the right. Simultaneously, with a swing of his arms, the Tang Dao was swept across the demon wolf. Harnessing the momentum of his slide, Li Hanfeng twisted his waist and spun his body, slashing the Tang Dao directly at the wolf's neck. The wolf reacted incredibly fast. The sharp claws that were meant to strike Li Hanfeng's head were suddenly pulled back to block. With a metallic clang, the claws and the Tang Dao clashed. Li Hanfeng felt a massive recoil force travel down the blade and into his arms. Li Hanfeng quickly took 2 steps back and spun his body to redirect the force. At the same time, he brought the Tang Dao back across his chest. As expected, trying to match the physical strength of a demon beast of the same tier is currently impossible, even if it is not a strength-type beast. But now I have a rough estimate of my own strength. Time to get serious. His mind racing, Li Hanfeng immediately activated thunder breathing. Since his goal was to familiarize himself with his basic abilities, he had chosen not to use thunder breathing right from the start. Golden arcs of electricity began to crackle across Li Hanfeng's body as wisps of white mist drifted from both sides of his mouth with a faint hiss. The Gale Demon Wolf sensed a mortal threat from Li Hanfeng. It let out a wild roar, scraping its hind legs against the ground as the horn on its head began to glow, radiating a wave of menace. Then, it kicked off the ground with all 4 limbs. Its 3-meter-long body blurred into an afterimage, lunging in front of Li Hanfeng in an instant as its glowing horn drove straight toward his chest. Right then, Li Hanfeng moved. Turning into a flash of golden lightning, he dodged to the right, narrowly evading the attack in the nick of time. Simultaneously, Li Hanfeng reversed his grip on the hilt with his left hand, pointing the blade from the right toward the wolf's waist. He pressed his right palm against the pommel of the hilt, locking his arms and chest into 2 sturdy triangles. Pushing off with his right foot and twisting his waist, he thrust the Tang Dao violently into the wolf's belly. The entire blade sank in effortlessly, leaving only the hilt exposed. A copperhead iron bones, but a waist like tofu, the thought flashed through his mind. The demon wolf let out a painful roar. To prevent the demon wolf from retaliating in its death throes, Li Hanfeng twisted the blade sharply toward its hind legs, causing the wolf's body to twitch violently. Then, he kicked off the ground and ripped the Tang Dao outward. With a loud rip, the Tang Dao tore all the way from the abdomen through to the hind legs, almost slicing the wolf in half. Internal organs mixed with pungent, crimson blood spilled all over the ground. Right as he sliced the wolf open, Li Hanfeng used the momentum to roll forward, creating about 3 meters of distance. When he turned and saw the scene, his brow furrowed deeply. The organs spilled across the ground and the pungent stench of blood heavily assaulted his senses, causing his stomach to churn violently. Yet he forced it down, even activating total concentration breathing, and forced himself to stare directly at the mangled corpse and the scattered organs. He had no choice, he had to force himself to get used to this. In this world, if you could not adapt, you died. There was no other option. This was a matter of survival for his entire race, and he could not afford to leave anything to luck. At least that was how he comforted himself. He also had a feeling that this would be child's play compared to what he would face in the future. He had to make these grisly scenes a normal part of his life. With those thoughts, Li Hanfeng felt much better and began to adjust to the sensation. Just then, the mangled corpse on the ground began to slowly dissolve. Seeing this, Li Hanfeng sighed with relief. God, this virtual battleground is so damn realistic. I almost forgot it was fake. Having yelled that out, Li Hanfeng felt even better. It was the successful completion of his mental conditioning. He watched the remains slowly disappear. 5 minutes later, the ground was completely clean again. A 5-minute recovery period after each battle, not bad. It is the perfect time to review my performance. So what will the next one be? During this recovery period, Li Hanfeng kept calming his heavily heaving chest, trying to adjust his somewhat disordered breathing. You have to know that he had been maintaining the training of total concentration constant since last night. His mental state was not at its peak to begin with, even though it was not maintained constantly and would break when he fell asleep or got distracted. But after going through a battle, he could now feel a slight discomfort in his lungs. Fortunately, this was a virtual battlefield. Only Li Hanfeng's mental manifestation was here, and all attacking movements, moves, and even physical damage would only consume mental energy. Otherwise, Li Hanfeng probably would not have been able to hold on much longer. After all, maintaining the training of total concentration constant placed a much greater burden on the body than the consumption of mental energy. Just as Li Hanfeng was waiting for the next demon beast to appear. Meanwhile, at this moment, outside the battle cabin, inside the administrator authority room. When the young girl watched Li Hanfeng's entire battle, especially when she saw him scanning the bloody filth while suppressing his discomfort, the interest on her face grew even stronger. A hint of curiosity flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she murmured, "He actually defeated a demon beast of the same tier so easily. It seems the level of his awakened talent is quite high. Judging by his appearance, he should be a high school senior who just awakened. Yet he has such strong combat instincts and mental fortitude." The elderly man standing aside spoke up after hearing the girl's murmurings. "Good combat talent, and it seems to be his first real battle. To handle it like this is indeed quite good." He paused seemingly in thought, before speaking again after a moment. "I observe that he seems to be maintaining a special breathing method, constantly gathering a large amount of spiritual energy around him. Maintaining this breathing method also seems to place a significant burden on his mind and body, which is why his state is not at its peak." Hearing the elder's words, the curiosity in the girl's eyes deepened. Just as she was about to say something more, she suddenly saw the shadow of a beast slowly emerge on the light screen. She quickly changed the subject and spoke softly. "The next one is coming. What will it be?" Once the beast's shadow fully materialized, the girl was slightly taken aback and said with a hint of shock in her voice, "It is actually a second-tier ironclad rhino. This is going to be tricky." Meanwhile, at this moment, inside the virtual battlefield, looking at the huge beast shadow emerging ahead, a look of shock also flashed across Li Hanfeng's face, which quickly turned into excitement. A second-tier ironclad rhino. Its entire body is covered in a thick cuticle layer as hard as a suit of steel armor. With its massive body, immense power, and an indestructible horn, its destructive force is extremely terrifying. Its only weakness is its lack of agility. Li Hanfeng quickly went over the information about the ironclad rhino in his head. Having reached this conclusion, he immediately began to circulate thunder breathing, entering a state of combat readiness. With his legs shoulder-width apart and knees slightly bent, white streams of air began to gush from both sides of his mouth as his chest rose and fell. Golden electric arcs crackled across his body. Holding the Tang sword horizontally in front of him, he stared unblinkingly at the nearly 5-meter-tall ironclad rhino ahead. As soon as the ironclad rhino materialized, it let out a series of low, beastly roars at Li Hanfeng, then launched a savage charge straight toward him. Its massive 5-meter-tall body was not slow at all as it ran. Accompanied by the violent trembling of the ground, it quickly closed in on Li Hanfeng, raising its front legs to trample him. Li Hanfeng did not dare to take the blow head-on. Transforming into a flash of golden lightning, he dodged to the side, opening up some distance. Boom, rumble, rumble. As the ironclad rhino's front hooves slammed onto the ground, the entire earth cracked with a dull thud, the fissures spreading over 10 meters away, sending sand and rocks flying. Seeing this, Li Hanfeng, who had already dodged to the side, did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Stomping his feet hard, he charged toward the side of the ironclad rhino, his gaze locked onto its neck. Like a bolt of golden lightning, he arrived at the side of the ironclad rhino in an instant. Leaping into the air, he held the sword with both hands, spiritual energy surging wildly within him. Golden electric arcs flowed over his body and the Tang sword. Using the momentum of his descent, he gathered strength in his arms and slashed down fiercely at the ironclad rhino's neck. Due to the momentum of its previous charge, the ironclad rhino's massive body could not react in time, and the Tang sword had already fallen. Clang! When the Tang sword slashed across the ironclad rhino's neck, it actually made a sound of clashing metal. Then, a massive recoil surged from the sword into his arms, numbing Li Hanfeng's hands so much that the sword almost slipped from his grip. Roar! The ironclad rhino seemed to feel the pain. It let out a roar, twisted its neck, and slammed its massive head toward Li Hanfeng. Suspended in midair, Li Hanfeng had no way to leverage any force and could not dodge. He only had time to raise his numb hands and slash at the incoming head of the ironclad rhino. Clang! With the sound of clashing metal, Li Hanfeng was sent flying by a massive force, landing a full 20 meters away. Thud! With a dull sound of impact, Li Hanfeng slammed heavily onto the ground and rolled for several meters before finally coming to a stop. At this moment, Li Hanfeng felt intense pain all over as if his body were falling apart, leaving him with little strength. But he still scrambled to his feet with difficulty as the ironclad rhino was already charging at him again. After standing up, he quickly adjusted his breathing and turned to look at the charging ironclad rhino. He saw a shallow bloody scratch on both the left side of its neck and just above its eye. The wound on the neck was noticeably deeper, with traces of blood seeping out. Seeing this, Li Hanfeng grimaced slightly. A wound of this degree was practically negligible on the ironclad rhino's massive body. But it is not completely hopeless. The defense at the neck is relatively weak. Li Hanfeng muttered. Looking at the ironclad rhino charging toward him, a flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. The golden electric arcs around him crackled wildly as he turned into a bolt of golden lightning, rushing straight at the oncoming beast. Then, the man and the beast began to clash. Empowered by thunder breathing, Li Hanfeng used his explosive speed to leave wound after wound on the ironclad rhino. However, these wounds were too shallow to be fatal. Let alone fatal except for a few gashes on the neck that bled slightly, the other wounds did not bleed at all, leaving only red marks. Meanwhile, due to its massive size, though the ironclad rhino was not slow, it lacked agility. Every attack had a recovery delay. Although its attack power was high and its destructive force was terrifying, it simply could not hit Li Hanfeng, leaving it to do nothing but let out angry roars. The battle temporarily fell into a stalemate, but this was disadvantageous to Li Hanfeng. The ironclad rhino could make countless mistakes, but if Li Hanfeng made just one, he would likely die. Meanwhile, inside the administrative control room. Looking at the boy and the beast locked in a stalemate on the light screen, a hint of confusion flickered in the young girl's beautiful eyes. She then turned to the elderly man beside her and asked softly, "Elder Hua, what do you think?" Hearing this, Elder Hua seemed to know what she wanted to ask. After a moment of contemplation, he replied respectfully, "Are you wondering about the boy's strength, miss?" Yes, the girl nodded in agreement. After a brief thought, Elder Hua said, "The boy's true power goes beyond this. He is likely holding back, probably to test his own limits. That is why he is in a stalemate with the iron-armored rhino. His supernatural talent appears to be a physical reinforcement type. This is evident from how quickly he got back up after taking a hit from the iron-armored rhino with his movements barely affected. However, golden electric arcs occasionally crackle across his body, suggesting his talent is not as simple as it looks, combined with the special breathing style he has been maintaining. I suspect he might possess dual supernatural talents, or perhaps a high-tier special-type talent. As for how much strength he is still hiding, we will have to keep watching to find out." Hearing Elder Hua's analysis, the girl also nodded slightly and said, "Then let us keep watching, we should have our answer soon." She had already figured out that Li Hanfeng was holding back to test his strength, but she could not understand what type of supernatural talent he actually possessed. To withstand the impact of a Tier 2 iron-armored rhino as a Tier 1 cultivator without taking major damage, all while showing traces of lightning elements, she had to admit, she was becoming more and more interested in this boy. Li Hanfeng was completely unaware of this. Given his current situation, he had no time for other thoughts as things were not looking good for him. He had been tangling with the iron-armored rhino for nearly 10 minutes. During this time, he had left countless cuts all over the beast, yet the rhino seemed to have limitless energy and knew no fatigue, repeatedly charging at him. Thunder breathing emphasized extreme speed and explosive power, aiming for a one-hit kill. Consequently, it put a much heavier burden on the body compared to other breathing styles, especially in a prolonged battle. At this moment, Li Hanfeng held his blade with both hands, keeping it level in front of him. His chest heaved violently, and his body trembled slightly from the continuous high-intensity exertion, yet his grip on the sword remained rock-steady. In contrast, the iron-armored rhino facing him looked in much worse shape. Its body was covered in a dense network of slash wounds, almost entirely bathed in blood. Its neck, where defense was relatively weak, was especially scarred. One wound stood out particularly, clearly different from the rest. Blood flowed freely from it, showing that its defense had been breached and the inner layer of skin cut open. Yet the beast acted as if it were unharmed. Though covered in wounds, it remained highly energetic. Most of these cuts were too shallow, like scraping a person's outer skin with a small knife. It would bleed, but even covering the whole body with such scratches would not be fatal. Let alone for the iron-armored rhino, whose shallower wounds were already beginning to heal. Now it glared fixedly at Li Hanfeng, its beastly eyes filled with ferocity. Low growls escaped its mouth as its legs continuously pawed the ground. Lowering its head slightly, its massive horn pointed directly at Li Hanfeng, as if ready to launch another attack at any second. Instead of showing fear, Li Hanfeng had a hint of excitement on his face, his eyes flashing with sharp light. He had already found the key to breaking the deadlock. It was to focus on a single point to break the defense. The iron-armored rhino's defense was indeed formidable, but Li Hanfeng's attacks, enhanced by thunder breathing, were not weak either. He could breach its defense, and though it only cut the surface skin, that was enough. As long as he kept attacking the exact same wound, it would continuously deepen until it severed an artery, delivering a fatal blow. But achieving this would not be easy. Sensing a fatal threat, the iron-armored rhino would surely react and would not just stand there and let him attack. Fortunately, Li Hanfeng's specialty was instantaneous bursts of speed. He was fully capable of leaving a wound and pulling away before the rhino could react. This was proven moments ago when he accidentally slashed a wound on the rhino's neck. The originally shallow cut was instantly sliced open further, and the passing blade drew a spray of blood. It was this spray of blood passing before his eyes that suddenly brought him a moment of enlightenment. He realized he had been overthinking things. In the blink of an eye, the iron-armored rhino charged at him once more. Accompanied by the rumbling vibration of the ground, its massive horn lunged toward Li Hanfeng. If this strike landed squarely, Li Hanfeng would certainly not survive. However, having anticipated the move, Li Hanfeng predicted the rhino's attack path. Bending his knees, he dropped his stance to dodge the thrust, instantly positioning himself right beneath the rhino's neck. Its attack missing, the iron-armored rhino was just raising its front leg to stomp on Li Hanfeng. At that moment, Li Hanfeng moved. Twisting his wrist to turn the blade upward, golden lightning erupted around his body. Looking up at the massive, fully exposed neck, he slashed upward from below, leaving another wound on the rhino's neck. But he was not done. Right after the slash, Li Hanfeng slid to the right, appearing on the right side of the rhino's neck. Just as the rhino, having stomped on empty air, tried to swing its massive head to strike him, Li Hanfeng preemptively swung his blade at a cut on the right side of its neck, one that was visibly deeper than the rest and still slowly bleeding. Flash. Roar, roar, roar. The blade sliced through. This time there was no sound of clashing metal, only the dull thud of a sharp weapon cutting into flesh, followed by the rhino's painful roar. Without time to check the wound, Li Hanfeng transformed into a streak of golden lightning, dashing to the side to dodge the swing of the rhino's massive head. After opening up some distance, Li Hanfeng turned to look. The right side of the iron-armored rhino's neck had been completely sliced open with a half-meter-wide gash, blood spurting out and pooling on the ground. By now, the iron-armored rhino was utterly enraged. Roaring continuously, it shook its massive head and stomped its legs on the ground, kicking up a storm of dust and gravel with rumbling thuds. Its large eyes stared fixedly at Li Hanfeng, filled with nothing but raw ferocity and endless brutality. "It is time to end this." Seeing this, Li Hanfeng muttered to himself. Feeling his physical state, a tearing sensation came from his lungs, and his muscles felt sore and incredibly exhausted. Taking a deep breath, he sheathed his sword, keeping his right hand on the hilt at his left waist. Stepping forward with his right foot, he lowered his body, shifting his center of gravity to his front leg in a half lunge. He slowly closed his eyes, and with a soft hissing sound, a stream of white vapor began to escape from the corners of his mouth. But the iron-armored rhino ignored all of this. In its extreme fury, it pushed off with its 4 legs, shattering the ground. With a series of roars, it charged toward Li Hanfeng. This attack was fiercer and faster than any before. Almost every step it took cracked the earth, and its horn gleamed with a bright, earthy yellow light. Just as the iron-armored rhino rushed right in front of him, about to crush his body with its massive horn. Li Hanfeng's eyes snapped open. A flash of golden electricity darted across his eyes as golden lightning erupted all around him. Thunder-breathing first form, thunderclap and flash. Boom! Li Hanfeng's figure vanished from the spot. Amid the shattering of the ground and a loud explosion, the iron-armored rhino saw only a flash of golden lightning before its eyes. Before it could make any reaction, its world began to spin wildly. Thud thud boom. As the massive rhino head rolled onto the ground, the nearly 5-meter-tall giant body crashed down heavily as well. The iron-armored rhino was dead. Li Hanfeng now stood 3 meters behind the carcass of the armored rhinoceros. He maintained his previous posture with his right hand still resting on the hilt of the blade at his left hip, as if the weapon had never been drawn or perhaps as if it had already been sheathed. However, the fading white mist at the corners of his mouth, the golden electric arcs dissipating from his body, and the massive carcass behind him all testified to the fact that it was over. A moment later, Li Hanfeng collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, his body trembling uncontrollably. Thunder breathing, first form, thunder flash. A technique that demands extreme speed and explosive power inevitably places a massive burden on the body. Not to mention that Li Hanfeng had used it when his body was already nearing its limit. He could now clearly feel a tearing pain in his lungs, and his legs had gone limp from the sheer intensity of the exertion. This was my first time using the first form, and I am still not adapted to the strain this level of speed puts on the body, nor the toll the sudden burst takes on my legs. The next step in my training will be to fully adapt to this sensation. I must ensure this situation never happens in reality, or it could cost me my life. Just as Li Hanfeng lay on the ground, reflecting on the battle and waiting for his body to recover. In the manager's control room outside the virtual combat chamber, an old man and a young woman stood there, both clearly shocked, with flashes of disbelief in their eyes. Was that a technique? The young woman asked in an uncertain, almost disbelieving tone. If I am not mistaken, that was indeed a technique, and one developed based on his own innate talent. Old Hua answered her question truthfully, though he was just as stunned. But how is that possible? If I recall correctly, yesterday was the awakening day for this year's seniors, right? He has not even had his talent for 2 days. How could he possibly develop a talent technique, and this technique is stronger than most? The girl was still in disbelief. Developing a talent technique requires a deep understanding of one's own gift, building upon that foundation to push its power even further. The fact that Li Hanfeng awakened yesterday and used a technique today was incomprehensible to outsiders. After all, nobody knew that Li Hanfeng was cheating. Old Hua thought the same. While shocked, he also realized this young man was no ordinary person. There was no harm in his young mistress befriending him. He could tell she was overly focused on Li Hanfeng, likely interested in getting to know him, which was why she had come to watch his training. At first, he had been skeptical. Given the young lady's unusual status, mismatched social standings rarely led to good endings, whether for friendships or anything else. Meanwhile, Li Hanfeng had mostly recovered. After all, this was not reality. The virtual combat chamber infused his spiritual avatar with special substances to accelerate recovery within these 15 minutes. He then adjusted the training intensity to the Tier 2 beast level. Recognizing his own limits, he knew he stood little chance against a Tier 3 beast without mastering thunder breathing, first form. There was no point in seeking abuse. His goal was to master his current strength. And so, he spent the rest of the time battling various Tier 2 beasts, sawtooth pythons, bloodthirsty boars, sharp-horned oxen, and others. He frantically accumulated experience and combat awareness while his body gradually adapted to the intensity of the first form. Since this was his first real combat test, the experience he gained was immense. Before long, an hour had passed. The virtual simulation ended. With a chime in his mind, everything in the virtual world began to fade and Li Hanfeng's consciousness plunged into darkness. Li Hanfeng woke up inside the combat pod. Feeling his body, he found no damage. As he removed the neural link helmet and opened the hatch, he murmured to himself, "It seems the pain in the virtual world is just psychic feedback transmitted through the helmet. My physical body feels fine, yet I have retained the combat experience and muscle memory. Truly amazing." Lost in thought, Li Hanfeng stepped out, put away his ID card, and pulled out his Naruto manga, preparing to leave, when a crisp, pleasant voice reached his ears. "Mr. Li, are you finished with your training?" As she spoke, a gentle fragrance wafted over. Beside Li Hanfeng stood a pure and beautiful figure, the very girl who had received him earlier. "Oh yeah, just came out." Li Hanfeng was surprised. Was she waiting for him? Despite his inner surprise, his expression remained cool and indifferent as he answered casually. The girl smiled sweetly, the corners of her mouth curling up, and extended a hand as white as jade toward him. "Let us get to know each other. My name is Jiang Xinren." Li Hanfeng stared blankly at the hand. What was this about? He looked up at her, and seeing her still smiling with no sign of malice, he shook her hand without further thought. "Nice to meet you, I am Li Hanfeng." Her hand was soft, boneless, and cool to the touch, with smooth, delicate skin. Li Hanfeng composed himself, slowly released her hand, and said calmly, "Miss Xinren, is there something you needed? By the way, are you a high school senior too?" Li Hanfeng mentally cursed his own clumsiness, but thankfully, he did not look too awkward. Jiang Xinren pretended not to notice his reaction and went along with him. "No, I am a senior at the Magic Martial Arts Academy. I wanted to invite you to join as my junior. Interested?" Li Hanfeng was stunned. The Magic Martial Arts Academy was one of the 4 elite academies of the Dragon Kingdom, located in the Magic City base. It was the dream of countless students. He gave Jiang Xinren a strange look. She was being a bit too enthusiastic, was not she? They had only just met. What was going on? "Haha, Miss Xinren, you think too highly of me. Although I would love to be your junior, that is one of the 4 elite academies. Not just anyone can get in." "Do not be so formal. You can call me Xinren or Senior Xinren. And besides, I think you have got what it takes." "What?" Li Hanfeng did not quite grasp what she meant. Jiang Xinren suddenly turned to look at him, leaned in slightly with her pretty face close to his, and said with a serious expression, "I said, if it is you, getting into one of the 4 elite academies will not be a problem at all." Li Hanfeng frowned, looking at the breathtakingly beautiful face that had suddenly leaned in close, where a pair of lively peach blossom eyes beneath long lashes were studying him earnestly. Because she was so close, Li Hanfeng could even smell the refreshing scent of the young girl's breath, and for a moment, he did not know how to react. Seeming to notice Li Hanfeng's awkwardness, Jiang Xinren also realized that she had been a bit abrupt, so she quickly pulled her face away and changed the subject. "Let us go, I will take you out." After saying this, Jiang Xinren did not wait for Li Hanfeng's reply. She turned and walked away, though her expression was slightly unnatural. Li Hanfeng, acting a beat behind, gave a simple acknowledgement and followed her out. Neither of them spoke on the way, and for a while the atmosphere remained silent. It was not until they walked out of the entrance of the Kuilu building that Li Hanfeng finally broke the silence and asked, "Xinren, Senior, why do you think I can get into the 4 Kings Academy?" Jiang Xinren was taken aback, as if she had not expected Li Hanfeng to ask that so suddenly. She hesitated. After all, secretly watching someone train was impolite, and it could even lead to suspicions of having ulterior motives. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Xinren decided to answer honestly. After all, she wanted to build a good relationship with this young man, and deception was not a good start. Plus, it would be a perfect opportunity to apologize. "I was watching your sparring session just now. I could feel that your talent is quite extraordinary, and you yourself are even more so." As expected, upon hearing Jiang Xinren's words, Li Hanfeng's face tightened, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Seeing Li Hanfeng's reaction, Jiang Xinren quickly explained again. I am sorry, I should not have watched your training without your permission. But I did not mean any harm, I was just interested in you and wanted to make friends, there was no other meaning behind it. Hearing this, Li Hanfeng looked at Jiang Xinren's sincere yet somewhat incoherent appearance and asked in an uncertain tone. Interested in me? Yes, I did not mean it in a way that, oh no, that is not the kind of interest I meant. Jiang Xinren, who had not processed her own words, nodded quickly, but before she finished, she realized how strange her phrasing sounded and added another explanation. Oh anyway, I have already apologized. How do you want to resolve this so you will be satisfied? At this point, Jiang Xinren's pretty face was flushed, but not knowing how to explain further, she could only ask in a somewhat stiff tone. Li Hanfeng was stunned upon hearing this. As expected, her status was not simple. This tone, like a young noble lady, sounded as if she were saying, "How much money do you want to settle this?" But he did not want to dwell on this topic further, especially since they were currently at the entrance of the Qiulu building. There were already many people on the street looking over because beautiful women always attract attention. He did not want to draw too much notice to himself. He immediately said in a rather cold voice, I do not care what you actually meant, Miss Xinren, but I have things to do now, so I will be going. Regardless of whether she wanted to befriend him or something else, they were not close. So the fact that she had watched him train left him feeling a bit bothered, and it was hard for him to have a good impression of this noble girl, even if she was truly beautiful. Without waiting for Jiang Xinren to say anything more, Li Hanfeng turned to leave. Watching his battle did not matter much. He would soon hit a period of explosive growth in his strength, and he did not want to get tangled up with this lady right now. It was not that Li Hanfeng did not want to pursue the matter, but he knew that as a student without power or background, what could he even do if he really insisted on accountability? Who knows, if things escalated, the Qiulu building might even rewrite their regulations just for her. Of course, that does not mean Qiulu would violate its principles over such a small matter, but rather as a commoner trying to stir up trouble with someone of obvious high status. It would be completely thankless work. Although he was unhappy, the other party had at least apologized and her attitude was decent enough. Li Hanfeng decided not to make a big deal out of it. Wait. Jiang Xinren heard the tone in Li Hanfeng's voice and knew he was angry, so she quickly called out to him. I am very sorry about what happened today, how about this? Let us exchange contact numbers, consider that I owe you a favor. If you run into any trouble in the future, I can help. Think of it as a gesture of apology, okay? Jiang Xinren's face flushed with urgency and her tone sounded a bit flustered. She looked very much like a child who had done something wrong. She really had not expected things to turn out this way. Although this outcome was contrary to her original intent, it was her mistake, so she genuinely hoped Li Hanfeng would accept her apology. Li Hanfeng was left speechless, feeling like this was endless. He turned around, about to say something, but when he saw Jiang Xinren's flushed face and her earnest, apologetic expression, the words he was about to say were swallowed back. After looking at her for a while, he felt that she was truly sincere. He realized that this young lady's status was indeed not ordinary. Everyone knew Qiulu had strict rules. You could not watch or leak a client's private training details. Doing so would lead to severe punishment. But the girl in front of him had watched his training without being held accountable, which meant she must be internal staff at Qiulu, and her status was clearly significant. Perhaps there might come a day when he really needs her help. And judging by her attitude, she really did not seem to have any ill intent toward him. With this thought in mind, Li Hanfeng's tone softened slightly as he said, We will let this incident slide, but I do not want a second time. He paused, pulled out his communication device, and said, Remember, you owe me an apology favor. I will come to you when I need it. As he spoke, the two exchanged contact numbers. Jiang Xinren solemnly promised that there would never be a next time and offered another sincere apology. Actually, Li Hanfeng did not say that because he genuinely intended to ask her for help. It was just a way to express that he had accepted her apology, nothing more. Li Hanfeng nodded without another word, bade her farewell again, and turned to head home for a meal. Jiang Xinren stood where she was, watching Li Hanfeng's retreating figure, head down and reading without saying a word. At that moment, old Hua appeared abruptly beside Jiang Xinren, appearing as if from thin air. "Miss, we should get going." "All right, let us go." Back home, Li Hanfeng cooked 2 big bowls of noodles. This time, he finally managed to treat himself to 2 eggs. After a quick meal, he returned to his bedroom to cultivate. He had to improve his strength as quickly as possible and start making money. Eating like this every day was not a sustainable solution. After all, transcendental cultivation consumed a lot of body energy, and proper nutritional supplementation was a must. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Li Hanfeng took out 2 spirit stones and began the total concentration breathing technique. Streams of spiritual energy flowed through his breathing, entering his body through his mouth, nose, and pores, before being drawn into his spiritual energy cyclone. An hour later, the 2 spirit stones in Li Hanfeng's hands had turned into useless dust, the spiritual energy contained within them completely absorbed. Slowly opening his eyes, faint golden electrical arcs flickered within them. He stood up and clenched his fists, feeling that his physical capabilities had strengthened significantly once more. Checking the cyclone in his body, he realized he was not far from reaching the first rank advanced level, a truly rapid progression. He had to remember he had awakened less than 2 days ago. Once he absorbed the remaining spirit stones, reaching the second rank should not be an issue. Thinking this, Li Hanfeng got up and headed out. He still had an hour of combat training to complete in the afternoon. The afternoon one day later. On a vast plain, a young man in black holding a tang sword was engaging in a fierce, head-on exchange with an ape-like monster. The metallic clashing sounds rang out intermittently, accompanied by deep bestial roars as sand and dust flew everywhere. The monster was 3 meters tall, ape-like in form, and amidst its dense fur, thick, bulging muscles were clearly visible, exuding immense explosive power. It had 3 eyes on its head, burning with ferocious intent, as if wanting to devour anything in its path. 2 20-centimeter fangs protruded outwards, and its half-meter-long claws gleamed with a faint metallic luster, radiating sharpness. It looked hideous and terrifying. The young man wore a black windbreaker, and beneath his messy hair were eyes that looked slightly lazy, though golden electrical arcs danced around him as he moved. This young man was Li Hanfeng. He already had several claw marks on his body, blood slowly dripping from them, an obvious sign of damage from sharp weapons. The third-rank, 3-eyed demon ape he was grappling with was also covered in sword cuts, its fur stained red with blood, making it look even more menacing. The 3-eyed demon ape excelled in speed, which, combined with the extremely sensitive reflexes of an ape-type monster and those half-meter-long sharp claws, made it very dangerous. Its attack speed and intensity were high, making it extremely difficult to handle. Unless one could crush it with absolute power, a prolonged stalemate would be very disadvantageous for a human body competing in stamina against a monster. Li Hanfeng could feel his physical state declining. He had been locked in a high-intensity stalemate with the 3-eyed demon ape for 10 minutes, the consumption was massive, and he had sustained non-trivial injuries. He knew he had to finish this quickly. Lang screech. The tang sword in Li Hanfeng's hand collided once more with the demon ape's claws, creating a piercing sound of metal against metal. At the moment of impact, Li Hanfeng used the rebound force to leap backward, performing a backflip to open up some distance, holding his sword horizontally to be ready for the ape's potential pursuit. Li Hanfeng watched the 3-eyed demon ape, which did not immediately pursue. It seemed to be waiting for him to lose blood and collapse from exhaustion. Li Hanfeng's face turned grim. As expected, ape-type monsters were not low in intelligence. He had not expected the virtual combat module to simulate even that. I will have to try that move. My body should be able to handle it now, right? Li Hanfeng muttered, then sheathed his sword, lowering his stance and leaning forward. His right hand gripped the hilt on his left side, and he slowly closed his eyes. His breathing grew heavy, accompanied by faint hissing sounds as white mist escaped his lips. The 3-eyed demon ape felt an extremely dangerous aura radiating from the human ahead. It knew it had to interrupt the human's charge. It did not want to wait anymore. The ape transformed into a blurred shadow and charged at Li Hanfeng. With a sound of air being torn, it reached within half a meter of Li Hanfeng in the blink of an eye, raising its sharp claws to swipe at his head. But it was too late. Li Hanfeng's eyes snapped open, golden lightning crackling over his body. His pupils were reflected white by the lightning, and then he vanished from the spot as a flash of light. Boom! The moment Li Hanfeng disappeared, the ground beneath him shattered and gravel sprayed outward. Thunder-breathing first form. The three-eyed demon ape only felt a flash of golden light from the human, and then the figure disappeared entirely. Before it could figure out what happened, a streak of golden lightning flashed through its peripheral vision, and it felt a bone-chilling cold wash over its entire body. Without time to think, it instinctively lowered its posture, moving from standing to crawling on all fours. A golden flash of cold light grazed over the top of the demon ape's head. Its hair stood on end. If it had been a second slower, its head would have been gone. Instinctively, it wanted to create distance and avoid the human's edge. However, before it could even move to exit the battle, another golden arc of electricity appeared in its peripheral vision. Terrified, it leaped into the air using all four limbs, barely managing to dodge. Yet the moment the three-eyed demon ape was in the air, it felt a cold sensation on the back of its neck. Midair, it had no time to react. A golden electrical arc flashed across its back. The speed was so extreme that before it could see anything, a streak of bright red blood appeared across its neck. Thump-thud. As the three-eyed demon ape's body and head landed in succession, Li Hanfeng's figure appeared nearby. He remained in a half-lunge, body leaning forward, right hand still gripped on the sword hilt. As the white mist faded from his lips, he spoke slowly. Thunderclap and flash sixfold. Li Hanfeng lay spread-eagled on the chaotic ground, breathing heavily as the body of the three-eyed demon ape behind him slowly faded away. He was completely drained of all his strength. His current strength was not enough to fully execute thunder-breathing first form Thunder Flash sixfold. His body could not yet bear the burden of 6 consecutive explosive attacks. If the three-eyed demon ape had dodged the final strike, he would have been as good as dead, as this was already his absolute limit. Once I reach the second rank, I should be able to fully execute thunder-breathing first form Thunder Flash sixfold. My abilities are too singular right now, lacking any means for long-range suppression. It seems I need to earn kill points as soon as possible. Now that I have completed my training goals, I can go to the Extraordinary Guild tomorrow. With this thought, Li Hanfeng endured the intense pain throughout his body and slowly stood up. The surrounding scene began to fade, and as the three-eyed demon ape's body completely vanished, Li Hanfeng's vision went black and his consciousness sank into endless darkness. Training time is over. When he regained consciousness, he was lying inside the virtual combat pod. Li Hanfeng subconsciously moved his body. He felt no pain, only a sense of mental exhaustion. He took off the neural connection helmet, stepped out of the pod, scanned the environment, and finding nothing out of the ordinary, turned and headed outside. Walking along the bustling Tech Mart street, people came and went, with a dazzling array of goods in various shops. From time to time, the noisy hawking of vendors rang out, and shouts echoed one after another, making one feel as if they were in a vibrant world. The clamor of voices made one feel the vitality and prosperity of Tech Mart Street. Yet Li Hanfeng kept his head down, reading manga as he walked straight home, appearing somewhat out of place with his surroundings. While reading, he was constantly planning his scheme to acquire new abilities. After earning kill points, the first thing is to acquire a long-range ninjutsu. Let us go with Fire Release, the Great Fireball technique. And then there is the Sharingan. Should I start with 1 Tamo or go straight to 3? Well, the 3 Tamoed version is a bit expensive, so that probably will not work in the short term. Oh right, I also need to get my hands on the Shadow Clone technique, that training cheat code. This is going to be a heavy task. Lost in thought, Li Hanfeng soon dragged his exhausted mind home. He went straight to his bedroom, took out his last 2 spirit stones, and began to practice total concentration breathing. I must reach the 2nd rank tonight. That way, I will be more confident in tomorrow's operations. Li Hanfeng thought to himself, but he did not expect that a phone call later that evening would delay his plans a little. More than an hour later, as the spiritual energy from the 2 spirit stones in his hands was exhausted, a faint sound echoed within Li Hanfeng, who was sitting cross-legged. Afterward, the surrounding spiritual energy converged at a faster speed, forming a vortex that poured into his body. A moment later, Li Hanfeng opened his eyes where golden arcs of electricity flickered. He stood up slowly, clenched his fists slightly, and felt the power within him and the spiritual energy vortex that had grown larger. I should be able to adapt to first form Thunder Flash sixfold now and maybe even second form. With that thought in mind, he moved his focus and opened his personal panel. Personal panel. Race human. Age 17. Talent Thunder Breathing. Rank Extraordinary second rank. Skills Thunder Breathing first form Thunder Flash, Thunder Breathing second form Rice Spirit. Tasks none. As he thought, the second rank unlocked the second form. As for the sixfold and eightfold versions of the first form and God Speed, they all belong to the advanced variations of the Thunder Breathing first form, which the system categorized uniformly under the first form. Then tomorrow I should head to the Extraordinary Guild to register for my hunter license, and then it is time to leave the city to earn money and kill points. I wonder how many kill points a beast of the same rank is worth. Li Hanfeng's goal for leaving the city this time was to purchase the Fire Release Great Fireball technique and the 1 Tamo Sharingan from the system's ability store. The Great Fireball technique would allow Li Hanfeng to diversify his combat style, so it would not be so singular. The super enhanced dynamic vision provided by the 1 Tamo Sharingan would significantly boost his overall strength, whether as a supplement to close quarters combat or as an auxiliary ability to see through an enemy's spiritual energy flow and predict their movements. It could turn the tide of battle. Not to mention, it would allow for better control of his own explosive speed. One must know that the first form is an explosive assault technique, relying on killing the target in a single blow through extreme speed. When your speed overwhelms the opponent, there is no problem, but if the opponent is faster than you and strikes back instantly, you might be unable to see their counterattack because of your own excessive speed, causing you to run straight into their strike. The dynamic vision provided by the Sharingan perfectly solves this problem and allows Li Hanfeng to use the sixfold and eightfold consecutive assault moves of Thunder Breathing perfectly. It is a match made in heaven. These two abilities together cost 600 kill points. The C-Rank Fire Release Great Fireball technique costs 100 points, while the 1 Tamo Sharingan costs 500. The 2 Tamo upgrade costs 2,000 and the 3 Tamo version costs a staggering 10,000 points. As for the Manjikayo Sharingan beyond that, Li Hanfeng did not know yet because he had not unlocked that part of the story. He had only just finished the Zabuza Mamachi arc and the Manjikayo had not appeared yet. Regardless, it was definitely out of his reach for now. While he was silently planning the choice of abilities, their costs, and what to prepare for tomorrow, the communicator on his bedside table suddenly rang. Li Hanfeng was puzzled. Who would be looking for him at this time? Without much thought, he walked over, picked up the communicator, and paused for a moment. Then, as if he realized something, a helpless yet gentle smile appeared on his face. He connected the call, and before he could speak, a carefree voice came through the receiver. "Hey madman, what have you been up to these past 2 days? Why have not you been to school?" Before Li Hanfeng could even respond, the person on the other end continued. "Come over to my place quickly, my old man asked me to invite you over for dinner." "I get it, fatty, thanks for the..." "Thanks for what? Are you trying to refuse again? What, you do not want to recognize me as your brother anymore?" Li Hanfeng. This sentence completely blocked the words of refusal in Li Hanfeng's throat. What else could he say? He could only snap, "You damn fatty, fine, I will come over after a shower." Hearing this, Cao Yumeng finally let it go, but then he added, "I asked why you have not been to school, why did not you answer me? Do not you see me as a brother anymore?" Hearing this, Li Hanfeng felt his head throb with irritation, thinking, "Did you even give me a chance to speak, you idiot?" "Alright, stop talking nonsense. I am going to take a shower first, we will talk when we meet," hanging up. With that, Li Hanfeng hung up directly, afraid the fatty would nag him endlessly. He got up and walked toward the bathroom. He would take a shower first, as he was feeling a bit hungry anyway. 20 minutes later, Li Hanfeng was already standing at the door of Cao Yumeng's house. His usual lazy demeanor was gone, replaced by a spirited look and a gentle smile on his face. From the memories of his predecessor, he knew that Cao Yumeng's father was named Cao Dihua and his mother was Li Ziyuhua. The couple were old friends of his own parents and had always been very kind to Li Hanfeng since he was a child. Cao Dihua used to be in the city defense team, but he suffered a severe injury to his right foot during a battle. Due to a lack of timely treatment, it left him with lasting damage that prevented him from performing any high-intensity exercise, so he retired from the team and took on a desk job. As for Li Ziyuhua, Li Hanfeng only knew her as a mother who looked very gentle and virtuous. She had always been a full-time housewife, and the memories contained no further details about her. Lost in thought, Li Hanfeng raised his hand and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong! A crisp sound echoed from inside, followed immediately by Cao Yumeng's boisterous voice. Coming, is that you, Fengzi? The door swung open and there stood Cao Yumeng. Perhaps because his awakened talent was in the transformation category, he had grown even taller, easily over 2 meters. Though he looked heavy, all that fat had turned into solid muscle, making him appear incredibly strong. Li Hanfeng was just about to speak when he saw Cao Yumeng rush over and bear hug him. Caught off guard, Li Hanfeng could only manage to shout, "God fatty, what are you doing?" Pinned in Cao Yumeng's bear-like grip, Li Hanfeng could hear his own bones creaking under the overwhelming pressure. "Oh my god, I finally get to see you. I thought you had kicked the bucket out there." Cao Yumeng greeted him in his own unique way while still hugging him, and he did not forget to ask, "Where have you been these past 2 days? Why did not you come to school?" "Let me go first, I do not really fancy hugs from guys." Hearing this, Cao Yumeng hurriedly let go of Li Hanfeng while shouting, "What do you mean, I'm a real man through and through?" "All right, quit the nonsense. I had some business and asked the teacher for leave. I probably will not be back at school until the college entrance exam unless something comes up." Hearing this, Cao Yumeng's face fell, but he did not ask what the matter was. If Li Hanfeng did not say, he had his reasons and he would not pry. This was the unspoken understanding between them as best friends for so many years. He just felt upset at the thought of having to study and review alone for the next 3 months with no one to share his thoughts with. "All right, stop pulling such a long face. I will carry you to success when the exams come." As he said this, Li Hanfeng punched Cao Yumeng's left shoulder, which made Cao Yumeng's face turn pale as if he were in great pain. He quickly turned his face away, but Li Hanfeng had already caught that fleeting expression. "Fengzi, let us go inside," standing at the door. "What is wrong with your shoulder? Are you hurt?" Cao Yumeng wanted to change the subject, but Li Hanfeng interrupted him directly and asked point-blank, Well, you know, I was just too happy about awakening an A-level talent and I overdid it with my training these past 2 nights, which left my shoulder a bit sore." Cao Yumeng scratched his head with his right hand, pretending to be embarrassed as he stammered out the excuse. Li Hanfeng was speechless. Could not he come up with a better excuse? He actually expected him to believe that. If he overtrained, why was it only his shoulder that hurt while the rest of his arms, as thick as thighs, were perfectly fine? Li Hanfeng frowned. At first he had not thought much of it, assuming Cao Yumeng might have fallen or gotten hurt during combat training at school, but now that he was making excuses to hide it, there had to be something else going on. Just as he was about to press him further, Cao Dihua's voice came from inside. "You brat, is that Xiao Feng? Why are not you coming in?" Cao Yumeng acted as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly shouted back, "It is Fengzi, we are just discussing something, we are coming in now. Let us go, let us go." After saying that, he ushered Li Hanfeng into the house. Li Hanfeng could not ask any more for now, but he made a mental note to bring it up again after the meal. After entering the living room with Cao Yumeng, he saw a tall, middle-aged man sitting on the sofa. He looked very robust with sharp facial features exuding a sense of calm and determination. When he was not smiling, he looked quite stern, but once he did, his expression turned incredibly gentle and kind. "Hello, Uncle Cao. Is that Xiao Feng? Come, have a seat, your aunt will have dinner ready in a moment." The man was Cao Yumeng's father, Cao Dihua. When he saw Li Hanfeng, a smile appeared on his face as he spoke. Li Hanfeng turned to look at Li Ziyuhua, who was busy in the kitchen. "Hello, Auntie Li." Li Ziyuhua heard Li Hanfeng's greeting and turned around. She had a clear complexion and a naturally beautiful face that was quite captivating. You could not tell she was nearly 40. Her eyes were gentle and bright, always conveying a sense of motherly love. "Oh, Xiao Feng, go chat with your uncle for a bit, Auntie will be done here soon." "All right, Auntie, take your time." After saying that, Li Hanfeng walked over to Cao Dihua, sat down next to Cao Yumeng and joked with Cao Dihua. "Uncle Cao, you look even more energetic than before. It seems you have been beating up little fatty quite often lately." Cao Dihua was taken aback by this remark, then laughed and scolded him. "You kid, why have you become as cheeky as that brat? What? Did you hear from him that you awakened an S-level talent and now you want to settle a score for him?" Hearing this, Li Hanfeng responded quickly with a flattering smile. "How could I? I meant that next time you should call me to do the beating while you just sit back and watch. Besides, even if I awakened an SSS-level talent, I would not be able to last a few moves in front of you, Uncle Cao." Cao Dihua laughed heartily at this. "Haha, I like talking to you more than that brat." As he spoke, he glanced at Cao Yumeng. Cao Yumeng just curled his lips, daring to be angry but not daring to speak. Cao Dihua continued. "But do not worry, I have not laid a finger on this kid since he started his 3rd year of high school. He has been behaving quite well lately." When he said the last part, his eyes were full of uncontrollable laughter and pride. After all, his son awakening an A-level talent was truly something to be proud of. When Li Hanfeng heard Cao Dihua say this, his eyes flickered slightly, and he took a subtle look at Cao Yumeng beside him. Cao Yumeng was startled, thinking to himself that this Fengzi was sharp as a tack. It seemed he could not hide it from him. Li Hanfeng did not say anything, and continued chatting and joking with Cao Dihua. Soon, Li Ziuhua's voice came from the kitchen. "Dinner's ready, everyone come over to the table." Hearing this, the 3 of them stood up and sat at the dining table, where a feast of delicious dishes awaited them. The roasted duck was a glistening golden color, the seaweed and egg drop soup emitted a faint aroma. The sweet and sour pork tenderloin was covered in a shimmering glaze, the sliced pork with garlic sauce was surrounded by flickering flames, the cheese-baked eggplant had a thin golden crust, and the fresh shrimp in the pot were bubbling, looking even more refreshing with the mint decoration. Li Hanfeng's appetite was thoroughly whetted. After Li Ziuhua took her seat, they all started eating, not forgetting to shower her with exaggerated compliments. During the meal, they chatted and laughed. Cao's parents had invited Li Hanfeng over mainly to check his mental state. After all, what happened had not been that long ago, and they were worried about him, especially after hearing from Cao Yumeng that Li Hanfeng had not been at school for days. So throughout the meal, they were probing with various questions. Li Hanfeng saw through it clearly and spoke up directly. "Uncle, Auntie, you do not need to worry about me. I am fine. I have been training these past few days to prepare for the college entrance exam, and I have already asked my head teacher for leave." Hearing this, the 2 felt a little more at ease. They continued to eat, chat, and laugh. Soon the meal was finished. After they returned to the living room and chatted for a while longer, Li Hanfeng saw it was getting late and stood up to say goodbye. "Uncle, Auntie, I have training scheduled for tomorrow, so I will be heading back now." "Alright, get some good rest when you get back, and take care of your body while training," they said as they waved at Li Hanfeng, signaling him to go ahead. Li Hanfeng turned his head to look at Cao Yumeng. "Fatty, walk me out, will you?" Hearing this, Cao Yumeng's expression stiffened. The 2 stepped out of the room, walked along the hallway paved with light yellow tiles to the elevator at the end, and pressed the button for 1F throughout the journey. Cao Yumeng opened his mouth several times as if to say something, but seeing Li Hanfeng with his head buried in his book, seemingly unaware of his presence, he bit his tongue and kept silent. Ding! With a crisp chime, the elevator doors slid open. They both walked out one after the other. It was not until they were outside the apartment building that Cao Yumeng, seemingly unable to hold it in any longer, took a deep breath and prepared to speak. Just then, Li Hanfeng slowly closed his book and turned to look at him with a rare, serious gaze. "Go on, what happened?" Cao Yumeng opened his mouth, but all the excuses he had rehearsed along the way got stuck in his throat under Li Hanfeng's intense stare. After a long silence, he decided to tell the truth. "That I got beaten up." Li Hanfeng looked calm, as if he had already anticipated this. "Give me the details. You have awakened an A-rank talent, so how on earth did you get beaten up?" "It was Zhou Xian and Wang Dingshan from Class 2. Because I beat Zhou Xian by a single move during our combat training yesterday, he probably felt he lost face in front of Zhang Xin. So after school, he called Wang Dingshan to corner me, but our homeroom teacher happened to walk by, so they could not do much. I just got hit once when I was caught off guard." Listening to Cao Yumeng's explanation, Li Hanfeng now had a general idea of what went down. Yesterday was Monday, the day senior students have their combat training. Sometimes classes train together, and yesterday it was joint training with Class 2. Zhou Xian is the monitor of Class 2. I heard his family has some influence in this SH-based city, and he usually acts quite arrogant. He has been chasing Zhang Xin, our class monitor in Class 1, and the daughter of the dean, Zhang Yuanfeng. However, Zhang Xin has never been interested in him and rarely pays him any attention. Perhaps out of consideration for his family background, she has not made a scene. They met during training, and since Cao Yumeng beat him by a move, Zhou Xian must have held a grudge and ambushed Cao with Wang Dingshan after school. As for Wang Dingshan, he is just Zhou Xian's lackey. I recall he awakened a B-rank power on the awakening day. Wait, if I remember correctly, Wang Dingshan has a B-rank Earth-type talent, right? How could he? Li Hanfeng stopped mid-sentence and immediately followed up with, what talent does Zhou Xian have? After you left that day, he awakened. It is an A-rank enhancement talent called Super Speed. I see, that explains it. An A-rank enhancement user loses a move to an A-rank transformation user, feels humiliated in front of his crush, and given his arrogant and petty nature, he goes straight to ambush Cao Yumeng. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Li Hanfeng's eyes, and he said in a calm tone, "Did you not know you are my brother?" Cao Yumeng opened his mouth, but could not get a word out for a long time. "Speak," he said. "If you try to cause trouble for him, someone will handle you. It seems he has connections in his family. I heard his family is a big deal here in SH-based city." After saying that, Cao Yumeng looked at Li Hanfeng with a guilty conscience. Since he did not want to bring trouble to Li Hanfeng, he advised him, "Crazy, why do not we just let it go? It is nothing serious, just one hit. I will be fine in a couple of days." Li Hanfeng glanced at him without a word while his mind frantically searched his memories from his past life about Zhou Xian, especially concerning his family background. But there was no useful information, only that they were not to be trifled with. After a moment, a coldness flickered in Li Hanfeng's eyes. "I do not care what kind of power you have. You called people to beat up my brother, and my brother can naturally call people to beat you up. But if you think you can use your influence to pressure me, then..." A murderous intent flashed through Li Hanfeng's eyes and vanished instantly, and then he smiled and said, "I am actually quite curious to see who exactly would come to handle me." Crazy eye. "Enough, remember to call for me tomorrow morning before school." Before Cao Yumeng could finish, Li Hanfeng interrupted him, turned around and walked away, leaving no room for further argument. Cao Yumeng stood there watching Li Hanfeng's receding figure. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with determination. "No matter who you are, you cannot touch my brother. If you do, I will fight you to the death." The next morning, in front of Li Hanfeng's door. Knock, knock, knock. Crazy, time to go. Click. Li Hanfeng opened the door and walked out wearing the same listless expression, his eyes glued to the Naruto manga in his hand. He did not even look up as he said, "Let us go." After shutting the door, he started heading downstairs, with Cao Yumeng quickly following behind. Walking down the street they had traversed countless times on the way to school, Cao Yumeng asked excitedly, "Crazy, how are we playing this today? Should we wait and ambush them after school or wait for the combat training session?" Today is Wednesday. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are reserved for senior combat training. Cao Ji had made up his mind last night. What is it, just a fight? The worst that could happen is a lecture from the teacher and another beating when I get home. Damn it, let us just do it. Li Hanfeng looked up at Cao Yumeng upon hearing this, noticing the shift in his mindset. He did not say much, just replied in a calm tone, "I have other things to attend to and no time to wait until after school. We had combat training against Class 2 on Monday, so it probably will not be Class 2 today." Cao Yumeng was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly asked, "Then what do we do?" Li Hanfeng glanced at him, speechless. "I already said it clearly, what else is there to ask? Obviously, if we run into them, we beat them. If we do not, we hunt them down and then beat them. Find him and beat him up." After saying that, Li Hanfeng continued walking toward the school without even looking up, leaving the dazed Cao Yumeng behind. After a long beat, Cao Yumeng let out a strange yelp and hurriedly chased after him, shouting as he ran, "My God, Crazy is amazing. Crazy, wait for me." Soon, amidst Cao Yumeng's non-stop chatter, they reached the school gate of number 1 high school. Li Hanfeng, still looking at his Naruto manga, started walking toward the entrance. Cao Yumeng nudged him with his elbow. Li Hanfeng looked up with a puzzled expression. Cao Yumeng did not speak, just tilted his chin to signal him to look ahead. Li Hanfeng turned his head and paused, slightly taken aback. "What a coincidence, saves us some time." On the other side of the road, two boys were walking toward them, chatting and laughing, completely unaware of the two on this side. The one on the left looked very confident and arrogant, tall and sturdy with sharp, well-defined features. His narrow, slightly sinister eyes were unpleasant to look at. He was clearly no good news. The one on the right was plain-looking and short, the kind of person who is easily ignored in a crowd. While talking, he would occasionally sneak glances at the boy next to him, wearing an obsequious expression on his face. It was Zhou Xian and Wang Dingshan. They were still laughing, oblivious to the two walking toward them. "Brother Xian, you beat up that fatty cow the other day. Should we brag about it a little? After all, that fatty cow also has an A-rank talent. Maybe when Zhang Xin finds out, she will look at you with new respect." As for losing a move to Cao Yumeng during combat training, he chose to conveniently forget that. No need, such a small matter is not worth bragging about. Do not make it obvious, just let her find out by accident. When Zhou Xian said this, his sinister eyes narrowed slightly as if he were smiling. Wang Dingshan caught his meaning, hurriedly assured him, and then continued with his flattery. "Do not worry, Brother Xian, leave it to me. I will make sure there is no trail left. Also, Brother Xian, after we beat up Fatty Cow, that Li Hanfeng never even came to bother us. It seems your reputation is still very effective, but in my opinion, even if Li Hanfeng showed up, he would not be a match for you." Zhou Xian, already smiling, could not help but let his triumphant expression spread further upon hearing this. Just as he was about to speak, a voice rang out abruptly, causing both of their smiles to stiffen. "Is that so? Well, Brother Xian, in my opinion, I think you are in a bit of danger today." The two of them looked up at Li Hanfeng and Cao Yumeng, who had already reached them at a loss for words, and the atmosphere suddenly froze. Wang Dingshan even opened his mouth, wanting to spit out some harsh words, but upon seeing Li Hanfeng cast a light glance in his direction, he did not make a sound. "It seems you have nothing else to say, then I am starting." At this moment, Li Hanfeng spoke first, breaking the frozen atmosphere, but his words made the air feel heavy. As he spoke, he had already put away the book in his hand, looking ready to strike. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xian could not sit still. His face turned gloomy, and he looked at Li Hanfeng with sinister eyes and said, "Li Hanfeng, do you really want to go against me?" Hearing this, Li Hanfeng ignored him directly and just gestured for Cao Yumeng to stand aside and watch instead of intervening. "You have to be kidding me, you touched my brother and now you are asking if I want to go against you. How do you have the nerve to say that?" Seeing Li Hanfeng ignore him completely, clearly set on teaching him a lesson, Zhou Xian's already gloomy face became even uglier. "Li Hanfeng, do you think I'm afraid of you? Do you know who I am?" Zhou Xian was not stupid. He knew they would not get the upper hand in a fight since they were facing an S-rank talent and an A-rank talent, so he could only try to threaten him to see if it would make Li Hanfeng hesitate. After all, this was at the school gate, and a number of students had already gathered around, whispering to one another. "Holy cow, what is going on? Are they fighting? How dare Zhou Xian provoke Li Hanfeng? Do not you know he awakened an S-rank superhuman talent? What do you know? I heard that Zhou Xian's family has some influence." "So what if he has influence? Is he going to call his old man to school? How embarrassing would that be?" Ignoring Zhou Xian's threats but hearing the chatter around him, Li Hanfeng knew he could not delay any longer. This was the school gate after all, and teachers might come out to check soon, so he said immediately, "I will give you a chance to make a move. Both of you come at me together, do not waste my time." Seeing that his threats were useless and that the guy did not even respond to him, Zhou Xian was burning with rage. He had never been so ignored in his life, and he snarled viciously. "Li Hanfeng, do not think I am afraid of you. Today I want to see how strong your S-rank talent really is. Let us hope it is not just for show." Li Hanfeng still ignored him, even taking out his comic book to read, while waving at him, signaling him to hurry up. Seeing Li Hanfeng treat him with such contempt, Zhou Xian was furious again. He signaled Wang Dingshan to lead the attack while he looked for an opening, then he roared at Li Hanfeng. "Li Hanfeng, you're courting death." With that, his spiritual energy surged and he transformed into a blurry shadow and rushed at Li Hanfeng. However, he did not attack immediately but flashed around Li Hanfeng, waiting for a chance. Wang Dingshan also let out a loud shout, and a suit of earthy yellow armor manifested on his body, significantly boosting both his strength and defense. He charged straight at Li Hanfeng, moving quite fast, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Li Hanfeng, punching directly at his chest. Yet Li Hanfeng remained looking down at his book as if he did not see the heavy punch coming. Just as the fist was about to land on his chest, he pushed off with his right foot and dodged to the left, narrowly avoiding the heavy blow. As Wang Dingshan's punch hit nothing but air, Li Hanfeng's lazy voice rang in his ears. "Is this all you have got? Too slow." Wang Dingshan's pupils constricted and rage surged within him. He swung his fist sideways at Li Hanfeng's head, but Li Hanfeng simply took a step back as if he had perfectly calculated the distance. The fist brushed right over the book in Li Hanfeng's hand, the wind of the punch ruffling Li Hanfeng's slightly messy bangs. "A chance." Zhou Xian, who had flashed behind Li Hanfeng, saw the defenseless back and immediately surged with all his spiritual energy, charging at Li Hanfeng. Extreme speed. Zhou Xian was moving at high speed, turning into a shadow with a sharp whistling sound. In an instant, he arrived behind Li Hanfeng with a ferocious look on his face, slamming a fist toward the back of Li Hanfeng's head. He was going for the kill. Meanwhile, Wang Dingshan, having missed his punch, pressed forward again, launching a dual fist strike aimed at Li Hanfeng's chest. "Got him." Looking at Li Hanfeng, who was still reading his book while being flanked, seemingly oblivious to the danger behind him, a thought flashed through the minds of Zhou Xian and Wang Dingshan simultaneously. However, just as that thought crossed their minds and their attacks were about to land, golden electric arcs suddenly crackled over Li Hanfeng's body, and with a sharp sizzle, Li Hanfeng vanished from where he stood. Oh no! The same thought occurred to both of them at once. Due to his extreme speed, Zhou Xian could not react in time to Li Hanfeng's sudden disappearance and crashed headlong into Wang Dingshan's fists. Since it all happened in the blink of an eye, it was impossible for Wang Dingshan to retract his punches, and he could only watch as Zhou Xian slammed into them. Boom! Zhou Xian was sent flying back, coughing up a mouthful of blood in midair, while Wang Dingshan was knocked back 2 steps by the immense impact. Before he could steady himself, a figure crackling with golden electric arcs appeared behind him. His pupils shrank instantly, and a chill rushed from his heels to his skull. Before he could react, a massive force whipped against his waist, shattering his earthy yellow armor and sent him flying toward Zhou Xian. Boom! After landing next to Zhou Xian, who was lying on the ground clutching his chest and groaning, Wang Dingshan also coughed up a mouthful of blood. The surroundings fell into a dead silence, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. One could even hear people swallowing hard. He was just too strong and too fast. From the moment Wang Dingshan attacked Li Hanfeng to Zhou Xian being sent flying and Li Hanfeng knocking Wang Dingshan away with a kick, the whole process only took about 5 seconds, and Li Hanfeng had been reading his book the whole time. My god, my god, my god, is this an S-rank talent? Is not that too exaggerated? All beneath S-rank are ants, taking on an A-rank and a B-rank is just too easy for him. Impossible, an S-rank talent should not be this strong. Li Hanfeng must be more than just S-rank. Exactly, and just now when Li Hanfeng moved, there was lightning flickering around him and his spiritual energy was so dense, it feels like he is on a different level than us. I suspect he might have dual talents and has already reached the 2nd tier. My god, how is that possible? It has only been a few days and he is already at the 2nd tier, plus a dual talent. We should not spread such rumors. Just a guess. I have to say, the sight of him effortlessly dealing with 1 A-rank and 1 B-rank superhuman talent left a huge visual impact on the surrounding students. They could not see that this was actually just a complete crush based on absolute strength. After all, Li Hanfeng is already a 2nd-tier fighter, and beating 2 1st-tier fighters with talents no higher than S-rank and with no practical combat experience is simply too easy. In Li Hanfeng's eyes, the 2 of them were too slow and could not pose any threat to him at all. God, lunatic, how are you so strong now? This will not do. How did you train? You have to show me the ropes. At this time, Cao Yumeng ran over and said with excitement. Li Hanfeng ignored him and walked straight to the 2 who had helped each other sit up. He looked at Zhou Xian, his gaze lingering on his chest for a moment. This kid was lucky. If Wang Dingshan had not pulled his punches at the last second, the impact of such speed would have left him unable to get up off the ground. The 2 of them watched Li Hanfeng approach with fear in their eyes. This man was too strong, on a completely different level than them. Even Zhou Xian kept his head down, not daring to let Li Hanfeng see the sinister glare in his eyes. Li Hanfeng looked at Zhou Xian without speaking for a long time. The surrounding murmurs also died down as everyone watched Li Hanfeng, wanting to see what he would do next. Zhou Xian felt the pressure from Li Hanfeng and broke out in a cold sweat, but he was not stupid enough to utter any threats now. Suddenly, Li Hanfeng leaned down and said in Zhou Xian's ear, his voice extremely calm. "We will leave it at this for now. If you do not want to let it go, then call out the person you mentioned who can take care of me. Also, you can come to me for revenge, but if you dare to trouble Fatty again." As he finished, Li Hanfeng exuded an icy chill that made Zhou Xian shiver. Having said that, he did not care about Zhou Xian's reaction or wait for a reply. He stood up, nodded to Cao Yumeng and turned to leave amidst everyone's gaze. He still had important business today and did not want to be dragged back to school by the teachers. Zhou Xian watched Li Hanfeng's retreating figure disappear gradually. Along with the pointing and mockery from the people nearby, his expression shifted from fear to anger, and eventually it was filled with venomous resentment. "Li Hanfeng, you just wait." Li Hanfeng had already walked quite a distance away, unaware that two pairs of eyes from a teaching building near the school gate had witnessed the entire fight. "Principal, the level of spiritual energy that kid just unleashed, that is already tier 2, right?" That seems correct. It looks like this kid is more than just a simple S-rank augmentation type. It seems our school is going to make a name for itself in this year's martial arts exam." These two were none other than the vice principal, Li Xingwu, and the dean of students, Zhang Yuanfang. They had been watching since before the fight started and had notified other teachers not to intervene. After all, this was the school gate, and if they had not noticed such a public brawl, they might as well retire and go home. They simply chose not to stop it, believing that competition leads to progress. This is, after all, a world that values martial strength. They also wanted to gauge Li Hanfeng's true ability, as his performance during the Awakening Day had been far from ordinary. They found him somewhat inscrutable, yet they were also staying alert to prevent any loss of life. Li Hanfeng, heading toward the Extraordinary Guild, knew nothing of this. He was currently thinking about leaving the city later and the situation with Zhou Xian. He knew that with Zhou Xian's vindictive nature, this was far from over. He could not just kill the guy over a beating given to his fat friend, but if he came looking for trouble again. A cold glint flashed in Li Hanfeng's eyes at the thought. "I have already given you a chance. I hope you know when to back off." With that thought in mind, Li Hanfeng went back to reading his book as he continued toward the Extraordinary Guild. To him, the incident with Zhou Xian was just a minor detour. His current priority was increasing his strength. As long as he was strong enough, all trouble would be nothing but a fleeting cloud. Half an hour later, in front of the Extraordinary Guild. The Extraordinary Guild accepts all superpowered individuals who, for various reasons, have not joined the National Combat Forces. After passing an assessment, they can become hunters for the guild, taking on and posting missions. Becoming a member provides significant advantages, which is why the guild's influence is extremely vast. Li Hanfeng looked at the office building before him, covering an area of at least 1,000 square meters, with the words Extraordinary Guild emblazoned on it. People were coming and going in front of the entrance, and the place was filled with noise. Forming a team to head out of the city, we are missing one melee-type superpowered individual, experience preferred. We need a support-type superpowered individual. Those with healing abilities take priority, compensation is negotiable. Any mid-tier superpowered individuals out there, let us go pull off a job in the central area of the Mist Forest today. Li Hanfeng ignored the shouting and walked straight into the mission hall of the Extraordinary Guild. "Hello sir, how can I help you today?" Just as he entered the hall, a beautiful receptionist in a professional suit walked over with a professional smile, a flash of surprise appearing in her eyes when she saw how young Li Hanfeng looked. "Hello, I am here for the hunter assessment." "Certainly, may I ask what your tier is?" The receptionist asked with a smile, despite her surprise that someone as young as Li Hanfeng was there to take the assessment. "Tier 2. Upon hearing his reply, her surprise deepened. A tier 2 at such a young age, he must still be a high school student, right? "Very well, sir, please follow me to fill out some paperwork." The receptionist soon led Li Hanfeng to a couch, and after they sat down, she produced a form for him to fill out. Li Hanfeng glanced at it. It asked for basic personal information such as age, identity, and power tier, but not the talent level, only the talent category. Li Hanfeng filled it out quickly and handed it back. The receptionist took a look and thought to herself, sure enough, a high school senior, to be tier 2 just days after awakening, his talent must be quite impressive. She then said, low-tier superpowered individuals can only take the Bronze Hunter assessment on their first try. Please follow me this way. Alright. Li Hanfeng already knew that Bronze Hunters correspond to low-tier, silver to mid-tier, and gold to high-tier. They quickly arrived at a training room on the second floor. Mr. Zhang froze in place, utterly horrified and terrified to move an inch. The blade of the Tang sword against his neck had sliced through his skin, and bright red blood trickled down the blade, dripping onto the floor. Drip, drip. The sound of blood hitting the floor was soft, yet it shook Mr. Zhang to his very core. Such incredible speed, such terrifying technique, and such immense innate talent. It is hard to believe that these are abilities created by a boy who has just awakened. This level of talent is truly unheard of, something I have never seen in my entire life. At this moment, the arcs of electricity fading from Li Hanfeng's body, his breathing became calm and steady. He slowly sheathed his Tang sword and apologized. Sorry, I was moving too fast, my control was a bit off. After saying that, he sheepishly brushed his black messy hair, revealing an awkward yet polite smile. Mr. Zhang, who had been trying to act like everything was fine, nearly lost his temper at those words. My God, I thought you were intentionally trying to intimidate me, but you actually just lost control of your blade. If your hand had shaken just a bit more, would not I be a dead man by now? Thinking this to himself, he spoke aloud. It is fine, I understand. After all, this technique is incredibly powerful, so it is understandable that it is difficult to control. As he spoke, he flashed a forced, insincere smile and continued. May I ask which school you attend, young man? You possess such remarkable strength. The first high school. Li Hanfeng did not hide it. After all, it was written on the information he had just filled out. He really is just a high schooler. This is truly terrifying. Mr. Zhang thought to himself, then added, my name is Zhang Zhiyuan, an examiner for Bronze Hunters at the Superhuman Guild. May I have your name, young man? I am Li Hanfeng, a senior at the first high school. Li Hanfeng was not arrogant. He could naturally see that Zhang Zhiyuan wanted to befriend him, and for Li Hanfeng, that did not seem like a bad thing, right? Ahaha, so it is young brother Hanfeng. Come, let me take you to collect your hunter badge. Zhang Zhiyuan laughed heartily and, holding his neck with one hand, motioned for Li Hanfeng to follow him out. I will have to trouble you, brother Zhiyuan. After all, since the other party was so enthusiastic and kept calling him young brother, he did not want to appear too aloof. Sure enough, hearing the title Brother Zhiyuan, a brilliant smile spread across Zhang Zhiyuan's face. The two quickly arrived at the mission hall. Zhang Zhiyuan invited Li Hanfeng to wait on the guest sofa before turning and heading up to the second floor. A moment later, Zhang Zhiyuan returned with a beautiful woman in business attire. By then, his neck was wrapped in bandages and the woman beside him was holding an exquisite wooden box. Young brother Hanfeng, are you here to take the hunter exam because you intend to leave the city to hunt monsters? As he spoke, he opened the wooden box and took out a bronze-colored badge, handing it to Li Hanfeng. Li Hanfeng took it and saw that it was embossed with 3 pentagrams, the proof of a 3-star bronze hunter. Yes, to train my skills, prepare for the college entrance exam, and also earn some money on the side. Li Hanfeng did not hide his intentions. After all, if someone thought about it, it was obvious. Why else would you come here for a hunter certification if not to head outside the city, just to show off? Zhang Zhiyuan hesitated for a moment, his eyes flickering, then he said, I know you are strong, brother Hanfeng, and I am sure you will not venture too deep into the central area of the Mist Forest, but this thing should be very helpful to you and can help you avoid many dangers. Consider it a gift from me to welcome you. As he spoke, he produced a scroll and handed it to Li Hanfeng. After hearing this, Li Hanfeng hesitated briefly before reaching out to accept it. He opened it and glanced inside, his pupils contracting sharply. It was a map of the Mist Forest. Although it only covered the outer rim and part of the central area and was not entirely complete, it recorded the distribution of some monsters and dangerous zones. It was still invaluable, as every danger marker on it had likely been marked with the price of human lives. After all, without someone dying, how would you know it was dangerous? Brother Zhiyuan, this is Hey, do not stand on ceremony with me, let us just consider it a start to our friendship. Who knows, I might need your help in the future. Hearing Zhang Zhiyuan put it that way, Li Hanfeng did not refuse anymore and simply said, "If you ever have any requests in the future, Brother Zhiyuan, I will certainly do my best to help within my capabilities." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhiyuan beamed with joy and burst into laughter. "Ahaha, good, that is exactly the promise I was waiting for." The two chatted a bit more before Li Hanfeng rose to say goodbye. After Li Hanfeng headed toward the city gates, Zhang Zhiyuan stood where he was, watching his retreating figure and murmuring softly. "I never expected that such a small level 4 base city would produce a person like this." Li Ji looked at the map scroll in his hands, his expression filled with excitement. "My chances are much better now, sharing in Here I Come." However, just as Li Hanfeng was preparing to head for the Mist Forest, inside a luxury mansion in the suburbs of the base city, slap! A middle-aged man in a black suit with thick brows and an imposing, square-jawed face slapped Zhou Xian across the face, his expression full of rage. "You rebellious son, you only know how to cause trouble for me all day long. You knew that Li Hanfeng was not a simple person, yet you still provoked him. Do you want to turn the world upside down?" Zhou Xian was stunned by the slap, a clear red handprint visible on his face. It took him a while to react, his expression one of disbelief. "Dad, you actually hit me? I was the one who got beaten up and bullied. Instead of standing up for me, you hit me." The middle-aged man was, of course, Zhou Xian's father, Zhou Zhanghai. He was a deacon in the Science and Martial Arts Bureau of the SH base city, possessing considerable power and was indeed a significant figure in the city. "HMPH, you are my son. Do you think I do not know your character? If you had not provoked him, would he have beaten you for no reason?" Zhou Zhanghai gave a cold snort, as if he had long since seen through Zhou Xian's little tricks. "But Dad, he beat me severely. Are you just going to do nothing? I am your son. If you will not help, he has become a demon in my heart now. You must help me kill him." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhanghai frowned, his anger rising. "You fool, do you think he is that easy to touch? He is far more than just a S-rank talent. Besides, I suspect your vice principal has been keeping an eye on him for a long time. Do you really think that old geezer Li Xingwu is easy to fool?" Zhou Xian persisted. "Dad, what is there to fear? I have already checked. He is going to the Superhuman Guild to get a hunter certification. He must be planning to leave the city. As long as we are clean and careful outside the city, who will know it was us?" Zhou Zhanghai fell silent, his brow still locked in a deep frown, eyes closed slightly as he said nothing more. Seeing this, Zhou Xian thought to himself that there was a chance. "Dad! Enough, you are going back to your room now. If I catch you leaving without my permission, I will break your legs." "Dad, Zhou Xian still wanted to say something, but after catching Zhou Zhanghai's gaze, he dared not speak another word and obediently went back to his room. After Zhou Xian left, Zhou Zhanghai was the only one left in the hall. He lay back in his main seat with his eyes closed as if thinking about something. The entire hall was deathly silent. After a long while, he opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing through them as he spoke. "Go check on Li Hanfeng's whereabouts. If he really is going to leave the city, make sure everything is done cleanly." His face was calm as he spoke, his eyes as deep and cold as a pool of water. "Yes." In the silent hall, a voice suddenly responded, appearing like a ghost. By now, Li Hanfeng had reached the city gate. He looked up at the wall encircling the base city, a sense of awe washing over him. The wall stood dozens of meters high, covered in white stone blocks that gave it an incredibly sturdy and imposing appearance. Energy cannons were mounted atop the wall, aimed outward, adding to its formidable presence. Both inside and outside the wall stood a line of stone guard towers, each manned by a well-armored soldier keeping a vigilant lookout from their elevated position. Patrolling the top of the wall were guards clad in heavy armor and wielding sharp spears, looking powerful and alert, clearly prepared for any sudden combat. The sheer majesty and strength of the towering wall instilled a deep sense of security and stability. Are these the garrison soldiers? They truly deserve the title of frontline warriors. Their presence is as sharp as a blade. Li Hanfeng remarked with genuine admiration as he observed the battle-hardened soldiers on the wall. "Who?" Li Hanfeng took a deep breath, checking his physical state. Although he had not yet fully mastered total concentration breathing constant, after a few days of adaptation, he had grown accustomed to maintaining it at all times, except when sleeping or deeply focused on other tasks. Without professional supervision, this was the limit for now. The rest would simply have to be honed over time. Li Hanfeng felt his pulse settle, and after a moment he walked toward the city gate. "Stop right there, show your exit permit." As soon as Li Hanfeng arrived at the gate, a garrison soldier stopped him. He pulled out his hunter license, handed it to the soldier, and said, "I am a hunter heading out to hunt exotic beasts." The soldier glanced at the badge, then at Li Hanfeng's somewhat youthful face, a look of surprise in his eyes. He did not take the badge but instead waved his hand, signaling for Li Hanfeng to put it away. "Bronze 3-star, you have great talent, and with the college entrance exams coming up, it is very dangerous outside the city." The soldier trailed off. His words were simple, but the meaning was clear. He stared deeply at Li Hanfeng, his sharp gaze softening just a little. Li Hanfeng gave the soldier a standard military salute without a word, but his formerly lazy eyes became exceptionally firm. The soldier watched him for a long silence before slowly lifting his spear, which had been blocking the way, and returned the salute. Then, in a very serious tone, he said, "Come back safely." Li Hanfeng grinned. "I will not die." Just outside the gate, Li Hanfeng was surprised again. There were even more people gathered in groups than at the entrance to the extraordinary guild. They saw Li Hanfeng, and a flash of surprise crossed their faces, but no one invited him to join. Being young and talented meant being inexperienced, and inexperience often meant being a liability. Li Hanfeng did not mind the solitude and headed toward the misty forest on his own. Hey, who is that kid, daring to head to the misty forest all by himself? Who knows, but looking at his age, he must still be a student, right? Could he be a genius? Genius, my foot! No matter how much of a genius he is, he only awakened a few days ago. His strength is limited. Never mind, why bother with that? Although a very pretty girl went out alone yesterday too, she seemed like a student as well. Are the students of this generation all this reckless? With the invasion of alien races and the recovery of spiritual energy, the trees and flowers mutated, and the beasts that once lived on Blue Star turned into the exotic beasts of today. They gathered together under powerful beast kings to carve out territories, occasionally attacking human-based cities. The Misty Forest was one of their gathering points, located just over 10 kilometers away from the SH base city. The alien races, however, stayed within stable space-time rifts, and most of the battles with humans took place in different dimensions. Every large space-time rift was guarded by human elites to prevent large-scale invasions, but the aliens still managed to open small rifts from time to time, causing casualties within human bases. Li Hanfeng soon reached the edge of the misty forest, put away his book, and looked up into the distance. The forest was mysterious and dangerous. Trees towered like pagodas, reaching into the clouds, their trunks entwined with vines and flowers that swayed in the breeze. The forest was shrouded in perpetual mist, casting it in dim light, hence the name, Misty Forest. Standing close by, Li Hanfeng felt a breeze from the forest carrying a fresh scent, the smell of grass and flowers, which was refreshing, yet it could not mask the dangerous aura radiating from within. Li Hanfeng took a deep breath, and with a thought, his Tang sword appeared in his hand. He hooked it to his waist and slowly stepped into the mist-shrouded forest. After Li Hanfeng's figure disappeared into the woods, a silhouette eerily appeared in the shadows of a large tree. The figure had no discernible facial features. Thin and entirely black, it blended perfectly into the tree's shadow. Target confirmed. The figure whispered in a deep, hoarse voice, like a vengeful spirit claiming a life. Having entered the outskirts of the forest, Li Hanfeng put away his manga, refusing to let his guard down. Danger was everywhere, so to avoid a surprise attack, it was best to stay focused. After walking for a while without finding any traces of beasts, Li Hanfeng thought for a moment, took out the map Zhang Zhiyuan had given him, carefully checked his location, and selected a target. The nest of the Gale Wolf. According to the map, this nest held 2 Gale Wolves, a male and a female, with one being a Tier 2 beast. It was not far from his current position, maybe a 30-minute trek. This will do. 1 Tier 1 and 1 Tier 2 should not be much of a problem, but I have to finish it quickly. I cannot get bogged down in a long fight, or I might attract something else. Li Hanfeng thought it over for a moment and then headed toward the location marked on the map. Along the way, Li Hanfeng was cautious, even hiding in a thicket for a few minutes to ensure there were no anomalies before continuing. It was not that he was a coward, he just felt uneasy throughout the journey, a strange sensation he could not put into words. After a quick scan revealed nothing unusual, he let it go. Just like that, after 40+ minutes, Li Hanfeng finally spotted a rock cave. Based on the map's markings, this was the nest of the Gale wolves. Li Hanfeng slowed his pace and breath, using the thickets and towering trees for cover as he crept closer. He soon reached the cave entrance, channeled the thunder breathing to boost his physical state, and closed his eyes, pressing his ear against the stone wall to listen for movement inside and confirm whether the wolves were in their den or out hunting. A moment later, Li Hanfeng opened his eyes, a thoughtful look on his face. There were more than 2 sets of breathing sounds in the cave. Li Hanfeng listened carefully and confirmed there were 3 breathing sounds in the cave, 2 of which were very faint. Suddenly, Li Hanfeng's eyes lit up. It is giving birth. That means there is only 1 demon wolf inside now, most likely a first-tier mother wolf and 2 cubs. After figuring this out, Li Hanfeng quickly got up and rushed into the cave. Quick battle, quick decision. Li Hanfeng's footsteps quickly woke the Gale demon wolf. It opened its eyes and stood up immediately. Seeing a human rush into its cave, it instinctively shielded the 2 cubs and let out a long howl to the sky. Ow! Immediately afterward, it lunged at Li Hanfeng, raised its claw, and swung it toward his head. Li Hanfeng reacted extremely quickly. Golden electric arcs crackled over his body as he drew his blade with his right hand and slashed. With a squelch, the palm of the Gale demon wolf that was meant for his head fell to the ground. As blood splattered everywhere, it let out a painful howl. Ow! At this moment, a howl full of grief and indignation came from outside the cave. Li Hanfeng knew that the second-tier Gale demon wolf, which had been foraging nearby, must have returned. A cold glint flashed in his eyes and the golden electric arcs around him surged. With a flicker of his figure, he arrived before the restrained mother wolf. As spiritual energy pulsed, he slashed his tang down directly at the demon wolf's neck. Squelch! The mother wolf's head rolled onto the ground and bright red blood stained the floor, as if spreading a red carpet. Thud! The moment the mother wolf's body collapsed, Li Hanfeng already sheathed his blade. He faced the cave entrance, lowered his center of gravity, leaned forward, and white mist curled from his mouth with a hissing sound. He gripped the hilt with his right hand and closed his eyes slightly. Ow! The second-tier demon wolf, having rushed back, let out a sorrowful howl upon seeing the mother wolf lying in a pool of blood. Now, Li Hanfeng suddenly opened his eyes. Thunder flickered within them, reflecting a golden hue in his pupils. Boom clang! Accompanied by the sound of the ground shattering and the ring of his blade, Li Hanfeng's figure turned into a golden streak of lightning and vanished from where he stood. Thunder-breathing first form, thunderclap and flash. The demon wolf, having just reached the cave entrance, was about to launch an attack after its howl, but it felt a threat of death. Before it could even react, a golden light flashed before its eyes and it lost consciousness. Thump roll. As the demon wolf's head rolled to the ground, Li Hanfeng appeared outside the cave entrance, the golden electric arcs on his body slowly fading. He stood up and walked back into the cave, intending to collect his spoils of war, as the demon wolf had many valuable parts. Just then, a bone-chilling cold engulfed him, and a threat of death rose from the depths of his heart. Without thinking, Li Hanfeng channeled his spiritual energy frantically. The electric arcs that had just disappeared erupted again in an even more violent display, and his figure instantly vanished. However, he was still 1 step too late. Rip! The sound of a blade tearing through clothing echoed, and a spray of blood drifted through the air. Li Hanfeng, now appearing in an open space a dozen meters away, wore an extremely grim expression. Fortunately, he had been feeling uneasy on the way here and kept his guard up, otherwise he would have been done for. At this moment, there was a 10-centimeter gash on his right shoulder with blood flowing steadily. It ran down his shoulder and arm, soaking the hand that gripped his blade, and waves of sharp pain surged through him. But he did not stop the bleeding immediately. He gripped the hilt of his blade tightly with his right hand, eyes fixed unblinkingly on a figure hidden in the shadows of the cave entrance nearby. He could not make out the figure's face, only that the build was somewhat thin and entirely pitch black, making it nearly invisible in the shadows. Li Hanfeng dared not move, nor did he have time to tend to the wound on his right shoulder. For the first time, he had felt the aura of death creeping toward him. That feeling was suffocating. If he could avoid it, he never wanted to experience it again. "Who are you?" Although he asked, Li Hanfeng did not expect a reply. He only wanted to distract the opponent while his brain worked at high speed. Judging by the surge of spiritual energy he released during the strike, he is at least a fourth-tier superhuman. His attack was soundless and he hid in the shadows. Either he is an assassin type or a special type. My wound is not deep, but it is on my right shoulder, which will affect my blade work. A head-on collision has a chance of victory, but it is low. Plus, with his abilities, he clearly will not fight me head-on. Running away is useless too. His abilities are too strange and he is likely fast as well. I have to take the initiative and gamble while I am still in good condition. Thinking this, Li Hanfeng took a deep breath. His body leaned forward, his blood-slicked hand gripping the hilt tightly. However, the opponent seemed to see through his thoughts, ignored him, turned around and vanished into the shadows. Damn it! Seeing this, Li Hanfeng cursed under his breath. He realized the opponent wanted to drain his stamina. The foe knew he did not dare to bandage his wound. At the current rate of bleeding, he would soon be too weak from blood loss to fight back, leaving him with no choice but to wait for death. The situation seemed like a deadlock. The opponent was waiting for Li Hanfeng's condition to worsen while hiding in the dark. Li Hanfeng could not bandage his injury, could not find his target to fight, and running would only lead to being hunted, accelerating his blood loss and exhaustion. What do I do? Li Hanfeng's brain spun frantically, searching for any possibility. A moment later, he gritted his teeth, let go of his blade, and his figure transformed into a bolt of lightning that instantly vanished from where he stood. Ugh. In the gloomy, deep forest, a golden flash of lightning kept flickering toward the outskirts, while near this light, a black shadow seemed to always emerge from the nearby darkness, clinging like a maggot to the bone, following like a shadow. Rip. While fleeing, Li Hanfeng tore off the sleeve of his jacket and gripped it in his mouth. Then, the golden lightning on his body surged violently and he accelerated once more, vanishing from his spot. In that split second of acceleration, Li Hanfeng's left hand grabbed the sleeve from his mouth and started binding the wound on his right shoulder. The movement was rough, but he had no choice. Time was running out. This was a true race against death. Being 0.1 seconds slow could mean death. Sure enough, the moment Li Hanfeng finished binding the wound, a figure emerged soundlessly from the shadows ahead, a dagger glinting with a cold, ghostly light already sweeping toward Li Hanfeng's throat. However, it was as if Li Hanfeng had anticipated this. He shifted his footing mid-sprint, turning abruptly amidst a flash of lightning and swerved to the right. The figure was slightly stunned, clearly not expecting Li Hanfeng to perform such a swift turn at such a speed. Little did they know, for someone who had mastered the six-fold thunderclap and flash, this was just a basic maneuver. Mid-turn, Li Hanfeng tore the other sleeve off, wiped the blood from his right palm and the blade hilt, drew his tang dao, and used his left hand and mouth to bind his right hand to the blade hilt firmly. Just then, a cold glint appeared at the back of Li Hanfeng's neck again, just as silent, just as chilling. Clang! Just as the dagger was about to touch his neck, he crouched down, pivoted, and unleashed a slash. The sound of clashing metal rang through the dark forest. Then, leveraging the impact from the clash, he quickly pulled away, and with a flash of electricity, Li Hanfeng appeared in an open space 10 meters away. At this point, Li Hanfeng did not run. He sheathed his blade, leaned forward, and the white mist from his mouth grew thicker with every hiss, while electric arcs wrapped around his entire body. Amidst the crackling of electricity, Li Hanfeng slowly closed his eyes. You enjoy the chase, do not you? Why do not you try one more time? At this moment, an incredibly eerie scene unfolded in the dark forest. A young man in black with both sleeves torn off stood in a ready-to-draw stance, golden arcs of electricity flickering across his body. Strangely, there was no one in sight for him to be confronting. The surroundings were dead silent, as if the young man in black was fighting all by himself. Li Hanfeng was honestly losing his mind. A mid-tier transcendent ganging up on a second-tier one. Do you have no shame? Do you have no dignity? Though he complained internally, Li Hanfeng did not dare to slack off in the slightest, knowing the enemy was lurking in the shadows nearby, waiting for the split second his guard dropped. That single moment would be fatal. With his eyes slightly closed, Li Hanfeng carefully sensed every movement around him, trying to pinpoint the corner where his opponent was hiding, knowing that he could not maintain this state of extreme tension forever. He craved the Sharingan more than ever right now. If he had it activated, let us see if you could still hide from me. However, the reality was that he still could not sense the enemy's presence at all. If I cannot find you, then I will just launch a counterattack. Li Hanfeng made a quick decision. Suddenly, golden thunder erupted across his body. Boom! With the sound of the ground shattering, Li Hanfeng transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from his spot, flashing out of the forest at a speed nearly invisible to the eye. Just as Li Hanfeng had suspected, the moment he showed signs of escaping the misty forest, the opponent would inevitably appear to block him. It seemed they were determined to see him die here. Sure enough, after Li Hanfeng had dashed less than 30 meters, a cold, chilling gleam suddenly appeared on his right, swiping toward his neck. Li Hanfeng had been waiting for this exact moment. As soon as the cold light appeared, he changed his breathing rhythm, his blade surged with blinding lightning, and with bulging veins in his arm, he slashed toward the shadow. Thunder-breathing second form, Rice Spirit. Swish, 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 swish. In the instant the lightning flared, 5 golden sword beams instantly sealed off every retreat for the figure. The figure clearly had not expected such a move from Li Hanfeng. His eyes, whose pupils were invisible, widened in sheer terror, and it was already too late to back away. Clang, sizzle, 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 sizzle. As expected of a mid-tier transcendent, he managed to block the blow aimed at his neck with his dagger, then twisted his body frantically to avoid the vitals, taking the other 4 strikes with his own flesh. Now he had hideous wounds on his shoulders, chest, and waist, with golden electric arcs still dancing on them, paralyzing his body, but they were not fatal yet. Li Hanfeng stuck to him like a leech, closing in instantly. He had to kill the guy while he was still paralyzed, or else it would be a huge problem if he managed to escape. After all, having a venomous snake constantly watching you from the shadows is unbearable for anyone. Soon, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Li Hanfeng excelled at close-quarters combat, and combined with the fact that the figure's movement was heavily hindered by his injuries and the lingering paralysis in his body, his reaction time was bound to be a half-beat slower. After just a brief exchange, the figure had sustained several more wounds and was bleeding profusely. At this rate of blood loss and Li Hanfeng's relentless assault, he would surely die if he could not get away. Li Hanfeng was getting anxious too. Using the second form to unleash 5 strikes at once had put a massive strain on his arms, causing his speed and power to drop, and for a moment, he could not finish the opponent off. Although he could win by dragging it out, he was terrified that a sudden turn of events would allow the enemy to escape. He only had the upper hand now because he caught the opponent off guard. If the enemy were to be on their guard, it would be hard to tell who would come out on top. After all, he was only 2nd tier while the opponent was at least 4th tier. There is a massive chasm between low tier and mid-tier transcendents. Considering that even with the absolute advantage fighting in his preferred style, he still could not take the guy down, the sheer strength of a mid-tier transcendent was evident. Thinking of this, a fierce look crossed Li Hanfeng's face. He had to kill him today. The golden lightning on Li Hanfeng turned violent, his face twisted with ruthlessness, and his attacks became increasingly savage. The figure, already struggling to hold on, could not handle the sudden ferocity of Li Hanfeng's onslaught, accumulating several more wounds and covered in blade marks. But he always managed to dodge the vitals at the critical moment. His wounds were gruesome, even revealing shards of bone in some places, but with the vitality of a mid-tier transcendent, they were not fatal yet. Suddenly, the figure's eyes narrowed. He felt the paralysis fade, replaced by waves of searing pain, and a vicious expression flashed across his face. Clang, swish, swish, boom. The figure seized the moment to deflect a slash, used the impact to retreat, and then turned and vanished into the shadows behind a tree. Li Hanfeng's pupils contracted. He did not stop his attack, rushing forward to deliver 2 more slashes, but the figure was already gone, leaving only a massive tree crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Li Hanfeng sheathed his sword, lowered his center of gravity, leaned forward, and slightly closed his eyes. "You are not getting away this time." Li Hanfeng growled inwardly, his spiritual energy surging as his nose and ears twitched ever so slightly. 3 seconds later. Drip. Li Hanfeng snapped his eyes open, his gaze filled with lightning. "Found you." Thunder breathing first form. Boom. With the sound of cracking earth, Li Hanfeng vanished into a flash of lightning. "Damn it." Hidden in a bush to his back right, the figure cursed under his breath. The moment his blood dripped onto the ground, he knew he had been exposed. Without hesitation, he turned and tried to vanish again, but a golden streak of electricity was already hot on his heels. Swish, 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 swish. Accompanying the violent lightning, several sounds of air being torn sounded in the clearing. The man himself was invisible, only flashes of electricity could be seen. The figure was struck with horror, realizing that no matter how he dodged, that golden lightning always locked onto his position. It was just too fast. The moment he reappeared, the lightning was already right behind him. He had no time to think and move to turn and vanish again, but a sudden, intense pain shot through his body, causing him to falter. Bad move. The figure was terrified. His body was reaching its limit, riddled with wounds and bleeding profusely, yet he had been fighting Li Hanfeng and continuously using his innate talents. He tried to push through the agony to trigger his talent again, but in that split-second hesitation, a streak of gold flashed right across his throat. As his consciousness began to fade, a voice echoed in his ears. "Thunderclap and flash, sixfold." Li Hanfeng slowly stood up, tore off the sleeve wrapped around his palm, and turned to look at the figure whose head had been severed from its body. This time, he could see the face clearly. It was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s with sunken eyes, a gaunt face, and wide-open pupils. One could still faintly discern the terror he felt before death. Li Hanfeng did not linger on the sight, as looking at the face would not provide any leads. He walked quickly to the side of the corpse and began searching it, hoping to find clues about its identity. Soon, Li Hanfeng had searched the body from head to toe, but other than the dagger it was clutching tightly, he found nothing. Just as he was about to grab the dagger and leave, he suddenly noticed a ring on the hand that was holding the dagger. He had not seen it earlier because the back of the hand was facing down and it was obscured by the blade. Li Hanfeng removed the dagger and the ring, then channeled his spiritual energy into the ring. Suddenly, a 2x2 meter spatial dimension appeared in his mind. It really is a spatial ring. But Li Hanfeng did not examine it closely, as the smell of blood here was too thick. Staying any longer was not a good idea, especially given that he was currently injured. He turned and headed quickly in the direction of the Gale Demon Wolf's lair. His own spoils of war were still waiting for him there. However, shortly after Li Hanfeng's figure vanished completely, a shadow flashed across the scene. The head on the ground disappeared, and a moment later, dead rumble. The head was tossed back again. Its skull had been pried open and emptied, leaving nothing but an hollowed-out bone. It did not seem interested in the corpse on the ground. After circling once, it darted off in the direction Li Hanfeng had gone. Meanwhile, Li Hanfeng, dragging his weary and injured body, had arrived not far from the Gale Demon Wolf's lair. This is a perfect place to recover from my injuries and collect my loot at the same time. Thinking this, Li Hanfeng stepped toward the cave, but he had forgotten a fatal problem. Unaware, Li Hanfeng walked straight into the cave. The very moment he entered, every hair on his body stood on end. He froze in place and even his breathing stopped. A gargantuan creature was coiled inside the cave, rising 5 or 6 meters high. There was a white jade-like horn on its head and a bulge in its lower belly. Its eyes were tightly closed, looking as if it had just eaten its fill and was resting. The 2 corpses of the Gale Demon Wolves and the 2 wolf pups on the ground were already gone. My god, I actually forgot that the strong scent of blood here would definitely attract something. At this point, Li Hanfeng had begun backing away slowly. He did not want to fight this jade-horned python in his current state. Looking at its size, it was at least a tier 3 beast. Even if he managed to win, he would be severely wounded, and dragging a heavily injured body through this fog forest meant death at any moment. However, right at that moment, Li Hanfeng suddenly felt a cold glint strike from behind him. Li Hanfeng's pupils constricted. Not caring about the noise anymore, he channeled the breathing of thunder and lightning suddenly erupted from his body. Swish boom! Li Hanfeng ducked to avoid the cold light slashing at the back of his head. As he turned, he shattered the ground beneath his feet and his body turned into a bolt of lightning as he dashed out of the cave. Hiss roar! Li Hanfeng, about to flash away to escape, noticed that nothing was chasing him from behind. Instead, intense rumbling sounds and beastly roars were coming from inside the cave. It seemed the jade-horned python had been woken up and thought the three-eyed demon ape was trying to attack it, so the two beasts had started fighting inside. Li Hanfeng paused and turned back. The entire cave was shaking violently as if it would collapse at any moment, and accompanied by the rumbling, chunks of broken rock were frequently ejected from the entrance. Li Hanfeng's eyes flickered, and in just a moment he made his decision. I have to play the role of the fisherman. As he thought this, he moved quickly to find a dense thicket, hiding his entire body within it while slowing his breathing to the extreme, making it near silent. Bang rumble! At that moment, a figure flew out backward, followed by the total collapse of the cave, sending dust and smoke into the air. A moment later, the dust settled, and Li Hanfeng finally saw the appearance of the beast that had attacked him earlier. A three-eyed demon ape. Li Hanfeng whispered to himself. He had fought this type of beast in virtual battle simulations. It was extremely troublesome, and this one appeared to be Tier 3. I wonder which one is stronger, the ape or the Tier 3 jade-horned python. As the smoke cleared, the python and the ape were locked in a standoff, both pairs of beastly eyes filled with violence and cruelty. Hiss roar! With the roars, both sides charged at each other at high speed and began a brutal slaughter. The jade-horned python lashed out with its 30-meter-long body, its tail becoming a blur as it whipped fiercely toward the three-eyed demon ape. The three-eyed demon ape was incredibly fast, leaping high into the air to dodge the strike, then using the momentum of its descent to swipe its claws toward the python's body. Flash hiss. The sharp claws tore through skin and flesh, inciting the python's ferocity. It hissed and swung its massive head, using the jade horn on its crown to gore the three-eyed demon ape. Stab roar. In pain, the three-eyed demon ape's viciousness flared up. It opened its mouth, filled with sharp fangs, and bit directly into the python's body, shaking its head frantically to tear off a large chunk of flesh. The jade-horned python hissed and whipped its powerful tail, smashing it against the ape's chest, causing it to crack open as blood splattered everywhere. The scene was filled with blood, wildness, and brutality. Is this what a battle between demonic beasts is like? Truly savage. Hidden in the bushes, Li Hanfeng whispered to himself, then slowly stood up to charge his strength, his right hand already gripping the hilt of his sword. It is almost my turn. The battle in the field had reached a fever pitch. Both sides were covered in wounds, yet they continued to launch frantic, wildly aggressive attacks at one another. At this moment, the three-eyed demon ape had its shoulder bitten by the python, and the serpent's body began to rapidly coil around the ape, tightening slowly, trying to strangle it to death. The three-eyed demon ape ignored this. It raised the arm exposed outside the coils and used all its remaining strength to slash its claws at the python's head. Rip! The claws sank into the python's neck, but the neck was not a lethal point for a snake. The ape tried to move its claws again to cut deeper into the python's throat. However, as the python's body tightened further, the three-eyed demon ape lost the strength to cut through the snake's hide. Slowly, the three-eyed demon ape's struggle weakened, and it looked on the verge of suffocating to death. ZZZZT swish. A golden streak of lightning, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, flashed through the scene. Slash slash. The jade-horned python's head was severed completely along the wound already made by the ape. With its head cut off, the python's coils loosened, revealing the dying three-eyed demon ape. Li Hanfeng did not hesitate. He turned and swung his sword, and in a burst of lightning, the head of the three-eyed demon ape was sent flying as well. Li Hanfeng did not dare to delay further and quickly began to clean up the battlefield, fearing another complication. After all, the noise here had been considerable and his own state was not ideal. Soon, Li Hanfeng had collected the jade-horned python's horn, snake skin, snake gallbladder, along with the three-eyed demon ape's claws and two beast cores. After packing everything up, Li Hanfeng transformed into a golden bolt of lightning and darted into the distance. I need to find a place to treat my wounds and take stock of my loot. In the night of the misty forest, the dense woods were filled with the rich scent of vegetation and damp earth. Occasionally, the roars of wild beasts pierced the darkness, breaking the silence that was otherwise only echoed by the buzzing of nocturnal insects, creating an unsettling atmosphere of danger. A towering giant tree, thick enough for 6 people to wrap their arms around, stood tall and straight, with a canopy wide enough to house thousands of birds and beasts. 5 meters up the trunk was a 3-meter-high cave, as if a large creature had made its home right inside the tree. At the entrance of the tree hollow, one could faintly see spiritual energy rushing in rapidly, as if drawn by something. Once the energy flowed into the hollow, it poured directly into the body of a young man in black clothes who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The boy was Li Hanfeng. After dealing with the jade-horned python and the 3-eyed demon ape, he had quickly retreated from the battlefield to find a place to heal his wounds, and he had come across this massive tree while passing by. With a flash of inspiration, he had cleaned the bloodstains off his body at a spot far from here and rebandaged the wound on his right shoulder with gauze he had prepared beforehand. After confirming that no strong scent of blood remained, Li Hanfeng returned to this tree, hollowed out a space inside, and began his recovery. At this moment, Li Hanfeng slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and moved his right shoulder, feeling that the wound had healed significantly, or at least, it did not hurt as much as before. Phew, it is already late. I will rest here for the night and continue my journey tomorrow. Li Hanfeng whispered to himself, then took out 2 beast cores. He inspected them carefully, but as he felt the violent spiritual energy within them, he began to feel troubled again. As expected, they cannot be used directly for cultivation. The spiritual energy inside is too wild, it is impossible to absorb without processing it first. Having said that, he suddenly remembered something. He quickly put the beast cores away, and with a flick of his mind, a ring dropped into his palm. It was the spatial ring of the person who had tried to kill him. Things had been too urgent at the time to check it. Do not let me down, give me some spirit stones. Li Hanfeng prayed silently and poured his spiritual energy into the spatial ring. The items inside appeared clearly in his mind, and upon a closer look, he was ecstatic. Inside the 2-square-meter space were over 200 spirit stones, but apart from that, there was nothing else. Naturally, there was no trace of the owner's identity. It seems he had cleared his belongings beforehand, a mid-tier transcendent being so cautious when killing a second-tier transcendent. This is no simple character. I just fought Zhou Xian this morning, and then I was assassinated as soon as I entered the misty forest. Could it be too much of a coincidence? Could it be? But this person clearly operates like a professional killer. Does Zhou Xian's family do this kind of work, or did they hire someone? Thinking of this, Li Hanfeng felt a headache coming on. There was too little information to be certain, but since he had only offended Zhou Xian, he could only suspect him, yet he could not be sure. For a moment, Li Hanfeng's gaze flickered. Whether it was you or not, I will come looking for you when I go back, and if it was you, I already gave you a chance. Li Hanfeng let out a sigh and stopped thinking about it. In any case, he had already counterkilled the assassin, and the other party did not know about it, so they would not be sending anyone else to kill him. He was safe for now, or at least he did not have to worry about being stabbed in the back. He moved his thoughts and the system interface appeared in his sight. He looked at the slaughter value in the bottom right corner. Slaughter value 85. So much already. Li Hanfeng was surprised and immediately checked the records for how the slaughter value was obtained. 5 points for a first-tier wind wolf, 10 for a second-tier, 20 each for the 2 third-tier creatures, and 30 for that 4th-tier figure. Seeing this, Li Hanfeng pondered for a moment and summarized his findings. It seems that killing a beast or a person of the same tier gives 10 points. It increases for higher tiers and halves for lower tiers. It is a pity the system cannot communicate. For now, Li Hanfeng can only analyze it based on the acquisition records. 85 points, just 15 more and I will have enough for a fireball jutsu, or 25 more for a pair of Sharingan eyes. Li Hanfeng's eyes gleamed. He had to wait until he unlocked the Sharingan before returning. His current strength had already been exposed, and if there was not a qualitative leap in his power, returning would be too dangerous. Thinking of this, Li Hanfeng began to clear his mind, took out 2 spirit stones and held them in his hands. He started the total concentration breathing method, and with every breath, streams of spiritual energy poured into his body. After absorbing the 2 spirit stones, Li Hanfeng drifted off to sleep. Having experienced the sheer terror of life and death today, he was exhausted both physically and mentally. The night passed without incident. Early morning, misty forest. Boom roar roar. Still in his dreams, Li Hanfeng was instantly awakened by the sound of colliding energies and beast roars. He quickly flipped up and stood, his right hand already gripping the hilt of his tang sword. He looked vigilantly out of the tree hole, but there was nothing outside except for the rows of trees. What is going on? Li Hanfeng was still a bit dazed, struggling to grasp the current situation. Roar roar boom. Just then the roars came again, accompanied by the sound of the ground cracking. This time Li Hanfeng heard it clearly. It was not right next to him, it was likely behind him to the right, about 500 meters away. 2 beast roars, could it be that 2 more beasts are fighting? Thinking of this, Li Hanfeng's eyes brightened. He had tasted the benefits yesterday. With this kind of commotion, there is a high probability they are 3rd-tier beasts. That is another 40 slaughter points. Li Hanfeng quickly moved his limbs and assessed his own state. Although the wound on his right shoulder had not fully recovered, it had scabbed over. Besides, it did not hurt the bone, so it was no hindrance. After stretching a little, Li Hanfeng jumped down from the tree hole and crept toward the direction of the commotion. He was preparing to be the fisherman, reaping the benefits once again. At this moment, in a small clearing about 600 meters from Li Hanfeng's tree hole, why call it a clearing? Because it had been carved out by the shockwaves of battle, faint traces of ice crystal fragments could still be seen on the ground. And in this small clearing, 2 4-meter-tall iron-backed grizzlies were confronting a young girl. The girl had a cold demeanor, wearing a light purple tracksuit. Her delicate, oval-shaped face remained calm even while facing the 2 iron-backed grizzlies. Her eyes held no laughter, her lips no smile, giving her an exceptionally aloof and ethereal aura. Roar roar. After only a short standoff, the 2 iron-backed grizzlies could no longer restrain themselves. They let out a roar and charged at the girl. As they charged, the ground began to crack and sand and stones scattered as they reached the girl. From the left and the right, both bears swiped their claws at her simultaneously, the heavy force cutting through the air with a whistling sound. The girl's expression remained as calm as water. She raised her slender hands toward the incoming bear paws and shouted softly, "Defend!" In an instant, the surrounding water elements gathered and surged wildly. 2 2-meter-high hexagonal ice shields instantly formed in front of her hands, looking exceptionally solid and chillingly cold. Boom boom. The 2 bear paws slammed directly into the ice shields, creating 2 muffled sounds. The shields vibrated violently, but they did not shatter. Roar roar. The 2 iron-backed grizzlies were enraged. They both raised their other claws to strike again, then slammed their massive bodies into the ice shields. Boom 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 crack. Having endured multiple attacks from the 2 iron-backed grizzlies, the 2 ice shields finally let out a sound of being overwhelmed, and small cracks began to spread across them. Seeing this, the girl raised her eyebrows slightly. With a wave of her hands, she shouted again, "Disperse!" As soon as the words fell, the 2 ice shields shattered into pieces of bone-chilling ice crystal shards, which then blasted toward the 2 grizzlies that were preparing to attack again. The 2 iron-backed grizzlies reacted quickly. After being cut by the shards, they immediately dropped to all fours and lowered their heads, using their backs to block the bulk of the attack. Ding ding ding. The ice shards pelted the backs of the grizzlies with continuous metallic sounds, then ricocheted off onto the nearby ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the force of the impact pushed the 2 grizzlies back 7 or 8 meters. Just as the 2 bears were pushed back and dust filled the air, a pair of eyes behind a tree not far away witnessed everything. In those eyes, there was a hint of surprise and an unshakable sense of shock. Why is Murong Qingying here, and she is so strong? Li Hanfeng was stunned. He had assumed it was 2 demon beasts fighting and was already preparing to swoop in and reap the benefits. To his surprise, he found the school beauty Murong Qingying there. What is more, her strength was terrifying. She had managed to repel 2 Tier 3 iron-backed gray bears without even moving her feet. Is this the power of an SSS rank extraordinary talent? It is truly astonishing. He could tell that although Murong Qingying was close to Tier 3, she had not broken through yet. Repelling 2 Tier 3 iron-backed gray bears head-on with Tier 2 strength without even shifting her stance, this gave Li Hanfeng a real shock. This is a real wake-up call. Even with the system, I cannot underestimate these geniuses. By now, the dust and smoke on the field had cleared. The 2 iron-backed gray bears were curled up on the ground, looking like 2 giant boulders from a distance, yet they were covered in bloody gashes. The 2 bears were in a sorry state. Their bodies were covered in dense, tiny wounds, and though they were blood-stained, there were no signs of blood actually flowing from the cuts. Looking closer, one could see wisps of frost clinging to each wound. The blood had been frozen solid, preventing it from flowing out. The 2 bears stood up, shaking off the ice crystals. Having used their iron backs to block most of the damage, they did not seem to be seriously injured. After letting out an incredibly angry roar, a wild, ferocious glint flared in their eyes. Roar, roar! The 2 iron-backed gray bears charged at Murong Qingying once more, though their movements were noticeably stiffer than before. Seeing this, Murong Qingying's eyes turned cold. She grabbed at the empty air and a snowy, crystalline ice sword appeared in her hand. At the same time, a set of ice crystal armor rapidly condensed over her body. It added an air of icy severity to her already cold and ethereal demeanor. She did not retreat but instead advanced, charging directly at the 2 iron-backed gray bears. She was actually going for close-quarters combat. She is an elementalist, and she wants to fight iron-backed gray bears in close combat. Li Hanfeng was taken aback. He did not understand what Murong Qingying was relying on to engage in melee combat with the bears, but he would find out the very next moment. Murong Qingying was exceptionally agile as she reached the 2 bears. With a flicker of her figure, she dodged their attacks and immediately slashed a wound into the belly of one of the bears with her ice sword. Her footwork was incredibly nimble and elegant. After landing the blow, she pivoted away, then seized the opportunity to close the distance again. Through rapid, evasive maneuvers, she left several more wounds on the bears, deeper than the previous ones. Still, no blood flowed out. Frost lingered on the wounds as if Murong Qingying were using her talent to help them stop the bleeding. The 2 bears let out angry roars, but as the number of wounds on their bodies grew, their movements became increasingly unnatural and stiff, making it impossible for them to land a hit on Murong Qingying. Seeing this, Li Hanfeng was truly dumbfounded. Murong Qingying's swordsmanship and footwork were clearly not simple, and it looked like she had started practicing them a long time ago. It seems this Murong Qingying has an extraordinary background. Judging by the intensity and proficiency of her footwork and swordsmanship, they are likely family techniques. Li Hanfeng frowned. An SSS rank talent combined with such swordsmanship and footwork, not to mention her sharp combat awareness, plus the fact that she was a transfer student. She most likely was not from the SH base city, so where was she from, and why would she come to attend a small level 4 base city school? Obviously, Li Hanfeng could not just walk over and ask her now. Roar, roar! The battle had reached a fever pitch. The 2 bears could not lay a finger on the agile Murong Qingying. As time passed, their movements became even more rigid while Murong Qingying continued to inflict more wounds whenever she saw an opening. The 2 iron-backed gray bears could only vent their frustration through useless, furious roars. To Li Hanfeng, unless something unexpected happened, these 2 bears would soon be worn down to death. He had realized that the wounds Murong Qingying left on the bears were freezing their blood, and the cold energy was slowly seeping into their bodies, causing them to become increasingly stiff amidst their pain. Li Hanfeng was wondering whether he should steal the kill. He did not care about the materials or beast cores from the iron-backed gray bears, he just wanted the slaughter points. He could just say he was passing by, saw a schoolmate in trouble and came to help. The more Li Hanfeng thought about it, the more tempted he became, and he was ready to take action. Suddenly, a shocking turn of events occurred. Roar, roar! The 2 bears suddenly let out a roar. Their beast eyes turned blood-red, the claws on their paws grew a few centimeters, and blood began to slowly flow from the wounds that had previously been frozen. Berserk mode, how is that possible? Oh no. Li Hanfeng's eyelids twitched. This was beyond his expectations. How could Tier 3 iron-backed gray bears go berserk? Was not that a trait specific to mid-tier demon beasts? This clearly caught Murong Qingying off guard as well. She was currently positioned between the two bears, and their sudden entry into berserk mode gave her no time to react. Whoosh! Two massive bear paws displacing the air swiped at Murong Qingying from the front and back. It was too late for her to cast an ice shield. For the first time, a flicker of emotion appeared on Murong Qingying's face. Her willow eyebrows furrowed tightly, her teeth bit her lower lip, and a touch of ferocity flashed in her eyes. She attacked the bear in front of her with her sword. Her spiritual energy surged wildly, frost swirled around the ice crystal sword, and the blade grew in size. With a twist of her feet and a sidestep, she dodged the frontal paw swipe and stabbed her sword toward the bear's heart. Splat! The strike was fast, fierce, and accurate, piercing the bear's heart in one go. The beast did not die immediately and tried to counterattack, but the ice crystal sword stuck in its chest exploded into shards, tearing its heart to pieces. It lost all its strength in an instant. By then, the attack from behind was already upon her. Murong Qingying did not dodge, it was too late. She could only frantically circulate her spiritual energy to reinforce the ice crystal armor on her body. She would not die if she took the hit, and then she would kill the bear behind her. That was her confidence in her own strength. Swish! Just then, she felt a flash of golden lightning in the corner of her eye. The attack that was supposed to hit her back never landed. Instead, a pained roar from the bear echoed behind her. Roar! She turned quickly to look, just in time to see a golden arc of electricity flash across the neck of the one-armed bear. The speed WAS Chinese letter, she only saw the lightning, never the figure. Thump roll. As the head of the final iron-backed gray bear hit the ground, a figure in black stood not far from the carcass. Murong Qingying looked at this back, holding a tang sword, and for a moment it felt strangely familiar. Li Hanfeng sheathed his blade and stood up. He slowly turned around, raised his right hand, and waved at Murong Qingying, saying, "What a coincidence, school beauty Murong. Are you here in the misty forest to make some money too?" Murong Qingying looked at Li Hanfeng, who was waving at her with a lazy smile on his face. She did not answer his question but spoke with a calm, expressionless tone that revealed nothing of her inner feelings. "How long have you been here?" Li Hanfeng's smile stiffened, and he immediately started trying to laugh it off. "Haha, I just got here. We are classmates, so there is no need to thank me. Do not worry, I will not fight you for the materials on the ground." Murong Qingying said nothing. She just gazed at Li Hanfeng with her beautiful eyes not moving a muscle. Li Hanfeng felt a bit uneasy under her stare. He thought to himself that he was not exactly in the right. After all, peeking at someone's battle was quite rude, essentially spying on their hidden cards. I was just resting nearby and came over when I heard the commotion. I did not expect to run into you. I figured with your strength you would not need any help, so I did not intervene at first." Murong Qingying listened to him quietly, continuing to watch him without saying a word. Li Hanfeng was starting to get annoyed now. "I saved your life, for heaven's sake. Did you have to be so cold?" His gaze cooled slightly and he spoke in a flat voice. "I was in the wrong here. I apologize. If there is nothing else, I will be going now." Sensing the shift in his attitude, Murong Qingying shook her head and spoke in her characteristically cold voice. "You are very strong and your talent is extraordinary." Li Hanfeng was stunned, not quite understanding what she meant. They seemed to be on completely different wavelengths. After a pause, Murong Qingying added, "Thank you." Even her words of gratitude were flat and devoid of emotion. Li Hanfeng snapped back to reality. Looking at her breathtaking but expressionless face, he scratched his head in embarrassment, realizing he had misinterpreted the situation. She had not been angry at him at all. "I guess she is always like this, is not she?" Little expression, few words. With that thought, Li Hanfeng returned to his carefree demeanor and spoke casually again. "Haha, it is nothing, do not mention it. We are classmates after all." Murong Qingying did not reply, simply giving a nod. She then walked over to the carcasses of the two iron-backed bears, and with a swift jab and flick of her ice crystal longsword, she extracted their beast cores. Once she had both cores, she walked over to Li Hanfeng, paused, and handed one of them to him. Li Hanfeng looked at the core offered to him, surprised. Just as he was about to speak, he heard her cold voice. "Take it." Li Hanfeng could not help but chuckle inwardly. The school goddess certainly had a commanding presence. Without further ado, he reached out and took the core. Seeing him accept it, Murong Qingying nodded and turned to leave. Wait. Murong Qingying turned back to look at him, still expressionless and silent, waiting for him to continue. Are you just going to leave like this? Li Hanfeng pointed at the two carcasses lying on the ground and asked tentatively. Murong Qingying looked over at the bodies, then back at Li Hanfeng. A trace of expression finally appeared on her face. She raised an eyebrow and asked with a hint of uncertainty in her flat tone. Do you want to bury them? Li Hanfeng was stunned. Bury them? Seriously? After staring at her to confirm she was not messing with him, he sighed helplessly. I meant, are you not going to harvest the materials from them? At that, Murong Qingying realized what he meant. A faint blush crept across her otherwise stoic face, though it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. She shook her head to indicate she did not need them, then pointed at the iron-backed bear corpses. They are yours. Li Hanfeng was taken aback for a second before snapping out of it. He rushed over to the corpses, not feeling the need to be polite. She might be from a major family and not care about these things, but he certainly did. Well, I will not stand on ceremony then. He quickly harvested the materials and stowed them away in his spatial ring. He walked over to Murong Qingying and said, Let us leave this place first. The smell of blood is too strong and it is not safe. You have just been through a tough battle, so you need a place to rest. Why do not you come to where I have been staying to recover your spirit energy? Murong Qingying did not speak, just quietly looked at him. After a long moment, just as Li Hanfeng was about to say something, thinking she might be worried about his intentions, Murong Qingying frowned. Lead the way. Li Hanfeng was left speechless. Right, she was just waiting for him to guide her. He did not say anything more, just nodded and darted toward the tree hollow, with Murong Qingying following closely behind. Soon, the two were sitting cross-legged in the tree hollow to cultivate and recover, though it was mostly just Murong Qingying who needed the rest. Li Hanfeng activated his mental focus, bringing up the system panel in his field of vision. He checked his slaughter points, 105. That is enough. With a soft murmur, he opened the abilities interface, found Naruto, and purchased the fire-style Fireball Jutsu. Information regarding the Fireball Jutsu flooded his mind, and Li Hanfeng closed his eyes to digest it. After a while, he exhaled and opened his eyes with a faint smile. Finally, he had a long-range technique. He glanced at Murong Qingying. Seeing she was still in deep meditation, he decided not to disturb her. He began practicing the hand seals. Having just acquired the knowledge, he could not perform it instantly yet. The speed of the hand seals determined the casting time, which was crucial in battle, so he had to practice until he could ideally perform them instantaneously. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Li Hanfeng repeated the seals, getting faster and faster, from 1 seal per second to 2 and eventually reaching 3 seals per second. However, he realized that for now he could not push his speed any further. The mastery bonus from the system could only take him this far. Further improvement would require extensive practice and real-world experience. It takes over a second to form the seals for the Fireball Jutsu. I need to time this perfectly or I will be in big trouble. Li Hanfeng silently reminded himself. Just then, Murong Qingying opened her eyes, turned to look at Li Hanfeng, and frowned, looking a bit confused. What are you doing? Li Hanfeng turned his head to look at Murong Qingying, who had mostly recovered, and smiled. It is nothing, just practicing a technique. Hearing this, Murong Qingying nodded without asking further, then flipped her delicate hand, and 2 bewitchingly scarlet flowers suddenly appeared in her palm. Mad blood flowers. Li Hanfeng's gaze sharpened. Having been a top student in his previous life, he naturally knew what these were. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he asked repeatedly. So you fought those 2 iron-backed bears just because of these mad blood flowers? Murong Qingying glanced at Li Hanfeng, seemingly surprised that he had guessed it so quickly, and gave a slight nod. No wonder those 2 iron-backed bears were able to use Berserk. It turns out it was not Berserk at all, but mad blood. Murong Qingying nodded again and handed one of the mad blood flowers to Li Hanfeng. Li Hanfeng was somewhat startled. Looking at the flower extended toward him, he asked in confusion. Campus Bell Murong this is. Murong Qingying did not answer. She just looked at Li Hanfeng for a long time, and seeing he had no intention of accepting it, she finally spoke. Take it. Li Hanfeng was speechless. That was enough. He felt this Murong Qingying was quite difficult to communicate with. Her personality was truly cold to an extreme. But he still shook his head and said earnestly, Campus Bell Murong I. You saved me. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Murong Qingying. Li Hanfeng fell silent, not knowing what to say. Take it. Murong Qingying's cold, clear voice sounded once more. Li Hanfeng looked deep into Murong Qingying's exquisite face. The other party was meeting his gaze, and a trace of stubbornness actually flashed across her calm, water-like face. Li Hanfeng knew that if he did not accept this mad blood flower, this matter would likely never end. He had no choice but to accept it, adding, I owe you a favor. If you need any help in the future, you can come to me. He was just saying it as a formality, knowing that with her personality she would never ask him for help. However, he did not like owing people things. Although he had helped Murong Qingying once, he did not think that iron-backed bear could have actually killed her. These two mad blood flowers were her spoils of war. He helped, but he also gained the beast core and materials. But since Murong Qingying's attitude was so firm, he could only treat this as a favor and find a chance to pay it back later. Who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, Murong Qingying nodded and said, Do me a favor. Li Hanfeng was stunned. Talk about being slapped in the face was not it. Go ahead, if it is within my power, I will never refuse. Murong Qingying remained silent for a long time, as if she had not thought of what help she needed from him. Finally, she looked at Li Hanfeng, her voice as plain as always. I want to break through to the third rank here. Hearing this, Li Hanfeng was taken aback, not understanding what she meant. If you are breaking through to the third rank, how can I help? Li Hanfeng could only probe cautiously. What do I need to? Murong Qingying kept looking at him, and after a while said with a touch of seriousness, Guard me. Li Hanfeng's forehead was instantly covered in black lines. What the heck, guarding you? That is quite a difficult favor to ask. I am worried I might miss my lunchtime. Li Hanfeng was full of complaints but did not know where to start. He almost rolled his eyes. He looked deeply at Murong Qingying and after a moment smiled slightly. All right, I will stand guard for you. Murong Qingying nodded, said nothing, placed the mad blood flower in her mouth and began to cultivate. The mad blood flower is a spiritual treasure nurtured by spiritual energy and irrigated by blood. It contains rich spiritual energy, and this energy is very easy to absorb. When spirit beasts consume it, besides helping with their cultivation, there is a chance to acquire an ability called Mad Blood. Mad Blood allows the beast to drain the potential of its own blood when in mortal danger, erupting with power beyond its normal strength for a short time. Correspondingly, because the blood's potential is drained, the body's defense drops and the user remains weak for some time afterward. This was the reason why Li Hanfeng was able to succeed in his sneak attack and kill that third-rank iron-backed bear so easily. For humans, the mad blood flower only serves to aid cultivation because its special blood properties cannot be absorbed by humans. They can only extract the spiritual energy within it but not consume it fully. At this moment, Murong Qingying, sitting cross-legged on the ground, was already surrounded by wisps of spiritual energy. Because she was absorbing it directly by keeping it in her mouth, most of the energy was inside her body. These were merely the leaked remnants being absorbed through her cultivation technique. Looking at the situation, there might be some movement in a while. Li Hanfeng muttered to himself and walked out of the cave with his Tang Dao. To prevent anything from being attracted by the dense spiritual energy here, he had to keep guard outside. It looks like it should take about 3/4 of an hour. Li Hanfeng looked up at the tree hollow, then his figure vanished behind a tree. SH Bay City, in a mansion in the suburbs. Is there still no news from Shadow 3? Zhou Zhanghai, sitting at the head of the grand hall, asked in a deep voice. His expression was grim with suppressed anger in his tone. Reporting to the Patriarch, none yet. An old man in plain clothes replied. Judging by his attire, he was likely the butler. Zhou Zhanghai's brows locked together. This was not right. Why was it taking so long? He has been gone for a day and a night. What is going on? The old man pondered for a moment and replied. Patriarch, could it be that Shadow 3's assassination failed and he is now pursuing the target? Zhou Zhanghai raised an eyebrow and immediately said, "Even if the assassination failed with Shadow 3's capabilities, how could he fail to catch a second-rank transcendent in a day and a night?" The old man fell silent. He was also puzzled, but if you ask me, what do you expect me to make up? Or perhaps the target's talent is suited for escape, and in the process, the target stumbled into some dangerous zone and Shadow 3 is currently guarding the perimeter. Zhou Zhanghai was also silenced by this. Is it possible? He felt it was somewhat likely, but it was just too coincidental, and he felt a persistent sense of unease. After a long silence, he finally asked softly, "Elder Fu, do you think it is possible that Shadow 3 was killed?" Elder Fu was stunned, then immediately shook his head. "Patriarch, no need to be overly anxious. Perhaps an accident occurred during the process. Shadow 3 is a 4th-rank transcendent with a B-rank shadow talent. Could he really be killed by a 2nd-rank brat?" After saying this, Elder Fu paused and added, "Even if he really did kill Shadow 3, once he returns to the base city, we will finish him off completely. We will not give him a chance to grow. His current strength cannot pose a threat to us." Zhou Zhanghai nodded slightly. It seems he was being too cautious and getting suspicious. After pondering for a moment, he ordered, "Before there is any news of Shadow 3, have someone keep an eye on Li Hanfeng's house and the city gates. Notify me as soon as he appears." He paused and continued, "And until there is definitive news about Li Hanfeng, tell Zhou Xian to stop going to class." "Yes." Elder Fu acknowledged and withdrew. Only Zhou Zhanghai remained in the spacious hall, his eyes flickering. Li Hanfeng. Meanwhile, at the tree hollow in the misty forest, Li Hanfeng flicked the blood off his tanto, glanced at the mess on the ground, and let out a soft sigh at the lifeless body of the rank 2 winged fox lying there. "To think a demonic beast actually crept up on us. If we do not hurry, we will be in trouble soon." The commotion from the fight was not loud, and by catching it off guard, combined with Li Hanfeng's explosive power, he had finished the battle quickly. The main concern now was that the heavy smell of blood would attract more trouble. Just then, Li Hanfeng felt a fluctuation coming from behind him. He turned to look at the tree hollow and narrowed his eyes slightly. Finally done. Li Hanfeng immediately turned and lunged toward the tree hollow. Once he leaped up to the opening, he saw that Murong Qingying had already opened her beautiful eyes. At this moment, a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation was radiating from Murong Qingying. It was intense enough to startle Li Hanfeng slightly. Clearly, she had broken through to rank 3. Murong Qingying looked at Li Hanfeng, who had just jumped up, and nodded at him. Li Hanfeng smiled and said, "Congratulations on your increase in strength." He paused for a moment and continued, "We should leave this place first. A demonic beast wandered by just now and I killed it. I am worried the scent of blood will attract others." Murong Qingying shook her head in response, then stood up and walked to the entrance of the hollow, just standing there in silence. Li Hanfeng was puzzled by her reaction. After a moment of contemplation, he asked somewhat uncertainly, "Are you planning to wait here for the beasts to come?" Murong Qingying did not speak, but she nodded. Li Hanfeng gritted his teeth. Is she really this hardcore? After thinking it over, he still had to ask, "Is not that a bit risky? What if we get surrounded?" Murong Qingying remained silent, only giving a slight shake of her head, leaving her meaning unclear. Li Hanfeng said, feeling rather helpless, "Could you at least say something?" Upon hearing this, Murong Qingying finally reacted. She turned to look at Li Hanfeng and after a long moment said coldly, "This is the outer perimeter. The chance of encountering mid-tier demonic beasts is very low." The implication was clear. As long as no mid-tier beasts appeared, she was not afraid of being surrounded. Li Hanfeng fell silent, wondering if he was being too cautious. Did he lack the courage to push forward? Was not the whole reason he came to the misty forest to grow through slaughter? Finding that he was falling short compared to a girl in this regard, Li Hanfeng felt a bit annoyed. Thinking of his mere 15 slaughter points remaining and his burning desire for the Sharingan, he spoke up directly. "Let us do it together. It is a good chance to earn some extra, but we must plan an escape route just in case." Murong Qingying nodded and looked out of the tree hollow, seemingly scouting for any approaching beasts. The meaning was clear. "I will watch the outside, you come up with the plan." Li Hanfeng was left speechless. He wondered how long Murong Qingying had been here and managed to survive. Is it true that if you are strong enough, you can do whatever you want? Li Hanfeng did not say much else and simply took out a map to study and cross-reference carefully. After a long while, his eyes lit up and he said hurriedly, "Look, School Beauty Murong, we are currently here. If anything unexpected happens, we will run directly this way and head to this cave. According to the map, it is likely the lair of a rank 1 beast." Li Hanfeng pointed to a few spots on the ground, gestured for a while, and then looked at Murong Qingying. Murong Qingying looked at the spots Li Hanfeng indicated and the marks on the map. She turned to him and asked in a cold tone, "Where did you get this map?" Li Hanfeng was stunned. He did not expect that question. After thinking for a second, he just said, "Oh, a guy from an extraordinary guild gave it to me. Do not worry, he is trustworthy. I have been to some of these places." Murong Qingying just nodded, said nothing more, and turned her gaze back outside the cave. This left Li Hanfeng completely bewildered. She looked at it but did not have any feedback. "School Beauty Murong, at least tell me if it works or not. Do not let us delay our escape." Before he could finish, both of them suddenly turned their heads toward a dense thicket outside the tree hollow. They exchanged a look, and this time Murong Qingying spoke first. "You go first." Li Hanfeng grinned. "How stingy. It is not like I meant to watch you fight earlier. But this suits me perfectly. It is all just slaughter points." "Sure, but you would better keep a close watch and do not let me get ambushed." Murong Qingying did not answer, just quietly watching the thicket. Rustling sounds came from the bushes and a beast-like shadow emerged. It did not look at the carcass of the wind fox but stared straight at Li Hanfeng and the others, malice burning in its eyes. Li Hanfeng narrowed his eyes when he saw the shadow. It was a tough one. Murong Qingying remained expressionless, looking at the shadow with calm eyes. Li Hanfeng did not waste any more breath. He stepped out of the tree hollow, walked 10 meters toward the beast's shadow and stopped, confronting it. It was a 3-meter-tall white tiger with 3 blood-red stripes on its body. Its limbs were muscular, its claws gleamed with cold light, and a fierce, violent aura pulsed from its eyes. A blood-striped white tiger. Judging by the 3 stripes, it is definitely a rank 3. This is going to be hard to deal with. Before the spiritual energy was restored, tigers were already known as the kings of the forest. Their strength, speed, and reflexes were at the top of the food chain. And that is not even mentioning that it is now a rank 3 demonic beast. It is definitely not comparable to the other rank 3 beasts he had encountered. The blood-striped white tiger did not attack immediately. Instead, it dug its claws into the ground and crouched, preparing to launch an explosive attack at any moment. Yet those fierce eyes kept glancing up at Murong Qingying on the tree hollow. It sensed a dangerous aura. Li Hanfeng was almost amused by this scene. He grinned. "Evil beast, do not be afraid. I will cut you down in a minute." Roar! Seemingly provoked by Li Hanfeng, the blood-striped white tiger let out a low roar and launched itself off the ground, disappearing from its spot instantly. Boom! The ground cracked and gravel flew everywhere as the tiger's claw swiped toward Li Hanfeng's head. Li Hanfeng's pupils constricted, golden lightning flared over his body and he flashed to the side like a bolt of electricity. Zzzt. With the crackle of electricity, Li Hanfeng narrowly dodged the claw, but before he could stabilize himself, another claw glowing with chilling light swiped toward his face. So fast! A flash of alarm appeared in Li Hanfeng's eyes as his pupils shrunk. Clang! A thunderous ringing of a blade echoed through the gloomy forest as if the steel itself were howling. Accompanied by a sudden flash of golden lightning, a Tang Dao slashed viciously into the beast's claws. Ding creak! Sparks flew in every direction, followed by a piercing sound of metal grinding against metal. Li Hanfeng felt an overwhelming force strike him. His Tang Dao was knocked from his grip and sent flying, while he himself was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Bang bang thud thud thud. After crashing through 2 large trees, Li Hanfeng relied on his core strength to use the remaining momentum to pull off a backflip in midair. He landed and slid back several meters further. Even while in midair, his hands had been moving through a strange series of gestures. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Just then, the blood-striped white tiger's claws were already before his eyes, swinging down hard toward his face. Watching from the tree hollow, Murong Qingying's willowleaf brows knit tightly together on her delicate face, her expression cold as frost. But there was no panic in Li Hanfeng's eyes, as if he had already anticipated this very moment. He curled the index and middle fingers of his right hand before his mouth, his chest swelling as his spiritual energy surged wildly. Then, with a forceful push from his abdomen, his cheeks puffed out. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Boom! A massive fireball erupted from Li Hanfeng's mouth with a roaring explosion, slamming into the charging blood-striped white tiger with terrifying heat and impact. The force of the blast sent the tiger stumbling backward. Its fur caught fire instantly, and a sizzling sound began to rise as its flesh started to emit the scent of roasting meat. As the flames continued to burn, the smell of cooked meat gradually turned into a charred stench. Eruo. The blood-striped white tiger let out deep, pained howls, scrambling about erratically and crashing into several more trees. After escaping the reach of the flames, it began rolling on the ground, trying to extinguish the remaining fire on its body using the sand and gravel. After a few rolls, the tiger swiftly leaped up and transformed into a blurred streak as it darted to the side. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Boom! Another fireball smashed into the spot where the tiger had just been rolling. Although it had escaped, the splashing flames still scorched one of its hind legs. But for the creature already covered in burns, this was no longer unbearable. All it wanted now was to get away from this human and wait for a chance to counterattack. Li Hanfeng was not about to give it that chance. He dashed toward the tiger, and when he was within 10 meters, he unleashed another great fireball. This distance was the current effective kill range for his technique, though it would certainly grow as his power increased. However, the weakness of the Great Fireball was its lack of speed. Against a blood-striped white tiger which possessed top-tier speed and reflexes, it was nearly impossible to land a hit once the target was on guard, even if it was covered in wounds. Li Hanfeng knew this perfectly well, but that was not his goal. Boom! Yet another Great Fireball slammed into the ground. The scattered flames ignited the surrounding trees, leaving the area in utter ruin with craters in the earth and fires burning all around. Suddenly, instead of forming more hand signs, Li Hanfeng reached out and gripped the hilt of his Tang Dao. Finally, I have got it. Exactly, this had been his goal from the start, ever since his sword was knocked away during the first collision, right up until his first successful hit with the fireball. He knew that the Great Fireball alone could not kill the tiger, as he had only managed to hit it once, and it was not even severely injured. He needed his blade, but he could not just run over to get it, or the tiger would take the opportunity to recover its state and launch a ferocious attack. Without his sword, the outcome of facing such a swift and lethal beast would be clear. He had to keep firing the technique to keep the tiger occupied, forcing it to exhaust itself while constantly on the move. Once it fled within a 10-meter radius of the sword, that would be Li Hanfeng's opening. The tiger felt strange, noticing that the intense flames were no longer coming its way. It turned its head back to look, only to see Li Hanfeng with his sword sheathed, body leaning forward, center of gravity low, eyes slightly closed, and golden lightning surging over his body. Thunder breathing first form, thunderclap and flash sixfold. Boom! The ground shattered, and amidst a flash of lightning, Li Hanfeng vanished from his spot. The tiger's pupils constricted, and it twisted its head sharply to the right. Swift slash. A flash of lightning passed, and a blood-red gash appeared on its left flank. Had it not reacted quickly, its head might have been lopped off. Swift slash. Another flash of lightning, and this time its left hind leg sprayed bright red blood into the air. The wound was deep enough to reach the bone. Eruo. The tiger let out an angry roar, emanating a terrifying murderous intent, its eyes filled with frantic, violent malice. It wanted to counterattack. It pivoted its body to the left, its thick, powerful tail lashing out violently toward its right side. Whoosh swish. The whip-like strike, fast enough to cut the air, hit nothing but empty space. It only caught a glimpse of golden lightning in the corner of its eye. Swish. It turned around quickly, but it was already too late, as it was covered in charred burns and had a bone-deep cut on its left hind leg. Splat! The sound of flesh being severed echoed out. A gruesome wound appeared on the tiger's right forepaw, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Eruo! The tiger let out another low, guttural roar, fear beginning to surface in its eyes. He was too fast. In its current state, it could not dodge him at all. Swish splat. This time it was the right hind leg. As a streak of blood sprayed into the air, the tiger could no longer support its weight and collapsed to the ground. 3 of its 4 limbs were severely damaged, all to the bone. The tiger's body lay on the ground, trembling and struggling, but it could not stand back up. As a flash of golden lightning flickered in its eyes, its vision spun violently before fading away into darkness, and it finally lost consciousness. Thump thump thump. Ho ho ho. As the tiger's head hit the ground, Li Hanfeng appeared a short distance from the carcass, panting heavily. Between the multiple fireballs and the 6-fold dash, he was exhausted. His second-tier spiritual energy vortex was under a bit of strain. On top of that, the wound on his right shoulder had reopened and blood had already soaked through the bandages. Looks like I need to raise my rank. I will refine that blood fury flower tonight. His Musai. Li Hanfeng slowly stood up and took a deep breath before turning toward Murong Qingying and saying coldly, "You have seen me and I have seen you, we are even now." Murong Qingying watched Li Hanfeng quietly without responding, though a flicker of barely perceptible surprise passed through her beautiful eyes. After a long moment, she nodded, then spoke in a cold, clear voice, a statement that made Li Hanfeng's pupils constrict. "You are strong, it would probably be very difficult for me to kill you." Li Ji's expression froze at these words. Based on his experience with Murong Qingying, she never made claims she was not sure about. In other words, having seen his battle just now, she was confident she could kill him. Although he had not used his full strength, he was not far off. Moreover, she definitely had trump cards he did not know about, otherwise she would not be so confident. Difficult meant it was still possible to kill him. But she is at the 3rd rank and I am still at the 2nd. Once I reach the 3rd rank, that may no longer be the case. Though, while your strength is undeniable, your emotional intelligence is incredibly low, is not it? Who says something like that to someone's face? If you think I am strong, just say it. You could have easily omitted the rest. You are so hard to get along with. Li Hanfeng felt a bit helpless and momentarily speechless, but he did not argue. He simply returned to his usual lazy demeanor and said carelessly, all right, you are the best. Just make sure to watch my back later." Murong Qingying nodded expressionlessly, pondered for a moment, and added, "If you break through to the 3rd rank, I would not be sure." Li Hanfeng's eyes widened upon hearing this. Damn it, she finally said something worth listening to. Haha, how could that be? You are after all. Before he could finish, Li Hanfeng suddenly stopped and turned toward the burning forest behind him. More than a dozen shadows were slowly emerging in the glow of the flames. Seeing this, Li Hanfeng's pupils shrank. He knew a group fight was coming. He turned his head to look at Murong Qingying, who was still at the entrance of the tree hollow. But Murong Qingying did not even look at him. She just stared coldly at the figures emerging from the woods, saying nothing. Li Hanfeng was stunned. What was that supposed to mean? Is not this a group fight? Are you expecting me to take them on solo? School beauty Murong, are not you going to come down and lend a hand? Murong Qingying turned to look at him, her brows slightly furrowed, and asked with rare seriousness, "Were not you looking to earn money?" Li Hanfeng paused, his mouth opening, but he could not find words to retort. Then Murong Qingying's cold voice came again. "These should not pose a threat to you." Li Hanfeng stopped talking, drew his blade, and turned to face the figures. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several figures appeared around Li Hanfeng, with more sneaking in from other directions, completely surrounding him. Li Hanfeng's gaze hardened. Gale wolves, this is trouble. A single wolf might not be much, but they are pack animals. Once you face a pack, the danger level rises rapidly. Li Hanfeng kept turning his head to survey his surroundings, trying to confirm the number and rank of the Gale wolves. The leader is a 3rd rank plus 7 2nd rank and 5 1st rank wolves. 13 in total. I do not know if there are more hiding in the back. I really wish I had the sharing in right now. After circling, Li Hanfeng roughly identified the pack's numbers and ranks. He gripped the hilt of his Tang Dao, bent his knees slightly, and braced himself to attack at any moment. Ow! The Gale wolf pack seemed to have finished gathering. At the howl of the 3rd rank leader, the 5 1st rank wolves instantly charged at Li Hanfeng from different directions. The 7 2nd rank wolves followed behind, waiting for an opportunity based on Li Hanfeng's next move, while the 3rd rank leader vanished into the pack, masking its presence. This was the horror of a wolf pack. They use tactics to hunt their prey. I must break out of the encirclement first, otherwise. Li Hanfeng slowly closed his eyes, lowered his center of gravity, leaned forward, and white mist began to swirl from his lips. Just as the 5 first-rank wolves reached him, Li Hanfeng's eyes snapped open, crackling with lightning, as golden bolts surged wildly around his body. Thunder-breathing first form, thunderclap and flash. Xing. Li Hanfeng transformed into a streak of golden lightning, flashing past the neck of a first-rank wolf, then leaving a ghastly wound on a second-rank wolf behind it. Having broken through the encirclement, Li Hanfeng suddenly felt a sense of dread. His expression changed as he used his left hand to press against the back of his blade, blocking toward his right front. Clang! With the sound of clashing metal, Li Hanfeng was knocked back, flying straight back into the encirclement of the pack. Damn it, a third-rank Gale Wolf is truly troublesome. Cursing under his breath as he was knocked back, Li Hanfeng drove his Tang Dao into the ground, using the friction to halt his momentum before he flew completely back into the center. By then, the wolves behind him had already attacked, their sharp claws and fangs bared right at him. Li Yu flipped, stepped onto the hilt of his blade and leaped into midair, dodging the attacks of the first-rank wolves, then quickly formed hand seals in the air. Snake ram monkey boar horse tiger. Fire style fireball jutsu. Boom. The second-rank wolves that had leaped to chase him took the brunt of it, instantly engulfed by the roaring fireball. Thump thump thump. The second-rank wolves were slammed to the ground by the shockwave, their fur ignited and their skin rapidly carbonizing. They did not have the defensive toughness of the third-rank blood-striped white tiger. Awu awu. After a few whimpers, the wolves hit by the fireball collapsed, motionless, clearly out of the fight. Li Hanfeng, still suspended in midair by the blast, felt another chilling sense of dread. He immediately stopped his attack and hunched his body to accelerate his fall. Li Hanfeng's reaction was fast, but how could he be faster than a third-rank Gale Wolf while in midair? Just as his right hand gripped his blade, a sound of wind being torn came from behind him. Rip! Li Hanfeng's windbreaker was torn open, revealing a ghastly, bleeding wound on his back. Chen! Li Hanfeng let out a muffled grunt of pain, pulled his blade with force and slashed backward. Xing! The slash hit nothing. The third-rank wolf had already slipped back into the pack, concealing itself once more. At this moment, the wolf pack was rapidly closing in on Li Hanfeng again. I must reduce their numbers as much as possible before they form a complete circle, or I will not be able to handle them. Li Hanfeng took a deep breath, suppressing the pain in his back. He faced the pack, eyes slightly narrowed, stepped forward with his right foot, leaned forward, lowered his center of gravity, and mist swirled from his lips again. Awu! A howl echoed from the pack. The third-rank leader was giving the order. Sure enough, hearing that howl, the pack instantly accelerated toward Li Hanfeng, the 4 remaining second-rank wolves leading the charge. In an instant, attacks from the 4 wolves descended from different directions toward Li Hanfeng's neck, waist, legs, and his sword-wielding arm. Boom! Just then, Li Hanfeng's eyes snapped wide open. The pupils were gone, replaced by pure lightning. The ground beneath him groaned and shattered under unbearable pressure. Even the attacks of the wolves faltered for a split second. Thunder-breathing first form, thunderclap and flash sixfold. Swish swish swish. In a forest glowing with the light of fire, golden lightning crackled incessantly. With every flash of thunder, a gale demon wolf would collapse, its head severed and a spray of blood trailing into the air. Murong Qingying sat at the opening of a tree hollow, watching the flickering golden lightning in silence, and whispered to herself. Such explosive power, such blinding speed, and such a terrifying innate technique. After whispering to herself, Murong Qingying shifted her gaze away from the golden lightning and onto the pack of gale demon wolves, though her eyes remained fixed on one wolf that stood out for its size and aura. 5 ice picks slowly rotated between her slender, jade-like fingers, swirling with a biting chill and radiating a cold, sharp light. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, so fast that there was no time to react, a golden streak of lightning slashed across the necks of 6 gale demon wolves, one after another, and they fell to the ground. 4 first-tier and 2 second-tier gale demon wolves dead. Adding those to the first-tier wolf and 3 severely wounded second-tier wolves from before, only the third-tier pack leader and 2 second-tier Gale demon wolves remained fit for battle. 3 left. Just as Li Hanfeng stopped, an afterimage trailing a cold chill lunged for his throat. The strike was blindingly fast, clearly a long-planned, all-out kill attempt. Yet there was no surprise or shock in Li Hanfeng's eyes, only a flash of fierce hostility. "I've been waiting for you." With a low growl, Li Hanfeng changed his breathing rhythm, white mist swirling from his lips. He planted his feet firmly, gripped his tang blade with both hands, twisted his waist, and met the cold strike with a speed that defied the naked eye. Glangziziziziti. In a single breath, lightning erupted from the blade, and 5 horseshoe-shaped arcs of electricity struck the third-tier Gale demon wolf instantly. The counterattack was too fast and too sharp. With the wolf charging at full speed, its massive momentum made it impossible to dodge. It could only block one of the blades with its claws. Immediately after, the other 4 horseshoe-shaped lightning strikes hit it almost simultaneously. The intense pain and the numbing sensation of the electric current caused its body to stall for a moment. Splurt! At that very moment, another lightning blade sliced across its neck. Its eyes widened, the light within them slowly fading, and it collapsed to the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood. Li Hanfeng did not pause. He transformed into a streak of lightning and vanished from the spot, intending to finish off the remaining 2 second-tier wolves in one go. Streaks of lightning flashed across the clearing. In just a few moments, the battle was over. With the pack leader dead, the 2 remaining wolves lost their will to fight and were easily dispatched. Li Hanfeng casually finished off the 3 wolves still struggling on the ground before turning and heading back toward the tree hollow. After leaping into the hollow, he did not bother asking Murong Qingying for permission. He just sat down cross-legged and said directly, "You take the next wave, I'm a little tired." Murong Qingying dissipated the ice picks in her hands. Her beautiful eyes scanned Li Hanfeng's slightly trembling legs and arms. She said nothing, only giving a slight nod. Then, with a flick of her wrist, a small jade bottle appeared in her hand, which she tossed to Li Hanfeng. Li Hanfeng caught it, looking at Murong Qingying with a hint of confusion. Seeing his gaze, Ji Qingying spoke in a flat tone. "Healing ointment." Li Hanfeng nodded. Without hesitation, he tore open his shirt, revealing a well-proportioned physique, not overly bulky but clearly packed with explosive strength. He ripped off the gauze on his right shoulder to retreat the reopened wound. As he applied the ointment, a wave of coolness permeated his skin and the pain subsided significantly. Li Hanfeng was surprised, realizing the ointment was no ordinary item. He sighed internally, thinking that being rich was truly great. Nothing she used was simple. Watching Li Hanfeng reveal his fair-skinned muscles, Murong Qingying's stoic face betrayed a flicker of awkwardness. She quickly turned her head away to look outside the hollow. Li Hanfeng soon finished dressing the wound on his shoulder and reapplied the gauze, but he hit a snag. He could not reach the wound on his back on his own. He had no choice but to look toward Murong Qingying, who was still staring out of the opening, seemingly on guard for any incoming beasts. After a moment of thought, he spoke up. Miss Murong, could I ask a favor?" Murong Qingying turned to look at Li Hanfeng. Her expression was completely composed, looking as detached as before. Seeing her attention, Li Hanfeng turned around to expose the gnarly, bleeding wound on his back. He said, feeling a bit embarrassed, "Could you help me treat this wound?" Murong Qingying froze. Looking at the wound on his back, she felt at a loss for words and remained silent for a long time. Seeing her silence, Li Hanfeng assumed she felt uncomfortable. She was a girl after all, and they were not exactly close. He understood. "Never mind, I will just do it my." Before he could finish, he felt a presence stand behind him, and a gentle, fragrant breeze wafted over. Then Murong Qingying's voice sounded by his ear. "It is my first time treating someone else's wound." Li Hanfeng quickly shook his head, composed himself, and said, "It is all right, just clean the wound, apply the ointment, and wrap it with gauze." Murong Qingying said nothing more. She raised her hand, and one of her slender fingers brushed over his wound. Li Hanfeng felt an itch on his back, followed by a chill spreading from the wound that caused his blood to coagulate. He was startled. What was she doing? Then he realized the cold did not penetrate his body. It was only freezing the wound to stop the bleeding. Murong Qingying pressed her palm to his back. A constant flow of cold energy surged, freezing the blood then melting it away, effectively washing off the scabs around the wound. Through the skin-to-skin contact, Li Hanfeng felt her cool, delicate palm brushing over his back, a sensation that sparked a few wandering thoughts. At that moment, a subtle flush appeared on Murong Qingying's fair face. If Li Hanfeng were to turn around, he would see how charming she looked. Soon, the wound was cleaned. Murong Qingying pulled her hand away. Her expression had returned to calm, showing no signs of the previous moment. She took the ointment from his hand, preparing to apply it. Suddenly, she paused. Sensing something, Li Hanfeng turned to her and said, "You should go first, I can manage the rest." Murong Qingying shook her head. With her gaze lowered, she spoke softly. "It is fine, let me finish applying the medicine first." Murong Qingying opened the medicine bottle, applied some ointment with her slender, fair fingers, and then slowly spread it over the wound on Li Hanfeng's back. Murong Qingying's movements were very gentle, her expression rare and serious, as if she were performing the task for the first time with such caution. There was even a hint of tenderness, a sharp contrast to her usual cold and detached temperament. Li Hanfeng felt the cool, smooth touch of Murong Qingying's palm brushing against his back. The physical pain intertwined with his inner turmoil, creating a strange sensation that filled his mind with countless wandering thoughts. Murong Qingying finished applying the ointment quickly. She paused for a moment and then spoke. "I do not have any gauze." Roar, roar, roar. Before she could finish her sentence, beast roars echoed from outside the tree hollow. She frowned, looking somewhat displeased. Hearing this, Li Hanfeng snapped out of his strange state of mind and replied with a smirk. "School beauty Murong, you go first, as for the rest." Li Hanfeng suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold surge from behind him as if it wanted to freeze his very soul. He turned his head in a hurry to look. He saw Murong Qingying surrounded by a visible freezing mist, with layers of ice crusts spreading from her feet toward the entrance of the cave, sealing everything along the way. Soon, the entire opening of the tree hollow was blocked by a shield of ice radiating a bone-deep cold. Murong Qingying then looked at Li Hanfeng calmly, her voice still cold but very soft. "Gauze." Li Hanfeng. Li Hanfeng obediently retrieved gauze from his system warehouse and handed it to Murong Chen. He had anticipated various situations upon entering the foggy forest, so he had spent all 20,000 credits to stock up on medicine, gauze, dried rations, water, and some spare clothes. Murong Qingying took the gauze and began to bandage Li Hanfeng. Loop by loop, her movements were gentle, clumsy, but very earnest. Roar, boom! The tree hollow suddenly shook. It was clear that the beasts outside were attacking the ice shield. By now, Murong Qingying had finished bandaging. Her calm eyes looked somewhat icy at this moment. Seeing that the beasts were attacking the shield and that he was fully bandaged, Li Hanfeng turned around and said, "Let us go, let us take a look." Murong Qingying nodded in silence, but at the instant she turned, an extreme, bone-chilling cold radiated from her body, making Li Hanfeng shiver. "What is going on? Something seems wrong with school beauty Murong." Li Hanfeng muttered to himself while walking outside and retrieving a set of fresh clothes from the system warehouse. Bang, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Li Hanfeng finished getting dressed, he saw Murong Qingying wave her delicate hand. The ice shield shattered instantly, transforming into countless small ice blades that exploded outward. Then, with a flash, she leaped down from the tree hollow. Li Hanfeng quickly reached the entrance of the tree hollow, but when he looked out, the scene before him made his pupils tremble. Murong Qingying was radiating a terrifying chill. Everything within a 10-meter radius of her had frozen into ice, and in front of her stood a multitude of beasts. The beasts, which would normally hunt and kill each other, did not even pay attention to the corpses on the ground. Instead, they surrounded Murong Qingying, perhaps sensing a threat or understanding that she was not one of them. What is this, an innate skill? A flicker of shock crossed Li Hanfeng's eyes, for he saw that as Murong Qingying moved forward, the 10-meter area around her acted like a field that moved with her, freezing everything in its path. Even the herd of beasts took a few steps back, perhaps feeling threatened or waiting for their leader to emerge. Roar, hell, roar. Sure enough, 3 roars rang out from the herd and the beasts stopped retreating, even stepping forward a few paces. Then 3 silhouettes emerged from the herd, a white tiger with blood-red markings, a rhinoceros covered in iron-like armor, and an ape with 3 eyes. Watching from above, Li Hanfeng's expression grew grave and he whispered, "Trouble, these 3 Tier 3 beasts are not easy to deal with and there are over 30 more surrounding us. This is going to be difficult." He was not at his peak physical state or spiritual energy levels. While Murong Qingying was at her peak, she had just broken through to Tier 3 and there was a limit to her strength. She could not end the battle quickly. If they could not end the fight quickly in this foggy forest, no matter how strong they were, they would not be able to outlast the beasts. Thinking of this, Li Hanfeng jumped down from the tree hollow and stood 10 meters away from Murong Qingying, not daring to get closer because he was afraid of the cold. "School Beauty Murong, let us launch one all-out attack, and then we retreat along the path I have planned." Murong Qingying turned to look at Li Hanfeng, nodded and spoke in a cold voice. "Stay away from me." Murong Qingying naturally knew that they could not just keep fighting here, so they had to launch one big strike and then pull back. This opportunity was good enough. As soon as she finished speaking, Murong Qingying moved. She slowly lifted her hands, her internal spiritual energy surging wildly, and she gave a soft command. "Condense." In an instant, the elemental energy in the surroundings flowed crazily toward her, manifesting into ice spears over a meter long around her, radiating a cold light. Ice crystal armor began to surface on her body and she grasped the air, forming an ice sword in her right hand. She raised her left hand, pressed it forward in the air, and let out a soft cry. "Go! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh!" In a heartbeat, countless ice spears shot toward the beast herd with a piercing whistle. They moved like thunder and struck like lightning, chilling the heart. The moment the spears were released, Murong Qingying dashed toward the 3 Tier 3 beasts. Where she passed, the ground, the plants, and even the beasts were covered in a thick layer of ice crystals. Clang clang boom thud squelch roar. A chaotic symphony of sounds erupted, the clashing of spears being blocked, the sound of ice piercing flesh, and the cries and roars of the beasts. It was relentless. Murong Qingying had charged into the herd alone, engaging the 3 Tier 3 beasts. The other beasts hardly dared to come within 10 meters of her. The 3 Tier 3 beasts moved stiffly. Frost would form on them, only to be shattered by their own strength, repeating the cycle. Murong Qingying relied on her ethereal movement, dodging and weaving between the sluggish beasts, leaving wounds on them with her ice sword. The cold seeping into their wounds made their movements even slower. Their speed, reflexes, and attacks were all significantly hampered. Roar roar hell. As the situation shifted, they had no chance to hurt her and could not escape the battlefield because they were constrained by her field. Every time they tried to flee, Murong Qingying would block them and unleash a flurry of attacks. All they could do was roar in frustration, venting their anger and a growing sense of unease. Li Hanfeng watched with shock. Is this Lin Qingying's true strength? And was that field a new ability she mastered after breaking through to Tier 3? It was terrifying. No wonder she was confident she could kill me. Confidence truly stems from strength. But it is about time I made my move. Seeing how fierce Murong Qingying was, Li Hanfeng had not interfered, choosing instead to collect loot from the previous kills, mostly to avoid getting caught in her area of effect attacks. He had already dug out the beast cores from the ones he had killed earlier and the ones Murong had pinned down with her ice spears. There was no time to process other materials. He also noticed Murong Qingying's face turning pale, likely because maintaining that field consumed a massive amount of spiritual energy and could not be sustained for long. This made sense, otherwise her Tier 3 power would be too overpowered. Even an SSS-ranked talent should not be this unreasonable, holding off 30-plus beasts single-handedly, including 3 of the same tier. There had to be a limit. For instance, in this burst of full power, she had to finish those 3 Tier 3 beasts quickly, otherwise once she could not maintain the field she would be in danger. Normally she would not do this, but now she had Li Hanfeng there. Boom! The ground beneath Li Hanfeng cracked under the pressure, debris flew and golden lightning flickered across his skin. With one step he vanished. Breath of Thunder first form, thunderclap and flash sixfold. Sensing Li Hanfeng's movement, Murong Qingying instantly dispersed her field, as it did not distinguish between friend and foe. The dissipation of the field brought a momentary relief to the three beasts, but they were still in bad shape, their blood congealing from the cold, making their movements sluggish. Whoosh! Before they could counter, a flash of golden lightning crossed the field, leaving a bone-deep wound on the hind leg of the blood-marked white tiger. Roar! Though it is not that simple. Li Hanfeng had intended for that strike to land on the tiger's neck, but it had dodged at the last second, forcing the attack onto its leg. But it is not over yet. Whoosh! Another flash of golden lightning struck, aimed at the white tiger again. Squelch! Already stiff from the cold and hampered by its leg wound, the tiger could not dodge the continuous high-speed attack, and a second bone-deep cut appeared on its other leg. Thud! With both hind legs crippled, the white tiger collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Whoosh! A golden streak flashed, and the massive tiger head was launched into the air, painting the sky with a spray of blood that turned into blood-colored snowflakes as it fell. Swish, swish, swish. Almost simultaneously, golden lightning flashed continuously across the neck of the iron-armored rhinoceros, severing its head entirely. On the other side, Murong Qingying's ice sword detonated at the neck of the three-eyed demonic ape, blasting its head off from within. The two paused, panting slightly. They met each other's gaze, scanned the surroundings, and then shared a tacit look of agreement. Li Hanfeng, shall we run? Murong Qingying nodded. You lead the way. At this moment, a large number of beasts were closing in. Besides the 30 or so that had been kept at bay by Murong Qingying's domain earlier, more than a dozen others had arrived one after another. Although they were only rank 1 and rank 2 beasts, there were just too many of them. Plus, the scent of blood here was way too strong. Who knows how many more would come? Neither of them could afford a war of attrition. Li Hanfeng and Murong Qingying began to retreat slowly, gathering their strength to launch a strike, break through the encirclement, and seize the chance to escape. Roar! Just then, a furious roar erupted from behind the pack, carrying a presence several times stronger than that of a rank 3 beast. The pupils of both Li Hanfeng and Murong Qingying shrank abruptly. Damn it, to actually provoke a mid-rank beast on the outskirts of the foggy forest, we might have gone a bit too far. Li Hanfeng cursed under his breath, but his hands moved quickly. He used his tang blade to dig out the 3 beast cores from the ground, then turned to look at Murong Qingying, only to pause for a second just as he was about to speak. What are you doing? We need to run. To his surprise, Murong Qingying had actually run up to the blood-veined white tiger, severed its leg with a single slash and stored it in her spatial ring. Only then did she turn to look at Li Hanfeng, saying in her usual cold tone, "Lead the way." Li Hanfeng. In an instant, lightning flashed. Li Hanfeng turned into a bolt of electricity and vanished from the spot, with Murong Qingying flashing after him. While the two were escaping, they did not notice a seductive figure standing atop the tree where Li Hanfeng had carved out his hollow, watching their entire battle. Standing on a branch, her aura seemed to merge perfectly with the environment. She tilted her head toward the direction they had left and said in a charming, flirtatious tone, "Interesting, I never expected such a small level 4 base city to produce such a genius. But the other one is from the Murong family, is not she? This is truly amusing. It looks like I will have to make another trip here after this year's college entrance exam." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure disappeared, as if everything had been a mere illusion and no one had ever been there at all. Meanwhile, on the other side of the outskirts of the foggy forest, a delicate young woman and an old man with gray hair were walking slowly toward the depths of the foggy forest. Suddenly, the two paused, turning their heads simultaneously toward the direction of Li Hanfeng's battle. After staring for a moment, the young lady parted her cherry lips, her voice pure and pleasant. "Elder Hua, there seems to be quite a commotion over there." The man addressed as Elder Hua nodded slightly and said, "Yes, miss, it appears a rank 4 beast is driving a small pack of beasts to fight someone." The girl's eyes flickered with surprise, and she asked with a hint of curiosity, "Who could it be that actually provoked a mid-rank beast into appearing on the outskirts and even gathered a pack? How strange." At this point, Elder Hua reminded her, "Miss, it is getting late, we should continue our journey." "Right, let us go." As she spoke, the two continued walking slowly into the depths of the forest, but the image of a youth in black flashed through her mind. Could it be him? The foggy forest at night is like a mysterious and dangerous world, radiating an eerie, ghostly atmosphere. Shadows interweave and hide, leaving everything silent save for the faint wind and the soft movements of creatures, which sound unnaturally clear and bright in the stillness of the night. Yet in a certain part of this silent and dangerous forest, a cave in a cliffside cast a faint glow of firelight. It was a cave clinging to the side of a cliff about 6 meters above the ground. At this moment, flickering firelight could be seen at the entrance, looking somewhat out of place in the dark and chilling forest. Inside the cave, a man and a woman were sitting cross-legged, the campfire illuminating their faces. The man had hair covering his brow with sharp, well-defined features. The woman had hair like a waterfall, a cold temperament, and a beautiful face. Both were stained with blood, their faces pale, and their breathing somewhat erratic, as if they had just finished an extremely dangerous battle. The two were none other than Li Hanfeng and Murong Qingying. Ever since that mid-rank beast let out its roar, they had been fleeing non-stop. They had run from morning until night, nearly 10 hours of escape. Truly, it was 10 minutes of fighting and 10 hours of running. During that time, they fought while running and sustained quite a few wounds, though none were life-threatening. It was fortunate that the mid-rank beast had not chased them further, otherwise it would have been hard to say what might happen. Even just shaking off the rank 1 and 2 beasts was enough of a handful. Because they caused such a huge commotion, many beasts had blocked their escape route. This forced them to change routes constantly. Li Hanfeng had originally wanted to split up, but Murong Qingying had no idea of the destination, which forced him to abandon the idea because running blindly in this situation was incredibly dangerous. Just like that, after nearly 10 hours of perilous encounters, the two finally shook off the pack and arrived at their planned destination. This had been the nest of a rank 1 clear wind bird, which was marked on the map. In terms of geography and line of sight, it was an excellent place to stay. So it was their territory now. As for that clear wind bird. Look, that ice sculpture in the back, is it? Ew. Li Hanfeng let out a long breath of stale air and opened his eyes. Several spirit stones beside him had already dimmed and lost their luster. To recover their spiritual energy as quickly as possible, he had set out a pile of spirit stones for both of them to use, avoiding any unexpected situations since their energy reserves were nearly dry when they arrived. Li Hanfeng glanced at Murong Qingying and, seeing she was still meditating, decided not to disturb her and started counting their spoils. First and most importantly, the killing points. With a thought from Li Hanfeng, the system panel appeared, killing points, 205. From the Gale Wolf pack all the way through the escape plus the 15 points he had before, it totaled 205 points. Looking at it this way, 500 points did not seem that far off. As soon as the thought occurred to him, he quickly shook his head. He did not want to run for 10 hours every day, and they would not be lucky every time. This kind of thing was fine as a one-off. Next was counting the beast cores, 8 rank 3 cores, 8 rank 2 and 9 rank 1 for a total of 25 beast cores. There were also various other beast materials that would not be counted in detail here. Although it was dangerous, the harvest was great. Once we go back and sell these, I probably will not be short on spirit stones for a while, right? But still, it is time to break through to rank 3. My current strength is just too weak. Li Hanfeng began tending to his wounds. Throughout their escape, not only had the wounds on his right shoulder and back reopened, but he had also sustained new claw marks on his left forearm and lower leg. Fortunately, none were deep enough to damage his bones. Li Hanfeng took off his clothes and started cleaning the wounds on his upper body, starting with his left forearm, then his right shoulder, while simply rewrapping the bandages on his back. After Li Hanfeng finished treating all his wounds and spent another half-quarter of an hour meditating, Murong Qingying finally stopped her cultivation and opened her beautiful eyes. Upon opening her eyes, Murong Qingying glanced at Li Hanfeng without a word and began tending to her own injuries. Perhaps thanks to her ice crystal armor, she only had a single wound. This wound was on her left shoulder, a claw mark extending from below the collarbone. If she pulled her clothing down just a little further, a revealing glimpse of her skin would likely be exposed. Murong Qingying took off her sports jacket, revealing a pure white t-shirt underneath. She gently tore the collar of the shirt to fully expose the wound, simultaneously revealing a patch of snow-white, jade-like skin and half the beautiful curve of her breast. However, the wound was still oozing blood, appearing somewhat gruesome and detracting from the overall aesthetic. Just as Murong Qingying was about to clean the wound, she seemed to remember something and turned to look at Li Hanfeng. Their eyes met, the air grew heavy, and neither of them spoke. After a long moment, Murong Qingying frowned slightly. "Like what you see." Li Hanfeng immediately turned his back and hurriedly said, "Sorry, Miss Murong, I was just lost in thought about my cultivation breakthrough and did not realize you were treating your wound." Seeing that Li Hanfeng had turned away, a fleeting blush appeared on Murong Qingying's face. She did not respond, but gently raised her jade-like hand to touch her shoulder, meticulously cleaning the wound. After waiting a long time without Murong Qingying calling him, Li Hanfeng began to feel something was off when he heard the sizzling sound of roasting meat and smelled the appetizing aroma drifting into his nostrils. Unable to suppress his urge to look, he slowly turned his head. He first caught a glimpse of what was behind him with his peripheral vision, and upon seeing the reality, he turned around immediately and said in a hurried tone, "You are done, why did not you call me? You are even roasting meat, where did that?" Li Hanfeng suddenly stopped mid-sentence, recalling that before they fled, Murong Qingying had seemingly cut off a tiger's leg. Murong Qingying did not answer. She had changed into a fresh set of clothes and was focused on roasting the tiger leg, not even looking up at Li Hanfeng once. Li Hanfeng felt a bit helpless. This campus belle had an icy personality that was truly excessive. She would not say a single extra word of small talk. He could only tentatively start a conversation. "Could you keep an eye out for me once you are done eating? I need to refine the blood-mad flour." Hearing this, Murong Qingying paused in her movements for a moment before returning to normal. She still did not speak but gave a slight nod. Seeing her nod, Li Hanfeng let out a sigh of relief. She was just so difficult to communicate with. Li Hanfeng flipped his left hand and a manga book appeared in it. His pace of reading had slowed down over the last 2 days, and that would not do. This was the foundation of his existence in this world. Then Li Hanfeng began reading while eating his dry rations. But soon, a tantalizing scent of roasted meat wafted over, and he suddenly felt like he was chewing on wax. Just then, a slender, delicate hand handed a large piece of roasted tiger meat to Li Hanfeng. He looked up to see Murong Qingying watching him with a calm expression, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. "Thanks." He did not stand on ceremony, took the tiger meat, and the two began to eat in silence, tacitly not speaking because they were genuinely hungry after a day of intense battle. Soon, both finished their dinner. Li Hanfeng immediately took out the blood-mad flour, put it in his mouth, and made sure to say, "Sorry to bother you, I will be quick." As he spoke, he laid out several spirit stones beside him, showing he was very well prepared. Murong Qingying did not reply. She cleansed her hands in a mist of icy vapor and walked slowly toward the entrance of the cave. Li Hanfeng concentrated, beginning to cycle his breathing technique. The energy from the blood-mad flower, the surrounding spirit stones, and the ambient spiritual energy all surged toward him, forming a visible spiritual vortex centered on him, then rushed frantically into his body through his mouth, nose, and pores. Feeling the commotion, Murong Qingying looked back. When she saw what was happening, her eyes trembled slightly with shock and she murmured to herself, "What kind of technique is this? How could it be so terrifying?" Murong Qingying stared deeply at Li Hanfeng. She felt that this man who had awakened an S-rank talent on Awakening Day was truly extraordinary. It was no wonder she had felt threatened by him that day. After observing him for a moment, Murong Qingying turned to face the outside of the cave. She needed to guard against potential danger as the disturbance he was creating was not insignificant. Half an hour later, the spiritual vortex finally dissipated, leaving only wisps of spiritual energy lingering around Li Hanfeng. "Greg." A crisp sound echoed from within Li Hanfeng's body, and the spiritual pool that had reached its limit suddenly expanded by another wide margin. Li Hanfeng's eyes snapped open, with golden electric arcs flashing in them before vanishing. It really worked. Li Hanfeng was delighted. Unlike Murong Qingying, who had already reached the peak of the second stage and was ready to break through at any moment. He had only just reached the second stage high level. That is why it had taken him so long, and he could not help but marvel at the magical effect of the blood-mad flower. Without it, he certainly would not have been able to advance so quickly. Li Hanfeng raised his hands, clenched them, and felt the power surging through his body. Satisfied, he focused his intent, and his personal panel appeared before his eyes. Personal panel. Race human. Age 17. Talent thunder breathing. Level transcendence 3rd stage. Skills: thunder breathing 1st form, thunderclap and flash, thunder breathing 2nd form, rice spirit, thunder breathing 3rd form, buzzing mosquito thunder, fire style, fireball jutsu. Tasks: none. Li Hanfeng felt the information flooding his mind, his eyes brightened, and he let out a low roar in his heart. 3rd sword form reached. I have more ways to handle enemies and my strength has improved significantly. Li Hanfeng stood up slowly, stretched his body a bit, and looked toward Murong Qingying. Seeing she was watching him too, he grinned. Thanks a lot. Murong Qingying looked at the boy before her, his eyes curled into crescents with a smile. He looked harmless and a bit lazy, yet she could feel a powerful sense of threat radiating from him. Seeing her watching him in silence, Li Ji was puzzled and tentatively asked, "What is wrong?" Murong Qingying looked away and said coldly, "Nothing, I just feel that it is much harder to kill you now." Li Hanfeng froze, then his face turned dark. "If you are that good at speaking, you should just say less. If you do not know how to chat, you do not have to force it. I really would not mind." While complaining internally, he said out loud, "Get some rest, everyone's exhausted today. I will take the first watch, you go to sleep first." Murong Qingying did not object. She nodded and walked over to the campfire, leaning against the stone wall to drift off. Seeing that Murong Qingying was resting, Li Hanfeng went to the cave entrance and sat cross-legged, gazing at the silent, dark night outside. He began to summarize the experience from the past few battles and planned his next steps. Firstly, my current abilities are not suited for prolonged combat. All my moves rely on instant burst damage, seeking a single-hit kill, which puts a significant burden on my body. I cannot afford a war of attrition. Secondly, I am not suited for group battles. My techniques are all high-power single-target finishers with no area of effect moves. The fireball jutsu does not really count as a group attack. This is the exact opposite of Murong Qingying, who seems to lack strong single-target finishing moves. So the Sharingan is definitely a priority. Should I continue to strengthen my single-target combat ability or expand into area of effect skills? Li Hanfeng rubbed his chin and sank into thought. After a long moment, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. I will continue to strengthen my single-target combat ability for now. Neither my explosive power nor my raw attack power has reached its limit yet. If you try to catch too many rabbits, you catch none. Area of effect abilities can wait until I reach the middle stage. So the goal is clear. The Sharingan is the primary objective, followed by lightning style, Chidori. It would be ideal to acquire all the derived abilities as well, like Chidori Sharp Spear, Chidori Current, and so on. By combining lightning style with thunder breathing, I can absolutely push my burst and attack power to the limit, while also gaining powerful elemental attack capabilities. Combined with the Sharingan, my single-target combat ability will reach another level. Then, and only then, will I seek out group attack capabilities. Thinking of this, Li Hanfeng's eyes gleamed with intensity. Early in the morning, perhaps due to the openness of this area, a ray of sunlight actually pierced through the gloomy forest and landed on Li Hanfeng's face. Li Hanfeng opened his eyes in a daze. Perhaps it was because he was exhausted yesterday, or perhaps because someone kept watch last night, but in any case he had slept very well. He stretched, then suddenly froze. He turned his head to look around and realized Murong Qingying was gone. Damn, do not tell me our school beauty Murong has pulled a disappearing act on me. Li Hanfeng muttered, and just as he was about to check outside the cave, he saw a graceful figure leap onto the ledge, holding a bear's paw in her hand. Seeing that Li Hanfeng was awake, Murong Qingying nodded at him, then looked at the extinguished campfire nearby and spoke softly. Fire. Simple and straightforward, not a single extra word. Li Hanfeng looked at the bear's paw she was holding, then back at the fire pit. With no other choice, he performed a hand seal and ignited the campfire with a great fireball technique, all while muttering to himself. Eating something this greasy first thing in the morning, are not you worried about getting fat? Seeing that the fire was lit, Murong Qingying said nothing more and began to prepare the bear's paw. Her movements were not at all clumsy, it looked like she had done this many times before. While Murong Qingying prepared the food, Li Hanfeng took out the map Zhang Zhiyuan had given him and studied it carefully. He needed to figure out their next move. After all, he could not stay here forever if he wanted to earn killing points. Li Hanfeng did not bother consulting Murong Qingying, because even if he did, she would likely just nod and then tell him to lead the way anyway. Not long after Murong Qingying finished roasting the bear's paw, a rich, meaty aroma wafted over, stirring up their appetites. The two of them began to eat immediately. Li Hanfeng kept checking the map while eating, talking with his mouth full, not even worried about choking. We will head to this area in a bit. Although it is a bit far, it is a gathering spot for Tier 3 spirit beasts. Even though it is closer to the central region and the chances of encountering mid-tier spirit beasts are much higher, with our strength, as long as we do not get bogged down in a fight, we should not have any trouble running away. Our strength has improved and this place is no longer suitable for our training, unless we get chased for 10 hours like we did yesterday. Over there, we might even be able to train in the central region. Of course, we cannot go too deep. If we run into a 6th-tier beast, we are probably done for. Li Hanfeng kept analyzing while he ate, only to realize that Murong Qingying had not said a word, nor had she even glanced at the map on the ground. Li Hanfeng felt a bit speechless, so he put the map away and said with a tone of resignation, "Never mind, I will lead the way later. You do not need to look at the map." He noticed Murong Qingying still did not say anything or nod in acknowledgement. Li Hanfeng frowned, she usually at least gave a nod. But Li Hanfeng did not press it, he was used to it. He focused on gnawing the bear's paw. He had to admit, the taste was definitely better than dry rations, even without any seasoning. Soon they finished their rather greasy breakfast. After tidying up, they both stood up to leave. Li Hanfeng stretched his body, gathered the remaining spirit stones from the ground and started walking out, saying, "Let us go, School Beauty Murong. I will take you on an adventure today. It might not be as exciting as yesterday, but still." When he reached the cave entrance, he noticed Quan Jiayon had not moved. Li Hanfeng turned his head back, his expression turning indifferent, and asked nonchalantly, "What is wrong?" He already had a faint guess in his heart, but he felt it was better to ask. Murong Qingying just looked at Li Hanfeng without speaking. Li Hanfeng looked back at her and the two stood there in silence. After a long while, Murong Qingying finally spoke, her voice as cool as ever, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "I have to return to my family for training in a few days." Li Hanfeng nodded and asked casually, "Leaving today?" Murong Qingying nodded. Li Hanfeng thought for a moment and said earnestly, "Your talent moves are all area of effect attacks. You lack a one-hit kill method for single combat. You could focus on developing that when you go back. Of course, it is just a suggestion. If you already have strong single-target techniques, then just ignore me." Upon hearing Li Hanfeng's words, Murong Qingying's gaze flickered. She lowered her eyes slightly, nodded, and for once replied to him, her tone less cold and slightly softer. "I understand." Seeing that she actually replied, Li Hanfeng grinned and said, "Well then, School Beauty Murong, let us part ways here. See you at the entrance exam. Oh, by the way, do you need me to walk you out?" Li Hanfeng asked, his tone teasing. Murong Qingying shook her head, her lips parting slightly. "See you at the exam." She turned to leave but suddenly stopped. She turned back to look at Li Hanfeng and said in a flat tone, "Call me Qingying." Li Hanfeng was stunned, then he grinned and laughed. "Haha, got it, well then, Qingying, see you at the entrance exam." Murong Qingying nodded, looking as elegant and cold as ever, and walked away without saying another word. Only at the moment she turned away, a faint smile flickered across her lips. Li Hanfeng stood in place, watching Murong Qingying walk away until her figure disappeared. Only then did he look away, his eyes becoming resolute. "Well, it is just me again, time to move on." With a whisper, Li Hanfeng turned and headed toward the center of the misty forest. Thunder breathing first form. Boom. Swish, swish, swish. Accompanied by the sound of the ground shattering, a bolt of golden lightning flashed rapidly across the field, each flicker drawing a spray of blood. Roar, roar, roar. As the golden lightning continued to draw blood, shrill beastly roars echoed through the field. but this could not change their impending fate. The three iron-armored rhinoceroses in the arena kept shaking their heads, as if trying to strike something with their massive horns, yet each time they only saw a flash of lightning before another wound appeared on their bodies. With powerful limbs pounding and shattering the ground, their massive bodies rampaged blindly as they struggled to intercept the flickering golden lightning. However, it was all in vain, for that lightning was far too fast. One could see the flash but never the figure. Swish, swish, swish. The necks of the three iron-armored rhinoceroses finally gave way, flying off amidst the flashes of lightning and creating a rain of blood that made the already gloomy forest feel even more chilling. Thump, thump, thump. As the three corpses hit the ground, a teenager dressed in a black windbreaker appeared not far away, his sword already sheathed, the white mist lingering around his mouth slowly dissipating. Thunderflash eightfold. The teenager turned around to collect the materials from the three iron-armored rhinoceroses, dug out their beast cores, and then swiftly darted away from the spot. In the gloomy forest, the boy's figure flashed continuously at high speed. About 20 minutes later, he arrived in front of a towering giant tree. As he looked at the tree hole before him, a flash of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. He lifted his foot and leapt upward, climbing the tree. Instead of entering the tree hole, he headed straight for the top. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by the rustling of leaves, the boy's figure reached the treetop. He looked up toward the sky and a ray of sunlight fell upon his face. It was none other than Li Hanfeng. At this moment, the immaturity had faded from his face, replaced by determination and coldness. The messy hair that used to just cover his eyebrows now hung over his eyes, and he carried a sharp, murderous aura. Li Hanfeng scanned his surroundings before whispering, "It has been a month, time to go back. Today should be June 2nd, the college entrance exam is in half a month. Hopefully, I can deal with this assassination matter before then. As long as they have some influence in the base city, they will probably make a move as soon as I return, right?" At this thought, the relaxed look on Li Hanfeng's face turned icy in an instant, and a scarlet glimmer flashed through his pupils. Li Hanfeng immediately descended from the treetop and began to head out of the foggy forest. It was getting late, and he needed to reach the base city before dark to handle the items on him and trade them for spirit stones. The spirit stones he had taken from that assassin had long since been used up. He had not used any for many days. Thinking of this, he recalled the materials and beast cores in his system store warehouse, and a somewhat, rather sleazy smile curled on his lips. Evening SH base city at the city gates. Li Hanfeng looked at the tall, majestic city wall, a smile involuntarily appearing in his eyes. For this past month, his life had been nothing but killing, keeping only trees and rocks for company. Now, suddenly seeing this magnificent wall, he felt a touch of intimacy, which allowed Li Hanfeng's tense nerves to relax slightly. Li Hanfeng walked slowly toward the gate. When he reached it, a spear was barred across his path, followed by a strong, masculine voice. "Please present your identification." Hearing this, Li Hanfeng was not surprised and handed over his prepared hunter certificate and citizen ID card. The guard took them, glanced at Li Hanfeng, then at the ID card. A look of surprise flashed across the soldier's face, and when he looked at the bronze 3-star hunter badge in his hand, his expression turned to one of realization. "So it is you." Li Hanfeng was stunned. He looked up at the soldier, seemingly recalling something, and immediately gave a standard military salute before grinning. "Reporting I am not dead." This soldier was the same one Li Hanfeng had met when leaving the city. They had even exchanged a few words back then. What a coincidence, he had not expected to run into him again upon returning. The soldier was taken aback, then a faint smile appeared on his stern face. He withdrew the spear, handed the items back to Li Hanfeng, and responded with a solemn military salute. "You are a good kid. Looks like you spent a month in the foggy forest. Your presence has completely changed. No wonder I did not recognize you at first." Actually, Li Hanfeng was quite recognizable. There were not many bronze 3-star hunters that young, and he had made a deep impression on the guard. It was just that since he had not seen Li Hanfeng return for so long, he assumed he had met with an accident, and combined with the change in Li Hanfeng's aura, he had not recognized him initially. Li Hanfeng smiled and spoke lightly. "Yeah, it was pretty dangerous, but luckily I am still alive." The soldier looked deeply at Li Hanfeng and then said, "Go on back, get a good rest at home and relax your nerves, do not let them snap. By the way, my name is Wang Hu. If you ever need help in the future, come look for me here." Li Hanfeng was surprised. Was he looking to watch over him? He quickly thanked him. "Thanks, Brother Hu, I will be heading off then." Wang Hu nodded and walked aside to continue guarding the tall, majestic gate. Li Hanfeng walked slowly into the gate and into the busy downtown area. Looking at the crowded streets and flowing traffic, he suddenly felt as if he had been away for an age. It really had been a long time since he had seen so many people. Li Hanfeng sighed with emotion, then walked briskly toward the Lingbao Pavilion. He needed to process his materials and get some spirit stones and money. Just as Li Hanfeng walked away, the cashier at a small general store beside him watched his back with a flickering gaze, then turned and disappeared from the spot. Target acquired. Little did the person know that the moment they disappeared, Li Hanfeng, who was walking away, suddenly turned his head to glance at the store. His pupils were entirely scarlet. Vaguely visible within the red eyes was a black, tadpole-shaped comma rotating slowly, exuding an extremely evil aura. So someone was indeed watching the gate, and I suppose someone is watching my home too, right? Li Hanfeng's expression was grim and his voice was icy, very different from his usual demeanor. It seemed that this pair of scarlet eyes had brought about some other changes. After discovering that someone was indeed watching him, Li Hanfeng's nerves, which had just slightly relaxed, tightened once again. However, he was not too worried. For one, his current strength was far beyond what it used to be, and secondly, they would not dare to openly target him within the base city, though he still had to remain cautious. When soldiers come, use an army to block. When water comes, use earth to cover. If you want to kill me, just go ahead and try. After whispering to himself, Li Hanfeng regained his lazy demeanor and slowly walked toward the Lingbao Pavilion. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion. "Master, we just received intel that Li Hanfeng has appeared. He is likely on his way to the Lingbao Pavilion." In the spacious hall, an old man was respectfully reporting to Zhou Zhanghai, who was seated in the main chair. Zhou Zhanghai, who had been lounging in the main seat, sat bolt upright upon hearing this. He squinted his eyes and said in a gloomy tone, "Are you sure about this intel? Was not he supposed to have died in the mist forest?" Old Fu bowed his head slightly and replied in a respectful tone, "Master, we did assume he died in the mist forest along with Ying San, and since he had not appeared for a month, it seemed highly likely, but that was merely a speculation." After a pause, Old Fu continued, "The report came from our lookouts at the city gates, so it is essentially confirmed. I believe he just returned from the mist forest, and as for Ying San." Old Fu trailed off and Zhou Chen understood perfectly. His face turned terrifyingly dark as he said coldly, "Have Ying lead a squad of shadow guards to ambush him near his home and wait for an opportunity, once there is a chance." As he spoke, Zhou Zhanghai's eyes were chillingly cold, and murderous intent surged from him as he lowered his voice. "Kill him without mercy." After saying that, he regained his calm, then added indifferently, "Keep the disturbance to a minimum and dispose of it cleanly. Do not leave any evidence behind. That old bastard Li Xingwu is not easy to fool." "Understood, master. I will go make the arrangements now." With that, Old Fu bowed respectfully and turned to leave quickly. Zhou Chen remained alone in the main seat, his eyes flickering with deep thought. "Please call out your manager. I have a business deal to discuss with them." Inside the Lingbao Pavilion, Li Hanfeng said to the beautiful receptionist in front of him with a lazy tone. The receptionist was stunned for a moment. She carefully looked Li Hanfeng over, noting that he was very young, handsome, but with a face that still showed traces of adolescence. After observing him for a moment and realizing he was not joking, she managed to offer a polite smile and said respectfully, "Very well, sir, please wait a moment." While she did not believe a teenager could have any major business with the Lingbao Pavilion, she was just a receptionist and simply needed to do her job. Li Hanfeng could naturally sense her thoughts, but he did not say anything as it was completely unnecessary. He just watched her walk away and waited quietly on the spot. Soon, the receptionist returned with a well-dressed middle-aged man who sported a slick-back hairstyle. "Deacon Hao, this is the gentleman who mentioned having business to discuss with you." Hearing this, Deacon Hao scrutinized Li Hanfeng. Seeing his youthful appearance, he clearly looked like a high school student and he frowned instinctively. Still, he kept his patience and asked, "I wonder what this gentleman wishes to discuss with me." He waved his hand, signaling for the receptionist to leave, and she bowed respectfully and turned away. Sensing Deacon Hao's impatience, Li Hanfeng did not waste time. He took out his bronze hunter badge and handed it over, saying, "I am a hunter and I have acquired quite a few beast materials and beast cores in the Mist Forest. I wonder if you might be interested, Deacon Hao." Upon seeing the bronze 3-star hunter badge, Deacon Hao's look toward Li Hanfeng shifted. A bronze 3-star hunter was not rare, but such a young one. This young man is no simple character. While thinking this, a smile appeared on his face and his attitude became much more respectful. He laughed. "Ahaha, so you are looking to sell beast materials and cores, little brother? That is easy enough. Let us go to the reception room to talk." Although he still doubted Li Hanfeng could produce much, and while the boy had great potential, he was only a bronze 3-star for now. Still, there was no harm in building a bit of goodwill. Li Hanfeng sighed inwardly at the dramatic change in the other's attitude, switching from "sir" to "little brother." "This world is the same as my previous life. Back then it was all about money, now it is about strength or potential." He then followed him to the reception room. Once they were both seated on the sofa in the reception room, Deacon Hao personally brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for Li Hanfeng before asking, "How many materials and beast cores do you have, little brother?" Li Hanfeng took a delicate sip of the tea and gave a calm word of praise. "This tea is quite good." He then scanned the room, decided it was spacious enough, and with a wave of his left hand, a pile of beast cores instantly appeared in a corner of the room. From first tier to third tier, there were various beast cores, their quantity astonishing, piled up like a small hill. Deacon Hao's pupils constricted at the sight. However, having seen plenty of scenes before, he suppressed his shock and spoke with a hint of reverence. "Little brother, this is truly unexpected. Did you hunt all of these by yourself?" Li Hanfeng, looking lazy as ever, nodded casually and said, "Yeah, I spent a month in the Mist Forest." Deacon Hao was inwardly stunned. He had actually stayed in the Mist Forest for a whole month and managed to kill so many beasts in that time. A glance revealed quite a number of third-tier cores. If he had initially thought Li Hanfeng had great potential and was worth befriending, his current thought was that he absolutely must foster a relationship, even if it cost him something. He asked respectfully, "And what about the materials?" Li Hanfeng understood. With another wave of his left hand, the entire reception room was suddenly filled with various beast materials, a dazzling array of everything imaginable. Horns of iron-armored rhinos, claws of gale wolves and three-eyed demon apes, jade horns of jade pythons, and much more, ranging from first to third tier in staggering amounts. Though he had mentally prepared himself, seeing the room overflow with beast materials still sent shockwaves through Deacon Hao's heart. It was not that he had not seen this much inventory before, he had seen far more. But he was shocked that a third-tier transcendent could kill so many beasts in a month in the Mist Forest, all while being such a young lad. His voice trembled slightly as he asked, "Little brother, you must be a senior in high school this year, right? Which school are you attending?" He was already thinking that his son should enroll in that school. Li Hanfeng smiled and said casually, "I am from the first high school. Steward Hao, please have someone count these quantities and give me a price." It was just as he thought. There was no need to hide this kind of information. If the other party wanted to know, they could find out easily with a quick check, so it was better to be open about it. Steward Hao slapped his forehead upon hearing this and exclaimed in realization, "Oh my, look at me. I was so caught up in chatting that I almost forgot the main business." After saying this, Steward Hao clapped his hands and shouted toward the door, "Someone come here." Click. The guest room door opened and a female attendant in professional attire walked in. When she saw the room full of materials and beast cores, she was stunned, not knowing what had happened. She walked up to the two of them, bowed slightly to Li Hanfeng first, and then to Steward Hao. Seeing her arrive, Steward Hao waved his hand and the materials and beast cores on the floor vanished instantly. He then took out a spatial ring, handed it to the attendant and instructed, "Get the contents inside counted clearly, then bring it back." "Yes, steward." The attendant replied, reached out to take the spatial ring, and then exited the guest room. Li Hanfeng squinted slightly at this sight. A spatial ring of that size was not a common item. The fact that he just brought it out so casually proved that the Lingbao Pavilion was truly wealthy and powerful. At this moment, Steward Hao spoke with a smile on his face. I wonder what you would like to trade for, little brother, spirit stones or federal credits. Li Hanfeng pondered for a moment, then looked up at Steward Hao with a bright gaze and laughed. Haha, Steward Hao can just call me Hanfeng. What do you think would be a better deal, Steward Hao? Steward Hao was momentarily stunned but immediately reacted. The other party was giving him an opportunity. He smiled and said, Brother Hanfeng, no matter where you go, spirit stones are hard currency, but that is not necessarily the case for federal credits. The message was clear and Li Hanfeng understood it naturally. He laughed as well. Then let it be as you suggest, Steward Hao. The two of them chatted for a while longer. At that moment, the door to the guest room was knocked, and a female voice sounded from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Steward Hao, the counting is complete. Come in. Hearing that the items were counted, Steward Hao invited her to enter. As the door opened, the attendant walked to Steward Hao's side, handed him the spatial ring, and added, There are 327 beast cores in total, including 98 Tier 3, 135 Tier 2, and 94 Tier 1. After a pause, she continued, There are many materials, including 23 Tier 1 iron-armored rhino horns, 28 pairs of Tier 1 gale wolf claws, 17 pieces of Tier 1 iron-backed bear hide. Li Hanfeng listened silently from the side. Actually, he had a general idea in his head. Even though he had not kept a count, he could roughly remember how many beasts he had killed each day. On average, he killed about 10 beasts a day. Sometimes 20, sometimes 3 or 5. It was not possible to find that many beasts every single day. Sometimes he would use the scent of blood to lure beasts over, though of course, that could only be done in the outer areas. So the number of beast cores was about right, because he spent most of his later time operating near the middle area of the Misty Forest. Tier 1 cores were actually the rarest. As for the beast materials, he could not keep track of them because he did not always harvest materials from every beast he killed. Sometimes when the situation was urgent, he would just grab the core and run. By now, the female attendant had finished reporting the quantities. There are 85 pieces of Tier 1 materials, 98 Tier 2 materials, and 98 Tier 3 materials. Steward Hao was also lost in thought, seemingly estimating the price. After a long pause, Steward Hao spoke up. Tier 1 cores are valued at 100,000 federal credits, Tier 2 at 300,000, and Tier 3 at 500,000. As for the materials, the most valuable Tier 1 material is the rhino horn, which has a market price of around 50,000. Because of the large quantity, I am accepting them at this price. It is the same for Tier 2 and Tier 3. Tier 2 rhino horns are 100,000 and Tier 3 ape claws are 150,000. That makes a total of 1,277 spirit stones. Brother Hanfeng, do you have any concerns? Li Hanfeng was overjoyed when he heard the number. Earning over 1,000 spirit stones in a month was equivalent to over 100 million in federal credits. He knew the other party was intentionally inflating the price for him, but he kept a calm face, pondered for a moment, and said, Let us make it 1,200 spirit stones and 7.7 million in federal credits. Li Hanfeng thought about it and decided he needed some cash on hand, since spirit stones only circulated among transcendents. Steward Hao smiled and said, No problem, hand over your ID card and I will have someone handle the transfer. Soon, the attendant went out with Li Hanfeng's ID card and returned with an extra spatial ring in her hand. Mr. Li, here are your spirit stones and your ID card, please keep them safe. Li Hanfeng was stunned. They were even giving him the spatial ring. He immediately turned to Steward Hao, and seeing him smiling at him, how could Li Hanfeng not understand? Is this not being too generous, Brother Hao? Steward Hao was elated to be called Brother Hao. He felt joyful, and the smile on his face deepened as he replied, Brother Hanfeng, do not mind it. Just think of it as a box for your spirit stones, since there are quite a lot of them and a normal box would not hold them. Li Hanfeng thought for a moment and accepted the ring. After all, building good relationships is a good thing, and since the other party was so proactive, he could not be rude. You do not hit a person who is smiling at you, right? In that case, brother Hao, I will accept it. Sorry to trouble you today. I just returned from the misty forest and have some things to attend to, so I will have to visit another time. Steward Hao put on a stern, feigned unhappy expression and said, "Oh brother, why are you being so distant? What trouble? If you have anything in the future, just come to me. I still have some face around this part of the city." Seeing that the other party had already said so, Li Hanfeng could only nod and agree. "Okay brother, then I will be going now." Steward Hao nodded, smiling brightly. "Go ahead, I will see you off." You. The moment he stepped out of the Lingbao pavilion, Li Hanfeng let out a sigh. He really was not suited for such polite social interaction. It felt truly exhausting. "I would rather fight a beast, this is so tiring." Li Hanfeng whispered to himself and headed toward home. It must have been 6:30 by now and the sky had turned dark. Various lights began to turn on along the street, bright and colorful, making Li Hanfeng clearly realize that he had returned to the city of humans. About an hour later, Li Hanfeng was walking down the street outside his residential complex. He should have entered the complex, but he paused, then continued walking straight ahead toward the direction of the suburbs. As Li Hanfeng kept walking forward, the buildings in the area became more spaced out, and even the streetlights were sparse. This was the suburbs where mostly wealthy people lived. The houses were spaced out and it was quite quiet. And just then, while walking slowly, Li Hanfeng suddenly stopped and slowly turned his head to look back, his icy voice echoing through the quiet night sky. "Come out, before these eyes of mine, your hiding is somewhat laughable." As he spoke, a pair of bizarre pupils emitting a scarlet glow scanned the surroundings continuously. Li Hanfeng's cold voice rang out abruptly in the silent street, but there was no response from anywhere, as if he were simply talking to the air. "It seems you are quite confident in your hiding techniques. Very well then." As he spoke, Li Hanfeng grabbed a tangji with his left hand and hung it at his waist. "Let me give you a little taste of the power of these eyes." As he finished, Li Hanfeng gripped the hilt with his right hand and suddenly turned to look at the corner of an alley on his right. A shadow seemed to flicker slightly in the dark corner. Boom! A bolt of golden lightning instantly tore through the silent night, and accompanied by the roar of the ground shattering, a head was sent flying into the air. The eyes of the severed head in the air were wide open, and deep terror could still be faintly seen within them. Until his final moment, he never understood what had happened. He only felt as if he had locked eyes with a pair of scarlet eyes filled with evil intent, and then his vision spun wildly before he lost consciousness. Li Hanfeng's figure appeared in the alley, the golden arcs of electricity dancing on his body, illuminating the darkness as his scarlet Sharingan scanned the surroundings. "Can you come out now?" His icy, bone-chilling voice echoed again, accompanied by that pair of scarlet eyes and the thud of a head hitting the ground, bringing unparalleled pressure to those hiding in the dark. No sooner had the words left his lips than shadows began to emerge slowly from all around, writhing in the darkness like living creatures. Li Hanfeng looked around, his scarlet Sharingan sweeping over each shadow, and spoke in a voice still devoid of warmth. "Only 10 of you." Before the last word faded, lightning surged violently from Li Hanfeng's body, and he vanished from his spot in a flash. Clang! A harsh metallic clash rang out and two figures appeared in midair with a tang dao and a dagger locked against each other, both sides pushing with all their might. Just then, Li Hanfeng felt a chill on his back. He turned around instantly, and the figure attempting a sneak attack was suddenly transfixed by those scarlet eyes, their movements momentarily stalled. In that split second of hesitation, Li Hanfeng shifted his breathing rhythm, and white mist hissed from the corners of his mouth. Thunder breathing second form, rice spirit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Rich golden lightning erupted from Li Hanfeng's blade, conducting through the dagger to the attacker's hand, causing their arm to go numb as the weapons instantly disengaged. The moment the weapons parted, the figure felt their entire body surrounded by 5 horseshoe-shaped golden slashes. In a flash, they crouched low, using their dagger to deflect 2 of the slashes before darting backward out of the attack range. Li Hanfeng did not pursue, for 3 more figures were already closing in on his back, leaving him to sigh inwardly. A pity, peak 4th-tier experts are truly difficult to deal with. Lightning flashed again as he transformed into a streak of light and vanished. However, as soon as he reappeared a short distance away, 4 chilling blades were already slashing toward his vitals. Li Hanfeng remained expressionless. The attacks were fast, but before the Sharingan, their trajectories remained perfectly clear. He shifted his breathing rhythm once more, and a dense surge of golden electricity exploded from his body. Hum. His blade swung with a sound like the buzzing of mosquitoes, and ripples of electricity radiated in all directions. Thunder-breathing third form, buzzing mosquito thunder. Squelch, squelch, squelch. The golden electrical ripples cut through the figures like blades, followed immediately by the sound of flesh being torn apart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Li Hanfeng could follow up on his advantage, more figures arrived, their daggers aiming for every part of his body. Li Hanfeng's scarlet pupils contracted, the tama within them spinning frantically. I see you. At that moment, a blade of cold light darted toward his throat, faster than the others, striking after they had engaged as if waiting for his split second of distraction to land a lethal blow. Yet that was exactly what Li Hanfeng had been waiting for. He had already positioned his Tang Dao in front of his throat as if anticipating the dagger to strike against it. Clang squelch. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Li Hanfeng used the momentum to flip backward, vanishing in a flash of lightning to escape the encirclement. Shadow 2's face was filled with horror. He could never have imagined that his lightning-fast sneak attack, especially while his opponent was being swarmed, would be seen through. It was unbelievable. What kind of terrifying observation and self-confidence did it take to remain aware of one's surroundings while being besieged, and to instantly discern an attack trajectory? What a frightening person. Thank goodness he is only third tier otherwise. Li Hanfeng was also observing them from a short distance away. His back had been sliced open during the escape, but that was unavoidable. Even if you can see every attack, you cannot dodge them all. 1 peak 4th tier, 10 3rd tier. Only 1 is dead so far. I must reduce their numbers. Although he appeared arrogant, he was merely creating a facade to mislead them. He did not truly believe he was invincible. After all, he was only a low-tier transcendent. Li Hanfeng stared at the group, his handsome face looking exceptionally cold behind those eerie pupils, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Warm-up is over. As he spoke, Li Hanfeng's hands moved with blurred speed, completing a series of hand seals in just a second. He curved his fingers in front of his mouth, and as his spirit energy surged violently, his chest heaved, his cheeks bulged, and he exhaled a torrent of energy toward the group. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Boom! A massive fireball roared with fury as it hurtled toward the figures. However, these figures were experts in assassination with shadow-based innate talents, and their speed was incredible. Hitting them with a fireball at this range was indeed difficult. Sure enough, the shadow figures were slightly surprised but not slow. They simply dodged the blast radius of the fireball. Boom! The fireball impacted a wall with a thunderous roar, sending debris and sparks flying everywhere. The intense light lit up the silent night, exposing several of the shadow figures. Damn it! Shadow 2 cursed internally, his terror unconcealable. The target also possessed a fire-based talent. He was a dual-talent transcendent. No wonder he was this strong at only the 3rd tier. Besides, the commotion was too loud. Although they were far from the city center, time was running out and the city guards would arrive soon. That would complicate things. With that thought, he immediately shouted, "End this quickly." His voice was raspy, creating the uncomfortable sensation of nails dragging across a chalkboard. He turned his gaze toward Li Hanfeng, but in the next heartbeat, his pupils shrank violently. Li Hanfeng held his blade with his right hand, leaning forward, his center of gravity lowered, eyes slightly closed, with white mist coiling around his lips. "Let us end this quickly then." The words dropped. Li Hanfeng snapped his eyes open, his scarlet pupils crackling with electrical charge. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash eightfold. Boom. Swish, swish, swish. A golden streak of lightning tore directly into the crowd like a flash cutting through the night. With every leap of the lightning, it brought with it a spray of blood and even heads. The figures tried to counter, but they could not. The speed was simply too fast, like a fleeting bolt of lightning that was impossible to track. They tried to retreat from the fray, only to find that no matter how they hid, it was useless. A pair of crimson eyes remained locked onto them, emanating an eerie aura that made them tremble. Swish, swish, swish. Damn it! Shadow 2 cursed under his breath. He was the only one on the field who could barely keep up with Li Hanfeng's speed, yet he could only fight back passively, unable to lock onto Li Hanfeng's position. But Li Hanfeng ignored him entirely, leaving him feeling helpless and powerless. This innate technique was too strong with its extreme burst speed and agility, he simply had no ability to intercept it. Swift slash. As another head flew into the air, Li Hanfeng finally came to a halt. There were only 2 figures left standing on the field, one of whom was Shadow 2. The rest were either lying injured on the ground or separated from their heads. Those who had been wounded by Li Hanfeng's third form earlier moved a beat slower due to their injuries, and none of them survived. The moment Li Hanfeng stopped, Shadow 2 instantly seized the opportunity, or rather, he had been waiting for this exact moment. He knew that Li Hanfeng could not keep attacking continuously, there had to be a limit, and now he knew what that limit was. 8 consecutive strikes, huh? Shadow 2 whispered to himself, but his speed did not slow at all. Moving like a shadow weaving through the darkness, he appeared at Li Hanfeng's side in the blink of an eye. The dagger in his hand bit toward Li Hanfeng's throat like a venomous snake. Li Hanfeng, having just used the first form, eightfold, was in a recovery state. With no time to dodge, he had to take the hit head-on. His crimson Sharingan eyes stared fixedly at the incoming dagger. He saw the trajectory of the attack. Li Hanfeng turned his head to the right and lifted the hilt of his Tang sword. Clang! The dagger grazed Li Hanfeng's neck, leaving a shallow mark before striking the sword's hilt. The immense force pushed Li Hanfeng's body back, but he stomped on the ground, using the momentum to leap backward and create distance. Just as Li Hanfeng steadied himself, a figure appeared unnaturally behind him, a cold glimmer stabbing toward his heart. Li Hanfeng had already sensed it. His Sharingan had been spinning wildly, keeping an eye on everyone left on the field besides the 5 already dead. Trying to sneak attack him while he was prepared, only if you were fast enough that he could not see you. But clearly, the figure behind Li Hanfeng lacked that kind of speed. Li Hanfeng twisted his wrist, holding the Tang sword with an inverted grip, leaned his body forward and slashed backward. The blade slid along his waist and abdomen, and with a crouch, he directly parried the dagger behind him. Clang! As metal clashed, Li Hanfeng turned around instantly after blocking the strike. Golden electric arcs crackled on his body as he unleashed a backhanded horizontal slash, forcing his opponent back. Then Li Hanfeng suddenly slashed down toward his right rear. Clang! Li Hanfeng's sword collided directly with Shadow 2's dagger. The massive force sent Li Hanfeng back a few steps, and before he could stabilize, another cold glimmer attacked his lower back. Li Hanfeng was in a tight spot. He had been caught in the split second where old momentum was spent and new power had not yet surged, leaving him to face continuous high-speed attacks. Li Hanfeng had no time to regulate his breathing for a counterattack and could only remain on the defensive. Yet his expression remained cold and his crimson eyes continued to spin frantically, scanning the surrounding figures. He showed no signs of anxiety or panic. It was as if everything was still under his control. There were 3 people surrounding Li Hanfeng now, the only 3 left on the field who could still fight. One of them had a clear blade wound on his shoulder, obviously sustained in the previous skirmish. Wisps of white mist occasionally emanated from Li Hanfeng's lips, but every time the attacks would interrupt him, preventing him from unleashing a technique to break the stalemate. Even so, a keen observer would notice that Li Hanfeng's left hand was making a series of strange gestures. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Shadow 2 cursed anxiously in his heart. Too much time had passed. If this continued, he would surely be exposed. Shadow 2's attacks became increasingly fierce and frantic, but besides leaving a few shallow wounds on Li Hanfeng, he could not end the fight quickly. The other 2 were merely distractions, unable to even leave a scratch on him. Is it because of those eyes? The gradually calming Shadow 2 realized the problem. All their attack trajectories were being seen through. Coupled with the fact that his opponent was also skilled in speed, even though they had the advantage, they lacked the capability to deliver a decisive blow, resulting in a stalemate. Just as Shadow 2 was considering how to eliminate his opponent, Li Hanfeng suddenly made a new move. Clang! After blocking an attack, Li Hanfeng suddenly turned, curled his fingers in front of his mouth, puffed out his chest and cheeks, and unleashed a burst of energy. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Boom! A massive fireball roared toward the injured figure, who was just about to attack Li Hanfeng when it struck him point-blank. It was simply too close, and he had never expected his opponent to be able to release a fireball under such circumstances, leaving him no time to react. Arg! The fireball instantly engulfed him. The intense heat forced a painful wail from his lips as he was reduced to charcoal and collapsed to the ground. Human bodies are not like those of monsters. While a fireball might not be fatal to thick-skinned monsters in the short term, its effect on humans was devastating. The sudden turn of events stunned the remaining two. They had not expected Li Hanfeng could cast fireballs either, and they were caught off guard. In that moment of hesitation, Li Hanfeng had already turned into a streak of lightning, putting distance between them. Then he leaned forward, shifted his center of gravity, closed his eyes slightly, and wisps of white mist began to curl around his lips. He was already prepared to attack. Seeing this stance, the faces of the two opponents changed. Several people had already died to this move, and many others were severely injured if he did it again. Shadow 2's face was also stormy, while he was confident he could survive this move since he already knew its limits. The other Shadow Guard likely would not make it, and he had no way to save those on the ground either. At that moment, Li Hanfeng's icy voice reached everyone's ears. "Is that all you have got? It seems like none of you know how to use your innate techniques." Li Hanfeng spoke these words expressionlessly. This was his confusion. He had been holding back an ace, just waiting for the opponent to make a move. Yet he discovered that among the 11 of them, not a single one had used any innate ability. Even as desperate as Shadow 2 was, he had not used any techniques. Moreover, the opponent was not as strong as the fourth-order transcendent he had imagined. Before, he had not known the gap, but now that he was approaching the mid-level, he could see things much more clearly. He also realized that his ability to kill that fourth-order transcendent in the forest was pure luck. However, he now sensed that this group seemed a bit off. They possessed identical abilities and traits, yet could not use their innate skills. It was almost as if they were mass-produced transcendent beings. On second thought, he decided it did not matter. They were all going to die here tonight anyway. Thinking this, Li Hanfeng did not wait for a response, but instead said coldly, "It does not matter anymore. Let us end this farce tonight." As the words fell, boom! The ground around Li Hanfeng shattered instantly. Golden lightning crackled over his body, and chunks of rock hovered around him as if held by some invisible force, suspended instead of being scattered. Shadow 2's pupils contracted sharply. This aura was more than twice as strong as before. What was happening? Could he have an even stronger move? His hair stood on end, his body tensed to the absolute limit, ready to dodge and counterattack at any moment. Just then, Li Hanfeng suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were a deep crimson, while the whites were covered by golden lightning, staring directly at Shadow 2. Shadow 2 felt a chill surge from the bottom of his heart, as if he were being stared at by a demon from the underworld. Suddenly, he saw a flash of golden light, felt a chill across his neck, and then the world began to spin. Thunder breathing, first form, thunder flash, God speed. The speed was so immense that even after his head had flown off, his consciousness had not yet faded. How is this possible? I could not even see it. Am I already dead? The moment that thought crossed his mind, his consciousness plunged into an endless void, never to wake again. Thump thump thump. As the head rolled to the ground, Li Hanfeng slowly rose and turned his gaze toward the last, somewhat dazed figure. The figure seemed to realize Li Hanfeng was looking at him and instinctively looked up. The next moment, he felt his vision being consumed by a pair of massive crimson pupils, with a black tomo slowly rotating within each. Then a cold voice echoed in his mind. "Who sent you here?" It is the fam. Splat. The figure's words were stuttered and broken, his face twisted in a struggle, but before he could finish, he drove the dagger in his hand into his own throat. Li Hanfeng frowned at the sight. "The power of a single Tomo Sharingan is still not enough. It would be better if I had 3. But these people are actually dead-set suicide soldiers. It seems the person behind this is not simple at all. Who could it be? Li Hanfeng did not have an answer, so he decided not to think about it for now. He had better leave. It would be troublesome to get caught by the city guard. He did not want any contact with the city guard just yet. Li Hanfeng immediately turned to finish off the survivors, killing the few severely wounded figures on the ground. He did not bother trying to question them again. His sharing and skills just were not up to the task. After finishing, Li Hanfeng turned into a bolt of lightning and vanished from the scene, dashing rapidly toward his home. Shortly after Li Hanfeng left, about half an hour later, a man with a buzz cut suddenly appeared at the scene. He scanned the surroundings, observing the crater-filled, smoke-choked battlefield and the dozen headless corpses, his brow knitting into a deep scowl. The next moment, several more figures rushed toward the scene, arriving beside the buzz-cut man within seconds, 3 men and 1 woman all surveying the situation. A moment later, a thin man dressed in night-crawling gear spoke up. Judging by the marks on the ground and the wounds on the bodies, it should be a fire-type transcendent, skilled with a blade. His voice was cold, as if he were accustomed to such scenes, showing no signs of distress. He continued to add, "Judging from the residual elemental fluctuations, it should not exceed the 3rd order, but looking at the scene, it seems unlikely for a low-level transcendent to finish so many people off so quickly." He frowned while saying this, clearly aware that his assessment might be off. He then began to examine the corpses. The others stood back and watched him investigate, as he was clearly the specialist in this field for their team. Soon he had checked all the bodies. He stood up, pursed his lips, and said to the group, "There are traces of residual lightning elemental energy in the bodies, and the elemental reaction does not exceed the 3rd order." After a pause he added, "However, judging by the spiritual power remaining in the bodies, the lowest level among them was 3rd order, and one of them must have been at the peak of the 4th order. And judging by the wounds, these people were all killed by one person." Hearing this, a flash of doubt crossed the buzz-cut man's eyes, followed immediately by shock. He asked directly, "Are you saying that these 10 3rd order and 1 peak 4th order transcendent were killed by a single 3rd order transcendent?" The investigating man nodded. "Based on the scene, that is correct. And not just any 3rd order, but a 3rd order transcendent who likely has a dual innate ability." Once this was said, the others could not help themselves and spoke up. "Lao Liu, you could not be mistaken, could you? A dual innate ability." "Yeah, Lao Liu, could it be that one of these dozen people was a fire type?" "Lao Liu, what is your evidence for this judgment?" Hearing everyone questioning him, the buzz-cut man gave a low growl. "Enough, let Lao Liu continue." Seeing that the buzz-cut man had spoken, they all fell silent, but collectively turned their attention to the man called Lao Liu. Lao Liu, seeing that everyone was looking at him, pursed his lips again and said, "I do not have definitive proof, but there are only 2 types of elemental residue at the scene. The traits of all the corpses remain unknown, and the killer can be confirmed as a 3rd order. So, it is hard to believe that a 3rd order lightning type could kill so many people in such a short time, including a peak 4th order, but what if it were a 3rd order with a dual innate ability?" After saying this, he did not speak again. The others stood there lost in thought, either pondering the credibility of Lao Liu's words or wondering who in the city possessed a dual innate ability. The scene fell into a strange, eerie silence. The buzz-cut man watched the corpses on the ground, his eyes flashing as he muttered, "The way these people are dressed, why does it feel so familiar?" Li Hanfeng had returned home. He carefully inspected every corner of the house to confirm that no one had broken in while he was away, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Dragging his weary body into the bathroom, he gave himself a rough rinse with cold water, returned to his room to treat the wounds on his body, and then wrapped them in gauze. After finishing all this, Li Hanfeng took a deep breath, then pulled out some spirit stones and placed them by his side. Holding 2 more in his hands, he sat cross-legged on the floor and began to meditate. As he cycled his breathing technique, visible strands of spiritual energy were drawn out, surged into Li Hanfeng's body, and slowly flowed through his meridians toward his dantian. The spiritual energy vortex at this moment was vastly different from a month ago. Not only had its volume more than doubled, but the energy was so dense that some of it had already condensed into water droplets. Once all the spiritual energy within the vortex transforms into droplets, it will form a spirit sea, which is the greatest distinction between low-rank and mid-rank transcendent beings. After the vortex turns into a sea, neither the quality nor the quantity of the spiritual energy can be compared to that of a vortex, which is why it is said that there is a chasm between low-rank and mid-rank transcendence. However, this is a process that consumes a great deal of resources and time. If resources are sufficient, it is manageable, but if one lacks training items like spirit stones, this threshold can hold a person back for several years. At this moment, 1/3 of the spiritual energy in Li Hanfeng's vortex had already turned into droplets. This was largely thanks to the terrifying speed of his breathing technique in absorbing energy. Otherwise, he would not have made such rapid progress while lacking spirit stones. According to the current progress, if spirit stones are sufficient, it will take at least another half a month to a month to break through to the 4th rank. Li Hanfeng calculated the time required for the vortex to turn into a sea while restoring his spiritual energy, then sighed after assessing his condition. It seems it is still quite difficult to break through to the 4th rank before the college entrance exam. I wonder if any of the geniuses from those prominent families have already reached the 4th rank. Although Li Hanfeng was confident in his own cultivation speed, he was held back by a lack of resources, so it was hard to say whether he could keep up with those geniuses. However, Li Hanfeng quickly brushed aside these distractions and focused on his training. 2 hours later, Li Hanfeng opened his eyes, realizing that the 10 spirit stones he had placed on the ground had been completely drained. I am consuming 5 spirit stones an hour now. It seems that the spirit stones required for future cultivation will increase exponentially. Li Hanfeng's assessment was correct. Once the vortex becomes a sea, every step of progress requires filling it with a massive amount of spiritual energy, so the need for spirit stones would naturally multiply. Li Hanfeng exhaled a breath of stale air and got up to lie on the bed. After all, one must balance hard work with rest. He had not had a good night's sleep in a month. While sleeping in the misty forest, he always had to stay vigilant, fearing that a demonic beast might sneak up on him at night. He was essentially in a state of half-sleep. Now, lying on his own bed, his long-taut nerves suddenly relaxed. He habitually took out his Naruto manga, intending to read for a while before going to sleep. But the moment he took out the manga, he froze. His expression shifted from dullness to sheer ecstasy. He sprang up from the bed, muttering to himself, "How could I have forgotten about that cultivation cheat code?" Li Hanfeng immediately focused his mind and the system panel appeared before his eyes. He glanced at his kill points, 1065. Li Hanfeng let out a breath, feeling grateful for the kill points those people had gifted him tonight. What good people they were. He opened the ability store, found the shadow clone technique priced at 1,000 kill points, and purchased it immediately. Instantly, a stream of information flooded his mind, and Li Hanfeng closed his eyes to absorb it. Not long after, Li Hanfeng opened his eyes and formed hand signs. Shadow clone technique. Poof. As a cloud of white smoke dissipated, 2 figures identical to Li Hanfeng appeared in the room. The 3 of them looked at each other, all smiling, and then the original Li Hanfeng spoke. "Let us proceed with the training as planned." "You got it." After the 2 clones replied, they both sat cross-legged on the floor and began to cycle their breathing techniques. The original Li Hanfeng laid out 50 spirit stones on the floor for them to train with, then lay back on the bed to think. The limit for the shadow clone technique right now is 2 clones. It is enough for the moment and I cannot handle any more than that. Shadow clones possess consciousness independent of the user as well as a certain level of durability. Once dispelled, the clone's memories and experiences return to the original body. This means that although these 2 clones split Li Hanfeng's spiritual energy, the energy they cultivate will also return to the original body upon dispelling the clones. Of course, physical and mental fatigue also return to the body, but this effectively doubles Li Hanfeng's cultivation speed. With this, I should be able to break through to the 4th rank before the college entrance exam. June 15th is the exam day. I hope I can find out who wanted to kill me before then. Thinking of this, Li Hanfeng's brow furrowed. After pondering for a while, he began to analyze the situation. The only person I have offended is Zhou Xian, so I need to go to school tomorrow to probe and see if it could be his family's influence. And with such a huge commotion last night, it must have alarmed many influential people. Perhaps someone knows the identities of those figures. But even if someone knows, it would likely be the powerful figures in the base city. With my current connections, who should I ask? As his thoughts reached this point, several figures crossed Li Hanfeng's mind, only to be dismissed one by one. His brow deepened. Suddenly, he thought of their abnormal strength. They were clearly slightly weaker than normal peers of the same rank, and none of them used innate abilities. Never mind innate abilities, Li Hanfeng was not even sure if their concealment skills were innate talents. The group gave him the impression of being mass-produced, identical abilities, combat styles, and clothing. If they really were artificially created, the organization most likely to have such capabilities would be the Qi Wu Lu. At this thought, a beautiful silhouette appeared in his mind. His eyes brightened slightly as he began to plan for tomorrow's investigation. First, go to school to check on Zhou Xian's recent situation and see if there is anything unusual. Then go to the Lingbo Pavilion to find Deacon Hao and inquire about last night. Given his status, he should know something. Finally, find someone to confirm if Qi Wu Lu has the capability to manufacture such innate powers. Having sorted this out, Li Hanfeng slowly closed his eyes, enjoying a peaceful sleep for the first time in a month. The next morning, Li Hanfeng stepped out of his room, stretching and yawning. It had been a long time since he had slept so soundly. Especially in the second half of the night when his two shadow clones dispelled, the instantaneous wave of exhaustion made Li Hanfeng actually snore for once. He sensed the spiritual energy within his body, and his sleepy eyes lit up slightly. Just as I thought. Feeling the increase in his spiritual energy, the hanging stone in Li Hanfeng's heart finally dropped. He had been worried it would not be effective at first. After a quick wash, Li Hanfeng began pulling some beast meat from his system space. Today's breakfast would be iron-armored rhino steak. He did not know why, but ever since he spent that day with Murong Qingying, he had started a habit of storing beast meat. It was strange that he was even eating greasy meat for breakfast now. By the time Li Hanfeng finished his steak while reading manga, it was 7:10 a.m. It was time to go back to school and check things out. After changing his clothes, Li Hanfeng clenched his fist and checked his physical state. It was a habit he had picked up in the Mist Forest. He always checked his condition before heading out to prevent any accidents. Feeling the strength coursing through his body, he moved a thought, and his personal panel appeared in his line of sight. Personal panel. Race human. Age 17. Talents thunder-breathing 1 Tamo Sharingan. Level Tier 3 Transcendent. Skills: Thunder Breathing First Form, Thunderclap and Flash Second Form, Rice Spirit Third Form, Buzzing Mosquito Thunder, Shadow Clone Technique, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Body Replacement Technique. Missions: None. This body replacement technique was the contingency plan he mentioned last night, but it was a shame he did not get to use it. It is the most practical of the 3 basic ninja techniques from the Naruto series. It only cost 100 killing points, which was a great deal. The principle of the body replacement technique is simple. It swaps your position with a nearby object while turning that object into your appearance to confuse the enemy or dodge critical damage. It was a very broken ability in the early stages of Naruto, and it could turn the tide of battle at a critical moment. After checking everything and confirming there were no issues, Li Hanfeng walked out of his home. Just as he stepped out of the apartment, he heard a familiar, sleazy voice. Good heavens, am I seeing a ghost? Li Hanfeng immediately felt a vein pop on his forehead. He did not turn back and just kept walking while looking at his manga. Whack! A moment later, a hand the size of a palm leaf fan slapped Li Hanfeng's shoulder hard, making a crisp sound. Damn, it really is you, crazy man. I thought you died and your ghost was floating around here. Although he said that, the smile and surprise on his face could not be hidden. Li Hanfeng frowned. He was not angry, but the kid did not hold back his strength and smacked him right on a wound. He could feel it starting to bleed. He turned around to look at the hulking figure and said crossly, "Fatty, when have you ever seen a ghost wandering around first thing in the morning?" As he spoke, he pretended to brush off Cao Yumeng's hand in disgust. keeping a calm expression on his face without showing any signs of pain. "Good man, when did you get back? I was so worried about you when you did not return after being in the mist forest for so long. I did not even dare tell my parents. They asked me several times why you did not come over for dinner, and I had to make up excuses every time." Li Hanfeng had only used his communicator to inform two people about this, Cao Yumeng and his homeroom teacher. He had to report it after all. If something happened to him, no one would even know where he died. That would just make people worry for nothing. Hearing Cao Yumeng's words, Li Hanfeng felt a warmth in his heart. There were still people in this world who cared about him. He smiled instantly. "I got back yesterday. Do not worry, everything's fine." He paused and added, "Fatty, I need to ask you something. Think carefully before you answer." Seeing the rare seriousness in Li Hanfeng's expression, Cao Yumeng hurriedly replied, "Sure, go ahead and ask. Let us go, we can talk as we walk." Soon, they walked into the school. Li Hanfeng was taken aback by the major changes to the campus, but he quickly realized it was because the entrance exams were approaching. He had almost forgotten the tension of entrance exams from his past life. He saw various banners filled with inspirational quotes hanging around the campus. It really felt like the entrance exams of his past life. Li Hanfeng glanced at a few inside. They were still so classic. "Journey 100,000 miles without fear of the winds. Every second counts. Never retreat. Give it your all and win the entrance exam. Effort will yield rewards. Hard work will bear fruit. Before the outcome is decided, you and I are both dark horses." The two of them walked under the banners and went straight to their classroom. On the way, Li Hanfeng had already learned what he wanted to know through Cao Yumeng. Ever since Li Hanfeng beat up Zhou Xian that day, he had not come to school. According to Cao Yumeng's recollection, he had only returned to school half a month ago. So Li Hanfeng wanted to see if the guy was at school today. If he was not, then he was definitely a prime suspect. Was not that just clearly hiding from him? After Li Hanfeng returned to the classroom, many people looked at him in surprise. This genius who had awakened an S-rank talent had not come to school for a month. Rumor had it he had requested a long leave. Why did he suddenly return today? The gazes of everyone fell on Li Hanfeng, filled with admiration, jealousy, and indifference. Li Hanfeng simply returned to his seat as if nothing happened, waiting for the class bell to ring. Ding ding ding. With the piercing sound of the bell, Li Hanfeng once again walked out of the classroom under the confused gazes of the students and headed toward Class 2. Arriving at the door of Class 2, Li Hanfeng paused and scanned every student. He did not see Zhou Xian and his eyes narrowed instantly. "Which class are you from, student?" Just as Li Hanfeng was about to turn and leave, a woman's voice came from beside him. He turned his head and saw a mature woman in her 30s. He recognized her. It was the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Guo Bixian. Li Hanfeng immediately smiled and spoke. "Hello, Teacher Guo. I am Li Hanfeng from Class 1. I wanted to find student Zhou Xian, but I do not see him. Is he not at school today?" A look of realization appeared on Guo Bixian's face. She had naturally heard of Li Hanfeng's name, and she replied with a smile. "Oh, looking for Zhou Xian? He took leave last night, saying his family had arranged special training to prepare for the entrance exams. What do you need him for?" Upon hearing this, Li Hanfeng's eyes narrowed into slits as he spoke with a smile. "I see, what a coincidence. It is nothing important though. Since that is the case, I will go back to class. Goodbye, teacher." After saying goodbye to Guo Bixian, Li Hanfeng left. But the moment he turned around, the smile on his face instantly turned cold and he whispered to himself. "Zhou Xian, is it really that much of a coincidence, or was it really you?" Li Hanfeng, who had already walked away, did not notice that after he left, a male student sitting in the back row of Class 2 immediately took out his communicator and sent a message. That person was Wang Dingshan. Inside the reception room of the Lingbao Pavilion, Li Hanfeng was currently sitting across from Steward Hao, the two of them chatting happily while drinking tea. After discovering that Zhou Xian had taken leave and not gone to school, Li Hanfeng had basically confirmed that it was the forces behind Zhou Xian who were after his life. Therefore, he did not return to class but instead came to the Lingbao Pavilion himself to try and gather some information. "Steward Hao, I heard that something big happened in the suburban streets last night and quite a few people died." Li Hanfeng took a sip of tea and asked, feigning casual curiosity. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise flashed in the depths of Steward Hao's eyes. News of this incident had already been suppressed. He had not expected Li Hanfeng to know about it, let alone come specifically to ask about it. "Oh, I wonder how you heard about this, Brother Hanfeng." Li Hanfeng looked up at Steward Hao, smiled, and said, "The commotion was a bit loud at the time, and my house happens to be in the vicinity, so I saw from a distance that there seemed to be people fighting." After a pause, Li Hanfeng continued, "It seemed like someone was being assassinated. I am worried that I might also be in danger, so I specifically came to see Steward Hao today to understand the situation." As soon as he said this, Steward Hao was stunned. "What does that mean? Someone was assassinated, so you might be in danger?" Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply and he looked at Li Hanfeng with a hint of shock. Li Hanfeng, as if not noticing the change in Steward Hao's expression, took another sip of tea and continued to gaze at him with a smile, as if waiting for an answer. Seeing Li Hanfeng's expression, Steward Hao had basically confirmed his suspicions. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and made his voice sound calm. "That is indeed the case. There was a battle there last night and more than a dozen people died." Li Hanfeng pondered for a moment after hearing this and asked, "What were the ranks of those who died and what were their talents?" In that final sentence, Li Hanfeng's tone sounded somewhat meaningful. As a seasoned veteran who often deals with people, Steward Hao naturally understood what was implied. He immediately knew what Li Hanfeng really wanted to ask. Steward Hao took a sip of tea, his brows slightly locked as if he were weighing something, appearing somewhat conflicted. Li Hanfeng did not urge him, just drank his tea with a calm expression, waiting for the other party's response. After a long silence, Steward Hao let out a sigh, took another sip of tea, and then said in a low voice, "The Science and Martial Arts Building has a very powerful research achievement that can replicate talents onto other people, allowing ordinary people or those without combat talents to possess combat power. However, these people who have replicated someone else's talent have flaws. They can never comprehend talent techniques and can only use the most basic talent abilities, so they are much weaker than others of the same rank. This research achievement and these people are all called talent replicators." After saying this, Steward Hao stopped speaking and just looked at Li Hanfeng while drinking his tea. Li Hanfeng's pupils shook violently upon hearing this. Although he had such a guess after it was confirmed, he still felt shaken. You have to realize that even with certain flaws, the ability to turn an ordinary person into an extraordinary being is definitely something that would drive people crazy. But Li Hanfeng knew that this must come at a great price. Otherwise, the country would have long since popularized it and implemented a policy of arming every citizen, and it would not be this calm. Talent replicators. After a low murmur, Li Hanfeng confirmed one thing. The person who wanted to kill him definitely had a connection to the Science and Martial Arts Building. Or perhaps it was someone with a certain status within the Science and Martial Arts Building. Li Hanfeng pondered for a moment and then asked, "Brother Hao, is there any management personnel with the surname Zhou in the Science and Martial Arts Building in the SH base city?" Steward Hao took a deep look at Li Hanfeng upon hearing this, and then said with a meaningful expression, "There is a steward in the Science and Martial Arts Building named Zhou Zhanghai." As soon as he said this, the eyes of Li Hanfeng, which had been smiling, instantly flashed with a cold light, and a hint of scarlet could be vaguely seen fleeting by. He was now sure that this matter was inextricably linked to Zhou Xian. Next, all he had to do was confirm the relationship between Zhou Xian and this Zhou Zhanghai, and then he could take action. As for how to find out their relationship, Li Hanfeng already had an idea in his mind. He instantly suppressed his expression and emotions, returned to his smiling self, took a sip of tea, and did not ask any more about this topic, instead chatting with Steward Hao about other trivial matters. They did not chat for long before Li Hanfeng stood up to say goodbye. "Brother Hao, thank you for today's matter. I have to go to class in the afternoon, so I will not bother you any further." Steward Hao also understood what he meant and said with a smile, "Oh brother, you are too polite. Why mention thanks? It is just a small matter. Since you have things to do, I will not keep you for lunch, haha. Next time I, as the younger brother, will definitely treat you to a good meal." After Li Hanfeng exchanged a few more polite remarks with Steward Hao and told him there was no need to see him out, he turned and left. Watching Li Hanfeng's departing figure, a sharp light flickered in Steward Hao's eyes. He had some understanding of the situation last night, so he now had a certain understanding of Li Hanfeng's strength. This person is definitely a monster-level genius, worth him offending people to help. After leaving the Lingbao Pavilion, Li Hanfeng returned directly home. He had to first confirm the relationship between Zhou Xian and Zhou Zhanghai and then make a good plan. He did not think that he could single-handedly kill his way through the Zhou family at this moment. He sat on the reception sofa in the living room, took out his communicator, checked the time and dialed his teacher's number. "Hello, I heard you went to school today. How come you disappeared again after just a little while?" As soon as the call connected, an unfriendly tone came from the other side. Li Hanfeng could only try to play it off. "Haha, teacher, I know you are in a hurry, but do not rush yet. There is something I would like to ask you." The teacher on the other end of the line nearly choked. What kind of nonsense was this? "I knew you only came to me when you had something. Say it, what do you want to ask about?" Li Hanfeng felt a bit awkward, but still braced himself to ask. "Teacher, what is the name of Zhou Xian's father from class 2? The teacher was startled and did not quite understand why Li Hanfeng was asking this, so he immediately asked. "Why are you asking this? You two do not seem to have any interaction, right?" It was Li Hanfeng's turn to be stunned. He thought this was a bit strange. Many students saw him beat up Zhou Xian, so how could it not have spread throughout the school? He saw that teacher Guo Bixian and his homeroom teacher both seemed unaware, which he found strange, but he did not think too much about it and just bluffed. "Oh, I heard Zhou Xian's family is not simple, and I wanted to see if I had a chance to join them." "Get out of here, Zhou Xian is not in our class, I just heard colleagues mention it. It seems to be called Zhou something high, I do not remember clearly, should I go ask for you?" "No need, teacher, I suddenly do not want to know anymore, I am hanging up, going to cultivate, thank you teacher, goodbye." After saying that, he hung up. The teacher looked at the communicator in his hand and fell into deep thought. "Messing with me? Have I been too nice to this kid? Should I punish him by making him copy textbooks when he gets back?" Li Hanfeng, on the other hand, had a calm expression, though the chill in his eyes was dense and exceptionally cold. Zhou Zhanghai, steward of the Science and Martial Arts Building. Li Hanfeng sat on the sofa, lost in deep thought about how to deal with his opponent. The guy was a deacon of the Kiwu building. He could not just storm into their building, that would be suicidal. Not to mention he did not have the strength for that. Even if he did, he would not charge in directly. The Kiwu building in SH Base City was merely a small branch office. The Kiwu building headquarters was a super powerful faction in the Dragon Kingdom. If you went to one of their branches and killed someone, do you really think they would let you off easy? Therefore, this had to be framed as a private feud. He could not let the Kiwu building think he was targeting them on purpose. He did not want to offend a behemoth like them just for the sake of one Zhou Zhanghai, it just was not worth it. But the Zhou family had to be finished, so he needed to find another way. But what method could kill Zhou Zhanghai without offending the Kiwu building? Li Hanfeng thought for a long time without coming up with any suitable ideas. Finally, he pulled out his communicator, looked at a name on the screen and pursed his lips. To be honest, he did not want to ask for her help. After all, what happened during their first meeting left a bit of a sour note in his heart. But in the end, he hesitantly dialed the number. It was worth a try, otherwise he would have to put this matter aside for later. Beep. A moment later, the call connected, and a crisp, pleasant female voice came through. Li Hanfeng, you finally reached out to me. I must say I am a little surprised. Li Hanfeng felt a bit sheepish. They really were not very close, and the first time they met had not exactly been pleasant. But back at the Kiwu building, she had said she would help him once as an apology. If he asked for that favor now, she surely would not refuse, right? Miss Zinran, long time no see. Are you still in SH Base City? I was hoping to invite you out for a drink. Ji Zinran, on the other end of the line, was stunned. It seemed she had not expected such an invitation, and then a melodious laugh came through. Hee, you want to ask me out? I am sorry, I have already returned to Magic City. I cannot let you spend your money. What a pity. Li Hanfeng sighed inwardly. He had wanted to ask for her help, but she had already left. this made things a bit difficult. Just then Jiang Xinren's voice came through again. You have something you need my help with, do not you? Jiang Xinren was no ordinary girl. As soon as Li Hanfeng spoke, she knew he had something to ask, but because he was a bit embarrassed, she decided to bring it up herself. After all, she did owe him a token of apology, and she had meant what she said back then. Hearing Jiang Xinren ask directly, Li Hanfeng thought about it and stopped hesitating, saying immediately, Yeah, there is indeed something I would like to ask Miss Xinren for help with, but since you are not here now, just tell me what it is. I do not necessarily have to be in your base city to be of help, you know. Before he could finish, HMPH Xinren knew what he was going to say and interrupted him. Li Hanfeng thought that made sense. What if she could offer some advice? After all, her background was not ordinary. But he had a concern. She was, after all, part of the Kiwu building. Would she really help him deal with a deacon from one of their own branches? After some thought, Li Hanfeng decided to give it a try. She had at least verbally promised him an apology, so even if she did not help, she would not turn around and turn against him. As for the risk of leaking information, he figured that by the time he left the entrance of the second class at number 1 high school, the word had likely already reached the Zhou family. Well, it is like this. Li Hanfeng gave a rough summary of the situation, after which both of them fell silent. After a long while, Jiang Xinren spoke, her voice very flat, devoid of any extra emotion. So what are you trying to? Hearing her ask this, Li Hanfeng did not intend to hide anything and said it straight. I am a lazy person. I do not like trouble, so I generally do not leave any loose ends. Jiang Xinren understood what he meant immediately. He wanted to eliminate all future trouble so it would not come back to haunt him. However, this did make Jiang Xinren hesitate, as Li Hanfeng suspected she was with the Kiwu building, now that he was asking her to help him go against one of their own deacons. Was that appropriate? But she made a decision instantly, her voice filled with a hint of a smile. I can help with this, but I have conditions, you know. Hearing this, Li Hanfeng was immediately delighted. As long as she could help, the conditions were completely normal. She was not anyone special to him. He could not expect her to help him unconditionally. If she had not asked for anything, he might have been suspicious. Miss Xinren, please tell me your conditions. Jiang Xinren pondered for a moment before speaking with a smile in her voice. First, you need to rank in the top 10 of the national freshman list during the college entrance exams. The freshman list was a ranking of the best students in the country, recording only the top 100. Every name on that list was someone the academies would fight over. The difficulty of breaking into the top 10 among millions of candidates nationwide was unimaginable. But Li Hanfeng had no objections to this. Instead, he spoke with a calm expression. What is the second? Jiang Xinren sensed the confidence in Li Hanfeng's tone, and the smile on her face grew. The second is that you must come to the Magic City Martial Arts Academy to be my junior. Li Hanfeng thought about it. The Magic City Martial Arts Academy was one of the 4 prestigious academies. There was nothing to complain about, so he nodded in agreement. No problem, what is the third? Jiang Xinren was taken aback and asked with some confusion. Why would you think there is a third? Li Hanfeng was stunned. There is not. But none of her conditions seemed particularly beneficial to her. It just felt like she was testing his strength and then having him do her a favor later. Li Hanfeng asked tentatively. Is that all? Jiang Xinren laughed playfully on the other end. Of course there is. The third is that you have to call me Senior Sister Xinren from now on, haha. After a pause, she continued. Do not worry, I meant what I said last time. This is my apology. You cannot bring up that matter again. Li Hanfeng immediately laughed. Haha, what matter are you talking about, Senior Sister Xinren? I do not know what you mean. Jiang Xinren also giggled sweetly. My junior is truly sensible. Li Hanfeng chuckled and turned to the main issue. Haha, then Senior Sister Xinren, how exactly are you going to help me? Jiang Xinren replied in a very plain tone. Put this matter aside for now. Once you make the top 10 of the freshman list, you can do whatever you want with him. She paused and added, I will only restrain the forces of the Kiwu building for you. You will have to deal with the Zhou family yourself. Afterward, no one from the Kiwu building will come looking for trouble. Hearing this, Li Hanfeng felt a sense of relief and quickly replied. That is enough. Thank you for your help, Senior Sister Xinren. If you ever need anything, I will do my best to help. Jiang Xinren was satisfied with his confidence. Having the absolute assurance to reach the top 10 meant his current strength had grown significantly. After chatting for a few more moments, Li Hanfeng ended the call, citing other matters to attend to. Li Hanfeng let out a breath. He had been worried that the Kiwu building would fight him to the death over Zhou Zhanghai. He did not want to be like a novel protagonist who kills one, only to have a group arrive, repeating the cycle until he became the strongest. He only wanted to kill alien races and fierce beasts, leveling up by fighting monsters and paving his way through the otherworld. Inside an exclusive cultivation room at the superpowered martial arts academy, a beautiful woman looked at the communicator in her hand, which had just hung up. The smile on her face gradually turned cold and a chill shimmered in her beautiful eyes. Zhou Zhanghai. She was indeed from the Science and Martial Arts Tower and even held a special position. Logically speaking, she should not be helping an outsider against a deacon of the tower's branch. However, when the Science and Martial Arts Tower was first founded, its goal was to combine science and supernatural abilities to give humanity more options and ensure a better future in this chaotic world. It was also thanks to the government's full support at the time that the tower developed so rapidly. And now, this Zhou Zhanghai actually used the tower's power to eliminate a gifted teenager just because of a petty conflict between juniors. In her heart, this violated the founding principles of the tower, so she no longer considered Zhou Zhanghai one of her own. Even without Li Hanfeng, if she had found out about this, she would have still worked to bring Zhou Zhanghai down and remove him from his position. Not to mention that now that Li Hanfeng has proactively asked, she might as well use this opportunity to do him a favor. However, Li Hanfeng still needs to demonstrate his value. She really does need Li Hanfeng to do her a favor, but her favor is not something just anyone can provide. Thinking of this, a faint, captivating smile appeared on her face once again. Junior brother Hanfeng, this senior sister is counting on you. She then picked up the communicator and dialed a number. Meanwhile, Li Hanfeng remained deep in thought, his eyes flickering occasionally, wondering what he was contemplating. After a long while, Li Hanfeng let out a long breath, and his expression returned to its usual lazy and casual state. Since that is the case, let us wait until after the college entrance exam. There should not be any problems during this period, right? Li Hanfeng thought about it and felt that the Zhou family should not come looking for trouble during this time, especially since Jiang Xinren had promised him that everything would be resolved after the exams. So during the time before the exams, the Zhou family should be warned to keep a low profile. Having figured this out, Li Hanfeng relaxed and began to form hand seals quickly. Shadow clone technique. Poof. As the white smoke cleared, 2 shadow clones appeared in the living room and Li Hanfeng nodded to them. Today is the 3rd, so let us train with all our might for the next 10 days or so. Both clones nodded, walked back to their rooms and sat cross-legged, while the original body took out nearly 100 spirit stones and placed them on the floor to aid their cultivation. Then, all 3 Li Hanfengs began to practice their breathing techniques. Instantly, spiritual energy surged wildly and the surrounding aura was nearly drained. In a luxury mansion in the suburbs of the base city, Zhou Xian was pacing back and forth in his room, his face pale and ugly, appearing restless and uneasy. Li Hanfeng came straight to me after he returned. He must have started suspecting me. What do I do? What do I do now? Father has not returned yet either. What should I do? His strength is actually so high now that even the shadow guard could not handle him. Damn it, how could he be that strong? When Liu Dingshan messaged him this morning telling him that Li Hanfeng had gone to find him, he had been broken out in a cold sweat. Luckily, his father had told him to take leave and stay at home, otherwise he would have been in big trouble. He wanted to tell Zhou Zhanghai, but Zhou Zhanghai was working at the Science and Martial Arts Tower. He could not speak, and he was not allowed to use the communicator. That was Zhou Zhanghai's rule. So he had been anxious ever since, unable to go out and with no way to vent his emotions. His mental state was under immense pressure. Knock knock knock. Who is it? The sudden knocking startled Zhou Xian. Under the immense mental stress, the sound of the knock on his own door forced him to retreat several steps. It is I, young master. The head of the family wants you to come over. As soon as the old voice spoke, Zhou Xian felt as if he had found a lifeline and said excitedly, "Old Fu, is my father back?" Old Fu at the door replied, "Yes, young master, please follow me." Click. The door was opened instantly. Zhou Xian rushed out, not even waiting for Old Fu to lead the way, and strode directly toward the main hall. "Young master, the head of the family, is in the study," Old Fu reminded him. "The study?" Zhou Xian was a bit confused, but he had no heart to think about it. He turned and walked toward the study with Old Fu following behind. They quickly reached the study. Zhou Xian was in a hurry and did not knock. He pushed the door open and went in. Old Fu closed the door and stood guard outside. "Dadli Hanfeng he. You scoundrel, acting so rashly, what kind of behavior is that? Have you forgotten how to knock?" Before Zhou Xian could finish, he was scolded angrily by Zhou Zhanghai. He immediately lost his momentum, stood there with his head down, and felt at a loss. Seeing how unimpressive his son was, Zhou Zhanghai was annoyed but more disappointed. He rubbed his forehead, and after a while he spoke with a sense of exhaustion. "Speak, what is the matter?" Hearing this, Zhou Xian dared to speak, his voice trembling slightly. "Dad, Li Hanfeng came to the school to find me today. Does he already suspect us?" Zhou Zhanghai's face remained expressionless as he said calmly, "He has not offended anyone recently except for you. Who else would he suspect? But he has no evidence. He cannot go to the city lord's office to lodge a complaint, nor can he come to our house to find trouble. What are you afraid of?" Hearing this, Zhou Xian felt a bit more settled, and then he continued to ask, "Dad, what should we do next? I cannot skip the college entrance exam, right?" He was still restless, so he did not notice the flaw in Zhou Zhanghai's words. He could not stay at home forever. If nothing else, he had to take the exam. But he was afraid of Li Hanfeng targeting him during the exam, so he could only place his hopes on his father. Zhou Zhanghai remained calm, as if everything was well under control, and answered in the same flat tone. "Rest assured, I have already made arrangements. He will not cause you any trouble before the exam is finished." Hearing his father say this, Zhou Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his spirit seemed to lift significantly. Then, as if remembering something, he looked at Zhou Zhanghai and asked suspiciously, "Dad, why are you back so early today? Did you have something to discuss with me?" Zhou Zhanghai's eyes flickered, but he returned to composure in an instant. He glanced at him and said, "I came back to tell you that I have already handled matters regarding Li Hanfeng, so you should just focus on preparing for the exam at home and do not get distracted." Zhou Xian felt warmth in his heart and was so moved he almost shed tears, immediately saying, "Dad, do not worry, I have an A-grade supernatural talent. I will definitely not let you down." Zhou Zhanghai gave no other indication, simply nodded, and then waved for Zhou Xian to leave. Zhou Xian did not notice anything wrong and immediately nodded and left. Zhou Zhanghai watched Zhou Xian's retreating back, his eyes flickering uncertainly, and the expression on his face was indescribable. Zhou Zhanghai was left alone in his study. The air of authority he once carried had vanished completely, and he slumped in his chair, his expression a mix of shock and, more prominently, confusion. He had just received a communication while at the Martial Science Building that had left him terrified, for the status of the person on the other end was far beyond his reach. He could not even fathom how many levels above him they stood. The person had only said one thing: for him to go home and stay there until the college entrance exam was over and not to stir up any trouble. Then, without another word, the call was disconnected. On his way home, he had roughly guessed what was going on, but he could not figure out how Li Hanfeng, an orphan with no parents left, could possibly know someone of that stature. Li Xingwu, the thought flashed through his mind but was quickly dismissed. Although Li Xingwu had a decent reputation across the Education Bureau, reputation did not equate to status. Could it be that person from the first high school who had returned? But that did not make sense either. Even that person would not be able to pressure the top brass of the Martial Science Building. Had he offended someone else, someone who wanted to drag him down? That did not add up either. The caller was clearly targeting the Li Hanfeng matter. It had nothing to do with any personal grudges. Zhou Zhanghai racked his brain but found no answers. He had no choice but to accept his fate. He could only blame himself for being reckless and listening to his son's instigation to target Li Hanfeng. He never expected that Li Hanfeng would have someone backing him, and someone so terrifyingly powerful that they would personally intervene to warn him. Zhou Zhonghai understood the warning. The person wanted him to stay quiet until the exam was over, likely to test Li Hanfeng and see what kind of value he could show. If his talent proved extraordinary, then Zhou was finished. If the boy's talent was lacking, then he had no value, and Zhou would be safe to go back to being a deacon as if nothing had happened. But was that even possible? Zhou Zhonghai had no hope left for his position because he knew exactly how terrifying Li Hanfeng's talent was. He was an expert in this area and there was no point in lying to himself. So now he only thought of how to save his own life. After much deliberation, only one way remained: sacrifice the pawn to save the king. By the end of his thought process, his face had calmed down and his eyes had turned cold. Son, I have protected you for over a decade. It is time for you to protect your father for once. He muttered these words internally before leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, contemplating how to make Li Hanfeng drop his hostility. What Zhou Zhonghai did not know was that even if Li Hanfeng performed poorly in the exam, his own fate was already sealed. Li Hanfeng was not the type to leave a potential threat alive. At 7 o'clock that evening, Li Hanfeng arrived at Cao Yumeng's doorstep on time. Li Hanfeng had received a message from Cao Yumeng right after finishing his afternoon cultivation, saying his parents wanted him over for dinner. Li Hanfeng thought it had been a while, and since the couple had always cared for him, it was only right to pay them a visit. Besides, he had something to discuss with the fatty anyway. After a quick shower, he arrived promptly, carrying a large bag of assorted fruit. Ding dong! Li Hanfeng pressed the doorbell, hearing the chime echo inside along with a slight tremor of the floor. Click! The door flew open and a massive shadow lunged toward Li Hanfeng. This time, Li Hanfeng was prepared. He thrust out a hand and stopped Cao Yumeng firmly against the chest. Cao Yumeng felt like he had hit a pillar. No matter how hard he pushed, his affectionate embrace was blocked. Li Hanfeng's lazy voice came through. That is enough, save your effort, you are still not quite there yet. Cao Yumeng looked deflated and dropped his hands, saying in frustration. Madman, how did you get this strong? I am already at the second tier, but you still feel unfathomable. Li Hanfeng glanced at him coolly and retorted. Stop acting like a weakling. I will give you some good stuff later that will guarantee your cultivation speed doubles. Really? Cao Yumeng's eyes lit up, and he asked with excitement. Li Hanfeng nodded and said, let us head inside first. Cao Yumeng nodded, then noticed the fruit Li Hanfeng was carrying. He took it with a beaming smile, saying, Hey, just come over, why bring so much fruit? You should not have spent the money. With that, he walked inside while Li Hanfeng followed behind, feeling a headache. This fatty was truly annoying. As soon as he entered the living room, Li Hanfeng saw Cao Dihua sitting on the sofa and Li Ziyuhua busy in the kitchen. Uncle Cao, Auntie Li, long time no see, I am here for a free meal. After greeting them, Li Hanfeng sat down on the sofa, feeling completely at home. Cao Yumeng placed the fruit on the coffee table and sat down beside him. When Cao Jis heard Li Hanfeng's words and saw the fruit on the table, he and Li Ziyuhua chuckled and teased him. Li Ziyuhua returned to the kitchen, and Cao Dihua began chatting with Li Hanfeng. Zio Feng, what have you been up to lately? Every time I asked you to come over, this kid said you were too busy. He glanced at Cao Yumeng as he spoke. Li Hanfeng did not intend to hide it. Since he was fine now, he said quite casually. I spent a month in the foggy forest to gain some experience and earn some cultivation resources. The smile on Cao Dihua's face froze, and he began to look stern, on the verge of getting angry. Li Hanfeng quickly spoke up. Uncle Cao, it is okay, I am very strong and I was very careful. Look, I am back safely and I made some good money, do not worry, I will not do it again. After some smooth talking, Cao Dihua's expression softened, but he looked at Li Hanfeng solemnly and said, No, next time, and if you go, you must tell me first. That foggy forest is no simple place. Suddenly remembering something, he got up and walked back into his room, leaving Li Hanfeng and Cao Yumeng looking at each other. A moment later, Cao Dihua returned with 2 wooden boxes, each the size of a shoebox. He placed them on the coffee table and looked at Li Hanfeng, rubbing his chin as if choosing his words. Zio Feng, I forgot about this when you were here last time. By the time I remembered, you had already left for the foggy forest, so it dragged on until now. He pushed the boxes toward Li Hanfeng and continued. This is a small token of gratitude from your aunt and me. Xiao Meng has one too, do not worry, we prepared 2 portions. Li Hanfeng was puzzled. He glanced at Cao Yumeng, who seemed calm as if he had already known. Uncle Cao, what is this? Open it and see. Cao Dihua smiled and said offhandedly. Li Hanfeng did not say more and opened the wooden box. Immediately, a surge of rich spiritual energy washed over him. Li Hanfeng's pupils constricted. The box was filled with spiritual stones. A full box like that must have contained about 50 pieces, worth 5 million federal credits. Li Hanfeng stared at the spirit stones in the box, lost in thought. A wave of warmth surged through his heart, his throat felt tight, and for a moment he could not find the words to speak. He actually knew quite a bit about the Cao family's situation. They were not particularly wealthy. Ever since Cao Dihua transferred from the defense squad to an administrative role, his income had dropped significantly. What they were offering now was likely their hard-earned savings. On top of that, Cao Dihua had trouble walking, and Cao Yumeng was at a critical stage of rapid development where he desperately needed spirit stones. He truly had not expected them to prepare a stash of stones for him. To the Cao family, 5 million was practically half their net worth. To give that to an outsider like him left him feeling both overwhelmed and deeply moved. Uncle Cao, thank you. Li Hanfeng stood up, bowed respectfully to Cao Dihua, then looked up with a grin and continued. However, Uncle Cao, you should keep these for Yumeng. I am really not in need of them. Hearing this, Cao Dihua thought Li Hanfeng was just making excuses to decline, and he grew anxious immediately. Xiao Feng, listen to me, Meng He. Uncle Cao, listen to me, I really do not need these. Did not I just say? I earned some money and got some cultivation resources in the misty forest. Li Hanfeng knew what Cao Dihua was going to say, so he jumped in ahead of him. After speaking, he took out a ring and placed it on the coffee table. Xiao Feng, in the misty forest you can. Cao Dihua did not finish his sentence as he saw the ring on the table. His words died in his throat and his eyes flickered with shock. He stared intently at Li Hanfeng and after a long moment asked tentatively. Xiao Feng, this is. Li Hanfeng smiled and nodded, saying nothing. Cao Dihua was deeply shaken. He picked up the ring from the table and channeled a sliver of spiritual energy into it. His pupils instantly constricted. He realized it really was a spatial ring and it contained 200 spirit stones. Cao Dihua looked at Li Hanfeng with suspicion and bewilderment, unable to fathom what Li Hanfeng had done in the misty forest to acquire so many spirit stones and even a spatial ring. Yo. Cao Dihua let out a long sigh and then said with a gratified tone. It seems your aunt and I underestimated you. With capabilities like these, your parents as well as your aunt and I can finally rest easy, unlike this brat of mine, sigh. Cao Yumeng, standing nearby, wore a bitter expression. How did I get dragged into this? Li Hanfeng grinned and laughed. Haha, but Uncle Cao, since you have already offered me the spirit stones, it would be rude for me not to accept. Would not that make me look ungrateful? As he said this, Li Hanfeng took the spatial ring from Cao Dihua, moved the box of spirit stones from the table into the ring, and then handed it to Cao Yumeng. Cao Yumeng was stunned, staring at Li Hanfeng in confusion. It was too valuable, he dared not take it. Seeing this, Cao Dihua quickly interjected. Xiao Feng, you cannot do that. You risked your life for these, how can you just give them to this brat? Yeah, Fengzi, I really cannot take this, you keep it. Do not worry, Dad has already prepared spirit stones for me. Looking at their expressions, Li Hanfeng said with a wry smile. Do not worry, I still have plenty and I have more spatial rings. I prepared this specifically for Fatty, so just take it. The father and son looked at each other. Seeing that Li Hanfeng was not pretending, Cao Sr. marveled in his heart. It seems Xiao Feng has truly grown up. His current strength is likely enough to get into a prestigious university. He then nodded at Cao Yumeng, signaling him to accept the ring. He knew that since Li Hanfeng had it all planned out, there was no point in declining, so he might as well accept this kindness. Seeing his father nod, Cao Yumeng hesitated for a moment before putting the ring away, moved. Thanks, Fengzi, do not worry, I definitely will not embarrass you during the college entrance exams. Li Hanfeng just smiled and said grumpily. Alright, enough with the thanks. Focus on your cultivation and aim for a prestigious school. Cao Yumeng nodded firmly. They chatted about some trivial things until Li Ziyuhua called them for dinner. The three of them did not delay, they washed their hands and sat down. While enjoying the feast, they kept talking. When Li Ziyuhua learned what had happened, she heaped praise on Li Hanfeng with a gratified face, leaving him feeling a bit shy, as praise from elders is always heartwarming. By the time Li Hanfeng returned home, it was already 10 o'clock at night. He glanced at the wall clock and headed straight to his room. His two shadow clones were still sitting with their eyes closed, cultivating. Li Hanfeng walked in, checked the consumption of the spirit stones on the floor and nodded. It was roughly what he had expected. He then brought his hands together to form the Ren seal. Release. Poof poof. The two shadow clones instantly transformed into white smoke and dissipated. At the same time, a surge of exhaustion washed over Li Hanfeng. It made him marvel at how powerful the crown prince was to be able to maintain thousands of clones for cultivation. Li Hanfeng lay on his bed and began to plan his cultivation for the next 10 days. Firstly, two shadow clones would cultivate for 8 hours a day, consuming 800 spirit stones in 10 days. He currently had over 800 stones, so that would be enough. But just burying oneself in cultivation was not enough. The body could not perfectly control newly acquired spiritual energy, so he needed combat to adapt. He had to do this himself, and trekking back and forth to the misty forest was too much trouble, so he would settle for 2 hours of virtual battlefield training daily. Going to the martial arts building will also be a chance to probe the situation with Zhou Zhanghai and see if he is going to cause any trouble for me. Finally, there was the evening full focus breath training. He had been practicing it for a while, but without supervision, he had no idea what his state was like once he fell asleep. But now, with the shadow clone technique, that problem was easily solved. He had to fully master full focus breath. It would significantly improve his physical functions and cultivation speed. With that thought, Li Hanfeng decided to follow this routine for the next 10 days. By his estimation, breaking through to the 4th rank before the college entrance exams should not be a problem. A cold glint flickered in Li Hanfeng's eyes before he slowly closed them and drifted off to sleep. Everything else could be dealt with after the entrance exams. Time flies, especially when you are fully immersed in cultivation. Every day feels fulfilling, and it is hard to notice the passing of time. Today is June 15th, the day the National College Entrance Examination begins across the Dragon Kingdom. The exam is divided into 2 parts, the martial exam and the academic exam. The academic exam only begins after the martial exam is over. SH Base City, Transcendental No. 1 High School Plaza. At this moment, all the martial exam candidates of the school have gathered here, and the dean, Zhang Yuanfeng, is solemnly reading out the details of this year's exam on the stage. Although the purpose of the exam is the same every year, the specific format varies, so the dean always reads out the exam content during the student-teacher mobilization meeting before the exam. Zhang Yuanfang's stern voice echoed in the ears of all the teachers and students on stage. Today is the day we test our cultivation achievements, and it is also the beginning of your journey to protect our home and country in the future. After a 10-minute motivational opening, Zhang Yuanfang paused for a long time, then continued in a very serious tone under the excited gazes of the students below. This year's martial exam will last for 3 days. Special invigilators from the Education Bureau will lead you into a test secret realm where you will spend 3 days. Later, everyone will be issued a smart wristband. This band can record the number and rank of the exotic beasts you hunt and then convert them into scores according to a certain ratio. At the same time, you can call for help if you encounter danger. However, if you choose to call for help, your score for this martial exam will be cancelled. I must remind all candidates that although there will be specialized rescue teams, there is still a certain mortality rate in the martial exam every year. So everyone must act within your capabilities. Only by staying alive can everything in the future be possible. After speaking, Zhang Yuanfang waved his hand and the homeroom teachers began to distribute the smart wristbands to their respective classes. Meanwhile, a wave of discussion broke out in the crowd. Although I knew there would be a certain mortality rate every year, I still feel a chill in my hands and feet when I am about to experience it myself. Exactly, it seems we have to play it safe. After all, the dean is right, as long as we survive, anything is possible. True, but we are actually going into a secret realm this year. It seems the mortality rate might be even higher than in previous years. Even Li Hanfeng was taken aback when he heard they would be entering a secret realm for this year's exam, feeling both surprised and confused. A so-called secret realm is a space node left behind during an alien invasion, which serves as a transit station to facilitate the entry of alien races into the blue star. Once humans break through such a space node, it is turned into a secret realm for future generations to train in. A large number of exotic beasts are placed inside, and sometimes, some alien creatures might be intentionally left behind. This danger level is much higher than in previous years, which is why Li Hanfeng was so confused. Could it be that there has been a new change in the current situation? That is why they need to use a more aggressive method to filter out students with more talent. Li Hanfeng guessed, but he had no access to information at that level, so he gave up. He would better just prepare for the upcoming exam. At this moment, Cao Yumeng, who was beside him, could not help but speak up. Crazy, we are actually going into a secret realm this time. It looks like it is going to be very dangerous this year. Cao Yumeng was clearly nervous. His hands were balled into fists as he spoke. Fatty, you should have already broken through to the 3rd rank by now, right? Stay steady, and with your strength it will not be a problem. Li Hanfeng patted Ji Yumeng's shoulder to comfort him without saying anything else. After all, this is something you have to experience yourself. No amount of words from others can provide enough peace of mind. Cao Yumeng nodded upon hearing this and stopped talking, though his expression eased up slightly. Just then, their homeroom teacher walked over, handed them each a smart wristband, and said with a solemn expression, "You two have S rank and A rank talents respectively. I hope you can win some honor, but remember, life always comes first. Do not push yourselves beyond your limits." Cao Yumeng nodded solemnly and replied, "I understand, teacher, I will be careful." Li Hanfeng, on the other hand, said lazily, "All right, teacher, do not worry, you know me, do not you?" The teacher raised an eyebrow and snapped angrily, "Do not be so lazy. It is precisely because I know you that I have to remind you not to be careless." Li Hanfeng was speechless, thinking the teacher might have some misunderstanding about him, just as he was about to explain. The teacher had already flicked his sleeves and left to continue distributing the wristbands. Li Hanfeng glanced at Cao Yumeng, who was stifling a laugh, ignored him, and picked up the smart wristband, putting it on his left wrist. Suddenly, his basic information began to flash on the band. Transcendental number 1 High School, Li Hanfeng, 4th rank Transcendental, S rank Enhancement Type Transcendental Talent. The information scrolled past and quickly changed to another template. Name Li Hanfeng. Score 0. The information was simple, but Li Hanfeng narrowed his eyes. His talent and rank must have been sent to the terminal just now. This wristband is not simple. Li Hanfeng looked at a red dot on the screen. This must be the call for help button. Then this wristband must also have a positioning function. Otherwise, rescue personnel would not know the location of every student. And my rank information must have already been known by the Education Bureau and the admissions teachers of various academies, right? Li Hanfeng thought about it but did not pay much attention to it. These were just basic information. Rank does not equal combat power. Beside him, Cao Yumeng was playing with his wristband in amazement. Li Hanfeng looked at him but ignored it. His gaze began to sweep around as if looking for something. By now, the smart wristbands for all classes had basically been distributed. As various teachers began to move out of the students' formation, Li Hanfeng's gaze rested on a figure with a cold temperament and long, waterfall-like hair. Seeming to sense the different focus of Li Hanfeng's gaze, the beautiful woman turned around, revealing a stunning oval face, her beautiful eyes meeting Li Hanfeng's. Seeing her look over, Li Hanfeng grinned and gave a slight nod, considering it a greeting. Murong Qingying, upon seeing it was Li Hanfeng, also gave a slight, expressionless nod before turning away. Still as cold as ever, truly a difficult girl to get along with. Li Hanfeng sighed inwardly, not knowing that this scene had already been seen by many people. After all, beautiful things always attract people's eyes, and another wave of discussion broke out immediately. What did I just see? Our school bell Murong actually nodded at that Li Hanfeng. Is that for real? The school bell Murong has never looked at anyone and she actually nodded at Li Hanfeng. It is true, I saw it too, could they possibly? Li Hanfeng did not pay any attention to these discussions and continued to scan the area. Soon, Li Hanfeng's gaze locked onto one person, and that person was also looking at Li Hanfeng. Seeing Li Hanfeng's gaze looking over, he hurriedly turned his head, not daring to meet his eyes. This person was Zhou Xian. Li Hanfeng looked at the other's guilty expression and curled his lips into a cold smile. I gave you a chance. At this time, all the smart wristbands had been distributed. Zhang Yuanfang on the stage looked at the time, then his spiritual energy surged and he shouted, "Quiet!" The slightly majestic voice resonated across the entire plaza, and instantly the chattering stopped, the whole plaza becoming quiet. Later, the special invigilator will open a space tunnel here to enter the secret realm. Now, I want to ask you one more time. After a pause, Zhang Yunfeng's serious voice rang out again. Are you ready? Always ready. The candidates below answered in unison, their voices passionate and full of youthful vigor. Zhang Yuanfeng looked at the passionate students below and nodded with satisfaction. I announce that this year's martial exam has officially begun. After finishing his words, Zhang Yuanfang nodded to a middle-aged man behind him and stepped aside. The man then took 2 steps forward, swept his gaze over the examinees and spoke in a direct and blunt manner. I am the invigilator sent by the Bureau of Education. I will now open the portal to the secret realm. After that, please have each class teacher lead their students inside in an orderly fashion. As he spoke, the middle-aged special envoy flipped his palm, revealing an egg-sized bead. It looked crystal clear, yet it emitted no detectable energy fluctuations. Suddenly, he gripped it tightly and the bead instantly erupted with a blinding light. A terrifying aura surged forth from it, only to vanish as quickly as it had appeared, making it feel as if the whole thing were just an illusion. Yet in that brief moment, the examinees below, including many teachers, were already drenched in cold sweat, their expressions filled with fear. Such a terrifying aura, what level of power could that possibly be? Li Hanfeng also wore a solemn expression. He did not know what level of power that was, but he was certain it was far beyond the reach of any high-tier superhuman. By then, the bead in the envoy's hand was still emitting a glaring light. It continued for half a quarter of an hour before the light faded and the bead vanished completely. In its place, a 3-meter-high screen of light appeared in the center of the field. Shimmering rays of light rippled across it and faint spatial distortions could be seen around its edges. The envoy stared at the light screen for a long time. Once he was sure there were no issues, he turned to the students and spoke in a solemn tone. Begin entering in an orderly fashion now. Everyone's spawn point inside will be randomized. He paused there for a moment, then added a very serious warning. If you encounter a barrier after entering the secret realm, just find another direction to explore. Do not attempt to destroy the barrier. After saying this, he stepped aside and guarded the area near the light screen, waiting for all the examinees to enter. The class teachers below began to organize their students, leading them onto the platform one class at a time, starting with class 1 and continuing in order. Li Hanfeng pondered the meaning of the envoy's words as he walked. What kind of barrier was it? What was its purpose? Could it be a barrier meant to keep out some powerful alien species? Li Hanfeng immediately dismissed the thought. If it were a barrier that even powerful aliens could not break, there would be no need to warn the students. But he could not figure out what it actually was, so he decided he would just have to see for himself. Soon, the students of Class 1 had all entered the light screen one after another. Li Hanfeng and Cao Yumeng were at the very back of the class, and Cao Yumeng turned to Li Hanfeng and said, "Madman, I am heading in first. Good luck." Li Hanfeng smiled and replied, "Good luck to you too, go ahead, stay safe." Cao Yumeng nodded firmly, then strode forward. His burly frame was swallowed by the light screen, disappearing from the field without a sound. Seeing Cao Yumeng vanish, Li Hanfeng took a deep breath and clenched his fists, checking his physical condition. It was a habit of his. He then walked slowly into the light screen, and soon his figure was also engulfed by the light. Li Hanfeng felt a brief moment of disorientation, and when he opened his eyes again, he was in an unfamiliar environment. He immediately crouched low, his eyes turning a deep scarlet as he scanned his surroundings. He had to ensure he was safe. He did not want any monsters lurking nearby. One moment of carelessness could lead to disaster. After scanning the area a few times, Li Hanfeng's expression went blank for a second, followed by a flash of excitement. Ding! Mission issued. Become the top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam. Reward 10,000 killing points and one choice of an anime weapon. The system's task notification echoed in Li Hanfeng's mind, making him incredibly excited. Ever since the initial beginner task, the task panel had been completely silent. Now that a new task had suddenly appeared with such generous rewards, how could he not be thrilled? He quickly calmed himself down and began to think it over. Why did this task trigger now? Is it because I reached a certain event or something else? He felt frustrated. His system could not communicate, provided no detailed prompts, and only offered basic function descriptions. He had to figure everything out on his own. But he quickly pushed those thoughts aside. He would understand the system eventually. That was not the priority. The most important thing right now was becoming the top exam scorer. He had to claim that title. It had always been his goal, and he had no intention of pretending to be weak to hide his strength. If you act like a pig for too long, it is easy to actually start believing you are one. Not to mention, he now had another reason he could not afford to hold back. After all, he did not want to miss out on those rewards. Li Hanfeng set his thoughts aside and began to assess his surroundings. He had only used his Sharingan to check for nearby monsters or alien threats, not to survey the geography. Looking around, Li Hanfeng realized he was at the intersection of a forest and some ruins. The area around him was open, covered only by patches of weeds. Behind him was a vast forest, which looked to be about a kilometer away, and near the forest were the faint silhouettes of ruined buildings. He was standing in the open ground between the two. Li Hanfeng decided to leave immediately. The view here was too exposed, making him an easy target. He was here to be a hunter, not to be hunted by something else. But he was soon faced with a dilemma. Should he head toward the ruins or into the forest? For starters, he had experience with forest hunting, so the forest was a solid choice. However, would aliens really live in a forest? He did not know, but he wanted to fight against them. He had never truly fought an alien in real life. The virtual combat simulators did not count. Various thoughts raced through Li Hanfeng's mind, and soon he made his decision. The forest it was. His goal was to be the top scorer, and everything else had to take a back seat. The forest was a known habitat for beasts, so he was sure to find hunting targets quickly, and he already had experience there. He only had 3 days. Spending too much time hunting for prey would be counterproductive. Having decided, Li Hanfeng mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and dashed off toward the forest like a bolt of lightning. As soon as he activated his spiritual energy, it was as if he had triggered a switch. The strap on his left wrist vibrated slightly, and then something resembling a button fell from underneath it. That small button then sprouted a pair of tiny wings and took flight, following Li Hanfeng like a fly, except this thing did not make any annoying buzzing sounds. Li Hanfeng was stunned. Is this a filming device? Are they live streaming this outside? Do they really do this for the martial arts exam every year? Li Hanfeng activated his Sharingan and looked at the fly-like object behind him, realizing it was truly a tracking device. He saw 2 small red dots lighting up on it, just like the eyes of a fly. Without the Sharingan, he would not have been able to see it clearly at this distance, but with it, he could perceive everything from its eyes to the very frequency of its wing vibrations. Li Hanfeng also discovered that his own spiritual energy was flowing across the device, likely serving as a beacon for it to track his position. Li Hanfeng shook his head with a bitter smile. The folks at the Education Bureau were quite something. Is the martial arts exam not just about scores anymore? Are they looking at specific performance as well? He decided not to pay it any mind and continued sprinting toward the forest. There was no helping it. This was clearly something the Education Bureau had set up to observe candidates, and he could not exactly just slash it with his blade, could he? If he did that, would he still be able to aim for the top spot? Would he still be able to complete his mission? So he chose to pretend he did not see it. The most urgent task was to kill a spirit beast and figure out the score conversion ratio. At this moment, in a conference room at number 1 high school, All the senior homeroom teachers were gathered there, including Zhang Yuanfeng, Li Xingwu, and the proctoring commissioner. Beside Li Xingwu sat a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, dressed in casual clothes and radiating no detectable aura. However, the moment your eyes rested on him, you could feel an indescribable pressure enveloping you, his brow heavy with the scent of slaughter. This man was none other than the principal of No. 1 High School, Xuan. Everyone was looking at a massive projection screen in front of them which could display 10 feeds at once, showing the top 10 candidates based on their current scores. Everyone was currently staring at Li Hanfeng's retreating figure as he entered the forest. Since the exam had just begun and fewer than 10 people had successfully hunted any spirit beasts, Li Hanfeng was naturally included on the screen based on his ranking. The proctoring commissioner looked at Zhang Yuanfeng with a puzzled expression and asked tentatively, "Director Zhang, the information for this Li Hanfeng lists him as an S-rank enhancer, but that pair of eyes just now." He felt a sense of shock and unease. When those crimson pupils had looked their way, they gave him an incredibly evil feeling, as if he had been locked onto by some terrifying existence which left him quite shaken. You have to understand the difference in rank between him and Li Hanfeng was immense, and yet Li Hanfeng had exerted such pressure on him just by looking through the screen. It was simply inconceivable. Zhang Yuanfeng was also confused. Hearing the proctor's words, he was at a loss for how to answer. Li Xingwu, who was standing to the side, spoke up. "Commissioner Wu, we actually do not know much about that either, but when he awakened, he was indeed an S-rank enhancer. Perhaps he enhanced his eyes, that is likely something only he knows." After a pause, Li Xingwu added with a smile, "If he is strong enough, we will see his true abilities sooner or later." Upon hearing this, Commissioner Wu thought to himself that it was true. As long as Li Hanfeng was strong enough, they would eventually see him fight. If he was not strong enough, there was no point in worrying about it. He nodded and said nothing more. The exchange was overheard by the other teachers, all of whom had different expressions, though most were filled with lingering suspicion. They had all naturally seen those eyes and felt that extremely evil aura, which was why they were paying so much attention to Li Hanfeng. This included the elusive principal of No. 1 High School, whose gaze also remained fixed on Li Hanfeng. Li Hanfeng was unaware that by glancing back at that fly, he had left a deep impression on all the teachers. By now, Li Hanfeng had entered the forest, surveying his surroundings while continuing deeper, trying to find signs of spirit beast activity. According to his guess, since the exam only lasted 3 days, the examiners would not make candidates spend all their time hunting for prey, so there must be some logic to the distribution of the spirit beasts or extraterrestrial beings. Either their numbers were high and densely packed so candidates could encounter them quickly, or there were certain clues to guide candidates toward their general location. He slowed his pace, observing his surroundings while moving deeper into the forest to see if he could find any traces. Sure enough, after about 15 minutes of steady progress, he discovered the corpse of a spirit beast on the ground. Li Hanfeng stopped and went over to examine the body. The flesh had been mostly gnawed away, leaving only exposed white bones. A second-tier sword-toothed boar. It looks like it died over 3 hours ago. The blood has been drained by another creature, which explains why I did not smell any blood. Li Hanfeng inspected it closely, finding the remains in a sorry state. He was not a professional expert, so he could not tell what kind of beast had killed the boar. However, he did observe the tracks left behind when the creature departed. He had plenty of experience with that, having spent a month in the misty forest. After contemplating for a moment, Li Hanfeng followed the remaining tracks. With his current strength, he did not fear any beast as long as it was not high tier. Following the tracks, it took less than 30 minutes to reach the mouth of a cave. He crouched behind a nearby tree, observing the area around the entrance to determine if there were beasts inside and whether it was just one or more. Soon, he judged from the tracks that a beast had indeed entered the cave, but he would have to go in to know how many were inside. He slowed his breathing, stepped softly, and crept toward the cave entrance. With his crimson pupils, he peered inside, needing to gauge the size of the cave so he would not be restricted when he made his move. After seeing the situation inside, Li Hanfeng stepped into the cave. It was quite spacious, enough that it would not hinder his sword strikes, and he had already spotted the beast. There was only one. A third-tier rending claw bear. The bear, which had been dozing, had heard the movement and opened its beast eyes, a ferocious aura washing over him. Li Hanfeng, however, looked calmly at the bear as it crouched on all fours, ready to attack, and remained largely indifferent. Having reached the fourth tier, he cared far less about the third-tier bear itself than about how many points a third-tier spirit beast was worth. Without a word, Li Hanfeng flipped his palm and his tang sword appeared in his hand. He gripped the hilt with his right hand, and his breathing rhythm began to change as wisps of white mist drifted from his lips. Roar! The rending claw bear let out a roar, crushed the ground with its four limbs, and charged toward Li Hanfeng with its massive bulk. Thunder-breathing first form, thunderclap and flash. In an instant, lightning flashed. A golden streak of light cut across the scene and a massive head went flying through the air. The rending claw bear defeated. Li Hanfeng glanced at the corpse on the ground, paying it little mind, and shifted his gaze to the watch strap on his left wrist, where the information displayed had already changed. Name Li Hanfeng. Score 30. Seeing the score displayed, Li Hanfeng already had a rough guess about the scoring conversion, but he was unsure if mid-tier ferocious beasts followed the same conversion rate. A Tier 3 ferocious beast is 30 points, so that would mean Tier 1 and Tier 2 are 10 and 20 points respectively. It is still hard to judge anything above Tier 4 since low tier and mid-tier are different after all. Li Hanfeng began to ponder in his mind. According to this ratio, getting a high score actually should not be too difficult, but the main problem lies in finding the ferocious beasts. If his efficiency in finding beasts is not high enough, then no matter how strong he is, he cannot guarantee a stable path to first place. If someone happens to find a pack of beasts or discovers a place to continuously farm points, their score will rise very quickly, and the variables are simply too great. Therefore, he must find a way to increase his hunting efficiency to ensure his score stays in the top tier. Deep in thought, a sharp glint flashed in Li Hanfeng's eyes, and a moment later he let out a deep breath. It looks like I have to use the old way, even though I might run into some trouble, but... Without any hesitation, Li Hanfeng picked up his tang blade and walked toward the carcass of the rending claw bear lying on the ground. Meanwhile, in a ruined area. A severely dilapidated building that looked like it could collapse at any moment was emitting a bone-chilling white mist of cold air from the inside out. The entire building was rapidly being covered in a thick layer of ice from the bottom up, spreading across the whole structure at a visible rate. One could vaguely see a cold and elegant young girl wielding an ice crystal longsword, dancing and moving gracefully amidst a group of dark shadows. Another boundless grassland. A cold and stern youth holding a long spear was standing in a standoff against a pack of azure wolves. The wolves had already formed a circle and were beginning to grow restless. However, the spear-wielding youth remained stoic, standing firm with his weapon as faint blue and white electric arcs flickered around him. Ow! As the Azure Wolf King let out a howl, the pack seemed to receive a signal and immediately charged toward the youth in a pincer formation. Come on, let me see if you can even hope to block my sight. A perilous and steep mountain valley. A giant python over 10 meters long with a jade horn on its head was coiled up, its snake eyes staring intensely at a youth in white clothes holding a 3-foot blade. Yes. The jade-horned python suddenly exerted force, shooting toward the youth like an arrow released from a bow, sending sand and stones flying in its wake. The white-clad youth, however, remained calm, showing not a hint of fear, while the 3-foot blade in his hand hummed with a resonance. I do not like prey that struggles. At this moment, Cao Yumeng was locked in a frantic exchange with a Tier 3 rending claw bear. His body had bulged, brown fur grew on his skin, and the phantom image of an armored rending claw bear appeared behind him. A pair of sharp claws, even longer than the beast's, continuously left deep, bloodied gouges on his opponent, while he occasionally used the thick iron armor on his back to deflect attacks. Although Cao Yumeng held a slight advantage, it was clear that the battle would continue for some time. Crazy guy, I told you I would not embarrass you. Almost at the same time, the rising talents of the Dragon Kingdom began to show their true prowess. Their top-tier gifts and overwhelming combat power drew gasps of shock from the teachers watching outside the secret realm. Li Hanfeng was currently standing outside a cave with a dozen ferocious beast corpses lying on the ground, most of which were Tier 1. Li Hanfeng tidied up the battlefield, taking a moment to slash at the arteries of the carcasses to increase the bleeding, then checked the score on his wrist strap. Name Li Hanfeng. Score 170. Li Hanfeng looked up at the sky. Although the towering trees blocked most of his view, he could still vaguely tell that it was already noon. Li Hanfeng frowned in confusion. With such a strong smell of blood, why were there so few beasts coming, and most were only Tier 1? Could it be because he was not deep enough? But even so, the number was far too low, completely contrary to the density he had anticipated. Besides, since a Tier 3 rending claw bear lived here, this should not just be the outermost perimeter. Half a day had already passed. At this hunting rate, it would be impossible to secure first place. Li Hanfeng pondered for a moment, scanned his surroundings, and after determining the direction, he used his tang blade to pierce one of the carcasses, dragging it deeper into the forest and leaving a trail of blood in his wake. There was no other way, he had to keep going deeper. Even though he had a vague feeling that something was not right, he was confident enough that as long as no high-tier beasts appeared, he could retreat safely. And so, Li Hanfeng continued his journey into the depths, slaughtering any beasts that came for the smell of blood along the way, then swapping to a fresh corpse to continue dragging. In the conference room outside the secret realm, the teachers looked at each other, not knowing how to comment on the scene. Dragging a corpse deep into the forest was a very bold move. If you called him reckless, he clearly had the strength. If you called him arrogant, how could you know if that was the full extent of his ability? Just then, Special Commissioner Wu spoke up with a faint chuckle, as if he were looking forward to a good show. This student named Li Hanfeng is going to have a rough time later on. Upon hearing this, the teachers turned to look at him, including the two principals and the director. It was clear that this special commissioner from the Education Bureau knew something. Oh, I wonder what Special Commissioner Wu means by that. Zhang Yunfeng asked directly. Seeing everyone's eyes fixed on him, Special Commissioner Wu pondered for a moment before explaining. This forest is a bit special. During the day, the activity of the beasts is very low, and the higher the tier, the more pronounced this is. For example, the Tier 3 rending claw bear that Li Hanfeng found might only go out to hunt once during the entire day, after which it stays in its cave until nightfall. If Li Hanfeng had not found its nest, it would not have chosen to hunt even if it had smelled food nearby. That is why, even though Li Hanfeng used such a strong scent to attract beasts, the number he encountered over such a long time was small, and they were mostly Tier 1. However, as the sky grows darker, the beasts will become increasingly active. He is continuing to go deeper now, and I am afraid it will not end well for him once night hits. Ending on that note, he wore a subtle smile, curious to see how Li Hanfeng would react once he discovered the problem. Judging by his ability to take down a third-tier claw bear in a single strike, this Li Hanfeng is at least a peak third-tier transcendent. Plus, he has already mastered a gifted technique. He is an absolute talent. Commissioner Wu pondered to himself, already considering ways to recruit Li Hanfeng. So that is it. This thought flashed through everyone's minds as they had actually been confused just moments ago. Logically, given such a heavy smell of blood in the forest, it should not have attracted only a handful of creatures. Now, Commissioner Wu's words resolved their confusion. It was the forest itself that had an issue, not a lack of beasts. In that case, would not Li Hanfeng be in great danger? A voice suddenly rang out, sounding somewhat anxious. This caused everyone to turn and look. Seeing who it was, they felt it was natural for him to be worried. Because this person was the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Guo Quan. Guo Quan's face was full of worry. After hearing what Commissioner Wu said, he was now very concerned about Li Hanfeng's safety. At this moment, Li Xingwu spoke. He glanced at Guo Quan with a smile and said, "Teacher Guo, do not be overly worried. Everyone must bear the consequences of their own choices. However, this Li Hanfeng in your class is no simple kid. He will be fine." Upon hearing Li Xingwu's words, the worry on Guo Quan's face eased slightly. He nodded without saying anything else. There was no point in saying more now, as he could not pull Li Hanfeng out of the secret realm. Meanwhile, Principal Xu Wen remained silent throughout, showing no particular reaction. He just kept watching the projection, his gaze shifting back and forth between a cold, elegant figure and Li Hanfeng. Li Hanfeng was feeling more and more that something was wrong with this forest. He had been dragging beast corpses for 2 hours, and during that time, only a few first-tier beasts had stood in his way. Li Hanfeng stopped in his tracks, tossed the beast carcass aside, and thought quickly. This is not right, something is definitely wrong. The number of beasts is too small and they are too weak. This makes no sense. But what exactly is the problem? Li Hanfeng looked up at the sky again and saw that there was still some time before dark. After some consideration, he decided to stay put and wait for more beasts to come. He felt that going deeper would be unwise, so he would wait until after tonight. If that does not work, he would have to go check out the ruins tomorrow. It would be hard to guarantee his score if he stayed here. Li Hanfeng looked around and found this location to be quite open, which would increase the chances of beasts finding him, while also allowing him to better monitor his surroundings. He was quite satisfied with the spot. He began to wait for beasts to arrive, intending to create a disturbance and use the strong scent of blood to test exactly what was going on here. After all, he had ventured much deeper than before. It should be better than earlier, right? Li Hanfeng was uncertain, but with no better option, he could only play it by ear. Soon, Li Hanfeng encountered the first beast while waiting, a first-tier Gale Fox. Still only a first-tier one. Li Hanfeng was puzzled, but his movements were not slow. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a flash of lightning and charged at the Gale Fox. With a flicker of golden lightning, the first-tier Gale Fox was dead on the spot. After delivering a finishing slash to its artery, Li Hanfeng leaped onto a tree branch to keep an eye on his surroundings. Just like that, beasts kept coming, drawn by the scent of blood, making the smell even more pungent. There was even a second-tier beast among them, which made Li Hanfeng's eyes light up. It really is different deeper in. Should I go even further? Li Hanfeng thought for a while and decided to consider it tomorrow. It was already late and it would be dark before long. It would be more worthwhile to hunt here for a few more hours. Soon, as the sky grew dark, the frequency, number, and even the quality of the beasts appearing increased significantly. But Li Hanfeng felt nothing was wrong, assuming it was simply because he had gone deeper into the forest and the blood scent was getting stronger. Li Hanfeng looked up at the sky. It was quite dim now. Then he looked down at the score displayed on his wristband. Name Li Hanfeng. Score 360. I think that is enough for now. Should I find a place to rest? It is a bit inconvenient to move around at night after all. Li Lifespan pondered, but was soon interrupted by a beast's roar. He looked up and saw a second-tier blood-striped white tiger, his eyes lighting up immediately. It really was the right choice to go deeper. Li Hanfeng immediately leaped off the branch, charging at the blood-striped white tiger at high speed, golden lightning surging from his Tang Dao. Thunder-breathing second form Rice Spirit. In a single breath, he unleashed a 5-hit combo. 5 horseshoe-shaped thunderbolts instantly engulfed the blood-striped white tiger. Splatter! Following several tearing sounds, the tiger's limbs were instantly severed, and with a flash of golden lightning, its massive head was sent flying into the air. As Li Hanfeng collected the beast core, he noticed several more beasts appearing nearby, beginning to surround him. A flash of confusion crossed his face, but without hesitation, he raised his blade and charged toward the beasts. Thunder-breathing fourth form, Distant Thunder. In an instant, thick lightning erupted from Li Hanfeng's body, and golden thunderbolts shot out in all directions. Little did he know, the people outside the secret realm were already sweating for him, and even Commissioner Wu looked grim. Not to mention Guo Quan, who could not help but tremble as he spoke. Is he really going to be okay? It is almost dark, it might be too late for rescue. The others remained silent. What could they do even if there was a problem? This is the National College entrance exam, they could not force an intervention. If anything, they could only blame Li Hanfeng for being too reckless. Sigh. Everyone sighed inwardly. It seemed likely that Li Hanfeng would at least have his exam scores disqualified. At this moment, Principal Xuan, who had not said a single word, spoke softly. Relax, watch closely. This Li Hanfeng in your class is very interesting. I am actually looking forward to him being surrounded just so I can see what his limits are. As he finished speaking, a look of anticipation appeared on his face. This statement shocked everyone. They never expected their principal to comfort Gu Huquan, let alone hold Li Hanfeng in such high regard. Meanwhile, Li Hanfeng finally realized that something was wrong. As the sky grew darker, the light in the forest became even more scarce and beasts began to appear in packs. Several peak third-tier beasts had already appeared nearby, and there were even more of other tiers. Even a fool could see the problem now. So that is it, the beasts here only become active at night, while only a few were out during the day. Li Hanfeng took a long breath, his body leaning forward, his center of gravity lowered. Golden lightning crackled wildly around him and the ground began to crack under the pressure. In that case, I will gladly accept the top spot in this year's martial arts exam. Li Hanfeng had no intention of retreating, instead he chose to engage head-on. Having just ascended to the intermediate level of superhumans, he needed a spirited, full-blown battle to gauge his current strength. With a single stride, he vanished from his original spot. On the field, only a flash of golden lightning could be seen darting towards several Tier 3 beasts. Kill the strongest first. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash eightfold. Roar roar. The beasts let out angry roars attempting to counterattack, but they stood no chance because Li Hanfeng was simply too fast and his rank was higher than theirs to begin with. Swish swish swish. Golden lightning flickered incessantly across the field with extreme speed. Although the beasts struggled, twisting their bodies and even charging blindly in an attempt to escape Li Hanfeng's attack range. The harder they struggled, the more they became his primary targets. Splat. A Tier 3 blood-striped white tiger tried to flee the battlefield. It possessed immense explosive power and could have escaped the fray with a split-second burst of acceleration, but just as it made its move, a streak of golden lightning flashed right past the corner of its eye. Accompanied by a spray of blood in the air, the white tiger's left hind leg was severed completely. It could not help but let out a mournful cry. Ow! Swish! Another streak of golden lightning flashed by. This time, Li Hanfeng aimed for its neck. As thunder crackled, his tang blade sliced toward the blood-striped white tiger's throat. Just then, Li Hanfeng felt a bone-chilling cold rise from the bottom of his heart. His eyes turned scarlet in an instant, and a black tamo swirled wildly within his pupils. Splat! Li Hanfeng's figure froze in place. His chest was pierced from behind by a sharp claw. He turned his head expressionlessly to look at the beast behind him. A Tier 4 beast, the Nether Spirit Cat. A look of mockery could actually be seen on the Nether Spirit Cat's face. It withdrew the claw that had penetrated Li Hanfeng's chest and extended its barbed tongue to lick the bloodstains off it. The moment its tongue touched the claw, the mockery on its face froze, for it realized there was no taste of blood. It fixed its dark, gloomy cat eyes on Li Hanfeng. It discovered that Li Hanfeng was just staring back at it expressionlessly, his scarlet pupils looking at it as if it were a dead object. Poof! Li Hanfeng's figure suddenly vanished in a puff of white smoke, leaving behind only a log that the beast had smashed through. Are you mocking me? A bone-chilling voice rang out from behind the Nether Spirit Cat, startling it so much that it instantly turned into a shadow and vanished into the darkness. But it seemed a step too late. A tang blade had already sliced across its body just before that, drawing a trail of blood. Meow! A flash of astonishment crossed Li Hanfeng's scarlet eyes. What agile reflexes, what speed! He knew his previous attack had not truly injured the opponent. The full force of the tang blade did not land. Just as the edge touched the Nether Spirit Cat's skin, it had twisted its body in an eerie way, resulting in only a shallow cut on its skin. It all happened in the blink of an eye, from Li Hanfeng realizing the Nether Spirit Cat was trying to ambush him, to him using a body replacement technique to counterattack. Less than a single breath of time had passed. Li Hanfeng scanned his surroundings quickly. With his Sharingan that could perceive the flow of spiritual energy, unless you stayed hidden behind obstacles, you would be discovered. Hiding in the dark was useless. But soon his expression turned somber. The number of beasts around him kept increasing. Besides the few Tier 3s he had not killed, 3 more had appeared, and there were now 20 or 30 lower-tier beasts as well. The low-tier beasts did not seem to dare get too close and were lingering at the very edge of the battlefield, but their numbers were growing. They seemed greedy for the corpses on the ground, wanting a share of the spoils, but they were afraid of being attacked by the other high-tier beasts. Moreover, he noticed that besides the nether spirit cat, there was another tier 4 beast nearby that flashed across his vision before hiding among the surrounding trees and rocks. His view was blocked so he could not see exactly what it was, but the concentration of spiritual energy was undoubtedly that of a tier 4. Li Hanfeng was now in a dilemma. He had not expected that shortly after dusk more than one tier 4 beast would appear. Fighting on like this would put him at a severe disadvantage. Looks like I went in too deep. Who? Li Hanfeng exhaled heavily. He was unwilling to retreat now. He had just warmed up and the nether spirit cat had actually made him feel the proximity of death earlier. Such a feeling was too rare. To repay the favor, Li Hanfeng decided to send it into the afterlife. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his scarlet eyes. He leaned his body forward, the white mist exhaled from his mouth grew thicker, and the golden thunder on his body danced more violently. Hiss. Li Hanfeng let out a hissing breath, his scarlet Sharingan spinning frantically, trying to pin down the nether spirit cat's position, even if just for a split second. Come on, little kitty. Just then, the nearby tier 3 beasts started closing in on Li Hanfeng, especially those with sword wounds, which were letting out roars of fury. Roar roar ow. Seeing that Li Hanfeng was not moving, the beasts could not hold back and lunged at him. However, Li Hanfeng ignored them for they were all too slow in the eyes of his Sharingan. Li Hanfeng continued to scan the surroundings, his scarlet pupils sweeping over every tree and every boulder, waiting for that one fleeting opportunity. Rumble. The tier 3 beasts had reached him, their icy claws and sharp teeth attacking him, yet he still did not move. Just as the attacks were about to land, his scarlet pupils suddenly constricted. Found you. His breathing rhythm changed abruptly. Thunder breathing, fourth form, distant thunder. Boom crackle. Golden lightning erupted from Li Hanfeng, striking the tier 3 beasts directly and causing their bodies to stiffen instantly before they were sent flying backward. Then Li Hanfeng's breathing shifted again, the ground beneath his feet shattered instantly, sending gravel flying. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, god speed. Boom. Li Hanfeng vanished from the spot, a streak of golden lightning cutting through the darkness and disappearing in a flash. Not far away, the nether spirit cat, which had just slipped out from behind a tree to reposition itself, suddenly had its fur stand on end as an extreme sense of danger rose from within. Meow ow. It let out a vicious screech, its dark eyes filled with ferocity. Even with its lightning-fast reactions, it only had time to raise its front paws to block its neck. Glang splat. Blade met claw, the terrifying speed generating a massive shockwave that instantly sent the nether spirit cat flying, its paws knocked aside by the sheer force. Li Hanfeng's speed did not diminish. He followed up with his blade, his scarlet eyes locked firmly onto the nether spirit cat's neck. The moment the nether spirit cat was knocked flying backward, the blade glistening with golden lightning was already at its neck, and it was drawing closer and closer. Squelch. The blade sliced through the skin and bit into the flesh. The nether spirit cat's neck was held firmly against the edge of the blade and blood was already seeping out. But both sides were moving at high speed. The nether spirit cat had suffered a massive impact and was completely unable to control its body, leaving it no choice but to be knocked backward, its claws already numbed by the vibration. There was simply no way to resist, its neck would be severed sooner or later. Li Hanfeng watched with a cold expression as the tang blade slowly cut into the opponent's neck. The veins on his arm bulged and the blade bit deeper and deeper into the flesh. Meow. The nether spirit cat seemed to have regained a tiny bit of control over its body. It actually twisted in midair, trying to dodge the blade that was about to decapitate it. However, this very movement caused its backward trajectory to slow down just a little. Squelch. The nether spirit cat's head was sent flying directly through the air, tracing an arc before landing on the ground not far away. Thump thump thump. Dab. Li Hanfeng also touched down on the ground, his scarlet Sharingan eyes staring indifferently at the severed head of the nether spirit cat. His left fingers, however, were moving in a very concealed manner. Wai hai chuzuyan. Just then, a dark shadow appeared silently behind Li Hanfeng, its claws radiating a cold, chilling light as they aimed directly for his heart. This scene seemed somewhat familiar. Li Hanfeng acted as if he had not noticed, still staring at the nether spirit cat's head on the ground, completely oblivious to the danger he was in. Squelch! The sound of a sharp object piercing flesh rang out. Li Hanfeng looked down at the claw that had gone through his chest, then turned his head with an expressionless face to clearly see the shadow behind him. Say, do all you felines enjoy playing this trick? A voice carrying a hint of mockery rang out from behind the shadow. The shadow leopard was instantly shocked. It turned to look at Li Hanfeng, who had appeared behind it out of nowhere, and then looked back at its own claws. What it had impaled was not a person at all. It was nothing more than a piece of rotten wood. The shadow leopard was horrified. Before it could react, a massive fireball struck from behind, illuminating its form completely in the light of the flames. Its speed and reactions were extremely fast. This was the natural genetic advantage of a feline. The moment the firelight lit up its figure, it pushed off with all four limbs and vanished from the range of the flames. Then, before it could even stabilize, a tang blade flickering with lightning slashed towards it, aiming directly for its relatively soft abdomen. The shadow leopard reacted with incredible sensitivity. The moment its feet touched the ground, it twisted its body in an unnatural way to the left, dodging the blade while simultaneously lashing its thick tail toward Li Hanfeng with a piercing whistle. Whoosh! The speed was lightning fast. Li Hanfeng could only stop his attack and block with both hands holding the blade. Bang! The massive force knocked Li Hanfeng back a few steps, and the shadow leopard seized the opportunity to flash away, intending to flee the battlefield. Li Hanfeng naturally did not want to give it the chance, but just as he wanted to pursue, the surrounding rank 3 beasts had already swarmed in. A huge pangolin charged straight at Li Hanfeng, the ground rumbling with every heavy step it took. Sensing the attack, the golden lightning on Li Hanfeng's body surged. His breathing rhythm shifted and white mist billowed from his lips. Thunder-breathing second form, Rice Spirit. Instantly, 5 horseshoe-shaped lightning sword beams slammed into the pangolin, emitting the metallic clanging sound of steel striking steel. Li Hanfeng and his opponent were both sent flying backward by the recoil. So hard. Li Hanfeng was slightly surprised, but he quickly realized it was an ironclad beast, which made total sense. The ironclad beast was covered in a thick layer of iron plates, almost fully armored except for its abdomen. Li Hanfeng's scarlet eyes were filled with murderous intent. By now, several more rank 3 beasts had appeared, with nearly 10 of them surrounding him, and quite a few were at the peak of rank 3. There was also a rank 4 shadow leopard lurking in the shadows watching him. Besides, the longer he stayed, the more beasts would gather. If he lingered, even rank 4 beasts might show up. Li Hanfeng looked up at the horizon. It was already completely dark, and not just because of the lack of light in the forest. The situation did not seem very friendly to him. Just as Li Hanfeng was debating whether to reveal more of his trump cards and pull off something big. Little did he know, the conference room outside the secret realm was already in an uproar. What is going on? What ability was that sudden transformation into wood? Is not he an enhancement type? Exactly, and what is with the lightning and fire abilities? At first, they thought it was just the visual effect of Li Hanfeng's talent skill resembling lightning, as they had only seen a high-speed strike like a flash of electricity. It was not until Li Hanfeng used the 4th form, Distant Thunder, that they became certain he truly possessed lightning-type abilities, which shocked them to the core. Could it be a dual talent, or even higher? Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gasped in unison. If that were true, it would be terrifying, but at the same time they were puzzled. During the Awakening Day, he clearly awakened an S-rank enhancement talent. How did he become a dual or even triple talent awakener now? What on earth is going on? The eyes of the teachers turned toward the strongest and most knowledgeable individuals present. Principal Xuan simply watched Li Hanfeng on the screen with interest and did not react to the teacher's gazes. Instead, Commissioner Wu pondered for a long while before speaking. If I am not mistaken, it should be a second awakening. Hearing this, everyone fell into a brief silence, looking at each other, clearly confused by the concept of a second awakening. Some people, in addition to the talent they awakened on their awakening day, can awaken a second talent under specific, non-replicable circumstances, such as intense stimulation or extreme danger. This has been recorded in the files, though it is extremely rare. At this, everyone finally looked enlightened. If that were the case, it would make sense. But is that really the case? No one cared. They were just looking for a reason that was logical and believable enough for them to explain this unreasonable scene. Gu Quan's attention, however, was not on that. While he was curious, he was more concerned about Li Hanfeng's safety. He does not seem to have any intention of escaping. What do we do? He does not seem to realize something is wrong with the forest. This is too dangerous. Should we send a rescue team first? That way we can appear immediately when he calls for help. As soon as he said this, everyone went quiet and turned to look at Li Xingwu and the others. They were the only ones who could make that decision. Li Xingwu and Zhang Yuanfang exchanged a look, pondered briefly, and then stole a glance at Xuan. Seeing no reaction from him, they both looked toward Commissioner Wu at the same time. Commissioner Wu understood their meaning immediately and nodded, not objecting. After all, he also held high hopes for Li Hanfeng and did not want him to actually get into trouble. He immediately began operating the smart strap on his left wrist, though the style of this strap was clearly different from the ones the candidates wore. Li Hanfeng scanned the group of monsters slowly closing in on him, along with the first-tier monsters waiting restlessly on the perimeter of the battlefield, the baleful aura in his eyes growing more intense. Since that is the case, let us put it to the test. He decided to fight to his heart's content, even if it meant revealing a few of his hidden cards. Li Hanfeng lunged into the pack of monsters instantly. The veins on his arms bulged, and as white mist rose from his lips, his breathing rhythm shifted abruptly. Thunder-breathing third form Thunder Swarm. Suddenly, golden ripples of lightning converged, accompanied by a buzzing sound like mosquitoes, as the lightning ripples slashed out at the monsters in every direction. In an instant, the surrounding monsters were pushed back, leaving behind streaks of wounds that sprayed blood. Taking advantage of the momentary retreat of the monsters, Li Hanfeng flicked his wrist, changed his breathing once more, and charged toward the nearest monster. Thunder-breathing second form Rice Spirit. In the span of a single breath, he slashed out 5 horseshoe-shaped streaks of lightning, immediately locking down the third-tier three-eyed demon ape. The three-eyed demon ape had just been forced back by the lightning ripples and still had a bloodstain on its chest. Before it could even steady its footing, the golden blade light already engulfed it. Squelch, squelch. 5 hideous gashes appeared on the three-eyed demon ape's body instantly, one of which sliced through most of its neck, causing its head to hang limp on the spot. The first one. Li Hanfeng's scarlet pupils narrowed. The surrounding monsters had already taken advantage of Li Hanfeng dealing with the three-eyed demon ape to crowd around him again, the roars and the sound of sharp claws cutting through the air ringing in his ears. He could even smell the foul stench coming from the monsters' mouths. Li Hanfeng frowned slightly, his breathing changed again, and a dense golden lightning surged from his body, shooting out in all directions. Thunder-breathing fourth form Distant Thunder. Boom crackle crackle. Using the gap created by the monster's retreat, Li Hanfeng took a step and his figure vanished from where he stood. Just as he disappeared, a shadow leopard appeared in his place, its beastly eyes fixed intently on Li Hanfeng's back. While dodging the shadow leopard's ambush, Li Hanfeng had already arrived before a third-tier iron-armored rhino. The iron-armored rhino had just retreated a few steps and had not regained its balance when Li Hanfeng leaped up, his Tang Dao slashing viciously at its neck. Slash! Li Hanfeng's strength was no longer what it once was. This strike severed its carotid artery. Without hesitation, Li Hanfeng brought his blade down again. Roar squelch! The iron-armored rhino only had time to let out a mournful cry before the blade edge swept across its neck once more. The second one. At the same time, Li Hanfeng held his Tang Dao in front of him, his scarlet Sharingan spinning frantically. Bang! A tremendous force hit the Tang Dao, instantly sending Li Hanfeng flying backward. The shadow leopard, having missed its mark, seized the opportunity and instantly transformed into a black shadow, lunging at Li Hanfeng. Although Li Hanfeng had not steadied himself, his scarlet eyes were locked onto the shadow leopard's high-speed approach. Its ghost-like speed was, in Li Hanfeng's eyes, as if seen in slow motion, clearly visible. The shadow leopard reached Li Hanfeng in an instant, its cold, sharp claws swiping viciously at his head, but Li Hanfeng's Tang Dao seemed to have been waiting there in advance, directly blocking its attack path. Clang! A harsh, metallic clashing sound rang out. While still flying backward, Li Hanfeng abruptly changed direction in midair, veering off to another side. Without a solid footing, Li Hanfeng could only block the attack, but he could not nullify the kinetic impact. Yet he showed no panic, his face remaining cold, his gaze never wavered from the shadow leopard. Whoosh! The shadow leopard pursued Li Hanfeng once again, its claws raking through the air as it swiped at his head again. And its every move was fully captured by Li Quan's eyes. A flicker of ferocity crossed Li Hanfeng's scarlet eyes. He forced his body to stoop lower. The shadow leopard reacted with extreme speed, altering the trajectory of its claws to continue swiping at Li Hanfeng's head. Except that the direction of the attack changed from horizontal to downward. But Li Hanfeng had already raised his Tang Dao, holding it horizontally above his head. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Li Hanfeng was swiped away again, only this time he was sent flying toward the ground. Boom! With a dull thud, Li Hanfeng slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Compared to the previous 2 times, this impact was much harder. He felt as though every bone in his body might shatter. Although the impact left a crater in the ground, at least he had landed. Enduring the pain, Li Hanfeng quickly crawled out of the hole, adjusted his breathing, and streaked off to the side at high speed. Swish! The sound of claws cutting through the air erupted, and Li Hanfeng felt several strands of hair on the back of his head get severed, his hackles rising in an instant. However, his scarlet eyes remained cold. He turned his head in an instant, only to find the shadow leopard gone from behind him. Oh no! Li Hanfeng's pupils suddenly contracted. Squelch! Almost the moment he turned his head, claws pierced through his chest. He looked down at the claws protruding from his body, his scarlet eyes filled with disbelief. In a split second, a bizarre smile appeared on his face, and he immediately used both hands to clutch the opponent's claws tightly. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the first middle school, the scene before them had stunned everyone. They were all in disbelief, their pupils vibrating. Could this genius who potentially experienced a second awakening have just fallen? The situation developed so fast that none of them could react in time. How is it possible? Did he just die like that? Guo Quan was staring blankly at the screen on the projection, muttering to himself. The teachers around Guo Quan, seeing his expression, all stepped forward and patted his shoulder, gesturing for him to mourn. Although Li Xingwu and the others could not believe Li Hanfeng had died so easily, the facts were right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Sigh. They all sighed, their faces looking grim. Only Xuan had a look of doubt, but the very next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Look, what is that? One of the teachers pointed at the projection, his voice urgent. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look at the light screen. They saw a massive fireball roaring toward the shadow leopard and Li Hanfeng. Fire-style great fireball technique. The shadow leopard realized what was happening and wanted to pull away to dodge, only to find its claws held fast by Li Hanfeng. Roar! In that momentary delay, the fireball instantly engulfed both man and beast. Boom! The immense impact shattered the ground, and the high heat instantly ignited the shadow leopard's fur. Li Hanfeng's body, the moment it was hit by the flames, turned into a puff of white smoke and vanished with a pop. Roar, roar! The shadow leopard emitted a pained wail. Pinned to the ground by the force of the fireball, it struggled frantically before scrambling to its feet and rushing out of the fire's coverage. Already covered in burns and roughly medium rare, the shadow leopard had just rushed out of the fire when it met the gaze of a pair of scarlet pupils. Feeling the evil power contained within those eyes, the shadow leopard was momentarily stunned. It quickly regained its senses but saw a flash of golden lightning dart across the edge of its vision, and then its world began to spin. Li Hanfeng's figure appeared behind the shadow leopard. He shook the blood off his Tang Dao, scanned the rest of the restless monsters with his scarlet Sharingan, and whispered, "The third one." At this moment, everyone in the conference room was staring blankly at the dark-clothed youth on the light screen. They could not wrap their heads around what was going on. How could there be two Li Hanfengs? Could it be some new ability? No way, right? How many more abilities does he even have? With so many unanswered questions, they turned their gazes toward Li Xingwu and the others, hoping they could provide some insight and clear up the confusion. Little did they know that Li Xingwu and his group were just as baffled by the situation. Li Xingwu and Zhang Yuanfang exchanged a look, then both turned to look at Special Commissioner Wu. The three of them stared at each other for a moment before finally shifting their eyes toward Xuan. Xuan's eyes were glowing as if he had just discovered a new world. He stared unblinkingly at Li Hanfeng on the screen, murmuring unconsciously. Interesting, this is just too interesting, to have such strong combat awareness at such a young age. Seeing Xuan like this, Li Xingwu tentatively asked, "Principal, did you manage to spot anything?" Hearing the question, Xuan pulled his gaze away, then turned to look at the group with a smile. The expression on his face made it clear he was in a good mood. "Good, really good, you have all done well. To be able to cultivate such a genius, it seems you have been quite diligent in your work while I was away." Everyone offered an awkward smile at Xuan's praise, none of them daring to respond. Just kidding, they had not even known Li Hanfeng had this kind of strength, they only knew he was a genius with an S-level talent. They dared not take credit for his cultivation. Even Guo Quan had an embarrassed look on his face. Ever since Li Hanfeng awakened, he had been on leave. All Guo Quan knew was that he had gone to the Mist Forest. He knew nothing else, so how could he claim to have trained him? Seeing no one answer, Xuan did not mind. He pondered for a moment and then began to explain. "Do you remember when this kid was swatted to the ground by the shadow leopard?" Everyone nodded. They certainly remembered that. He had even made quite a big hole in the ground back then. If I am not mistaken, by the time he crawled out of that hole, it was no longer his real body. Taking advantage of the pit and the dust cloud to disappear from the shadow leopard's line of sight, he created a clone to crawl out and distract the beast while his real body stayed inside. As for the method he used to create the clone, I am not quite sure, but I imagine it should be similar to the ability he used earlier to replace himself with a piece of wood. Having said that, he turned back to look at Li Hanfeng on the screen, saying no more. He was now very interested in this kid. Everyone realized what had happened and were filled with shock. As the principal said, what incredibly sharp combat awareness. From the moment he twisted his body to let the shadow leopard swat him into the ground, everything had been calculated, and events had proceeded exactly according to the script he wrote. This Li Hanfeng is a second-time awakener, and his talent grade does not look low either. Not only did he break through to the mid-tier transcendent level before the college entrance exam, but he also possesses such natural combat talent. He truly is a monster of the new generation. Li Xingwu and the other two exchanged looks, seeing the shock mirrored in each other's pupils. Meanwhile, the situation on Li Hanfeng's side was not looking good. He was currently fleeing for his life. He had no choice, he had to run. Just after killing the shadow leopard, he found that several more peak third-tier beasts had appeared along with 2 fourth-tier beasts. If he kept fighting, there would only be more beasts, and his already exhausted body and spirit energy would only become weaker. It was impossible to win, so he had to retreat. Li Hanfeng was unfamiliar with this part of the forest, so he could only roughly identify the path he had come from and retreat that way, which at least ensured he would not go deeper. Escaping was not easy either, but fortunately Li Hanfeng had experience, as he had done this often in the Mist Forest. Although a group of first and second-tier beasts were guarding the perimeter of the battlefield, Li Hanfeng used first-style God speed to dash out of the encirclement in an instant. At the same time, he created some distance from the 2 fourth-tier beasts and the group of third-tier beasts. However, the forest at night was terrifying and the beasts were too dense. Every so often one would jump out to block Li Hanfeng's path. This caused him to be caught by the 2 fourth-tier beasts several times, and after brief clashes while being harassed by the third-tier beasts, he ended up with several wounds on his body. Finally, after fleeing for more than 2 hours, perhaps because he had reached the outer perimeter of the forest, the 2 fourth-tier beasts stopped chasing, and the other beasts naturally could not keep up with his speed. However, Li Hanfeng soon encountered another problem. The beasts here were too numerous at night, and since he was injured, he kept running into beasts tracking the scent of his blood. And not being familiar with the area, he had no idea where he could hide. As a result, he scrambled aimlessly for another hour, and by now he was utterly exhausted. He had managed to bandage the wounds on his body during that hour, at least ensuring they would not emit a strong scent of blood. But he did not know where to rest, so he climbed up a large tree and used bandages to rig a simple hammock between the branches. Li Hanfeng was lying on it, recovering his spirit energy. After another hour, feeling that the spirit energy in his body had mostly recovered and the pain and fatigue had eased significantly, he slowly opened his eyes. Who? Li Hanfeng let out a heavy breath, raised his left hand and checked his current score. Name Li Hanfeng. Score 680. A look of confusion appeared on his face, but after pondering for a moment, he realized what it meant and a smile spread across his face. So that is how it is. A fourth-tier beast is worth 100 points. It seems that whether in previous years or this year, only a small portion of people reach the fourth tier at this time. It looks like the top 10 of the freshman rankings are likely all fourth-tier geniuses, but how should those top 10 be ranked? Is it just based on this score? If so, then luck plays a huge part. Li Hanfeng was puzzled. Anyone who could reach the fourth-tier transcendent level at this point was no mediocrity. Their talent grade was at least S-level or above. If the top 10 were ranked solely by score, then finding enough beasts or foreign races was crucial. In that case, luck would be more important than strength for the top 10 rankings. Li Hanfeng mused to himself, but soon a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. No matter the method, I am taking that #1 spot. Greetings to all my dear readers. I beg you all for your book reviews. The next morning, a ray of sunlight shone through the dense leaves onto Li Hanfeng's face. Slowly opening his eyes, Li Hanfeng rolled to his feet. He looked up at the sky before scanning his surroundings. After confirming that no stray beasts were approaching, his tense nerves finally relaxed slightly. Being alone in a place like this meant he had to stay vigilant even while sleeping. Because you never know when a beast might find you, you can never enter a deep sleep. You have to keep your perception of the outside world sharp at all times. Who? Li Hanfeng took a deep breath, then checked his wounds. There were two, one on his chest and one on his left forearm. A night had passed, and since the wounds were not very deep, they had basically scabbed over. He began to dress them again, wrapping them in gauze. Afterward, Li Hanfeng jumped down from the tree branch, stretched his stiff body, and began to think about his plan for the day. Although I have not fully recovered, injuries of this level will not affect my combat effectiveness. Should I keep hunting beasts the same way I did yesterday? But the yields in the forest during the day are likely to be very limited. Li Hanfeng lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. Why not check out those ruins? With this in mind, Li Hanfeng made his decision. There was not much to gain here during the day, but the ruins might hold some unexpected rewards. For instance, the alien races. After all, these aliens were supposedly intentionally kept here, and they clearly were not in this forest. Otherwise, after all that commotion last night, it would have been impossible for them not to notice. They must be somewhere else. Even if I find nothing in the ruins, I can just return here at night, finish off a wave, and leave. The gains would not be much different from yesterday. Suiting action to his thoughts, Li Hanfeng gauged the direction and began walking toward the edge of the forest. He was already on the outskirts, so he would be out of the woods shortly. He had not walked far when he stopped abruptly, remembering something. He had been too tired from the retreat last night to check his kill point total. Focusing his mind, the system interface appeared before his eyes. Li Hanfeng looked toward the bottom right corner. Kill points 320. Seeing this number, Li Hanfeng calculated rapidly in his head. A moment later, a realization dawned on him. So that is it, the ratio for earning kill points changed after I reached the mid-tier. Based on his estimates, a beast of the same tier now yielded 50 points, while lower-tier beasts were all standardized to 10 points. Li Hanfeng had previously wondered, if a same-tier beast only gave 10 points, how many would he have to kill to gain abilities costing 1,000,000 points? Especially after his rank increased, where would he find enough high-tier beasts to kill? At first, he had relied on system missions, but he discovered that missions were likely only triggered by special events. They were not a regular source of kill points. Now he understood. As his rank increased by 1 level, the corresponding kill point acquisition would also increase by a level. This meant that when Li Hanfeng reached the high tier, this ratio would increase again. It seems the system maintains a balance, ensuring that at every level of power, the difficulty of obtaining desired abilities remains reasonable. It is easy to understand. If Li Hanfeng were a high-tier powerhouse and a same-tier kill was still only 10 points, the effort to exchange for something like a Manjikayo Sharingan would be absurdly high. Conversely, if he could get 100 points for a same-tier kill at the low tier, obtaining low-tier abilities would be way too easy. So, the system maintains a balance in the difficulty of acquiring abilities. Once you improve your strength, you naturally will not desire those low-tier abilities anymore. While the difficulty of exchanging for high-tier abilities remains relatively high, it will not be outrageous. Having figured this out, a smirk tugged at the corner of Li Hanfeng's mouth. At this rate, he could probably perfect his ability system while still at the mid-tier transcendent stage. At that point, cutting down same-tier opponents will be as easy as slicing vegetables. Li Hanfeng was in a good mood, but he did not dare lower his guard for the 2 days of exams left. After all, the reward for this mission was too important to him. With that thought, he picked up his pace, keeping an eye out for any beasts along the way to deal with if they appeared. Since he was already on the outskirts, although Li Hanfeng was not pushing himself to speed, it only took him 2 hours to reach the ruins. Looking at the endless expanse of building ruins before him, Li Hanfeng felt like he was looking at a city that had been razed by missiles. Without thinking too much, he stepped inside. Walking through the streets of the ruined city, the ground was covered in thick dust and rubble. Weeds grew wildly in the roadside bushes and rows of buildings stood bare, looking like broken skeletons. Even with the sun shining down on these ruins, it still gave off a sense of oppression. Li Hanfeng activated his Sharingan, scanning the surroundings constantly, hoping to find any traces of living creatures. Meanwhile, his body remained tense, ready for anything that might suddenly leap out. He walked for a long time before finally making a discovery. Near a dilapidated building not far ahead lay a giant skeleton which looked like it belonged to a beast. He stepped forward to inspect it and found that it was the skeleton of an iron-clad rhinoceros. He was not an expert, so he could not accurately determine the time of death. However, it certainly had not died recently, at least a few weeks ago. Furthermore, there was not a shred of flesh left, but faint marks left by sharp implements were visible. It looks like something chewed on it, but what kind of creature could strip the flesh so cleanly? Li Hanfeng was puzzled. He had little experience in this area and could not identify the creature that left the marks. However, the bite marks on the skeleton were small and somewhat strange. It could not have been a large beast, and anyway, beasts would not leave a carcass this clean. Usually, only scavengers leave a carcass stripped that clean, but Li Hanfeng could not determine what it was. He scanned the ground around the skeleton but found no footprint-like marks. They had likely been covered by dust due to the passage of time. Li Hanfeng stood up and looked around. Suddenly, his gaze rested on a broken building near the skeleton. From his position, he could see into the interior of the skeletal building, and he spotted something unusual. On the ground floor of that ruin, there was a hole in the ground. This was the first unusual discovery Li Hanfeng had made since entering the ruins. He walked slowly into the building and approached the hole in the ground to examine it carefully. The hole was about 1.5 meters in diameter with piles of dirt near the entrance, clearly dug by some kind of creature. However, Li Hanfeng found no traces of biological activity near the entrance. Instead, the surrounding area was covered in a thick layer of dust. Strange, could this be an abandoned burrow? Li Hanfeng peered into the hole. It was pitch black inside, making it impossible to see the situation or gauge how deep it went. After a moment of thought, he picked up a nearby stone and tossed it in. It hit the ground quickly, followed by the sound of something rolling. Li Hanfeng's eyes brightened. This was not a vertical shaft, it was a horizontally dug tunnel. I see, this must be an underground passage, but it is clear no creatures have been active at this entrance for a long time. Given the size of this entrance, the creature cannot be too large. Is it a rodent-type monster or something else? It should not be a rodent-type monster. The marks do not match the ones left on the skeleton. Those were not left by rodents. Li Hanfeng frowned. The hole was too narrow for him to enter. Was he really going to just leave like this? After thinking for a moment, Li Hanfeng suddenly began to form hand seals. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire style, great fireball technique. Boom. The fireball surged directly into the hole. Li Hanfeng channeled his spiritual energy, maintaining the output of the great fireball for nearly 2 full minutes before stopping. Looking closely, the ground near the entrance had turned red and cracked, with fissures spreading outward. Li Hanfeng waited on the spot for about 5 minutes, but there was still no movement. He felt a bit disappointed. It seems this place really has been abandoned. He muttered to himself and turned to walk outside, but just as he stepped out of the building, he felt a slight tremor under his feet. Standing in the ruined street, Li Hanfeng looked around in all directions, trying to determine where the movement was coming from. As the vibrations grew stronger, Li Hanfeng whipped his head around to stare back at the hole inside the ruined building. Visible tremors were rocking the entrance of the hole, and the soil that had been scorched by the great fireball was beginning to collapse. Li Hanfeng's pupils constricted. There were quite a few of them. He instantly dashed to the side, hiding himself within the ruins, his scarlet Sharingan fixed tightly on the entrance. Boom! Creatures the size of wash basins like red shadows rushed out of the hole and scattered, searching for something nearby. There were hundreds of them swarming everywhere. Once Li Hanfeng saw what they were, his expression turned incredibly grave. These creatures had triangular heads with a pair of antennae, a pair of wings tucked against their chests, oval-shaped abdomens, and mouthparts that looked like cold iron pincers. Bloodthirsty ants. Just seeing those mouthparts, Li Hanfeng knew exactly who had devoured that armored rhino. As everyone knows, ants are omnivorous, but these bloodthirsty ants fed solely on flesh and were exceptionally predatory. Moreover, the ant colony reproduced at an incredible speed and their numbers were massive. This was likely just a small fraction. The rest were probably not near this particular entrance. Li Hanfeng noticed that the ants' originally black bodies had turned reddish, likely scorched by the high heat lingering in the hole as they emerged. The flow of ants from the hole finally ceased, and the last one to emerge was significantly larger than the rest. It was a Tier 3 bloodthirsty ant. It must be the leader. The others were just Tier 1 worker ants. As Li Hanfeng looked at the dense swarm, his grim face showed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. If I can take them all out, the points. What to do? A direct frontal assault would be tough, and there is no guarantee they will not call for backup. This is a bit of a problem. My mistake, I should have just blasted them at the entrance earlier. Li Hanfeng felt annoyed. If he had blocked the entrance and unleashed the great fireball, those Tier 1 ants would have died by the hundreds. Now it was going to be difficult. Just as Li Hanfeng was considering how to wipe out the colony, the leader's antennae twitched slightly, as if sending out a signal. Suddenly, all the bloodthirsty ants began to swarm toward Li Hanfeng's position, moving with incredible speed. They instantly formed an all-encompassing perimeter, and because they could fly, it was a multi-dimensional trap. Seeing this, Li Hanfeng narrowed his scarlet eyes, revealing a dangerous glint. So they are forcing me into a head-on fight. Li Hanfeng had not expected the leader's perception to be so sharp. He had been discovered without even making a move, so now he had only one choice. Attack first and ask questions later. Li Hanfeng narrowed his eyes, locked onto the leader, changed his breathing rhythm, and golden electricity surged across his body. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. Halfway through the technique, Li Hanfeng's body suddenly stiffened and his face soured. He realized the leader had sensed the danger and had actually taken flight into the air. That is so unfair. Li Hanfeng halted his movement, but the swarm did not. Under the leader's command, they surged toward him with terrifying speed. The sound of scuttling on the ground and the buzzing of wings filled the air. They swarmed in from all sides. It was fortunate Li Hanfeng was not trypophobic, or he might have collapsed on the spot. Li Hanfeng instantly shifted his breathing rhythm again, his entire body enveloped in golden lightning. Thunder breathing, fourth form, distant thunder. In an instant, bolts of golden lightning shot outward in all directions. Many of the closer ants died instantly while others were blasted away, their bodies paralyzed and unable to move. At that moment, the aerial ants also began to dive-bomb Li Hanfeng, their pincer-like mouthparts clicking incessantly, making for a gruesome sight. Li Hanfeng was prepared. He performed a back hop to dodge the pounce and shifted his breathing rhythm once more. Thunder breathing third form, Thunder Swarm. Golden ripples of lightning gathered instantly. As he swung his blade, a sound like a swarm of mosquitoes resonated and rippled outward in all directions. Slash slash slash. Instantly, several ants that had surged forward were sliced in half, clearing a small vacuum zone. Li Hanfeng seized the opportunity, sheathed his blade, and began charging up. He leaned forward, centered his gravity, and his scarlet eyes scanned the ants in the air, finally locking onto the leader. If once is not enough, then I will just... Thunder breathing first form, thunderclap and flash eightfold. Boom. The golden lightning on Li Hanfeng's body became violent. Under the terrifying pressure, the ground began to crack, gravel flew, and he vanished from where he stood. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A golden streak of lightning flashed incessantly in the air. Each flash struck an ant with pinpoint accuracy. The speed was so extreme that only the lightning could be seen, not the man himself. In the span of a single breath, the ant leader caught a glimmer of gold in its peripheral vision and beat its wings frantically, trying to react. But the golden light flashed past in a blink. The next moment, it felt its field of vision plummeting rapidly. Because the speed was so fast, its body had not even processed the strike and was still hovering in midair, wings beating. Decapitated. Thud. The headless corpse in midair lost its final strength and fell limply to the ground. Swish. Li Hanfeng appeared not far away. As soon as he steadied himself, he quickly turned his head, his scarlet Sharingan fixed on every single bloodthirsty ant in the area. The bloodthirsty ants seemed sluggish because of the death of their leader. For a moment, they made no further moves and both sides fell into a silent standoff. Li Hanfeng did not notice that not far behind him, the antennae on the triangular head of the bloodthirsty ant leader were twitching rhythmically. The standoff lasted only 15 seconds. The moment the ant leader's antennae completely stopped moving, the swarm began to riot. In an instant, the sky and ground were sealed off from every direction by the attacking swarm, which surged toward Li Hanfeng with fierce speed. Li Hanfeng's scarlet pupils remained calm, watching them attack with an icy expression. Under the gaze of his Sharingan, these ants, now lacking their leader's command, lost the tight, coordinated formation they had before. This level of attack posed no threat to him at all. He drove his Tang Dao into the ground, his slender fingers dancing rapidly, his chest heaving as he looked up into the air. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Boom! A massive fireball roared out of Li Hanfeng's mouth, instantly engulfing the bloodthirsty ants lunging from above. The first-rank ants could not withstand such high temperatures. In an instant, more than a dozen ants within the fireball's range were reduced to ashes. The moment he released the fireball, Li Hanfeng did not bother to check the results. He swiftly pulled his blade from the ground, a hissing sound escaping his lips accompanied by swirling white mist. Thunder breathing third form, Thunder Swarm. Golden lightning gathered. As the blade swung, golden light rippled in all directions, producing a sound like the buzzing of mosquitoes. SSHH. Wherever the golden ripples passed, the bodies of the bloodthirsty ants were severed in two. A vacuum zone was instantly cleared around Li Hanfeng. His scarlet eyes narrowed slightly. With a step forward that cracked the ground, he surged at full speed toward the weakest point in the encirclement. Swish, swish, swish. His Sharingan spun wildly, veins bulging on his arms. With every swing of his blade, a basin-sized ant was sliced apart, sending transparent fluids splashing everywhere. Li Hanfeng had never learned advanced footwork, but relying solely on the kinetic vision of his Sharingan and his combat instincts, he dodged and wove through the swarm, sidestepping every attack just before it could land. Just like that, Li Hanfeng tore through the front of the swarm like a hot knife through butter. It was a complete dominance of strength, something mere numbers could not overcome. The moment he broke out of the circle, Li Hanfeng slammed his blade into the ground again, using the leverage to spin around as his hands formed signs once more. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Boom! A great fireball might only serve as a distraction against enemies of his own rank, but against these first-rank bloodthirsty ants it was incredibly effective. Another dozen were instantly turned to ash. Pulling out his blade, Li Hanfeng looked coldly at the swarm closing in on him again. Their relentless, fearless assault was starting to annoy him. If it were not for that fly watching him from afar, he really would not want to keep tangling with these bugs. Li Hanfeng took a deep breath, shifted his breathing rhythm, veins bulging in his arms as he turned into a streak of golden lightning and charged back into the swarm. Thunder breathing second form Rice Spirit. Thunder breathing fourth form Distant Thunder. Thunder breathing third form Thunder Swarm. Li Hanfeng alternated between various sword forms, but lacking a massive area of effectability, he could not wipe out hundreds of ants in a short time. For now, the scene was a one-sided slaughter, but Li Hanfeng knew clearly that without revealing his shadow clones, he could not possibly kill them all. Thunder breathing took a heavy toll on his body. Having performed so many forms consecutively, his arms and legs were aching and more than half of his spirit energy was depleted. In such a dangerous place, he could not afford to push himself to the brink. He had to save enough energy for self-preservation. So he began considering a retreat. He had had his fill of fighting and earned plenty of points and kill counts. He could just come back to finish them off later. With that thought, he was about to pull back, but suddenly felt something was wrong. Despite the decrease in the swarm's numbers from his slaughter, the tremors in the ground were becoming more violent. Li Hanfeng narrowed his eyes and transformed into a golden flash to break free of the encirclement. He stopped attacking, his scarlet Sharingan scanning the surroundings while he felt the increasingly strong tremors. Suddenly his pupils constricted. He saw a massive black shadow approaching from the distance. Based on the flow of spiritual energy, it was undoubtedly more bloodthirsty ants, a huge swarm of them. They were an endless sea, causing the ground to quake wherever they passed. Nearby crumbling buildings began to shake violently as if they would collapse at any moment. Damn it, how did they send a distress signal from so far away? Li Hanfeng cursed and suddenly spun around, looking at the cave entrance in the nearby ruins. The entrance was shaking violently as more ants crawled out. They immediately fanned out and began to surround him. It was clear that a leader was directing their movements. Seeing this, Li Hanfeng could no longer hold back and immediately formed signs with his hands. Shadow Clone Technique. Poof. With a puff of white smoke, another Li Hanfeng appeared on the spot. The original and the clone exchanged a look and immediately rushed toward the cave entrance. The massive swarm in the distance would still take time to arrive. Now was the time to seal this hole. Working together, they reached the front of the cave. Li Hanfeng guarded the entrance with his blade while the clone began forming signs at high speed. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Boom! The Great Fireball roared into the cave entrance. Under the terrifying impact, the hole expanded and its edges began to crumble. The clone poured all its spiritual energy into maintaining the output, while Li Hanfeng stood guard, cutting down every ant that tried to get close to his clone. This should be enough to rack up a massive amount of points and kill counts right. Swish, swish, swish. Li Hanfeng's Tang sword moved incessantly, slicing through the air with whistling sounds while spraying out trails of white liquid. His scarlet Sharingan scanned the distance from time to time as he mentally tracked the passing time. When he felt the tremors in the ground growing more intense to the point where small pebbles began to bounce, he charged straight out. Thunder breathing first form Eightfold Strike. Swish, swish, swish. Golden bolts of thunder flashed across the field continuously. With every flash, he moved further away from the black shadows, leaving the bloodthirsty ants in his path sliced in two. In just a single breath, Li Hanfeng had broken through the encirclement and vanished into the debris of the ruins. The shadow clone left behind was still breathing fire until, moments later, it was struck by a bloodthirsty ant, poofing into white mist and dissipating. This scene left everyone in the meeting room outside the secret realm completely stunned. Silence fell over the room once again. No one knew how to describe their current feelings, so they all instinctively turned their eyes to the people sitting at the very front. Li Xingwu and the others were silent as well. Another new ability, what number is this now? Enhancement, lightning, fire, substitution, and now this. A clone, right? And he has so many different talent techniques. What kind of freak is this? How long has it been since he awakened? How could he have mastered so many techniques? And where did he get all these abilities? Is this his second or third awakening? Their minds were filled with questions. With no answers to be found, their inner confusion actually outweighed their shock. Li Hanfeng had already shown multiple abilities, so perhaps one more was not that hard to accept. What bothered them was not being able to solve the puzzle. They glanced at Xuan only to find him staring intently at the light screen, ignoring them completely. They could only sigh inwardly and suppress their confusion for now, waiting until Li Hanfeng came out. Of course, the reason they did not ask Xuan was that they were certain he would not know any more than they did. It was a joke. A man who barely showed up to school a few times a year could not possibly know Li Hanfeng's secrets. The atmosphere remained quiet for a while. No one spoke. They simply moved their gazes back to the screen and continued watching. Meanwhile, Li Hanfeng was at the top floor of a building that looked like a skeleton. He had calculated the timing perfectly, escaping the battlefield quickly before the large swarm of ants could get close, leaving his clone to draw fire while he made a clean getaway without being pursued. After putting a long distance between him and the swarm, he found a ruined high-rise and climbed to the top to recover. Standing high up provided a wide view, allowing him to react immediately to any changes without being caught off guard. Li Hanfeng focused, gathering spiritual energy around him. Through his breathing technique, he drew the energy in, filling the sea of qi in his danshan as if it were seawater. Over 2 hours later, Li Hanfeng felt his energy was mostly restored, so he opened his eyes and stood up. He scanned the surroundings from the high-rise, confirmed that everything was normal, and began to check his haul. He glanced at the strap on his left wrist. Name Li Hanfeng. Score 2540. Seeing this score, Li Hanfeng nodded. It seems that final great fireball technique blocking the cave entrance really took out quite a few bloodthirsty ants. I do not know what kind of level this score is at. I was able to find these swarms of ants which are not too hard to kill, but there is no guarantee that others will not encounter similar creatures. Since I do not know how others are doing, I must try my best to boost my score. There is 1 day left and I need to at least double this, otherwise it does not feel safe. Sigh, if only I could know everyone else's scores. Li Hanfeng's thoughts flickered. He triggered his consciousness and the system panel appeared. He checked his slaughter points first. Slaughter points 2220. Upon seeing this number, Li Hanfeng's lazy eyes brightened slightly, and an idea formed in his mind. He immediately opened his personal information panel. Personal panel. Race human. Age 17. Talent thunder breathing single Tomo Sharingan. Rank transcendence level 4. Skills: thunder breathing first form thunder flash, second form rice spirit, third form mosquito swarm thunder, fourth form distant thunder, shadow clone technique, fire style great fireball technique, substitution technique. Task: martial exam champion. Li Hanfeng fell into deep thought as he looked at his current abilities and skills. Currently, all my skills are mainly for single target damage. The task reward is 10,000 slaughter points. Should I add some more variety now? After pondering for a while, Li Hanfeng made up his mind. He already had plans for the task reward, so he could use his current slaughter points to refine his arsenal. Taking action immediately, Li Hanfeng opened the ability store, selected the Naruto category, and found the currently unlocked abilities. B-rank summoning jutsu, Rashomon 1000 slaughter points. B-rank ninjutsu, fire style great fire annihilation 1000 slaughter points. Li Hanfeng did not hesitate and bought them immediately. Now he had both defensive and area of effect ninjutsu. After that, Li Xuan stretched his body, feeling its current state. My arms and legs are still a bit sore and my body feels slightly tired, but overall there are no major issues. Li Hanfeng looked up at the sky. It was around 1 or 2 in the morning and it would take over 2 hours to get back to the forest from here. He weighed the time, considering whether to go mess with those bloodthirsty ants again before returning to the forest, or just stay out of the forest and keep targeting the ant swarm. Li Hanfeng decided there was still time to reach peak condition. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began practicing his breathing technique. An hour later, he opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and nodded slightly. Yep, I am ready. I think I really do want to find those ants again. With that thought, Li Hanfeng got up, left the ruined building, and dashed toward the direction of the underground cave. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the site of his previous fight. He scanned the area and found the ant swarm had retreated. Only traces of the battle remained. The corpses had all been cleared away. He did not pay it any mind, walking slowly to the cave entrance inside the building. He peered inside and began forming hand signs rapidly. Fire-style great fireball technique. Boom! A roaring fireball slammed into the burrow once again, continuing to scorch it with intense heat. After about a minute, Li Hanfeng stopped the flow of spiritual energy, stepped back, and watched the cave entrance silently, waiting for the ant colony to emerge. This time he was going all out. After waiting quietly for 5 or 6 minutes, Li Hanfeng suddenly felt that something was wrong. He realized there were no vibrations of ants crawling on the ground coming from the entrance. His eyes narrowed, he took a step, and with a flash, he charged up the building. After standing on the roof and scanning the distance, his pupils began to constrict. In his line of sight, a massive black shadow was already surging toward him from afar, with groups breaking off periodically to continue encircling him from other directions. Li Hanfeng's eyes turned scarlet. It was clear now that they were being led by mid-tier bloodthirsty ants, as only those who had reached the mid-tier of transcendence could evolve such intelligence. They had actually thought to abandon the narrow entrance, opting to exit through other openings instead and then close in from all sides. Moreover, the ant colony was so vast that he did not know how many mid-tier bloodthirsty ants were among them, because even his Sharingan could not accurately pinpoint the mid-tier spiritual energy signatures within such a dense swarm. After all, he only had a 1 Tamo Sharingan at the moment. It could only be considered a true Sharingan once it reached 3 Tamo. Tisk, I just hope I do not overdo it this time. Li Hanfeng clicked his tongue, but there was not a trace of fear on his face. Instead, he looked eager to test out his newly acquired fire style. The only problem was that these bloodthirsty ants could fly, which was a bit troublesome, so Li Hanfeng decided on a 2-pronged attack. He formed seals with his hands at lightning speed. Shadow clone technique. Poof. As a puff of white smoke rose, a clone appeared in place. The original and the clone exchanged a look without speaking. They already understood the battle plan. Li Hanfeng had already had this idea when he created the clone, so the clone naturally understood the original's intentions. The two Li Hanfengs waited on the spot, their eyes locked on the densest part of the ant swarm. At their current speed, the enemy would be upon them in 2 minutes. They were also entering their attack range. Soon, a slight tremor could be felt from the building, and as time passed, the sensation grew increasingly intense. The original Li Hanfeng and his clone looked at each other again, knowing it was time to strike. With his scarlet eyes fixed on the bloodthirsty ant swarm nearing the building, the original Li Hanfeng leapt straight down from the 30-meter-high structure. Boom! Upon landing, his feet shattered the ground, creating a shallow crater. Li Hanfeng rose from his crouch, his Sharingan locked firmly onto the bloodthirsty ants, waiting for them to fully enter his attack range. Meanwhile, the clone remained on the building, standing directly in a vertical line with the original. The bloodthirsty ant swarm seemed to have received a signal and began splitting into high and low tiers. Part of them fluttered their thin wings and soared into the sky toward the clone, while the rest continued their assault on the original. Li Hanfeng watched the approaching swarm, narrowed his eyes, and raised his hands to his chest. His fingers formed the horse seal almost simultaneously with his clone. Then both pointed their fingers in front of their mouths as their chests swelled with air. Fire-style majestic destroyer flame. Boom! Instantly, 2 seas of fire, one from above and one from below, roared and surged toward the bloodthirsty ants on the ground and in the air. Rumble! Where the fire sea passed, the terrifying impact plowed a scorched trail into the ground, and the extreme heat caused the air itself to ripple and distort. The bloodthirsty ant swarm clearly had not expected such a turn of events. They were overwhelmed and engulfed by the flames before they could react. Sizzle, sizzle. As the fire swept through the masses of ants, a sizzling sound filled the air. The ants at the very front used their bodies to block the spread of the flames, while those behind them scrambled to scatter and flee, desperate to escape the reach of the fire. Rumble! The sea of flames continued its slow advance, devouring every ant in its path, though quite a few still managed to escape the range. The situation in the air was much the same, with some ants flying out of the fire's reach. Li Hanfeng stopped the output of the majestic destroyer flame, breathing slightly heavily. Channeling two large-scale majestic destroyer flames at once with his Tier 4 spiritual energy capacity, that feeling of being drained of most of his energy in an instant was truly unpleasant and left him feeling somewhat exhausted. Li Hanfeng did not linger. He took advantage and beat a hasty retreat. He did not think that, in his current state, he could wipe out the entire colony. The two flames had only managed to tear 2 holes through the black sea of ants. He was already feeling depleted. Trying to fight the rest would be suicidal. While the enemy was still trying to recover, Li Hanfeng left his clone to hold the line while he himself bolted back toward the building where he had rested earlier. Better to head back to a familiar place than to wander around aimlessly. After all, he did not want to run into any unnecessary trouble while in this state. Before long, when the bloodthirsty ants regrouped, only one clone remained in their view, continuously spitting out great fireballs. Soon, the clone ran out of spiritual energy and vanished in a puff of white smoke. By that time, the original Li Hanfeng had long since disappeared and moved far beyond the area. He was currently sprinting toward the previous building, feeling that after these few battles, the spiritual energy in his sea of energy had become much denser through the cycle of consumption and recovery. He believed that with 10 more days of focused cultivation, he would be able to break through to the mid-tier of the 4th rank. As I thought, combat is the best form of cultivation. Sitting in meditation blindly is nowhere near as efficient. After all, cultivation beyond the mid-tier is not like being a low-tier transcendent. Once a sea of energy is formed, every step forward requires a massive amount of spiritual resources. At the low tier, the gap between levels is not that significant, and some geniuses can even fight a Tier 3 transcendent while at Tier 1. But once you enter the mid-tier, let alone the gap between tiers, there is a considerable difference in spiritual energy levels within each tier, let alone between the tiers themselves. That is why the small handful of people who can fight above their rank and even win at the mid-tier and beyond are called monsters. Of course, this assumes that their talent levels are not drastically different. If you win purely through an absolute suppression of talent, that is only genius level, not worthy of the title monster. While lost in thought, Li Hanfeng saw the ruined building ahead. Just as he was about to quicken his pace, he suddenly felt a jolt of heart palpitations. An invisible pressure descended upon him. He stopped in his tracks, his eyes turning scarlet instantly, a black Tomo spinning wildly. His scarlet sharing eyes scanned the surroundings rapidly, before instantly locking onto a figure standing on a massive piece of building debris to his rear. The moment he saw the figure clearly, Li Hanfeng's pupils constricted and his expression turned grave. What perfect timing! It seems the commotion just now was a bit too loud. This is going to be truly troublesome. At this moment, Li Hanfeng had less than half of his spiritual energy remaining, and the sudden expenditure had left his body feeling somewhat weakened. Running into such a difficult enemy at a time like this is really bad luck. Seeing that Li Hanfeng had discovered it, the figure did not rush to attack. Instead, it leaped lightly off the giant rock and began walking toward Li Hanfeng with slow, deliberate steps. It had a humanoid frame, but its limbs were tipped with chilling, razor-sharp claws. Its body was covered in pale cyan scales that shimmered coldly. Though its face was similar to a human's, it had sunken cheeks and a sharp, pointed chin. On its back grew a pair of wings that glinted with a cold, metallic luster. Winged race, while not ranked among the top-tier alien species, they were the absolute core of the aerial assault force when they first invaded Blue Star. Most of them are masters of wind attribute arts, and their claws, scales, and wings serve as lethal weapons. They possess a diverse range of attack methods and incredible speed. And this particular winged one was at the peak of the 4th stage, 3 levels higher than Li Hanfeng. It stared at Li Hanfeng with its narrow eyes, a hint of curiosity in its gaze, while its sharp chin moved to produce a series of strange, unintelligible screeches. Li Hanfeng frowned, unable to understand what it was saying, but he had no intention of communicating. It would not change the fact that they were locked in a life-or-death struggle. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, his breathing rhythm began to change and white mist curled around his lips. Screech. Seeing that Li Hanfeng did not respond but instead struck a defensive pose, the winged one's curiosity quickly turned to annoyance. It let out a shrill cry and slashed its right claw at Li Hanfeng. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, 3 blades of wind sliced through the air toward Li Hanfeng, moving with terrifying speed, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Li Hanfeng maintained his grip on the sword, his sharingan spinning wildly. Just as the 3 wind blades were about to strike him, he swayed his body to the left and right. Boom boom boom. The 3 wind blades grazed his body, slamming into the ruins behind him and instantly carving 3 gashes over 2 meters long. Li Hanfeng's cheek and left sleeve were torn open, and a streak of bright red blood trickled down his face. Li Hanfeng's pupils locked, his expression growing even more serious. He thought to himself, "Such sharp wind blades and incredibly fast, it is almost at the limit of what my one-tamo sharingan can track." He still did not draw his sword, choosing not to strike first. This was his first time fighting a winged one, and he did not know the full extent of its strength or its specific combat techniques. Given his poor condition, if he were to attack blindly and fail to secure a win, he would only waste his spiritual energy and find himself in an even more passive position. He knew the opponent's flight speed was massive, so he had to ensure his first real strike was his strongest, guaranteeing a kill. Otherwise, the creature would likely kite him to death. Seeing Li Hanfeng dodge 3 wind blades without taking a single step, the winged one's eyes flashed with shock, which instantly morphed into fury. Feeling looked down upon, it let out a series of piercing shrieks, its hands swinging continuously. More wind blades surged toward Li Hanfeng. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wind blades whistled through the air, creating a shrill tearing sound. Li Hanfeng's pupils constricted, golden electric arcs began to flicker over his body, and his scarlet sharingan spun frantically. He kept his body in constant, subtle motion, taking only small, necessary steps to dodge the blades by a hair's breadth. When he could not dodge, he used his katana to deflect them. Yet the sword remained sheathed. Boom boom boom. The wind blades kept tearing past him, smashing into the ground and the derelict buildings, creating constant explosions, scattering rocks and kicking up clouds of dust. Li Hanfeng's clothes began to shred. The blades were so sharp that even when he managed to dodge, the air pressure created by the passing projectiles was enough to cut his fabric. And so his clothes were systematically sliced to pieces. Li Hanfeng chose this risky method of dodging because he knew that if he committed to large-scale evasive movements, he would be forced into a purely defensive stance. If he were to dash away, he would need time to stabilize his body and build up power again, and given the creature's speed, it clearly would not grant him that luxury. He had to keep his movements small to remain in a state where he could counterattack at any moment. Otherwise, he would be overwhelmed by a relentless flurry of attacks. Currently, the creature was only using long-range wind blades to fish for an opening and interrupt his focus, rather than charging in directly. This alone showed that the opponent was intelligent and had a strong grasp of combat tactics. But keep in mind, firing constant wind blades consumes both stamina and energy, whereas Li Hanfeng's small evasive movements cost him very little energy aside from maintaining his sharingan. Though the mental strain on Li Hanfeng was immense, since maintaining such high concentration is exhausting and a single mistake could cost him a limb, the winged one clearly was not willing to gamble its energy on whether Li Hanfeng would collapse from fatigue first. The winged one grew impatient. It stopped its assault, face contorted in rage, eyes locked onto Li Hanfeng with a murderous glint. Its wings flared open, spanning 3 meters across. Every feather shimmered with cold light and visible wind energy swirled around them. It could no longer hold back. It felt insulted, toyed with by Li Hanfeng, and now it only wanted to tear him apart and devour him. Snap! It beat its wings violently, creating a sonic boom, and vanished from its spot in an instant. Here it comes. Li Hanfeng's pupils contracted, his breathing shifted, and amidst the swirling white mist, his katana finally cleared the scabbard. Thunder-breathing second form, Rice Spirit. Veins bulged on his arm as he unleashed 5 slashes in an instant, firing 5 horseshoe-shaped bolts of golden lightning in different directions. Ding ding ding. The winged humanoid appearing before Li Hanfeng's blade instantly wrapped its entire body in its wings, and the golden thunderous slash struck them with a harsh, metallic clanging sound. Li Hanfeng's pupils constricted sharply, a chill rising from the bottom of his heart, and he quickly retreated to put some distance between them. Just as Li Hanfeng was retreating, the winged humanoid's body, which had been cocooned by its wings, shuddered. The wings suddenly flared open, and in an instant, several wind blades mixed with cold, glistening feathers shot straight at Li Hanfeng. His scarlet Sharingan spun frantically, trying to track the trajectory of the feathers and wind blades. Lang shh. Li Hanfeng twisted his body slightly while continuously parrying with his tanto, but the distance was too close. Even though he had seen the attack path, he still could not avoid it entirely. 2 blood streaks were carved into his left forearm and thigh. My body's reflexes are a bit sluggish. If I were in my prime, I should have been able to dodge that. Li Hanfeng thought to himself. Whoosh! By then, the winged humanoid had rushed right in front of Li Hanfeng, its wings flowing with wind elemental energy like 2 blades of light, slashing directly toward his neck. His body suddenly dipped low. Li Hanfeng barely dodged the fatal blow with a crouch, then rolled forward to escape the wind blade coming from behind. Boom! The wind blade smashed into the ground, scattering gravel and dust. The winged humanoid hovering in midair saw Li Hanfeng's desperate evasion and actually revealed a trace of humanoid mockery. Immediately, before Li Hanfeng could stabilize himself, it began waving its sharp claws and wings in midair. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Far more, larger and faster wind blades rained down on Li Hanfeng instantly. This time, Li Hanfeng could no longer rely on micro-dodging. He had to step on the ground and instantly turn into a streak of golden lightning flashing to the side. Boom boom boom. Wind blades slammed into the ground one after another, kicking up countless gravel and dense dust. Some debris even splashed directly onto Li Hanfeng. Li Hanfeng could only keep dodging. As he expected, as long as he kept dodging, the opponent would maintain a continuous barrage, never giving him a chance to build up power for a counterattack. Swish swish swish. Wind blades and golden lightning flashed continuously across the arena, the only difference being that one was attacking and the other was dodging. Though he was dodging in a sorry state, Li Hanfeng showed no panic. His face remained calm, and combined with his constantly spinning scarlet eyes, he appeared even more cold and detached. Screech screech. The winged humanoid in the air let out a sharp, weird cry. Combined with its mockery-filled expression, Li Hanfeng finally understood what it meant. It was mocking him. "You birdman, you have got some nerve." Li Hanfeng's expression turned icy. His scarlet pupils stared calmly at the winged humanoid in the sky, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as if looking at a corpse. Screech. The winged humanoid seemed to understand Li Hanfeng's words and flew into a rage. Having stopped its offensive, it pulled its wings back and dense wind energy converged between them. Seeing this, Li Hanfeng narrowed his eyes. He thrust his tanto into the ground and wiped his right thumb across the blade, drawing blood. He smeared his thumb onto his left palm and began forming hand signs rapidly. Boar dog bird monkey ram. He slammed both palms onto the ground. Summoning jutsu Rashaman. Rumble. A massive gate rose in front of Li Hanfeng. It was blue-black, carved with the faces of fierce, fanged demons, and 2 bronze bells hung from pillars that looked like giant serpents. Ding ding ding. As the bells rang, the winged humanoid finished charging its attack. Screech. A sharp cry pierced the air and the winged humanoid flapped its wings violently. 2 massive wind blades glowing with cyan light attacked Li Hanfeng, mixed with countless feathers shining with a cold, piercing light. Boom boom. Ding ding ding. The 2 giant blades and countless feathers slammed into the Rashaman, creating a series of roars. The terrifying energy shockwaves shook the ground, stirring up dense dust that obscured everything. About a minute later, the dust cleared to reveal a partially damaged Rashaman. One of the bells had even fallen off. Although it looked tattered, it had clearly blocked the entirety of the opponent's attack. Rumble. Having completed its mission, the Rashaman began to sink into the ground and vanished. Behind it stood Li Hanfeng, leaning forward with his center of gravity lowered, dense white mist curling from his lips. My turn now. Li Hanfeng looked up sharply, his pair of evil, scarlet pupils locked onto the winged humanoid. Thunder breathing first form, thunderclap and flash eightfold. The moment the winged humanoid locked eyes with those scarlet pupils, it fell into a momentary daze. Although it regained clarity in a flash, it was that instant that allowed a streak of golden lightning to reach its front. Swish! Its reaction was extremely fast. The moment the golden light flashed in its eyes, it had already shielded itself with a wing wrapped in wind elemental energy. Clang! Terrifying force instantly sent it crashing to the ground. Boom! The winged humanoid smashed into the ground, gravel spraying everywhere. Li Hanfeng dove in midair, accelerating his descent. Boom! The moment Li Hanfeng's toes touched the ground, the terrifying pressure caused it to crack, and his form instantly vanished into a streak of golden lightning. Swish! The winged humanoid, which had not yet stood up from the crash, felt a surge of dread shoot from its heels to its crown. Without thinking, it instinctively wrapped its body in its wings again. Clang! Another strike of terrifying force hit, and the winged humanoid, cocooned like a cyan egg, was sent flying instantly. Boom! No sooner had this cyan egg hit the ground than the golden lightning flashed again. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, boom, boom. The cyan egg was battered around, smashing through countless ruined buildings. If one looked closely, they would notice the golden lightning struck the exact same spot every time. This caused a crack to form on the surface of the cyan egg. In a single breath, the golden lightning flashed 8 times and the winged humanoid was sent flying 8 times. The terrifying impact left it dazed and the powerful slashes caused excruciating pain. Even with its tough wings and wind elemental protection, they were still part of its own body. Being hit by such terrifying consecutive slashes in the exact same spot, the wing was now carved with a gruesome bloody laceration, nearly severed. Fortunately, the attacks finally ceased, but it dared not unfurl its wings. It was too dazed from the beating and feared it would not be able to react if another attack came. Li Hanfeng, who had stopped his movement, looked pale. His already weakened body was trembling slightly and there was very little spiritual energy left in him. But he knew he could not stop now, he had to finish this in one go. Otherwise, once the opponent regained its footing, his current state would likely be the end of him. He took a deep breath, channeled thunder breathing, and tapped into every last bit of his spiritual energy. His body leaned forward slowly once more. His previous attacks had laid the foundation, and now it was time for the final showdown. Li Hanfeng's scarlet eyes stared fixedly at the ghastly wound on the winged humanoid's wing, white mist surging at his lips. The winged humanoid, having just regained some clarity, felt an immense pressure envelop it. It knew the opponent was about to strike again, but it did not dare to unfurl its wings. It feared that the attack would descend the moment it opened up. It knew full well the speed the opponent could unleash, and if it opened its wings, it would be impossible to close them in time. So it could only keep its wings pulled tight, wrapped in dense wind elements, hoping to endure this final blow. And Li Hanfeng had now gathered all his spiritual energy. Boom! Terrifying pressure descended. The ground began to crack and gravel floated into the air, as if pulled by an unseen force, trembling violently around Li Hanfeng. Thunder breathing first form, thunderclap and flash god speed. Boom! Li Hanfeng's figure instantly turned into a streak of golden lightning, flashing right through the wound on the creature's wing. It was so fast that the human eye could not track it, and by the time one realized, the outcome was sealed. In an instant, the winged humanoid felt a streak of gold pierce through its wing and flash before its eyes. Because the speed was so immense, it lost consciousness before even feeling the pain. Winged humanoid fallen. Splurt. The wingman's body was severed in two at the wound on its wing, and bright red blood and viscera spilled all over the ground. It was an incredibly gruesome sight. Thud. Li Hanfeng stumbled and dropped to one knee. His legs trembled slightly, his chest heaved violently, and he gasped for air in large gulps. That was way too close. He had just finished dealing with a swarm of bloodthirsty ants and had exhausted both his physical strength and spiritual energy, only to be immediately targeted by an alien, and such a powerful one at that. Although he won, if his final strike had been dodged or blocked, it would have been hard to say what would happen. He was essentially at his limit, both physically and in terms of spiritual energy.
Who?
Li Hanfeng exhaled heavily. Enduring the discomfort in his body, he struggled to his feet and headed off into the distance, moving at the fastest speed he could muster. He had just caused a massive commotion nearby with the bloodthirsty ants, and now he had fought another intense battle here. That surely did not make any less noise. He had to leave this area as soon as possible. If another alien showed up or if he were targeted by something else, it would be real trouble. He would either end up dying here or lose his chance at being the top scorer. Clearly, neither was a result he wanted, so he just had to endure the exhaustion and press on quickly. Meanwhile, in the conference room outside the secret realm, silence fell over the group once again, all of them stunned by Li Hanfeng's endless array of techniques. First, the massive area of effect fire talent he used against the bloodthirsty ants, and then the portal he summoned that radiated such a bizarre aura. Just how many tricks does he have up his sleeve? That was the question on everyone's mind. You have to understand, when Li Hanfeng first encountered the peak tier 4 wingman, they had all been ready to intervene and call the rescue team. They could not let Li Hanfeng die in there. After all, they could see that he was already severely depleted, with less than half of his usual physical strength and spiritual energy. In such a state, how could he possibly be an opponent for a wingman that was 3 levels higher than him? Who knew he could actually pull off a counterkill, and the combat awareness he displayed during this fight was shocking. He actually used small-scale body movements to dodge those rapid wind blades. Aside from the two principals, even Commissioner Wu might not be able to perform such micromaneuvers, right? And throughout the fight, even when he was on the defensive, he remained calm. Instead, he forced the opponent to waste a huge amount of spiritual energy while saving just enough for a single fatal blow. When he summoned that gate to block the opponent's ultimate move, he seized the gap in their spiritual power and launched a fierce counterattack, killing a peak tier 4 wingman in just 2 moves. There was so much in what he displayed that they did not understand. For instance, how did Li Hanfeng manage to dodge those lightning-fast wind blades with such ease? And how did he locate the enemy within the thick dust and even pinpoint the exact moment when their spiritual energy was exhausted? They had no answers, so they could only turn their gaze toward Li Xingwu and his group. Li Xingwu and the others were just as shocked, though they had certainly noticed more than the others. For example, those crimson eyes were likely the key. Li Xingwu, Zhang Yuanfang, and Commissioner Wu exchanged glances. They knew exactly what the others were thinking. Those eyes must grant incredible dynamic vision, which allowed him to predict the trajectory of the wind blades and dodge them calmly. Moreover, those eyes should be able to see things ordinary people cannot, otherwise there would be no explanation for how he tracked the enemy within the dust. They saw it clearly. Li Hanfeng had locked onto his target long before the dust had settled. This only made them even more astonished. This was yet another ability. How many more cards does this kid have hidden away? They had initially thought this was just an ability derived from Li Hanfeng's S-rank enhancement talent, but it was clearly not that simple at all. Though the 3 of them had figured it out, none spoke up. Being able to see it was a testament to their own skill, and if others could not, they were not about to deliberately reveal Li Hanfeng's trump cards. As for Xuan, it goes without saying. He kept his eyes glued to the light screen, ignoring the others entirely, let alone explaining anything to them. The last time he explained something, it was only because he was in a great mood after their school produced such a monstrous talent. Seeing that Li Xingwu and the others remained silent, a flash of disappointment crossed the eyes of the onlookers before they turned their attention back to the screen. By now, Li Hanfeng had entered a 2-story building that was still reasonably intact, not reduced to a skeleton like the others. He sat cross-legged, the flow of spiritual energy surging with every breath, being drawn into his body to replenish the nearly dry sea of energy in his dantian. He sat there for nearly 4 hours, and by then, the sky outside had already turned completely dark. Li Hanfeng slowly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing within them. Li Hanfeng breathed out a long, stale breath. Feeling his energy sea filled with spiritual power again, his tense nerves finally relaxed a little. He knew that in a place like this, having no spiritual energy in your body was extremely dangerous. You could end up dead at any moment. Li Hanfeng clenched his fists, testing his physical state. Although not fully recovered, it was already much better than before. He looked at the sky outside and knew it was not realistic to return to the forest now. It was too late and he had not fully recovered to his peak. Traveling at night was too dangerous. Fine, tomorrow is the last day, so I will just recover my state here tonight. Thinking this, he pulled some dry rations from his system space and started to eat. While chewing on his food, he started to review his gains. He had really risked his life this time and almost lost it too. He took a look at the score displayed on the watch on his left wrist. Namely Hanfeng. Score 7240. Tusk, 2 great fire annihilations wiped out nearly 500 bloodthirsty ants. That is a massive profit. Seeing the number, Li Hanfeng could not help but click his tongue. Then, with a thought, his system panel appeared. He went straight to the killing value. Killing value 5100. Seeing this number, Li Hanfeng's eyes shifted slightly as an idea took hold. He quickly finished his rations and then found a spot to lie down. He was exhausted today, both physically and mentally. All he wanted now was a good rest. Tomorrow was the final day and he expected more fierce battles, so he had to be back at his peak. Regardless of whether the top 10 rankings are based on score, I have to keep this momentum going tomorrow, the final day. Although Li Hanfeng felt that if the top 10 were ranked by score alone, it would be a bit unreasonable, as there were too many variables. He was not going to operate based on mere guesses. What if it really was based on score? If he relaxed tomorrow and lost his shot at being the top scorer, would not that be a disaster? Li Hanfeng was not going to gamble on that. You might win if you gamble, but you certainly will not lose if you do not. Waking up from his sleep, Li Hanfeng stretched his body, letting out a soft murmur. He then moved his limbs, checking his current physical state. Not bad. Li Hanfeng curled the corners of his mouth slightly. He felt that the soreness and weakness in his body had vanished, replaced by a surging sense of power. He began to re-examine the wounds on his body. They had not been deep to begin with, and now they had already scabbed over. After putting on a fresh set of clothes, Li Hanfeng walked out of the small building and looked up at the sky, discovering that it was already nearly noon. It seems I was too tired yesterday, sleeping until now. I must take action as soon as possible. Thinking this, Li Hanfeng set off at a fast pace toward the location where he had fought the winged tribe yesterday. I will go check the situation with the bodies. Hopefully there will be something new to find. Li Hanfeng soon reached the site of yesterday's battle. After scanning the area, he saw the bodies were gone, leaving only dried bloodstains on the ground. He walked quickly to the dried blood and carefully observed his surroundings for any traces left behind. Before long, Li Hanfeng's brows knitted together. That should not be right. There are no signs of any creatures walking on the ground, nor any marks of bodies being dragged, yet the bodies have simply disappeared. He scanned the area once more, then looked up toward the sky. Could it be from the air? Are there more of the winged tribe, or something else entirely? A cold glint flickered in Li Hanfeng's eyes, but he quickly turned his gaze away, deciding instead to go and look for trouble with the bloodthirsty ant swarm. Since there is a specific spawn point for monsters, why waste effort looking for others? With that thought in mind, just as he was about to move, he suddenly turned to look at the fly that had been following him close behind. The tracking device was flickering with a faint red light. It flew over to Li Hanfeng, circled him once, and then headed straight in one direction. It seemed to be wanting Li Hanfeng to follow it. Li Hanfeng stood where he was, watching the device drift further away. A guess formed in his mind and he quickly followed after it. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, a cold-looking young girl dressed in white with hair like a waterfall looked with suspicion at the tracking device circling around her. It had been circling her for a long time. It flew away for a moment, but now it was back. Nearby stood hundreds of ice sculptures. One could vaguely make out that each sculpture contained a rat over a meter long, frozen solid. Behind her was an ice wall over 2 meters wide covering the ground. The wall was vibrating slightly as if something behind it was striking it frantically. Murong Qingying slightly raised her hand, seemingly wanting to dissolve the ice wall. Just then, the tracking device that had been hovering around her shuddered suddenly and flew off into the distance. Her delicate hand paused. She looked at the departing device, then glanced back at the incessantly vibrating ice wall and finally chose to head in the direction of the tracking device. Ugh. A cold, stern-looking young man holding a long spear was walking across a vast grassland when the tracking device that had been behind him flew right in front of him. After circling him a few times, it flew off toward the distance. He was slightly taken aback, but then followed in the direction of the tracking device. Ugh. In a dark forest, a young man in white holding a long sword stood calmly in a pool of blood. Fresh blood was still slowly dripping from the 3-foot-long blade in his hand. Surrounding him were the corpses of various magical beasts, their blood having soaked the soil dark red. He did not know how long he had been here, nor did he have any intention of leaving, just standing there holding his sword. At this moment, the tracking device behind him vibrated slightly, emitting a red light. After circling him a few times, it flew off in one direction. He watched the departing device, his sword-like brows furrowing on his calm face, and then he stepped forward to follow it. This scene was happening to quite a few candidates almost simultaneously, but without exception they all shared one thing in common. And that is, they were all considered the proud sons of heaven in the eyes of others. Li Hanfeng had been following the tracking device through the ruins for nearly 2 hours, but he realized he was still in the same ruin area. He felt a bit strange, wondering where this thing was trying to lead him. Just as the question crossed his mind, the tracking device that had been flying ahead suddenly stopped and began to vibrate slightly, its red light intensifying significantly. Li Hanfeng looked ahead and found nothing. It was just the middle of a ruined street looking out into an empty space. He frowned slightly, walking slowly toward the still vibrating device. He scanned the area nearby but did not find anything unusual or special. However, just as he was about to take a few more steps forward, he suddenly bumped into a wall. He held his forehead, stunned for a second. An air wall. Li Hanfeng reached out, feeling an invisible barrier. His eyes narrowed as he recalled a sentence from Special Envoy Wu. If you encounter any barriers in the vicinity, do not attempt to destroy them. It clearly said not to destroy them, but now it had brought Li Hanfeng here, and it was obviously intent on having him shatter the barrier. So that is how it is. Li Hanfeng murmured, then without hesitation his spiritual energy surged. His breathing shifted, and golden lightning manifested on his body. Swish! A crisp sound of a blade echoed as his tang sword struck the invisible barrier, giving the sensation of slicing through a stone wall. As if space itself was being torn open, the invisible barrier was severed, revealing a scene on the other side completely different from the current one, as if 2 separate spaces had been separated by this barrier. Now that the barrier was cut open, it revealed the sight of another space. Li Hanfeng saw this scene as if he had expected it. He was not overly shocked, though his eyes did shimmer with amazement. He walked forward slowly, entering the partitioned space. As soon as Li Hanfeng stepped inside, the rift began to heal rapidly. Within just 2 breaths, it looked no different than before, a vast, empty space in the ruined street. Li Hanfeng walked into the area, following the tracking device all the way. After passing through a forest, the view before his eyes suddenly opened up. Beyond the forest was an empty expanse with a floor made of stone, and in the middle stood a huge circular stone platform about 50 meters in diameter. On the other side of the platform were 20 stone benches. They were currently empty with no one there. So this is for a tournament, and it looks like there are 20 seats in total, which should be the top 20 on the leaderboard, right? Li Hanfeng scanned his surroundings and after confirming that he was the first to arrive, walked directly toward the stone benches. It was a stretch to even call them spectator seats. Since I am the first one here, I might as well wait a bit. While walking to the seats, he pulled out his Naruto manga and began reading. Sitting down, Li Hanfeng felt that although the stone was a bit hard on his rear, it certainly provided a great view of the arena. To be honest, Li Hanfeng actually felt more relaxed now, not nearly as anxious as before. A head-to-head arena battle is purely a test of strength. If it were a ranking based on scores, he would not know where he stood compared to others, and to secure the top spot in the martial arts exam, he would have had to find ways to constantly raise his score. He had not dared to let his guard down for a single moment, keeping his nerves constantly frayed and taut. But now, this was a showdown of pure skill. If he lost, it would just mean he was not strong enough. He could not blame it on someone else's luck. That took the pressure of worrying about scores off his mind. Less than 5 minutes later, Li Hanfeng, sitting in the spectator area, felt his ears twitch slightly. He immediately lifted his gaze from the manga and turned toward the forest at his side. Coming into his view was a cold-faced young man carrying a long spear, walking out of the woods with slow, steady, and powerful strides. Just by the way he walked, one could tell he was no ordinary person. After the spear-wielding youth stepped out of the woods, he saw the massive stone platform in the middle of the clearing and immediately understood what was happening. He then scanned his surroundings. His eyes met Li Hanfeng's, who was looking his way. He paused for a moment, clearly surprised that someone else had already arrived. Li Hanfeng saw him looking, gave a slight, polite nod without saying a word, and then slumped back on the stone bench to continue reading his manga with a lazy demeanor. He did not know the guy, and the stranger's cold look suggested he was not the talkative type, so there was no point in trying to strike up an awkward conversation. The boy stared at Li Hanfeng for a long while before knitting his brows. He did not recognize him, and logically he should have known anyone capable of making it here. Besides, his intuition told him that this person was not simple. He walked over to the spectator area, sat down next to Li Hanfeng, and spoke up. Lin Mo from Shancheng Base City. Li Hanfeng was slightly surprised that the guy took the initiative to talk to him. However, he did not act aloof and replied with a smile. Li Hanfeng from SH Base City. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's brows furrowed even deeper on his cold face. Someone from a level 4 base city was able to make it here. He gave a slight nod and sat on the bench, closing his eyes to rest without another word. Seeing that the guy had no interest in further conversation, Li Hanfeng nonchalantly went back to his manga. Boom! Just then, a loud roar echoed from the forest. It sounded like an energy collision, and even the ground shook slightly. Li Hanfeng paused, slowly shaking off his lazy posture as he turned his gaze toward the source of the noise. Lin Mo, who had been resting, opened his eyes as well. Seemingly annoyed by the disturbance, his already cold face grew even chillier. A fleeting glint of scarlet flashed through Li Hanfeng's eyes before he returned to his previous state, continuing to read. This was the site of the final examination, so it was unlikely to be a beast attack, probably just some conflict between two candidates. Who knows, he did not really care. Meanwhile, in a patch of the forest, trees had toppled over and the ground was pitted with craters. Several broken trees were engulfed in raging flames. In the midst of the chaos, two young men were confronting each other. One looked solemn and furious, his body cloaked in flames. The other appeared relaxed, hands in his pockets with a playful smirk on his lips. The guy with his hands in his pockets spoke calmly. "Is that all, Pei Lan? You seem to be losing your touch." Boom! At those words, fury erupted from Pei Lan's eyes. The flames around him surged, and the terrifying heat caused all the vegetation around him to wither instantly. "Fu Yichen, you cannot afford the consequences of angering me." Fu Yichen sneered. "Ha, why do not you try me? Let us see if I can afford it or not." Pei Lan stopped talking. The flames on his body began to gather on his right hand. With his eyes locked on Fu Yichen, he clenched his fist, ready to strike. Suddenly, both of them froze. They simultaneously turned their heads to the side, their eyes filled with surprise. Dab tab tab. A woman slowly walked out of the forest between them. Every step she took on the ground left a layer of frost. She had long, waterfall-like hair and a cold temperament, her beautiful face expressionless. She walked between them as if no one were there. Wherever she passed, the flames burning on the broken branches began to extinguish, as if even fire could not burn in such a freezing chill. She did not turn back, just walked past without sparing either of them a glance from beginning to end. They made no attempt to stop her. They had already recognized who this stunning woman was. Both their expressions were grave. They could feel a bone-chilling coldness coming from the girl, and more importantly, the threat of death. Neither had any interest in fighting anymore. Pei Lan extinguished the flames on his body, shot Fu Yichen an expressionless glare, and turned to leave. Fu Yichen looked at this with disdain, but his eyes were fixed on the girl's departing silhouette, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Just as the rumors said, she possesses an otherworldly beauty. After the three of them arrived at the stone platform one after another, they realized quite a few people were already sitting in the stands. Without hesitation, they walked toward the spectator area. Upon seeing the massive stone platform, they immediately knew what would happen next. Li Hanfeng saw more people arriving and lifted his eyes slightly. The laziness in his gaze vanished, replaced by a smile. He had finally seen someone he knew. Murong Qingying clearly spotted Li Hanfeng as well. Her expression remained calm and she showed no sign of surprise, but she walked straight toward him. She did not say a word, radiating an innocent do-not-approach vibe, and sat down on the seat beside Li Hanfeng without glancing at anyone else. Her demeanor caused several boys who had intended to flirt to sit stiffly on the stone benches, not daring to speak. They did not want to make a fool of themselves in front of this group of geniuses. Li Hanfeng turned his head toward Murong Qingying and, looking at her typically icy face, smiled slightly. "You seem to have arrived a bit late, do not you think?" Murong Qingying did not speak, simply giving a slight nod in response. Li Hanfeng was not surprised by this and shrugged, not pushing the conversation further. Having someone he knew was good enough. As for chatting, forget it, it is impossible. On the other side, Lin Mo was stunned by this interaction and asked in an uncertain tone, "You two know each other?" Murong Qingying did not react at all, as if she had not heard him. Li Hanfeng nodded to confirm, but just as he was about to speak, the words cut short. A hint of scarlet flashed in his eyes. He turned to look at the forest to his right, his expression becoming uncharacteristically serious. Almost at the same moment, Murong Qingying and Lin Mo looked in the same direction. The former remained cold and emotionless, while the latter, like Li Hanfeng, turned grave. A man in white stepped out of the woods, a sword strapped to his back. His footsteps were exceptionally light and there was no fluctuation of energy about him. However, as he drew closer to the spectator stand, everyone felt as if a sword were piercing toward them, a terrifying sharpness enveloping them all. Even their skin began to sting. Li Hanfeng's expression grew increasingly grave. He had not sensed the other person's presence at all. He only realized someone was there when the figure had already stepped out of the woods. Moreover, the man was merely walking at a slow, leisurely pace, yet he already projected an intangible pressure, a pressure that grew heavier with every step he took. This is an absolutely dangerous individual. This thought flashed through Li Hanfeng's mind. Even Murong Qingying and Lin Mo had never made him feel such oppression. At the same time, his blood began to boil with excitement. His body trembled slightly from pure exhilaration. He longed to fight the true prodigies of this era, to see exactly where he stood. However, Lin Mo, standing beside him, noticed this. He immediately frowned, assuming Li Hanfeng was shivering because he could not withstand the pressure. "That is not right. He clearly gives me a sense of danger, so how could he be so weak?" Lin Mo was puzzled, but he had no time to dwell on it, as the man in white had already reached the viewing area. He casually found a seat and sat down without a word, yet he made everyone present feel as if they were being pricked by needles. Feeling this pressure and sharp edge, Lin Mo clenched his fists, his face solemn yet filled with a fierce fighting spirit. This pressure, he truly lives up to being the leading figure of this year's Beijing Base City cohort. Clearly, Lin Mo knew the identity of the man in white. There were over a dozen people in the viewing area by now. Only a few sensed the heavy pressure, most felt nothing, merely thinking the man in white possessed an extraordinary bearing. The crowd remained quiet for only a moment before conversations broke out, with acquaintances chatting and others introducing themselves to one another. None of those who made it this far were mediocre. It was necessary to get to know one another and expand their networks, as they might all become the cornerstones for resisting the alien races in the future. And so, amidst this divided atmosphere, several more people arrived, and soon all 20 seats were filled. Once everyone had arrived, a few people started looking around as if searching for something. Since this was an arena challenge, there had to be a referee, otherwise it would be easy for someone to lose control and cause unfortunate consequences. Sure enough, they did not have to wait long. A spatial rift suddenly tore open above the massive stone platform, and a middle-aged man in a black training suit stepped out. After emerging from the rift, the middle-aged man scanned everyone present, then nodded slightly and said, "I am the referee for this martial arts competition. You may call me Examiner Zhao. This competition will determine the top 20 rankings. Those ranked 21st and lower will be ranked according to their scores." He paused for a moment after speaking, then continued. I will now announce the top 20 rankings. Those with lower rankings may challenge those with higher rankings. Everyone gets 2 chances to challenge, and no one can be challenged more than 3 times consecutively. With a wave of his right hand, a holographic screen suddenly appeared in midair, listing the top 20 names, their scores, and their base cities. Li Hanfeng clucked his tongue at the rankings on the screen. It was a good thing that there would be arena matches to finalize the rankings, otherwise he really would not have been confident in taking the title of top examinee. First place, Murong Qingying Magic City Base, City 9370. Second place, Gu Chengxin Beijing Base City 8920. Third place, Li Hanfeng SH Base City 7240. Fourth place, Lin Mo Mountain City Base City 7120. Fifth place, Peilan Jingu Base City 5880. Sixth place, Fu Yichen Jingu Base City 5650. Seventh place. Eighth place. Seeing Murong Qingying ranked first, he was only slightly surprised and not entirely shocked. After all, her SSS rank large-scale attack talent gave her a score farming ability he could not compete with yet. So our school goddess Murong is actually from Magic City Base City. Why would she come to study at SH Base City No. 1 High School? And that Gu Chengxin must be the guy in white, right? Can he reach this score with just a single sword? He is definitely no pushover. Li Hanfeng pondered. The next part was the challenge phase. Since everyone had 2 chances, those ranked higher would likely wait for those ranked lower to initiate challenges first. Because no one knew if they would be challenged, acting prematurely would reveal their hand and wear them out. Those with lower ranks, however, did not have such concerns. Once the lower-ranked participants used up their chances, it would be the higher-ranked one's turn. The battle for the top 5 or even the top 10 would likely be intense. Of course, that is not to say lower-ranked people could not challenge those in the top 10 or even the top 3. If you were confident enough in your strength, you could challenge the first place directly. But since everyone only had 2 chances, they had to be very careful about how they used them. Everyone understood these nuances. There were no fools here. Everyone tacitly waited for those ranked near 20th to make the first move. Li Hanfeng suddenly looked at Lin Mo beside him and asked in a low voice, "That is Gu Chengxin, right? Do you know him?" As he spoke, he lifted his chin toward the man in white. Lin Mo clearly did not expect such a sudden question. After a long pause, he replied, "I know of him, but I do not know him personally. I heard he suppressed all the geniuses of this year's Beijing cohort, and he only needed 3 sword strikes to do it." Lin Mo's expression was incredibly grave as he said this. It was clear that Gu Chengxin put immense pressure on him as well, though he was not afraid. Li Hanfeng nodded and did not speak again, dropping his head in thought. 3 strikes to suppress all the geniuses in Beijing. My anticipation is growing. What kind of fierce sword intent must he have? His eyes flickered. He knew very well that the Beijing Base City was on a different level than little SH Base City. It was full of geniuses, and there were likely plenty with S-rank talents or higher. To be suppressed by Gu Chengxin in just 3 strikes, just thinking about that showed how powerful the guy really was. Seeing the change in Li Hanfeng's expression, Lin Mo asked in a low voice, "Why are you planning to challenge him?" The moment the scores were posted, he knew his intuition was right. This Li Hanfeng was no pushover. Li Hanfeng did not answer directly, but smiled and said, "He is very strong, but I am not so bad myself." Lin Mo's pupils constricted slightly. Just then, a voice echoed in everyone's ears. Rank 20th Chen Zhen challenges 15th Wang Zhan. A boy with a buzz cut walked straight toward the stone arena after saying this. Then, a sturdy boy with a resolute face also stood up and stepped forward. The freshman ranking battle has officially begun. On a stone platform 50 meters in diameter, 2 youths stood in a standoff. Examiner Zhao looked at each of them and then made the announcement. Rank 20 Chen Zhen versus rank 15 Wang Zhan. The ranking match begins now. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the youth named Chen Zhen made his move. With a single step, he shot toward Wang Zhan at incredible speed, reaching his opponent's side in the blink of an eye. He balled his right hand into a fist and swung it fiercely at Wang Zhan's chest. Wherever his strike passed, the air seemed to vibrate. Wang Zhan's reaction was swift. Seeing the incoming blow, a savage glint flashed in his eyes and he countered with a punch of his own, his fist swirling with an uncanny red light. Head-on collision. Boom. Their fists met with a dull thud, and after remaining locked for less than 3 seconds, both parties immediately pulled back. Clag clag clag. Their retreating footsteps left deep marks on the ground. Chen Zhen only took 3 steps back while Wang Zhan retreated 5. It was clear the former had the upper hand in this first exchange. Chen Zhen steadied himself first, stepped forward and reached Wang Zhan's side again. Seizing the initiative, he threw another punch, this one faintly enveloped in a layer of transparent energy. Wang Zhan had no intention of retreating. As soon as he stabilized, he struck back, the red light swirling around his fist more intense than before. Boom! Another dull thud echoed, and Wang Zhan was pushed back once more. Before he could even recover, Chen Zhen's fist was already upon him. Boom boom boom. Muffled sounds of impact constantly erupted from the arena. Chen Zhen's offensive grew fiercer and fiercer, yet strangely, he could not score a decisive hit. Looking at Wang Zhan, he went from retreating step by step at the start to gradually holding his ground. The red light on his fist grew more concentrated, spreading across his entire body and shifting toward a blood-red hue. Boom! After another collision, both sides retreated 3 steps. It was a draw. Chen Zhen's face turned grave. He had expected that with his strength, challenging a rank 15 should not be difficult. He had not received a great score, but he figured that was just bad luck. He was very confident in his absolute strength. At the very least, he was of top 10 caliber. He never expected that playing it safe and challenging a rank 15 would turn out to be such a tough battle. A savage expression appeared on his face as white light surged over his fists, emitting a buzzing sound. He was going all out. Try this again. Chen Zhen roared and dashed toward Wang Zhan, his white light-wrapped fist slamming directly toward his opponent's chest. Wang Zhan did not dodge or evade, meeting the blow with his own crimson light-infused fist. Boom! As their fists collided, the air between them was pushed away instantly, and with a buzzing sound, it felt as if space itself were vibrating. Wang Zhan's pupils contracted as he felt a terrifying force of vibration surge through his arm and into his whole body. Wang Zhan's arm instantly split open in several places. He was blasted backward, spitting blood in midair before crashing heavily onto the ground. However, as soon as he hit the ground, he rolled back up as if nothing had happened. His aura had not weakened, it was even stronger. Seeing this, a shadow crossed Chen Zhen's face. He did not understand what was happening to his opponent, but that did not stop his anger from flaring up. Fighting until now, the other guy acted like he was fine, while his own energy and spirit were significantly depleted. Who exactly was holding the advantage? Let us see how long you can take this. Chen Zhen bellowed and attacked again, the white light on his fists intensifying even further. Wang Zhan did not speak. Blood-colored light swirled around him, and while blood continuously spilled from the corner of his mouth, his body trembled slightly. Whether from heavy injuries or sheer excitement, his face looked increasingly savage. Still not dodging, he wrapped his body in thick red light, flipped his palm, and a great sword appeared in his hand, a sinister grin on his face. He gripped the great sword with both hands and slashed down with all his might. Whoosh! Boom! The great sword collided with the white-hot fists. A terrifying shockwave traveled through, causing ripples in the air, and the great sword began to vibrate violently. Then, Wang Zhan's arms began to crack, blood flowing freely, and gashes appeared on his body. But he did not seem to feel pain. The grin on his face became even more terrifying. Chen Zhen's expression shifted, his pupils quivering. He realized that the opponent's aura was actually growing stronger despite the injuries, and he was slowly blocking the force of his vibration. Not daring to hesitate, he struck like a dragon, punch after punch, causing space to ripple and air to be displaced. The power was astonishing. Wang Zhan, completely covered in red light, brandished the great sword, constantly clashing with those fists amid a dull, whistling sound. Boom boom boom. As they exchanged blows with increasing ferocity, the ground began to crack under the pressure, stone fragments flying everywhere. However, the situation was slowly changing. Wang Zhan, who had been on the back foot, was starting to reverse his defeat. As his injuries worsened, his aura grew fiercer. Boom boom boom. During their sustained assault, Chen Zhen started to run out of steam, while Wang Zhan fought better and better, gradually taking the upper hand. You. As the great sword whistled through the air, Chen Zhen, having just exhausted his previous move, had no choice but to retreat and dodge the vicious slash. Huff huff huff. After dodging the sword and gaining some distance, Chen Zhen breathed heavily. His stamina and spirit were more than half gone and his physical state was declining rapidly. Opposite him, Wang Zhan, though covered in wounds, seemed as energetic as ever. Not a hint of fatigue could be seen and his aura only grew stronger. Cannot let this drag on any longer, or I am going to lose. Chen Zhen did not know how much longer his opponent could sustain this, but his own condition would not allow for a longer fight, so he decided to strike first. Chen Zhen let out a low growl. The dimming white light on his fists flared up again. He slowly raised them and a terrifying pressure covered the arena, causing the ground to shake violently. Seeing this, Wang Zhan's already savage eyes turned blood red. At this moment, he seemed possessed by madness as thick red light flowed endlessly into his great sword. The entire sword turned blood red, as if it had just been pulled from a pool of blood. Ground shaker. Boom. With a shout, Chen Zhen brought his raised fists crashing down. The ground shattered instantly, cracks spiderwebbing forward, and space vibrated so violently that a visible ripple moved toward Wang Zhan. The terrifying vibrational force seemed to pass through space itself, directly hitting Wang Zhan. A flicker of red light danced in Wang Zhan's eyes. He slashed his blood-infused sword diagonally, sending a massive crimson blade beam toward Chen Zhen. Blood burst slash. Boom boom boom. The crimson blade beam and the vibrating spatial ripples slammed into each other. At the center of the collision, the ground cracked into pieces and space shook violently. The collision energy grew increasingly manic, red and white light weaving together until they reached a breaking point. Rumble. The entangled energy erupted, a terrifying shockwave sweeping the stage. The stone platform started to explode in chunks, and as energy swirled, a dense cloud of dust rose, masking the situation on the platform. It left everyone unable to see what was happening inside. The eyes of everyone in the stands were fixed on the dust-filled stone platform. Some looked horrified, some appeared calm, while others wore expressions of grave concern. Li Hanfeng looked solemn. This was only the first match of the ranking battle, yet the strength shown by both sides was at least at the level of the top 10. Sure enough, the score does not necessarily represent absolute strength. Li Hanfeng thought to himself, while scanning everyone in the stands with a side glance. He noticed that most of them looked grave. Clearly, the combat power of these two had shocked them quite a bit. Meanwhile, Murong Qingying and Gu Chengxin remained calm, completely unmoved. The dust on the platform began to clear, revealing a scarred and pitted stone surface. Yet on this chaotic platform, two mounds of debris emerged and then shattered, revealing Chen Zhen and Wang Zhan inside. Both were kneeling on the ground, gasping for air, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Examiner Zhao walked slowly onto the stage, took a look at each of them, and announced in a loud voice. Wang Zhan wins, the ranking remains unchanged. He then turned to Chen Zhen and said, "You still have one more chance to challenge." Chen Zhen nodded. He did not shout anything like "I do not accept this," because he knew very well that if Examiner Zhao had not intervened, he would probably be near death right now. As for Wang Zhan opposite him, although he was confident in his attack, he really was not sure if his opponent would lose his fighting ability after taking such a blow. He had hit a snag this time and had been careless. Next time, he would definitely choose his opponent carefully. The next group, please take the stage. Examiner Zhao's voice resonated across the field. He pressed his right hand down and a yellowish earth-toned light flowed across the ground, instantly repairing the pitted stone platform. The field fell silent for a moment before a candidate immediately stood up and shouted. Rank 19 Zhao Cheng challenges Rank 3 Li Hanfeng. Zhao Cheng had a faint smile on his face, looking somewhat smug as he scanned the stands. He walked briskly onto the platform. He did not know who Li Hanfeng was, but it did not matter. How strong could someone from a level 4 base city be? He probably just had good luck. His actual strength would not be much better than his own. Li Hanfeng was slightly taken aback when his name was called, but he quickly returned to calm. He stood up and walked toward the stage. He knew what the other person was thinking, but this played right into his hands. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. He did not want everyone to keep challenging him later. Chen Zhen, who was walking back to the stands, glanced disdainfully at Zhao Cheng. How could anyone who made it into the top 5 of the leaderboard be simple? Did he really think someone from a small place could be pushed around so easily? He did not say anything though. It was just someone who could not see the reality of the situation. He did not want to bother and walked quickly back to the stands. Soon both were standing on the stage. Zhen Cheng smiled and said, "You have got some good luck, but I want that third place spot too." Li Hanfeng glanced at him, not wanting to engage, and instead turned his gaze to Examiner Zhao. "Can we start now, Examiner Zhao?" Examiner Zhao nodded and called out, "Match start." As soon as the words left his lips, Li Hanfeng's eyes turned crimson, but he hesitated slightly and then cursed under his breath. "What the heck, peak of the 3rd tier? Are you kidding me? I wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, but this is not even a chicken." Li Hanfeng instantly lost interest and even deactivated his Sharingan. He gripped the hilt of his blade, adjusted his breathing, leaned his body forward with a lowered center of gravity, and golden arcs of electricity flickered around him. Zhao Cheng, sensing Li Hanfeng's contempt, felt his face twitch violently. Mountain collapse. With a loud shout, he used his innate skill to strike first. It seemed he was going all out, not wanting to give Li Hanfeng a chance to counter. Yellowish light swirled in his hands before he slammed them onto the ground. Boom! The ground around Li Hanfeng began to shake violently, and huge stone pillars rose from both sides, smashing toward him like small mountains with overwhelming momentum. However, it was too slow. Thunder-breathing first form, thunderclap and flash. A golden flash of electricity, and Li Hanfeng vanished from where he stood. Boom! The boulders collided in the field, kicking up a cloud of dust. Swish! Everyone saw a streak of golden lightning vanish into the dust. As the dust settled, they saw Li Hanfeng had already appeared by Zhao Cheng's side, his Tang Dao pressed against the opponent's throat. Seeing this, everyone was shaken. They had not expected the match to be decided in just one move. So fast! Lin Mo's eyes narrowed in surprise, and he internally upgraded Li Hanfeng's threat level by a notch. Zhao Cheng was terrified, feeling the cold steel against his neck. He stood rigid, afraid to move. The blade sliced his skin and drops of blood slid down the steel. Just then, Examiner Zhao appeared on the stage, glanced at Zhao Cheng with the blade at his throat and curled his lip. Li Hanfeng wins, ranking remains unchanged. He took a step and a rich yellowish light surged from the stone platform while he cursed in his head. Trying to use tricks because you lack strength is bad enough, but you have the nerve to damage the platform too. Zhao Cheng could not hear the examiner's thoughts, but when Li Hanfeng moved the blade away from his throat, his strength left him and he slumped to the ground. In that instant, he had truly felt the arrival of death. Li Hanfeng ignored his pathetic state, sheathed his blade, and walked off the stage with a lazy demeanor. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, realizing that this guy from the level 4 base city was no simple character. It was not just luck. Li Hanfeng did not care about their gaze and walked straight back to his seat. Lin Mo, sitting beside him, looked grim and offered a compliment. "You are strong." Li Hanfeng gave him a surprised look, did not respond, and instead asked with a smile, "Are you also the strongest of your generation in your base city?" Lin Mo did not answer directly, just said with a cold expression, "You will find out soon enough." Li Hanfeng grinned. "I am looking forward to it." At that moment, a new match had begun on stage. Li Hanfeng glanced over. It was a fight between two peak third-tier combatants. Sure enough, even in the top 20 for national scores, not everyone has broken through to the 4th tier at this time. The top 10 are undoubtedly all at the 4th tier, and a few of them have dangerously abnormal auras. Li Hanfeng pondered for a moment, then cast those thoughts aside and began to watch the match on stage carefully. He did not have much experience in combat against others, so now was a good chance to see exactly what level the top students in the Dragon Kingdom were at. On the stone platform, spiritual energy raged with collisions of various powers and bodies and duels of diverse talents and techniques. From time to time, gravel scattered and smoke and dust swirled. Soon, those ranked below the top 10 had finished their first round of challenges. Next came the battles among the top 10, and the crowd's excitement rose instantly. To put it plainly, the first round was just a stage for testing each other's strength, while the second round was the key to determining true rankings. Now, watching the top 10 battle would allow them to understand the top-tier combat power in advance and prepare for their own challenges in the second round. The eyes of the crowd swept across the spectator seats, all looking forward to who would be the first challenger, and who would they choose to challenge. Just then, someone stood up and walked slowly toward the stone platform. Seeing this, the crowd's pupils shrank. No one had expected him to be the first to take the stage. The man was dressed in white with a 3-foot-long sword on his back. As he walked, his aura was inscrutable and his demeanor refined. It was Gu Chengsen. The atmosphere in the venue was instantly ignited. No one had expected the first battle of the top 10 to be a duel between such top-tier prodigies. It was hard not to be excited. Even Li Hanfeng and Lin Mo were shocked. They had not expected Gu Chengsen to make his move so early. Was he getting impatient, or was he just itching for a fight? Li Hanfeng subconsciously looked at Murong Qingying beside him, who remained as cold and aloof as ever. He knew Gu Chengsen must be aiming for the first spot, so this battle was definitely a challenge directed at her. Murong Qingying, however, showed no reaction, as if all of this was irrelevant. It was unclear whether this was due to absolute confidence in her strength or a simple lack of concern for the ranking. Sure enough, after stepping onto the stage, Gu Chengsen scanned the spectators with a calm gaze before fixing his eyes on Murong Qingying. He said nothing, just looked at her quietly. Ji Qingying lifted her gaze slightly to meet his. She also said nothing and did not step onto the stage, but an invisible, oppressive aura began to spread across the venue. The two sides stared at each other in silence. The oppressive atmosphere grew heavier and heavier until many in the crowd found it difficult to breathe, with cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Li Hanfeng felt speechless at the chill radiating from his side. He found these two to be incredibly arrogant. One refused to speak as a challenger and the other acted as if nothing were happening. At this moment, Gu Chengsen spoke on the platform, his tone remarkably calm. "Gu Chengsen, I seek a battle." No naming names, no saying who he was challenging, no tone of a challenger, just a simple declaration of wanting a battle. It felt as if his words were not directed solely at Murong Qingying. Off the stage, several intense auras of battle soared into the sky. Among them, top-ranked fighters like Lin Mo and Fu Yichen clenched their fists, clearly stirred by the display. Murong Qingying slowly stood up without a word and began to walk toward the platform, as if she had been waiting for the other party to speak, regardless of what he said. She was going to fight regardless. Seeing both of them on the stage, Examiner Zhao nodded slowly and without wasting words shouted, "The match begins." As he spoke, neither moved, but their auras began to rise. White mist began to permeate around Murong Qingying and layers of frost formed on the ground. Meanwhile, a sharp sword intent rose from Gu Chengsen, and with the humming of the long sword on his back, the surrounding air began to vibrate. Their auras climbed rapidly. At a certain moment when their energy peaked, they both moved at almost the same time. A thick layer of ice instantly coated the ground within 15 meters of Murong Qingying, as if the very air were freezing. She gripped her hand in the air and an ice crystal longsword appeared in her hand, while a suit of ice armor gradually emerged over her body. Gu Chengsen summoned with his right hand, and the 3-foot-long sword on his back soared into the sky. With a sword chime, it fell into his hand. He stepped forward and his figure turned into a flash of sword light piercing directly toward Murong Qingying. Clang! A piercing sword chime rang out. Gu Chengsen's blade thrust into the ice and snow domain, and instantly his body and sword were covered in a layer of frost. He frowned slightly, a flash of doubt surfacing in his mind. A domain. But his lightning-fast strike did not stop. It instantly arrived at Murong Qingying's throat without the slightest mercy. Murong Qingying's expression remained calm. Her ice crystal longsword was already held horizontally across her chest. With a flick of her wrist, the blade swept upward. Ding crack. The moment the blades clashed, a piece of the ice crystal sword was shattered off, while the blue steel sword only shifted slightly, continuing its path toward Murong Qingying's chest. Her eyes flickered. She clearly had not expected this. As her skin began to sting from the sharp sword intent, she remained unflustered. She shifted her feet, her movements becoming elusive to dodge the blade. At the same time, the ice crystal Jinli glowed with a blue light. The blade was repaired and she swept it upward once more. Ding! The blades clashed again. This time, the sword was blocked and thick ice shavings covered the blade, spreading to Gu Chengxin's body, which caused the force and speed of his attack to drop significantly. With a calm expression, he pulled back as the attack failed, flashing away like a streak of light to appear outside the frost domain. He had realized the moment he entered the domain that the longer he stayed, the stiffer his body would become, and the freezing cold would seep into his system, hindering his spiritual energy flow. He also realized this was only a semi-finished domain, incapable of trapping him. He stood with his sword held before his chest, his spiritual energy surging violently, his sword intent erupting, and he gave a soft shout. Shadow Split Sword. The 3-foot sword in his hand rose into the air, its tip pointing toward Murong Qingying. As the sword vibrated intensely, over a dozen sword shadows split off, becoming more and more solid as the sword intent was channeled into them. Seeing this, Murong Qingying's eyes went cold. She lifted a delicate hand and whispered, "Condense." A thick hexagonal ice shield instantly formed in front of her, and over 21-meter-long ice spears materialized behind her, radiating a freezing chill. Their eyes narrowed, and they both pressed their palms forward at the same time. Go! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Ding ding ding! The sword shadows and ice spears shot toward each other simultaneously and collided violently in the air. However, the sword shadows were clearly a cut above in strength. The sword shadows shattered the ice spears and headed straight for Murong Qingying, while the ice spears made up for it with sheer numbers, many bypassing the shadows to head straight for Gu Chengxin. Gu Chengxin remained calm, wielding his sword. Slash, point, sweep, shatter, intercept, lift, and clear. His foundation in swordsmanship was terrifyingly solid. Without even moving his feet, he chopped down all the incoming ice spears, leaving nothing but ice shavings on the ground. Murong Qingying stood coldly behind her ice shield, making no further move. The sword shadows had lost much of their power after smashing through the spears, and upon entering the domain they were covered in a layer of frost, weakening them even further. Ding ding ding! The sword shadows struck the hexagonal ice shield, emitting harsh clanging sounds and sending ice shards flying everywhere. As the sword shadows and ice shards faded, the scene revealed a damaged but unpierced ice shield, and Murong Qingying standing unperturbed behind it, as if she had expected it all along, her eyes betraying no fluctuation. Without making another move, the two stared at each other from a distance again. Ice shards were scattered all over the massive stone platform, where a man and a woman stood facing each other. Seeing this, Li Hancheng's eyes flickered slightly. He knew that Murong Qingying would soon launch a fierce attack because maintaining the ice domain was continuously draining her spiritual energy. If the battle dragged on, it would be very unfavorable for her, but Li Hancheng did not know what method she would use to break the stalemate. Murong Qingying excelled at using her domain to suppress opponents in close quarters, then would use her superb swordsmanship and agile footwork to leave wounds on them, allowing her spiritual energy to continuously invade their bodies and steadily weaken their condition. But now, Gu Chengxin's close combat ability was clearly much stronger than hers. Even with the suppression of the ice domain, she had not gained any advantage, so rushing into close range probably was not a good choice. However, without getting close, mere long-range attacks could not do anything to Gu Chengxin, and she could not dispel the ice domain either, because if she did, he would close the distance without hesitation. And without the suppression of the ice domain, she would definitely not be his match in close combat. In this situation, how was she going to turn the tide? Suddenly, a sharp light flashed in Li Hancheng's eyes, because at that moment, Murong Qingying on the platform moved. She moved with great agility, her feet tracing mysterious steps, and in an instant she drew Gu Chengxin into her ice domain. Seeing this, Li Hancheng frowned slightly. Gu Chengxin, standing on the platform, had a cold glint in his eyes. Was she trying to engage him in close quarters combat? An elemental user actually trying to fight him in melee? He felt slighted. Although frost kept spreading over his body, a sharp sword intent surged from within him, constantly dispelling the frost to prevent it from covering him completely. Standing with his sword, the 3-foot blade in his hand let out a violent humming sound, his gaze growing increasingly icy. However, after surrounding him with her domain, Murong Qingying did not move any closer. The domain's coverage was 15 meters in diameter with her at the center, and now the two were 10 meters apart. She had successfully covered Gu Chengxin in the domain while still being able to fully utilize her elemental advantages. As her spiritual energy surged, dozens, then hundreds of palm-sized ice thorns condensed behind her. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she pressed her jade hand forward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 100 ice thorns instantly tore through the air, leaving trails of white mist as they shot toward Gu Chengxin, the dense barrage covering his entire path of evasion. Gu Chengxin frowned. He had not expected this strategy and he was caught off guard for a moment, but he remained calm. With a flick of his wrist, his sword vibrated, shaking off the frost covering it. Sword intent erupted around him, negating nearly half of the domain's suppression. Clang clang clang. His sword danced rapidly, continuously parrying or shattering the ice thorns. His body moved in high-frequency, small-scale maneuvers, managing to block most of the attacks, leaving a floor covered in shards of ice. However, under such dense coverage, a few faint bloody marks were still left on his body. But the moment those faint marks appeared, Murong Qingying moved. Tracing mysterious steps, she glided toward Gu Chengxin, moving left and right in a way that made her trajectory impossible to predict. In just a single breath, just as Gu Chengxin steadied himself, an ice crystal sword was already thrusting toward his throat. His pupils constricted. Gu Chengxin reacted with extreme speed, twisting his wrist to deflect the ice crystal sword with his own blade. However, the moment he parried the sword, a cold glinting ice spear instantly loomed large in his vision. His pupils shrank violently. At the critical moment, his body reacted, tilting slightly so the ice spear grazed his cheek. A blood mark appeared on his face, and before he could make another move, another cold flash appeared in his peripheral vision. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as his spiritual energy exploded. Invisible, sharp sword chi surged from his body, and at the same time he performed a side sweep with his sword to block the incoming attack. Murong Qingying's eyes narrowed. She instantly retracted her attack and stepped back. With a wave of her hand, the hexagonal ice shield that had been floating behind her carved an arc and blocked her front. Clang! Several sword chi strikes hit the ice shield, scattering countless ice shards, but the shield held firm. Gu Chengxin took this moment to recover. His gaze was icy. Feeling the stiffness in his body and the sluggish flow of his spiritual energy, he took a deep breath. He mobilized all his spiritual energy, his sword intent surging madly. As both energy and intent poured into his blade, a blinding brilliance emerged from it. Sword art cloud piercer. He thrust his sword and a blinding white light flashed across the field. Murong Qingying felt a terrifying, sharp sword intent press down on her, and tiny cracks began to appear on her ice armor. The sword intent arrived before the sword itself. Murong Qingying narrowed her eyes, unleashing all her spiritual energy. Elemental power converged frantically, her pupils turning white and a layer of frost coated her beautiful face. Zio. As the word was spoken, the ice domain instantly contracted to a range of only 3 meters, just enough to encase them both. In that moment, the temperature in the domain plummeted to the extreme, as if everything were frozen solid and even the air had come to a standstill. The blinding sword glow, having just pierced through the ice shield, seemed locked in place by an invisible force, the tip of the sword halting less than a centimeter from Murong Qingying's throat. Gu Chengxin's movement stopped instantly, his sharp gaze devoid of fluctuation, even the glow on his sword frozen in time. From the outside, it looked like a 3-meter ice cube had instantly formed, with everything inside trapped in stillness, except for Murong Qingying. She was half-kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, her ice armor having dissipated to reveal her snow-white dress. Examiner Zhao had appeared on the platform at some point, one side of his body covered in frost, his solemn eyes filled with shock. The moment that blinding sword light flashed, he judged that Murong Qingying could not withstand it at that distance, so he had rushed in to save her. He had not expected the opponent to have such a terrifying trump card. If he had not been alert enough to retreat instantly, he might have been sealed inside as well. The bone-chilling cold from that instant had shaken his very core. He did not know that if he had not interfered, Murong Qingying would not be left kneeling like this. The difference in power between a high-tier transcendent and a mid-tier one was simply not in the same league. In that moment, Murong Qingying's spiritual energy had been completely drained. If he had not backed away quickly, she would not have been able to complete the freezing. Instead, she would have been pierced through the throat by the sword, as Examiner Zhao, affected by the freezing himself, would have been too late to save her. At this moment, everyone in the spectator stands was filled with astonishment, completely shocked by the scene before them. How is this possible, to have developed a talent to such an extent? Someone could not help but exclaim in surprise. What they were witnessing was truly unbelievable. Not only had she developed a semi-finished domain while only at the intermediate transcendent stage, but this talent technique was also terrifying. The temperature that froze everything in an instant was simply horrifying. Even Li Hanfeng and Lin Mo were deeply shaken, clearly hit hard by the impact of the scene. "Is this your current strength? You are really strong." Li Hanfeng whispered to himself, then turned to look at Lin Mo beside him. He noticed that after a brief moment of being stunned, a surging fighting spirit erupted from Lin Mo, his eyes burning as he watched Murong Qingying. At the same time, he said softly, "As expected of the heir of this generation of the Magic City Murong family, her talent is truly unparalleled." Meanwhile, in his heart, he was calculating how he would break such a move if he were the one on the stage. By now, Murong Qingying had slowly stood up, though her steps were slightly unsteady, indicating that the technique had placed a heavy burden on her body. Examiner Zhao was observing Gu Chengxin's condition, waiting to confirm if he still had the ability to fight back before announcing the results. One had to realize that being frozen in this ice domain meant that once the spiritual energy in the body was completely cut off, life itself would be at risk, so the seal had to be broken quickly. After observing for a moment and confirming that Gu Chengxin showed no signs of fighting back, Examiner Zhao was about to announce the result. Just as he opened his mouth, he suddenly noticed a flicker in the other's eyes, and his words were cut short. "Greg." Right at that moment, the frozen domain suddenly let out a cracking sound. A tiny fissure appeared within it, and then it began to spread from the inside out to the surface. Murong Qingying's brows furrowed sharply. Greg. The moment these cracks appeared, they spread like a bursting dam, uncontrollable and rapid. In just a moment, cracks covered the entire frozen domain. Bang! With a crisp sound, the square ice crystal shattered instantly, sending shards flying everywhere. Simultaneously, an aura that made the soul tremble spread out, instantly enveloping everyone and causing their bodies to shiver. Everyone looked on in horror. Gu Chengxin stood there holding his sword, his face pale, while a semi-transparent sword hovered above his head. This aura was emanating precisely from that transparent blade. The moment they saw this sword, everyone felt their spirits shaken and their souls trembling slightly, as if the sharp sword intent from the blade could pierce through their bodies and strike their souls directly. SS-level special talent, Sword Soul. This had always been his greatest trump card, which he had never used in battles against his peers before. He had not expected to be forced into using it today. Combined with the talent he had always shown to everyone. SSS-level reinforcement talent, Sword Reinforcement. It could strengthen everything related to swords, the blade, sword techniques, sword energy, sword intent, and even the Sword Soul. A high-level twin talent with extremely high compatibility. This was the capital Gu Chengxin used to suppress all the geniuses in the capital this year, and it was also his confidence for becoming the future leader of the younger generation. Examiner Zhao was terrified. It was actually a twin talent and one with such high compatibility. At this moment, everyone in the spectator stands was silent, a sense of dejection rising in their hearts. Who among them was not a prodigy in their own base city? Now, facing such a huge gap compared to a peer, they found it hard to accept. A twin talent? A twin talent with such high compatibility is not as simple as 1 + 1, especially when the levels are so high. Even Lin Mo, who had been full of fighting spirit, fell silent. He pursed his lips, clenched his fists, and his eyes darkened as if he were estimating the gap in their strength. On the stage, Murong Qingying had been looking at Gu Chengxin with a frown ever since he broke out of the ice. She was currently extremely weak. Gu Chengxin also looked at Murong Qingying calmly, not making a move. The two stared at each other in silence, neither saying a word. A moment later, Murong Qingying turned and walked off the stone platform. With her spiritual energy drained and her body weak, she could not continue the battle. Although she could see that her opponent's condition was also poor, at least he still had the strength for a fight. If they were to fight now, it would be a life-or-death struggle, and she did not want to fight him to the death. Seeing Murong Qingying walk off the stage, Examiner Zhao announced loudly, "Gu Chengxin wins, rankings are swapped." Upon hearing this, Gu Chengxin withdrew his aura, slung his long sword behind his back and turned to step down from the stage. Murong Qingying was already sitting in the spectator area with her eyes closed, recovering her spiritual energy. Li Hanfeng turned to look at her. She still appeared cold and transcendent, as if she did not have a hint of emotion about losing the match, treating everything with indifference. He thought for a moment and smiled as he spoke. "Campus Belle Murong, I did not expect you to be this strong. It is truly surprising." Murong Qingying did not respond and continued to close her eyes to regulate her breathing. Li Hanfeng pondered for a moment and added, "Do not mind it. If Examiner Zhao had not appeared suddenly, you actually had the strength for one last strike. In other words, you did not really lose to him." Li Hanfeng's Sharingan saw it clearly. The moment Examiner Zhao appeared, Murong Qingying's spiritual energy was depleted by more than half, forcing her to drain every bit of it to complete the domain freeze. Otherwise, she actually had the ability to finish him off before he broke the seal. As for him hiding his strength, there is no need to pay too much attention to that. If he had gone all out from the start, Murong Qingying would have changed her strategy. As long as he was caught in her domain, the probability of him being frozen remained high. But if he had used his full strength from the beginning, he might have had the means to break the domain. Therefore, the outcome could not be certain. One can only say that battles change in an instant. Every step taken is a key to victory or defeat. Hearing this, Murong Qingying opened her eyes, turned her head to look at Li Hanfeng, then turned away again, closing her eyes. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice cool. "On the battlefield there are no ifs." Li Hanfeng smiled and said no more. Indeed, there are no ifs on the battlefield. Everyone watched as Gu Chengxin sat back in the stands. The scene became somewhat quiet. The recent battle had brought them quite a shock, and for a while no one dared to challenge again. Those sitting near Gu Chengxin shifted in their seats, looking somewhat restless. After the scene remained silent for a long time, Examiner Zhao saw that everyone had calmed down and finally spoke. "Continue the challenges." With those words, he turned and left the stone platform. The people in the spectator area also gradually calmed their minds, looking around and waiting for the next challenger to step up. Before long, a girl finally stood up, walked onto the stone platform, and smiled slightly. Rank 10 Zhu Yin challenges Rank 9 Chen Fei. Her voice was very pleasant and she had delicate features. She was from the capital base city and, not surprisingly, likely knew Gu Chengxin, as her gaze kept drifting toward him intentionally or otherwise. Liu Yin did not overthink it. She wanted to gauge the strength of others in the first round, so she just picked someone ranked slightly higher than her. Even if she lost, it would not matter. Once the first round concluded, there would be at least some understanding of the top 10 fighters. The second round is where it really counts. Liang Fei rose slowly upon hearing the challenge. Without a word, he stepped onto the platform. He looked somewhat mature and did not seem to like talking, giving off a steady and composed impression. When Liu Yin saw Liang Fei stand on the platform, she gave a sweet smile and said, "Please enlighten me." Liang Fei nodded in response but remained silent, his mature face appearing somewhat reserved. Liu Yin did not mind the lack of reply and kept her smile. Examiner Zhao saw that both were ready and immediately announced, "The match begins." As soon as he spoke, Liu Yin vanished from her spot and appeared instantly in front of Liang Fei. The nails on her hands extended into sharp claws, glinting with a cold light as she swiped directly at his head. It was so fast that Liang Fei seemed completely unable to react. In the next second, those claws landed right on his head. Clang screech. The sharp claws hit Liang Fei's head, but they produced a piercing sound like nails scratching against a chalkboard. Liu Yin's pupils shrank and she retreated instantly. Her body moved with the agility of a wild cat, putting over 10 meters of distance between them in the blink of an eye. By now, Liu Yin's appearance had changed. Fluffy cat ears had sprouted on her head, whiskers appeared on her face, her nails had become sharp claws, and a black tail had grown from her rear. S-rank transformation talent, Dark Night Cat Demon. Her glowing feline eyes stared at Liang Fei with shock and doubt. Meanwhile, Liang Fei seemed to have just realized what happened. He reached up to touch the red mark on his head, his expression becoming solemn as he praised. So fast. His earnest manner seemed quite honest, clashing slightly with the steady impression his mature face had given off earlier. At that moment, the red mark on his head began to fade quickly, and his skin turned a bronze color, looking full of metallic texture. S-rank enhancement talent, Copper Skin and Iron Bones. Is this the level of talent among the top students? Li Hanfeng muttered to himself. He had already deduced the types and ranks of their talents the moment they clashed, and he now had a clear understanding of the peak level of the students in this year's martial arts exam. Except for a few monsters, this level should be the peak for this year's batch. Clang clang clang. The sounds of metallic collisions and sharp objects scratching against steel filled the arena. Liu Yin kept up the offensive, using her superior speed to press Liang Fei, but it was ineffective because she could not break his defense. Each time her claws swept across Liang Fei's bronze-colored skin, they only produced sparks. Beyond that, she could not even leave a scratch, leaving behind nothing more than a few marks. And although Liang Fei could not touch her at all, he kept launching counterattacks in earnest, moving his body to strike back whenever he was attacked. However, it seemed that activating his talent made his body unusually heavy, slowing him down so much that he could not catch the agile Liu Yin. Li Hanfeng watched their fight and fell into deep thought while stroking his chin. He had a feeling that both of them were just playing around. For one thing, an S-rank transformation talent like the Dark Night Cat Demon could not possibly have such weak attacks, and her current level of physical change was no different from a lower-rank manifestation. She clearly was not using her full power. And as for Liang Fei, if he were only good at defense, how could he have made it into the top 10 by exhausting beasts to death? In conclusion, they were almost certainly acting and goofing off. As for their motive, they were likely holding back their true strength until the second round to misdirect opponents and gain a tactical advantage in intelligence. Do these two think everyone else is a total pushover? Li Hanfeng shook his head, finding it amusing. He turned to look at Murong Qingying, who was still resting with her eyes closed, then turned to Lin Mo and asked with a smile. Classmate Lin Mo, who do you think will win? Lin Mo seemed lost in the previous fight. After hearing the question, he regained his focus and gave Li Hanfeng an odd look, as if surprised that he would be so bored. He then looked at the fight on the platform and after a moment stated flatly, Liang Fei will win soon. His expression remained cold, but his voice was calm, as if he were just stating a fact. Li Hanfeng did not rush to argue. He turned his attention back to the platform, pondered for a moment, and then showed a helpless expression as if agreeing with the point. He stopped talking and pulled out a manga to read. This kind of fighting is too boring. It probably will not get interesting until the second round. Sure enough, not long after, following a series of intense clashing sounds on the platform, a panting Liu Yin said, Your defense is too strong, I cannot break it, I concede. Liang Fei responded earnestly, I appreciate the match. Hearing this and seeing Liang Fei's completely serious expression, even the usually smiling Liu Yin could not help but twitch her lip. If it were not for the sake of strategy, she would have wanted to blow up with power and beat him up right then and there. But it was clear she could not do anything to him without going all out, and since he was only defending, his spiritual energy consumption was much lower than hers, so she had no choice but to concede for tactical reasons. Examiner Zhao appeared on the stage, gave them a flat look, and without further comment announced, Liang Fei wins, the rankings remain unchanged. After a pause, he continued, Next challenger, please step up. Soon, someone walked onto the stone platform, again challenging the person ranked one spot higher. Rank 8 Huang Jingshan challenges rank 7 Zhu Hai. Before long, both were on the platform, and after Examiner Zhao announced the start, they both charged at each other at high speed. The sound of energy and bodies colliding echoed out. Li Hanfeng glanced at the fight but quickly looked away and returned to his manga. Damn it, two more slackers. The two fighters appeared to be giving it their all, trading heavy blows, but in reality they had not unleashed their true talents at all. They only exchanged a few symbolic volleys before closing the distance for hand-to-hand combat. As if by some unspoken mutual understanding, neither of them used their unique abilities, deciding the outcome purely through melee skills. Bang! Amidst the exchange of attacks, Huang Jingxian landed a punch square on Zhu Hai's chest. Zhu Hai was sent flying several meters backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he landed. "I forfeit." Zhu Hai stood up, spoke those words, and turned to walk off the stage. Examiner Zhao appeared on stage, his mouth twitching slightly as he announced the result. Huang Jingxian wins, rankings are swapped. "Will the next challenger please step onto the stage?" He dropped that sentence and vanished from the stage, appearing to suppress a growing temper, seemingly afraid he might lose it and beat those two kids up himself. No sooner had Examiner Zhao finished speaking than a young man stood up, looking relaxed with a playful smirk on his face. He walked slowly to the stone platform and spoke flippantly. "Come on up, Pei Lan. If you kowtow and admit defeat now, I might go a little easier on you." This person was none other than Fu Yichen, who held a grudge against Pei Lan. Hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. It was clear there was bad blood between them. They immediately started looking around, curious to see who Pei Lan was. Soon, Ji Lan stood up and walked toward the stone platform. His expression was grim and his body trembled slightly, as if he were struggling to contain the rage within him. Once both were on stage, Examiner Zhao appeared right on cue, gave them a look, declared the match started, and vanished once again. Neither made a move immediately. It was as if they both knew that a rush attack would be pointless, so they engaged in a war of words first. Fu Yichen said with a mocking tone, "What, not attacking? Are you really planning on kowtowing to forfeit?" Pei Lan's face was dark, and he responded in a raspy voice. "My ranking is higher than yours. I expect you to have the self-awareness of a challenger." Upon hearing this, the smirk on Fu Yichen's face turned cold. Just as he was about to mock him again, Pei Lan moved, giving him no further chance to speak. With a sharp gaze, his body ignited with fierce flames. The terrifying heat was so intense that even the spectators could feel a scorching blast hit them. Pei Lan thrust his right fist out, sending a flame-forged punch seal straight at Fu Yichen. The violent wind from the strike made the latter's clothes snap loudly. Seeing the fist seal hurtling toward him with terrifying heat, Fu Yichen still wore a mocking look. He did not dodge or block, simply standing there waiting for the attack to arrive. Boom! The flame fist seal detonated half a meter in front of Fu Yichen as if it had struck an invisible barrier. The flames were instantly repelled and scattered everywhere, quickly extinguishing as there was nothing flammable around. Pei Lan's expression grew solemn. He had fought the opponent before and knew his ability was bizarre. It had to be a special type of talent, but he still could not figure out exactly how it worked. Fu Yichen remained relaxed and did not hurry to counterattack, choosing to taunt him instead. "Is that all? You might as well just kowtow, it will save you some pain." He was not in a rush to attack. If he could make his opponent exhaust a large amount of spiritual energy, it would be much easier to fight later. He was very confident in his talent and did not believe the opponent could breach his defense, which is why he kept goading him to enrage his opponent, force him to attack wildly and drain his reserves. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, Pei Lan's face turned livid and the flames on his body flared even more fiercely. He was short-tempered by nature, or perhaps one could say that all fire element users had explosive tempers. Now, having been insulted repeatedly, his rage boiled over. No longer able to contain his anger, he gathered concentrated flames in his fists and charged straight at his opponent. Since long-range attacks were useless, he would try close-quarters combat. Even with his reason clouded by rage, he did not waste his spiritual energy blindly. One has to admit, he truly deserved to be one of the top geniuses of this generation in the Dragon Kingdom. His combat instincts were beyond the ordinary. Seeing his opponent charge directly at him, the mockery on Fu Yichen's face deepened. He knew he had achieved half of his goal. Pei Lan reached Fu Yichen and swung his fire-wreathed fist down hard toward the latter's head. His fist hissed as it cut through the air. Boom! His fist slammed into the space about 10 centimeters in front of Fu Yichen's head. Pei Lan felt as though he had hit a wall and could not advance a single inch further. Then he felt a massive force transfer through his fist. He was sent flying over 10 meters back, crashing to the ground, the flames on his body extinguished. Bang! Landing on the ground, Pei Lan felt intense pain all over, as if every bone in his body had been pounded. For a moment, he could not muster any strength. Just then, while still down, Pei Lan saw a figure in midair raising a foot to stomp on him. His eyes narrowed, and he rolled to the right in a sorry state, while flames once again erupted over his body to force his attacker back. And then, bang! Pei Lan was again repelled by an invisible force, but this time he was just knocked back. He did not have the feeling of being beaten all over like before. His eyes flickered. Upon landing, he reignited the flames over his body to prevent another rush attack, keeping a fixated gaze on his opponent to watch his every move. Fu Yichen did not choose to attack again. Instead, he stood where he was, curled his lip, and taunted him again. "Is this all you have got? I remember you being quite fierce when we met before." Pei Lan did not reply. He clenched his fists tight, suppressing his sky-high rage, refusing to act impulsively, and began quickly thinking of a way to break the deadlock in his mind. Li Hanfeng, who had finally seen someone seriously begin to fight, now had a grave expression. This Fu Yichen's talent was truly bizarre. As expected, high-level special types are troublesome. He turned to look at Lin Mo, wanting to see if these disciples of the great families had any insights, and asked, "Lin Mo, what do you think of this person's talent?" Lin Mo was watching the battle on stage, appearing to have recovered from his previous state of contemplation. Hearing Li Hanfeng's question, he pondered briefly. "It is definitely a special type. Unless a high-level special ability is revealed voluntarily, one has to test it through actual combat to reach a concrete conclusion. Based on the current situation, one can only roughly judge that it is likely a defensive-type talent." Li Hanfeng nodded upon hearing this, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. Good grief, that was as good as saying nothing. Lin Mo seemed to sense the change in Li Hanfeng's attitude and immediately fell silent. And just then, a new development occurred on stage. At this moment, the flames on Pei Lan's body were growing increasingly intense, and they gradually began to undergo a change, shifting from their original fiery red to a deep, ghostly blue. The scorching heat that had previously radiated outwards could no longer be felt. It seemed as though all the energy had been compressed and turned inward. Although the heat was no longer perceptible, it appeared even more dangerous than before. SS rank elemental talent, Ghost Blue Scorchfire. A grim look flashed across Pei Lan's face. While he could not determine the exact nature of his opponent's ability, judging by the current situation, it was clearly some form of defensive barrier talent. And no matter how strong such a talent is, there must be a limit to the damage it can withstand. Since he could not find a weak point, he would just attack with everything he had and see how high a temperature the opponent could endure. With that thought in mind, Pei Lan enveloped his entire body in the ghostly blue flames, raised his hands to form a strange seal, and as his spirit energy surged, the flames began to condense into the shape of a flood dragon that coiled around him. Roar! Pei Lan bent his knees slightly, turned his right hand into a claw, and pushed forward. The ghostly blue fire dragon let out a roar instantly and lunged towards Fu Yichen. At this moment, a grave expression finally appeared on Fu Yichen's face. The intensity of this attack forced him to take things seriously. Watching the fire dragon charging at him, his spirit energy exploded outward. He pressed his right palm forward, and instantly, a pale white ring of light visible to the naked eye expanded from his body, enveloping an area of 3 meters around him. Boom! The ghost blue dragon roared and slammed into the pale white ring of light. As the energies collided, a deafening sound erupted, and terrifying energy ripples spread in all directions. The ground began to crack, and dense fractures spread across the entire stone platform. Everyone stared unblinkingly at the scene on the platform. They saw that the pale white ring of light was trembling violently, but it did not shatter. Instead, after the continuous collision of energy, it directly repelled the ghost blue dragon. Fu Yichen curled his lip into a cold sneer once more, but the smile quickly froze on his face because he saw that the repelled fire dragon had not dissipated but was charging at him again. His expression shifted slightly, and he increased his spirit energy output again, making the pale white ring of light around him a few shades thicker. Boom, boom, boom. The ghost blue dragon kept attacking the ring of light, which shook more and more violently as if it would shatter at any moment, yet it never actually broke. On the contrary, every time the ghost blue dragon attacked, it was jolted back a few paces. It seemed the barrier could reflect a portion of the damage, directing it back onto the attacker. By now, cold sweat was trickling down Pei Lan's forehead, but the spirit energy within him continued to burn. He swung his arms relentlessly, and with every swing, the ghost blue dragon struck the barrier again. The dragon's horns, claws, and even its tail were relentlessly attacking the barrier. Both sides were continuously increasing their spirit energy output. It was now a matter of who would collapse first. Li Hanfeng, who had been watching the scene, shook his head. Pei Lan showed great courage by deciding to break the impasse with pure power in such a situation. But unfortunately, his control over his own ability's energy was still a bit lacking. To deal with this kind of defensive ability, concentrating the attack on a single point would have unexpected results, in other words, piercing the defense at a single point. Pei Lan clearly understood this principle. Since his first attack, he had been trying to control the ghost blue dragon to strike the exact same spot every time. But his control was not enough. Every attack had a slight deviation, resulting in his failure to break the defensive barrier, while his physical strength and spirit energy were constantly depleting, causing his control to gradually worsen. The spirit energy consumed by launching continuous attacks is bound to be higher than that of the defender. With both parties at the same level, the attacker is destined to be the first to reach their limit. It seems he still cannot achieve precise control over such a powerful move. What a pity, he should be about to reach his limit. Sure enough, after the ghost blue dragon continued to attack for several more minutes and was repelled again, Pei Lan once more swung his arms, trying to force the dragon to keep attacking. However, the fire dragon began to fade slowly and eventually dissipated. Pei Lan's body trembled. He tried to condense spirit energy again, only to find his reserves were completely empty and his physical strength was utterly exhausted. His body felt weak, but he forced himself to stay standing. Seeing the fire dragon vanish, Fu Yichen let out a long breath, and a cold smirk returned to his lips. Finally out of gas, are you? He was not feeling great either. Bean-sized beads of cold sweat rolled down his cheeks and his body trembled slightly, clearly near his own limit, but he still had the capability to fight. Pei Lan looked at his opponent and realized he had not hit his limit yet. At least he was in much better shape than him. Pei Lan was a good sport. He did not give the opponent a chance to humiliate him. He simply turned around and walked off the stage with unsteady steps, not saying a word. Fu Yichen took the opportunity to jeer, acting very much like a petty victor. Yo, that is it, why do not you say the words and surrender? Pei Lan ignored the mockery. The defeated have no right to argue, but he had already found a way to deal with his opponent. Next time, the outcome would be hard to call. Seeing Pei Lan leave the platform, Examiner Zhao appeared on the stage, glanced at Fu Yichen and announced directly. Fu Yichen wins, ranking swapped, next person please come up. After these words, Fu Yichen also stepped down from the platform. He was also heavily depleted and needed to recover as soon as possible, as there was still a second round of challenges to come. As he stepped down, the crowd knew that the top three's battles were coming up next. They grew expectant, casting their eyes toward Li Hanfeng and Lin Mo. The next match would likely be between these two, right? Lin Mo had not made a move yet, while Li Hanfeng had finished his fight in an instant. It was impossible to judge their true strength, only that neither of them was weak. No one spoke, and there was a moment of silence in the arena. Lin Mo turned his head to look at Li Hanfeng, his cold, grim gaze gradually turning sharp. Li Hanfeng felt the gaze and met it with a smile on his lips, saying nothing. I can feel that you are very strong. I hope you will use your full strength. Having said that, Lin Mo walked toward the stage first, leaving behind Li Hanfeng, who had been about to say something but had not gotten the chance. Shrugging, Li Hanfeng got up and followed him onto the stage. Once they both stepped onto the platform and stood face to face, Examiner Zhao announced. Both sides ready, the match begins. As soon as he finished speaking, flashes of lightning erupted from both of them at almost the same time. One side was blue and white, while the other was gold. Li Hanfeng instantly gripped his sword hilt, leaned his body forward and shifted his breathing rhythm. Golden lightning crackled as his ability, perfectly suited for sudden bursts and seizing the initiative, flared to life. He certainly would not underestimate his opponent, so he had no intention of holding back from the start. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. Li Hanfeng's figure vanished into a streak of golden lightning. Almost simultaneously, Lin Mo, wielding his long spear, also disappeared as a bolt of blue and white electric light. His speed was barely inferior to Li Hanfeng's at all. Clang! Boom! The two figures appeared instantly in the center of the stone platform, their sword and spear clashing. A powerful shockwave erupted, causing cracks to spread rapidly across the platform beneath their feet. Li Hanfeng's eyes narrowed, his breathing shifted, and as spiritual energy surged, his blade, locked against the spear, erupted with intense golden lightning. Thunder breathing, second form, rice spirit. Lin Mo felt the hair on his body stand on end. Without time to think, blue and white electricity surged over his body, spreading to his spear, and he began to spin it, creating an impenetrable web of strikes. Ding ding ding. 5 horseshoe-shaped blade waves instantly blanketed Lin Mo, yet every one of them was blocked by his swirling spear. Li Hanfeng was not surprised. He changed his breathing, gathered even more potent golden lightning, and launched another fierce assault. Thunder breathing, third form, buzzing mosquito thunder. In an instant, golden ripples of electricity, sharp as blades, radiated toward Lin Mo from all directions. Lin Mo heard a mosquito-like humming in his ears and realized he was surrounded by golden wave-like blade energy. Evasion was no longer possible. He did not panic. A grim look flashed across his face. He drove his spear into the ground with one hand, and a blinding burst of blue and white lightning erupted, enveloping him so completely that his human outline was obscured. The golden blade ripples struck the human-shaped lightning but were immediately neutralized by the dense thunder energy. Then, Li Hanfeng's sword struck again. Ding! The blade aimed at Lin Mo's chest was parried by the shaft of the spear. The massive impact forced Lin Mo back several steps, the lightning around him dissipating slightly to reveal his grim, solemn face. A lightning-based talent highly developed, truly troublesome. Li Hanfeng thought to himself, never hesitating for a moment, and pressed the attack again. Seeing Li Hanfeng attacking again while retreating, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. He stomped back, gripped his spear with both hands, flipped his body to dissipate the momentum, and thrust the spearhead straight at Li Hanfeng. Seeing the counter-thrust, Li Hanfeng stopped his charge and parried with his sword in front of his chest. Whoosh bang! Lin Mo, as if he had expected this, instantly swung his spear horizontally, slamming it against Li Hanfeng's sword and knocking him back, breaking his momentum. Lin Mo's eyes flashed with brilliance. While surprised that Li Hanfeng had predicted his move and blocked in time, the force was still enough to send him staggering back. Now it was his turn. Lin Mo instantly pulled back his spear to build power, shifting into a rear bow stance. He held the spear level, aiming directly at Li Hanfeng. The blue and white lightning on his body retracted and his aura dropped to its lowest point. Li Hanfeng, having just regained his balance, felt a chill rise from the depths of his heart. A sense of danger engulfed him, his pupils turned scarlet and his fingers twitched slightly. Veins bulged on his arm and stone exploded beneath his feet. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, and as a blinding light erupted from him, he disappeared from his spot. Flowery spear. Zzzt. The blinding blue and white lightning flashed for only a second before everything went quiet. Lin Mo reappeared and the arena fell into a deathly silence. Because at that moment, the spear in Lin Mo's hand had already pierced through Li Hanfeng's chest. The crowd stared with their mouths agape, speechless. No one expected that Li Hanfeng, who had been dominating the fight, would be impaled in an instant. It was just too fast. No one had even seen how Lin Mo attacked, and by the time they reacted, the outcome was already sealed. Everyone was filled with horror. Even the usually aloof Murong Qingying wore a gloomy expression, her hands clenched tightly as cold mist began to spread around her. Lin Mo himself was at a loss. He never intended to kill Li Hanfeng, he had simply sensed a threat and went all out. He had not expected Li Hanfeng to be hit without any reaction. He looked up slightly and found a pair of scarlet eyes staring at him calmly, eyes that were inexplicably indifferent and evil. He felt a wave of confusion, then his expression changed. He realized there was no blood. Examiner Zhao appeared on the stage, his face grim. Everything had happened too fast, and Lin Mo's move had been shockingly quick, even he had not been able to react in time. Just as he was about to intervene with a loud pop, the Li Hanfeng impaled by the spear turned into white smoke, and a large stone fragment was left hanging on the spearhead. Examiner Zhao was stunned, Lin Mo was stunned, the spectators were stunned, and even the bigwigs gathered at the Education Bureau were shocked. Only top-ranking Education Bureau officials could watch the top 10 martial exam tournament, a measure taken to prevent intelligence leaks that might attract alien assassinations. Now, after a brief moment of daze, the bigwig's eyes filled with brilliance. What a kid, that is quite a trick. Clearly, in those few moments, these officials had figured out what had happened. On the arena, another pop sounded as a stone fragment turned into white smoke, revealing Li Hanfeng's figure, his lazy voice drifting out. "Say, Examiner Zhao, you have seriously interfered with the match." Li Hanfeng pouted. He had intended to pull off a sneak attack, but with Examiner Zhao on stage and in a tense state, he was afraid he'd be labeled a threat and swatted away. Examiner Zhao blushed, annoyed but knowing he was at fault for not seeing through the move. Too embarrassed to make a scene, he glared at Li Hanfeng and disappeared from the stage. Lin Mo shook the stone fragment off his spear, looking at Li Hanfeng with solemn suspicion. He had not seen how the trick was done and assumed it was a lightning-based ability similar to his own. It seemed he had been too presumptuous and careless, but one thing was certain, Li Hanfeng was truly strong, and from here on out he would not need to hold anything back. Li Hanfeng smiled slightly, his eyes turning scarlet, his Sharingan locked onto Lin Mo as he said calmly, "Then let us start the second round." Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two figures confronting each other on the stone platform. While they were stunned by Li Hanfeng's earlier techniques, they were even more eager to see what would happen next. Suddenly, lightning erupted from both of them at the same time, crashing into each other like two streaks of thunder. Blue-white and golden electrical sparks intertwined and collided, the terrifying impact causing the stone platform to crack and shatter with debris flying everywhere. The Tang Dao and the spear clashed continuously, the harsh sound of metal hitting metal echoing across the arena. Both were moving at extreme speeds. Those with weaker strength could only see two lightning bolts of different colors flashing and colliding on the platform, unable to clearly make out their movements or forms. Murong Qingying watched Li Hanfeng, who was constantly flashing across the platform. The cold aura on her body gradually receded, but a strange expression appeared on her usually cool face. She felt that the emotion she had just experienced was very abnormal. She did not know how to describe the feeling she had the moment she saw Li Hanfeng's chest pierced by the spear. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. Sitting at the far end of the spectator stand, Gu Chengxin also kept his eyes on Li Hanfeng. He had not even noticed when the other guy had used his previous technique, and that kept bothering him. Zzzzt. Boom. A violent crash echoed from the platform. At the center, Li Hanfeng held his Tang Dao, suppressing Lin Mo, who was half kneeling and holding his spear up in defense. Lin Mo gritted his teeth. Although blue and white electricity flickered over his body, one could see several gashes in his clothes from which blood was flowing. Clearly, he was at a total disadvantage in this close-quarters combat. Lin Mo, half kneeling on the ground, let out an angry shout. The blue and white electricity on his body surged instantly, veins popped on his arms, and he thrust upward with immense force, pushing Li Hanfeng away. Lin Mo got back on his feet, his expression extremely grave. He had been completely suppressed in the previous exchange. The opponent had many powerful innate techniques and an astonishing battle sense. He could even feel that his attack patterns seemed to have been seen through. His opponent always predicted his attack landing spots and dodging directions in advance, keeping him constantly pinned down. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo stared at those crimson eyes. He knew that if this continued, he would be defeated in no time, so he had to get serious. Zzzzt. The blue and white lightning gathering on Lin Mo began to flicker crazily, growing more intense. As the electricity continued to converge, the blue-white light gradually turned a pale purple. Suddenly, the aura radiating from Lin Mo surged several times over. This was his true full power. SS rank lightning talent, 9 heavens purple thunder. The moment this purple thunder appeared, Li Hanfeng became extremely alert. The violent energy radiating from this thunder was several times greater than before, leaving him no room to relax. Lin Mo formed his hands into claws in front of his chest. The violent, flickering purple thunder began to condense into a ball between his palms. Once compressed into a ball, its aura became even more terrifying. As the ball grew larger, Ji Mo's face became increasingly twisted, as if compressing this ball was causing him significant pain. One could clearly see the skin on his arms had turned charred black. Li Hanfeng, who had just intended to interrupt the opponent's charging, felt a dangerous aura envelop him. He stopped and took a deep breath. I will have to take this head-on. His crimson eyes whirled wildly. He drew his thumb across the blade, wiped the blood onto his palm, and began forming hand seals at high speed. Haisuyu Shen Wei. Summoning Jutsu Rashaman. Rumble. The moment he slammed his hands onto the ground, a massive gate rose from the earth. Its facade was a dull black, carved with the heads of green-faced, fanged demons, and 2 copper bells hung from the gate posts which resembled giant serpents. Purple Thunder Prison. Lin Mo's roar echoed across the arena. He pushed the basketball-sized purple lightning ball forward. The moment it left his hand, the dense ball, packed with destructive energy, began to spray thick bolts of lightning in all directions. Rumble. The lightning falling from the ball formed an area covered in purple thunder, crashing toward Li Hanfeng. Everywhere it passed, the stone platform shattered inch by inch and blinding purple light filled the entire area. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the purple thunder prison hit the Rashaman, Li Hanfeng gripped his hilt, and thick white mist began to exhale from his lips. The terrifying energy fluctuation ripped a fissure directly through the platform, splitting it in 2 right from the center of the impact. Rumble. The collision continued. As the platform turned into powder inch by inch, the Rashaman also began to crumble and thick dust and smoke rose into the air. After holding on for a moment, the ominous gate was shattered, and the residual energy of the purple thunder prison continued to sweep toward Li Hanfeng. Lin Mo, gasping for breath, felt the opponent's defense being breached, and a subtle smile appeared on his cold face. I have won. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a feeling of extreme danger rose in his heart, as if he were being strangled by the hands of death, causing his pupils to contract sharply. Whoosh! A golden lightning bolt flashed through the residual purple thunder prison. It was too fast, even Lin Mo could not react in time, and a Tang Dao was already held against his throat. Thunder-breathing first form, thunderclap and flash, Godspeed. The purple thunder prison, having used up most of its energy, also split in 2 at this moment, and the purple lightning gradually dissipated. As the smoke cleared, everyone stared in astonishment at the platform. Now it should be called a pile of rubble. There was not a single flat spot left, as if it had been piled up from crushed stones. In the center was a huge crater with a fissure cutting the pit into 2 halves. Just looking at it, one could tell how intense the previous collision had been. Their eyes shifted to the 2 figures standing on a relatively intact rock. Drip, drip. Lin Mo's throat had been cut by the blade held against it, and blood dripped down the Tang Dao onto the ground, making a soft dripping sound. At this moment, the examiner Zhao appeared in the rubble, took a look at the 2, and shouted aloud. Li Hanfeng wins, rankings remain unchanged. The white mist around Li Hanfeng's mouth gradually dissipated. He sheathed his Tang Dao, exhaled, and put on a languid expression. Without saying a word, he turned and walked off the spectator stand. Lin Mo finally came to his senses, reached out to touch the blood on his neck, and a sharp glint erupted in his eyes. Li Hanfeng, you really are strong. I lost this time. Watching Li Hanfeng's back, Lin Mo thought to himself, then turned and left the platform. Examiner Zhao watched the 2 walking off the stage, then glanced around at the stone arena that had turned into a pile of rubble. His mouth twitched slightly before a thick layer of earthy yellow light covered the entire stage. Back in their seats, the 2 looked at each other, and Lin Mo was the first to speak. I lost this time, but next time I will definitely beat you. His fighting spirit surged, and his cold expression softened slightly as if he had found a worthy opponent. Li Hanchen was slightly stunned by this, then smiled and nodded at the other. I will be waiting for you. After this martial arts exam concluded, barring any accidents, his strength would enter a period of explosive growth. If the other wanted to surpass him, he would have to work very hard, though he did not think effort alone was enough to surpass him. Li Hanchen turned his head slightly to look at Murong Qingying beside him, who happened to be looking at him at that moment. How was it not bad, right? Murong Qingying remained cold and aloof, saying nothing but gave a slight nod. Li Hanchen smiled at this. He had not expected the icy girl to say anything complimentary, so a nod was already quite good. By now, the stone stage had been repaired. Standing on the restored platform, Examiner Zhao looked around at everyone and announced loudly, "The first round of challenges is over. Now begins the final ranking battle. Challengers, please take the stage." As he finished, everyone began to look at one another. This was the final opportunity. Through the first round of battles, everyone had a rough idea of each other's strength. Except for those few who deliberately hid their strength, the rankings of the others should not change much. Of course, those few level 4 transcendents outside the top 10 were expected to make a push for it. Sure enough, after a moment of silence in the arena, a voice rang out. Wang Zhan challenging the 9th-ranked Liang Fei. As soon as the words fell, everyone was shocked. They had not expected to see a top 10 battle right at the start. Moreover, they had all seen Wang Zhan's strength. He was incredibly powerful, possessing a talent that made him grow stronger as he fought. Wang Zhan had already stood up and walked onto the stage, while Liang Fei, hearing his name, walked toward the stage with a solemn expression. From the previous battles, he had guessed that Wang Zhan's talent was likely a strengthening type. The more he fought, the stronger he became, and the more he was injured, the more savage he grew. This was extremely tricky for him. Once both were on the stage, Examiner Zhao declared the start of the match and immediately vanished from the platform. Only the two remained on the stage, facing each other in silence. Wang Zhan looked at Liang Fei, his internal spiritual energy beginning to surge. With a flip of his right hand, a heavy sword appeared in his grip. Without wasting any words, he charged straight at his opponent. Liang Fei's gaze sharpened, his skin turning a bronze color as he also charged forward. Clang clang clang. Boom boom boom. The two began to trade blows continuously on the stage, launching into a fierce close-quarters blade fight from the very beginning. Li Hanchen watched the two fighting intensely on stage, already knowing the outcome. While Liang Fei's defense was formidable, his offensive power was clearly his weakness. It might work against ordinary people, but for someone like Wang Zhan who gets stronger with every injury, it was not enough. No matter how strong the defense was, there would come a moment when it broke. It was simply impossible to wear Wang Zhan down. These two are probably going to take a lot of time. Sure enough, with one specialized in defense and the other growing stronger as the fight progressed, they traded blows frantically for over half an hour, all without a moment's pause. By now, on the somewhat damaged stage, both were in tatters. Liang Fei had several bloodstains on his body. His extremely high defense had finally been pierced. Wang Zhan, on the other hand, was covered in wounds. His eyes had turned scarlet, revealing a hint of excitement. A savage smile curled on his face, and his entire body was surrounded by a blood-red aura. His choice to challenge the 9th-ranked Liang Fei was carefully considered. His talent was S-rank strengthening talent, Blood Rage Enhancement. This was a bloodline strengthening talent that allowed him to draw power from his own blood. The heavier his injuries, the stronger his attack power became, and his perception of pain was reduced to a minimum. As long as he was not pushed to the point of near death in a single strike, he could keep getting stronger until he reached his body's limit. Since Liang Fei had a defensive talent, he clearly could not land a near-lethal blow in one shot, meaning his own attack power would eventually break through the other's defense. Therefore, his chances of winning were very high. He saw almost no possibility of defeat. Blood explosion slash. With a surge of blood-red light, a massive crimson sword glow slashed toward Liang Fei. Boom! Liang Fei exerted his talent to the limit, crossing his arms to protect himself, but the blood-red sword glow still sent him flying, leaving a gruesome wound across his arm and chest. However, Liang Fei's defense was truly powerful. He managed to stand up quickly after taking that hit, and it did not seem like he had suffered a fatal injury. Liang Fei looked at the ghastly wounds on his body and sighed. He knew there was no point in dragging it out. He would definitely lose in the end because he lacked the means to kill the opponent instantly. I concede. After shouting this, Liang Fei turned and left the stage. He needed to hurry and treat his wounds. He would have another chance to challenge later. Wang Zhan wins, rankings swapped. The two swapped rankings. Wang Zhan broke into the top 10, reaching 9th, while Liang Fei dropped to 15th. As they returned to the spectator area under the eyes of the crowd, Examiner Zhao repaired the stage again and called for the next challenger. A male student walked straight to the stage and the crowd's eyes sharpened. This person was not simple either. It was Chen Zhen, who had lost to Wang Zhan earlier. Him coming up now clearly meant he was aiming for the top 10 as well, and the crowd was looking forward to seeing who he would challenge. After stepping onto the stage, Chen Zhen shouted without a moment's hesitation. Rank 20 Chen Zhen, challenging the 8th-ranked Zhu Hai. He showed no hesitation, clearly having thought the decision through. After all, this was his last chance to challenge. If he lost again, he would be stuck at 20th. Although Zhu Wuxian was one of those who had been coasting in the previous round, he could tell that the other was likely in G, and his own ability did not fear elemental types. He had not figured out Huang Jingxian's talent type, and Liu Yin was good at speed, which he was not good at dealing with. As for Wang Zhan, although he was confident he could win, he had only lost the first time because he had been careless. However, he did not want to challenge Wang Zhan because he felt the guy was strong and deserved to be in the top 10. He wanted to drag one of these slackers down instead. Soon both were standing on the stage, and as Examiner Zhao announced the start, they moved. The two moved almost at the exact same time. In that instant, neither side on the stone platform showed any intention of testing the waters or engaging in close-quarters combat. Instead, both immediately pushed their innate talents to the absolute limit. The spiritual energy within Zhu Hai surged like a tide. He crouched down, slammed his palms onto the ground, and a blue glow erupted from his body, causing a fissure to split the ground instantly. Amidst the bursting, overwhelming spiritual energy from his body, a river suddenly erupted from the ground and surged toward Chen Zhen. S-rank water affinity talent, Boundless Water. Splash! With the sound of rushing water, blinding white light surged from Chen Zhen's fists. He formed his hands into eagle claws and slashed outward with force, instantly tearing the incoming water apart with an invisible shockwave, causing it to flow past on both sides of his body. The stone platform collapsed, forming an artificial pool over 20 meters long. Chen Zhen ignored this. He knew his opponent had intentionally created it to better utilize his talent, but so what? He clenched his fists, the blinding white light flared intensely, and the surrounding air began to vibrate violently. As he smashed his fists down onto the ground, a terrifying shockwave spread outward. Boom! The stone platform began to collapse on a massive scale again. Huge cracks snaked outward like giant pythons, splitting the artificial pool. The water began to flow into the fissures, forming countless tiny puddles. After Zhu Hai barely dodged the shockwave's aftermath, a ferocious glint flashed in his eyes. His talent was not suited for head-on combat, but that did not mean he was completely without a way to fight back. Spiritual energy began to surge. He shaped both hands into pistols, channeling his internal energy as elemental power converged. He aimed both palm pistols at Chen Zhen. Water gun. Pew pew. Two small streams of water shot from Zhu Hai's fingertips like bullets, instantly piercing the air and reaching Chen Zhen. But before they could touch him, they were shattered by a shockwave, turning directly from water droplets into a fine mist. Zhu Hai's expression tightened. His spiritual energy flared wildly and his palm pistols twitched incessantly, firing water bullet after water bullet. Water gun rapid fire. Pew pew. At first, only the two palm pistols were attacking, but slowly the puddles on the stone platform also began firing streams of water bullets. Dense volleys of water pellets whistled through the air, pouring toward Chen Zhen from all directions. There was no panic on Chen Zhen's face. The white light in his fists grew even more blinding. With a focused gaze, he slammed his fists together. Boom boom boom. A terrifying shockwave began to spread outward from him. The air trembled violently, ripples spread through space, and all the incoming water bullets were blasted into nothingness. The ground looked as if it had been plowed. The aftermath of the shockwave engulfed the entire area of the stone platform. Zhu Hai was blown right off the platform. Landing on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his internal organs were about to be shattered. His eyes were filled with sheer terror. Chen Zhen retracted his surging spiritual energy. The shockwave on the platform dissipated and everything returned to calm. Examiner Zhao appeared. Looking at what could no longer be called a stone platform, he sighed helplessly and shouted, "Chen Zhen wins, the rankings have been swapped." He then watched as Chen Zhen stepped down from the spectator area and began to repair the platform. Soon, the next challenger stepped up. For many, this was their last chance, so they were extremely cautious in selecting their opponents, all hoping to move up a few spots. However, some chose to abandon their challenges because they felt the odds of winning were low and did not want to expose too much of their own strength, only to be targeted later. They chose to maintain the status quo, at least their rank would not drop. Sounds of intense battle erupted from the platform from time to time. In this final round to determine the rankings, everyone was giving their all to earn enough benefits for their university entry. Li Hanfeng, however, did not pay much attention to the later matches, knowing that the top 10 rankings were unlikely to change much further. Those in the top 10 were merely eyeing the top 3 or top 5 spots, but given the strength they had displayed so far, Li Hanfeng did not think anyone would dare challenge the top 5. Because each of the current top 5 had displayed sufficient power. Soon, the continuous sounds of battle on the platform ceased. Li Hanfeng, who had been deep in thought, looked up and noticed that everyone's eyes were fixed on the higher-ranked individuals. At that moment, Examiner Zhao's voice came from the platform. "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge?" Li Hanfeng realized instantly that the final top 10 rankings were about to be locked in, but just as he had expected, no one seemed willing to step forward. He scanned the top 10 and finally let his gaze land on Murong Qingying, wondering if she intended to challenge Gu Chengxin. Seeing that she was closing her eyes and resting, showing no sign of movement, Li Hanfeng looked over at Gu Chengxin, who happened to look back at the same time. Their eyes met, neither spoke, yet they both understood each other's intentions from their gazes. Just as Examiner Zhao was about to announce the final results, Li Hanfeng stood up abruptly. Amidst the surprised looks of the crowd, he walked toward the stone platform with steady, powerful strides. Murong Qingying suddenly opened her eyes and watched Li Hanfeng's retreating back. Everyone was stunned. Who was the third-ranked Li Hanfeng going to challenge? Regardless of whom he picked, they were not optimistic. Although Li Hanfeng was strong, they felt there was still a clear gap compared to the strength displayed by the top 2. Stepping onto the platform, Li Hanfeng's gaze locked onto Gu Chengxin. Without any wasted words, he went straight to the point. "I challenge the number 1, Gu Chengxin." Although they had expected it, shock still flickered across the faces of the crowd, followed by a hint of oddity. In their view, Li Hanfeng was essentially throwing the match. With a dual talent, an SSS rank enhancement type and an SS rank special type, they could not fathom exactly how powerful Gu Chengxin was at full strength, but they were certain he was far superior to Li Hanfeng. Gu Chengxin looked as if he had been waiting for this challenge. He stood up and took the stage immediately. He had been holding a grudge about being tricked by Li Hanfeng earlier and wanted to test his limits in person. The two stood on the stone platform, staring at each other until Examiner Zhao announced the start of the match. Both sides unleashed a fierce aura at almost the same time. The surrounding air whistled under the pressure of their energy. The battle for first place in the freshman rankings and the title of top scholar had begun. Rumble. Neither of them moved an inch, but the spiritual energy surging from their bodies seemed to exert immense pressure on the stone platform, causing dense, tiny cracks to spiderweb under their feet. "Let me see the full extent of your power." Gu Chengxin spoke in a flat tone as if victory were already firmly in his grasp, and nothing his opponent could do would shake him in the slightest. Li Hanfeng did not reply. His pupils turned a deep crimson, his right hand slowly gripped the hilt of his katana, golden electrical sparks began to dance across his skin, and white mist rose from his lips with every breath. He leaned forward slightly, his cold, crimson Sharingan eyes fixated on Gu Chengxin, devoid of any emotion. Boom! The ground shattered instantly, stone debris flying everywhere as the golden lightning on Li Hanfeng intensified violently. He took a step forward. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. Whoosh! A golden bolt of lightning streaked across the arena, blindingly fast. Clang! The moment Li Hanfeng's lightning erupted, Gu Chengxin drew his longsword from his back. With a surge of spiritual energy, he flicked his sword forward, parrying the incoming blade. Boom! A massive shockwave rippled out from between them, and the spiderweb-like cracks on the ground began to widen rapidly. His breathing shifted, and the parried katana instantly erupted with intense blade energy. Thunder breathing, second form, rice spirit. Gu Chengxin's eyes narrowed, his sword intent exploding outward. He twisted his wrist, performed a sword flourish, and unleashed 5 sharp sword beams that collided with 5 horseshoe-shaped blade lights. Crag, crag, crag. The sword beams and blade lights clashed and deflected off one another, carving deep grooves into the floor. As his breathing changed again, rich golden lightning converged on Li Hanfeng, and he swung his katana. Thunder breathing, third form, buzzing mosquito thunder. Lightning ripples surged from all directions, accompanied by a sound like swarming mosquitoes. Gu Chengxin pushed his sword intent to the limit, his sword moving with blinding speed, turning into blurs as he slashed at everything around him. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. He spun incessantly, managing to hack through every single wave of lightning. Taking advantage of the brief opening, Li Hanfeng shifted his breathing once more, and a torrent of golden lightning shot directly toward his opponent. Thunder breathing, fourth form, distant thunder. As the concentrated lightning sped toward him, Gu Chengxin did not panic. He shifted his foot to the right, sliding 7 or 8 meters away to clear the attack's range. Whoosh! Just as he dodged, a flash of golden lightning struck the exact spot where he landed. His expression finally changed. He had not expected Li Hanfeng to predict his evasion path so accurately. Without hesitation, he leaned back to evade the blade aimed at his neck, stepped back, and began moving in a bizarre, unpredictable pattern. However, whoosh! Before he could steady his footing, the golden lightning appeared by his side again, the blade once more striking with speed and precision at his neck. His pupils shrank as he looked into those red eyes. Realizing something, Gu Chengxin stopped dodging and instead flicked his blade upward, simultaneously manifesting 5 sword shadows behind him. Clang! As the katana struck his blade, the off-balance Gu Chengxin was sent flying back by the impact. Li Hanfeng wanted to press the attack, but a blinding flash of light caught his eyes. He paused, golden lightning surging, and swung his arm with blinding speed. Swish, swish, swish. He slashed through the sword shadows with his katana. When he looked back at Gu Chengxin, the latter had steadied himself and was watching him with a calm expression. Li Hanfeng curled his lip. Honestly, he hated that calm, everything is under control look of his. It felt like Gu Chengxin thought he had him in the bag, and it was infuriating. Your eyes must have some special ability, right? They likely grant you extremely high dynamic visual acuity. Li Hanfeng did not answer directly, but instead said in a nonchalant tone. Warm-up's over, right? How about getting a little serious? Gu Chengxin narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glimmer appearing though his tone remained flat. As you wish. The audience was speechless, staring at the ruined stone platform. Was that only the warm-up? Even the top 10 contenders wore solemn expressions. They knew the 2 fighters were about to reveal their true trump cards. Boom! A powerful aura surged from Gu Chengxin, his sword intent pouring into his blade, spreading a sharp, piercing pressure. Li Hanfeng plunged his katana into the ground, clasped his hands together in front of his chest, forming a triangle with his index fingers, and took a deep, expanding breath. Whoa! Fire-style majestic destroyer flame. Boom! A massive sea of flames spewed from Li Hanfeng's mouth, engulfing the entire platform in the blink of an eye. The fire continued to spread, roaring as the terrifying heat swept toward Gu Chengxin. Rumble! The shockwave of the flames tore the very surface off the stone platform. Gu Chengxin's eyes flashed with intensity, his sword intent exploded, wrapping around his blade and forming a 3-meter-long greatsword. He swung it down with all his might. Whoosh! As the greatsword fell, the terrifying sword intent and fierce momentum instantly sliced the sea of flames in two, carving a massive fissure into the ground. The surging flames roared past both sides of Gu Chengxin. The scorching heat made him break a sweat, and directly behind him were the spectators. Rumble! A massive earth wall rose, blocking the viewing area. The violent flames slammed against it, leaving cracks in the wall from the sheer force. Boom rumble tilde. A moment later, the earth wall receded into the ground. As the flames dissipated, the crowd looked on at the scene. The already cracked platform was now in even worse shape, but both fighters were unscathed. They stood in a standoff as if the massive spectacle from before had just been for show, with no real effect. What is going on? Does he also have a twin talent? Finally, someone exclaimed in shock. It was unbelievable. Could there really be two people with twin talents in this year's batch? This was the collective thought of everyone present, including the top-ranked contenders who looked on with suspicion and disbelief. Just how much more strength have you been hiding? Lin Mo clenched his fists tightly. Li Hanfeng had defeated him without even using his full power, a fact he found impossible to accept. You should know that this level of attack is useless against me.